When heaven and earth first divided, the pure chi rose while the turbid sank. Only when Pangu used his own body to open up the world did this primordial wilderness come into being. In the boundless netherblood sea, gloom and darkness stretched without end. Surging waves of blood crashed against the void as countless broken souls wailed and struggled within. The thick, fetid blood reeked to the heavens, sending out ring after ring of terrifying ripples. At the very eye of the sea, a placenta floated in place. Azure violet and crimson light coiled around it like three living beings swimming to and fro. No matter how the blood waves pounded against it, they could not veil the dark radiance emanating from the placenta. Even the karmic miasma that corroded all things could not approach it in the slightest. This object was formed from Pangu's polluted blood, and was also a treasure condensed from the very fate of heaven and earth. Within the placenta sat two shadowy figures. A low hum resounded. One of the figures suddenly snapped his eyes open, a haze of bewilderment flickering in his pupils. Yunjing was stunned for a moment. Where is this place? In his memory, it was still an hour ago when he had been flipping through a book in his dorm room. How had he ended up here the moment he opened his eyes? A sharp hiss escaped his lips as his mind suddenly exploded with searing pain, forcing him to suck in a cold breath. Right after a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded into him. The Great Desolation. I've become the brother of Mingyi Laozu. He lifted his gaze to the figure opposite him, wrapped in strands of laws, his expression a tangle of emotions. In the Great Desolation, golden immortals were as common as dogs, and Deluo beings walked everywhere. Anyone who came here had to tuck their tail between their legs. Although he had deep origins at this moment, he was nothing more than a hatchling who had yet to emerge from his shell. This world was crawling with old schemers. Oh, what could an infant possibly do? It was far too dangerous. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the God-tier choice system. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Yunjing let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, his golden finger had not arrived late. Ding! Issuing mission now. First choice, transform ahead of time and emerge into the world, proclaiming your existence to all under heaven. Reward 1 strand of Hongmeng purple chi. Second choice, cultivate steadily and only transform when the time is ripe. Reward 365 star fruits. Third choice, do not emerge at all. Lie low and grow out, competing everyone in secret. Reward an innate spirit treasure, the 12-petaled world-destroying Black Lotus. He drew in a sharp breath. These three options. Yunjing furrowed his brows. There was no need to think about it at all. Of course he would choose to lie low. He did not even know which era of the Great Desolation this was. Wouldn't leaping out rashly be courting death? What kind of trash was that star fruit? Compared to the world-destroying Black Lotus, it was not just a little inferior. Besides, was there anything more delightful than staying hidden? So long as he hid deep enough, wouldn't the seed of sainthood one day naturally fall into his hands? System, I choose the third option. Ding! Choice confirmed, issuing reward. A deep hum resounded. The churning blood sea suddenly fell still for a heartbeat. From the depths of the firmament, a beam of pitch-black, ghostly light descended. The broken souls howled even more miserably, and the blood waves roared higher. The black, ghostly light drew ever closer. It was a 12-petaled Black Lotus platform. It slowly rotated, its entire form wreathed in Taoist resonance and the aura of laws. So this was the 12-petaled world-destroying Black Lotus. Yunjing raised his hand in a casual beckon. The lotus platform shrank abruptly and settled firmly beneath him. The instant his backside touched the lotus, a low gasp slipped from his mouth. The sensation was ecstatically blissful, like plunging into hot spring waters in the depths of winter. Even his very soul trembled. Yunjing knew full well that in the span of a single blink, he had saved himself at least 100 years of bitter cultivation. An exquisite innate spirit treasure truly lived up to its name. He let out a soft sound, covered a yawn, and his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. As drowsiness surged over him like the tide, Yunjing simply closed his eyes. Taoist resonance flowed around his body, and faint rumbles of the great Tao echoed from within. His entire being exuded an indescribable divinity. Even Mingyi Laozu opposite him basked in the spillover of this fortune. Mingyi's eyelids lifted a fraction, a flash of envy streaking through his gaze. So this was the brother who shared his origin and source. A fate had not treated him poorly. No matter what, he could not allow himself to fall too far behind. Mingyi Laozu slowly closed his eyes, bloodlight surging around him. With each breath, the fluctuations of the law of blood grew ever denser. In the Great Desolation, no one bothered to count the passing days. Cultivators cared even less for recording years. From the day he had awakened, Yunjing had remained asleep. The power of laws coiling about him grew stronger with each passing day. Until one day, thunder crashed in the depths of the sky. I am Laozi of the Taiching, transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. I am Yuanshi of the Yunjing transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. I am Tongtian of the Shangqing transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. The three voices rolled through the entire great desolation like peals of thunder. All races between heaven and earth sent out their divine sense, eager to see who these three transformed prodigies were. At Buzhou Mountain, within the Ancestral, which hall the 12 ancestral witches lifted their heads in unison. Father God. This aura was clearly that of Father God himself. We were born of the same lineage, it would do no harm to grow a little closer to them. Jiang the Ancestral witch spoke in a voice like a great bell, and the other 11 ancestral witches all nodded in agreement. Indeed it should be so. Before the words had even fully fallen, another voice crashed down from above. We three were transformed from the primordial spirit of the great god Pangu, and are naturally his orthodox successors. All others are but side branches. Nonsense. Jiang's expression changed on the spot, sparks seeming to fly from his eyes. Not a single one of the remaining ancestral witches failed to flare up in anger. Three little things who don't know life from death. We were all born from Father God's divine blood. When it comes to true orthodoxy, what right do you have to speak before us? The short-tempered Zhu Rong cursed without restraint. The other ancestral witches voiced their support in turn. Fine. Once we have completed our transformation, we'll go settle accounts with them. Jiang left the words hanging, his face dark as ink. All 11 other ancestral witches simultaneously roused their mana. A deep, resonant thump sounded from the depths of the ancestral witch hall. A wild primal law surged forth, enveloping all 12 ancestral witches. Days slipped by, time rushing past like a torrent. Across the great desolation, the ancestral witches, the golden crows, and other great powers transformed one after another. Barely had the 12 ancestral witches finished leaping into being when the first thing they did was seek out the three pure ones to spar. The moment the two sides met, they fought until heaven and earth were turned upside down, leaving nothing living in their wake. These naturally born titans emerged already at the level of Deluo golden immortals, standing firmly above all beings of the great desolation. Below them came four ranks in succession: golden immortals, mysterious immortals, heavenly immortals, and earth immortals. As for what lay above Deluo, even they were unsure. But that hardly stopped them from beating up anyone who displeased them. The 12 ancestral witches took the lead in stirring up trouble, throwing the entire great desolation into chaos. On one hand, the battles between the three pure ones and the ancestral witches were so fierce that innocent bystanders were inevitably dragged in. On the other, everyone had only recently taken form. No one accepted anyone else, and trading blows at the slightest displeasure became everyday routine. Yet in the Netherblood Sea, it was a different scene entirely. Thunderous rumbles rolled as above the ever-surging sea of blood a pillar of verdant life force suddenly shot upward, entwined by a black-violet aura of death. Each beam of light coiled around an indescribably bizarre lump of blood. These lights of life and death were the purest essences within Pangu's polluted blood. They were also the true bodies of Lu Yunjing and Mingi. With a resonant hum, the two pillars of light shuddered, collapsing into clusters of spiritual radiance that shot into the bodies of Lu Yunjing and Mingi. A shrill whistle pierced the air as blinding auras of life and death erupted, shaking both the yellow springs and the blood sea. The entire Netherblood Sea trembled violently. A terrifying momentum blasted skyward, sweeping out across the whole great desolation. What is this? All across the great desolation, countless powerhouses lifted their heads, their eyes narrowing sharply. Is someone else about to transform? The ancestral witches and the three pure ones who had been locked in battle halted their blows and turned in unison toward the Netherblood Sea. A booming roar followed as a Deluo golden immortal level pressure swept out like a tidal wave, blotting out the sky. Everyone was startled and hastily sent out their divine sense to search. Yet by the time that fluctuation faded away, not a single figure could be seen. What is going on? If someone transformed, why didn't they report their name? A crowd of beings hovered in midair, faces full of bewilderment. Could it be that some treasure is about to be born? Tongtian slapped his forehead, and the three pure ones instantly turned into streaks of light, flying straight toward the Netherblood Sea. The 12 ancestral witches froze for a moment, cursed them as shameless, and also gave chase. Behind them trailed an uncountable number of great desolation powerhouses. After so much fighting, everyone understood the importance of treasures. Now that some mysterious treasure seemed about to emerge, who wouldn't want to share? The Netherblood Sea surged ceaselessly, black waves rising layer upon layer. Atop the crests of the waves stood a young man in black robes, an indescribably strange aura about him. This was Mingi Laozu. He swept his gaze around and finally fixed it on Lu Yunjing. A triumphant smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He had, after all, completed his transformation, First, no matter how capable his younger brother might be, he would still have to address him as elder brother. Mingi chuckled twice and took a step forward. Behind him, the law of blood condensed into form, surging toward Lu Yunjing like a tide. Little brother, I'll wait for you here. Let us proclaim ourselves to heaven and earth together. Mingi's eyes shone, filled with anticipation. A moment later, a terrifying fluctuation of magic power exploded forth, making the entire nether blood sea quake. Streams of laws flowed over Lu Yunjing's body as Pangu's residual power within him surged wildly. His body burned like a furnace, black mist billowing out around him, while countless runes darted through the fog. With a crisp crack, the black mist turned into chains of law that plunged into Lu Yunjing's body. The runes transformed into a rain of multicolored radiance drifting down in all directions. Another tremor rippled out as a figure stepped out from the void. Lu Yunjing had emerged into the world. Lu Yunjing pays his respects to elder brother. He bowed from afar, and Mingi hurriedly returned the salute. There is no need for such formality, virtuous brother. I am called Mingi. They exchanged a glance and shared a smile as a natural sense of closeness surged within them. This was the bond of blood from a shared origin. What is this? Lu Yunjing suddenly felt something amiss between his brows. Looking closely, he saw the vague outline of a sword embryo exuding black chi coiled with a chilling aura of slaughter. A single glance at it made one's soul tremble. Come out. Lu Yunjing reached out and grasped the sword embryo in his hand. The sword was jet black all over. Upon closer inspection, several inscriptions were engraved on it, shimmering with an indescribable light. Yuan 2. Lu Yunjing snapped back to reality and turned his head toward Mingi. Big brother, do you also have a sword embryo? Mingi was taken aback, glanced at the sword, and made a hand seal. Buzz. A sword embryo similar to Yuan 2 floated out from his hand. As you say, little brother, I do have one. It's called Abi. Mingi announced the sword's name. Lu Yunjing felt a twinge of guilt. Originally, both Yuan 2 and Abi, those two deadly blades, belonged to Mingi, and now he had forcibly taken one for himself. Little brother, since you're out too, why don't we go out and make a name for ourselves? Mingi swung the sword in his hand, unleashing a surging wave of power, and was unusually excited. Even before taking human form, he had yearned for the fighting outside. Now that the brothers had both emerged, of course they had to go out and achieve something. Just as Mingi was about to suggest venturing out, Lu Yunjing's face darkened. Go out. Isn't that apt? They had only just taken human form, without a single decent magical artifact. The only companion treasure they had was split in half between them. With this shabby appearance, going out for a stroll would be like delivering food to others. Big brother, don't even think about it. Lu Yunjing shook his head firmly, his expression tight. Mingi was startled by his appearance. Brother, why can't we go out? The outside world is full of traps. Lu Yunjing sighed, his face full of worry. Big brother, think about it. Where is this netherworld blood sea? It was formed from the filthy blood of Pangu, the most and evil place under heaven. Who knows what monsters this broken place has bred? Besides, those arrogant fellows outside are everywhere. We brothers have no magical artifacts, and our cultivation level is nothing to boast about. If we go out now, it's like sticking our necks out for someone to chop off. Having our things stolen would be lucky. What if we encounter something that eats people and they devour us like a snack? Wouldn't that be walking to our deaths? The more Lu Yunjing spoke, the more exaggerated it became, and Ming's expression changed several times. At first, he genuinely believed the outside was dangerous, but then it began to feel off. They were both born from Pangu's filthy blood. Could the blood sea spawn something fiercer than them? As for the saying that masters are everywhere, they may have taken human form late, but they weren't that weak. And as for magical artifacts, Mingi wasn't blind. The Lotus platform under Lu Yunjing was clearly one of the top treasures in the world. Few such treasures could be found anywhere in the entire Hongwan continent, and he still claims to have no magical artifacts. Brother, you're not being a coward, are you? Lu Yunjing. Nonsense. Big brother, I'm only worried about you. Mingi. I'm your older brother, not an idiot. Then what about that Lotus platform you're sitting on? Lu Yunjing's face changed. With a finger seal, the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus vanished without a trace. Lotus platform. What Lotus platform? Mingi. Alright, since you don't want to go out, big brother will stay here and cultivate with you. Mingi had an idea, and swaths of bloody mist gathered around them. Lu Yunjing closed his eyes and remained silent. At that moment, above the netherworld blood sea, the 12 ancestral witches finally intercepted the 3 pure ones. A bunch of uncivilized savages. We 3 brothers have done nothing to provoke you, yet you chase us endlessly. Yuanshi was furious and cursed directly. The 12 ancestral witches exchanged glances. The youngest Shibishi lifted his head, wiggled his ears, and grinned. Big brother, they said we're savages. Is that a compliment? Dijiang. He slapped Shibishi hard on the head. You idiot, even more brainless than Zhurong. Zhurong's face turned black. What do you mean by that? He's insulting us, saying we have no brains. Then, do we have brains or not? Shibishi scratched his head as if pondering what a brain actually was. Dijiang almost choked on his anger. He raised his hand and slapped Shibishi again. Yes, you fool. Big brother. Shibishi called out pitifully, his eyes full of confusion. Seeing this, Dijiang was so angry his liver ached. He raised his hand to strike again, but Huta quickly stopped him. Big brother, he just doesn't understand. Why lose your temper? Huta felt utterly exhausted. They had just been talking about brains, and now the enemy was at the door while their own people were fighting each other. Oomph. Dijiang flicked his sleeves, then turned his gaze to the three pure ones. One last time, apologize. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Bring it on. The three pure ones were furious. Tongshin's immortal sword was already drawn. Damn it, they had seen bullying, but never such blatant bullying. They had done nothing, yet these 12 brutes chased them across the world. And now they wanted them to bow down. Screw that. If it's a fight, then fight. Do they think they're invincible just because there are more of them? Bold. Dijiang roared and made the first move. The other 11 ancestral witches charged forward, unleashing 12 laws of power. The surrounding air trembled. The three pure ones did not back down. Taishan cast the heaven and earth Xianhuang exquisite pagoda to shield them all. Yuanshi and Tongtian brandished the Panga banner and Xingping's sword and charged forward. The two sides clashed, and a terrifying shockwave crashed downward, churning the blood sea into chaos. Deep in the netherworld blood sea, Lu Yunjing sensed the battle's aftershocks above his face, turning grim. Mingyi trembled with rage. This is too much. Those bastards. Fighting right at our doorstep. Brother, let's go up there and take them on. Lu Yunjing quickly shook his head, cursing the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches in his heart. A bunch of bastards. If you're going to fight, why come to the netherworld blood sea? What's wrong with Buzhou Mountain and Kunlun Mountain? Are they not big enough? If you anger me, you'll go tear down your lairs one day. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yunjing forced a smile. Big brother, no need to get angry. Let them fight if they want. What does it have to do with us? No, Mingyi frowned, thinking Lu Yunjing was much too cowardly. Brother Lu, think carefully. We are both innate spirits. They have already stepped onto our doorstep. If we don't act when people hear about it later, where will we put our faces? Lu Yunjing frowned, feeling Mingyi had a point, but he was still uneasy. At that moment, the system voice rang in his mind. Ding. Host the netherworld blood sea as guests. What do you plan to do? Option 1, go out and entertain them with your fists, seeing them off on their way. Reward 1, innate spiritual. Option 2, act as if nothing happened and continue hiding like a turtle. Reward the 8 billion worlds Mingyi art. Lu Yunjing was stunned, then broke into a grin. He had just been worrying about having no way out, and the system handed him a ladder. He swore that his choice of option 2 was absolutely not for that book. It was purely about self-preservation. Face was worthless. Once he reached the Sage Realm, he could have anything he wanted. System, I choose the second option. Ding, selection complete. Reward issued. The next moment, a terrifying Dao technique emerged in his spiritual sense, runes tumbling, its breath as heavy as the entire starry sky pressing down. The 8 billion worlds Mingyi art infuse each particle of oneself with the power of cessation, then use those particles to create new microscopic spaces, miniature worlds, and small universes. If one can create 888 million micro-worlds, they can attain the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal Realm. Awesome. Lu Yunjing was ecstatic. Indeed, lying low was the way to go. Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. Doesn't that mean directly heading towards sagehood? He cleared his throat, put on a serious face, and turned to Mingyi. Elder brother, it's not that your little brother is timid. Look, there are at least 15 people up there. And their cultivation is roughly equal to ours. If we just charge out, who can we stop? You talk about losing face, but if we go out and get beaten up, isn't that even more embarrassing? Mingyi. He didn't want to admit it, but he knew in his heart that Lu Yunjing was right. If they went, they might not be able to fight back. Ahem, you have a point, little brother. He'll listen to you one more time. Thank you for understanding, big brother. Lu Yunjing didn't expose his capitulation, as long as he didn't go out, anything was fine. Mingyi had a belly full of anger and could only focus on cultivation. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He was an incarnation of Pangu after all. How could he be such a coward? The more he thought, the more aggrieved he became. Mingyi stole a glance at Lu Yunjing, who had already closed his eyes. Damn it, this was too pathetic. So what if they were outnumbered? Cultivation itself was about facing difficulties heat-in. Mingyi had a flash of inspiration, pressed his hand on the Abi sword, and quietly faded away. Lu Yunjing was entirely focused on studying the tiny particles within him. I think I'm getting a handle on this. Maybe I can use this to create a microscopic small world. Above the blood sea, the three pure ones and the ancestral witches were locked in a fierce battle, the commotion growing louder. This group charged deeper into the netherworld blood sea while fighting. Even though they sensed the thick, inescapable karma surrounding them, they were still killing with red eyes, as if willing to bash each other's brains out. "You stupid fools, get the hell out of my territory." In the midst of the fierce fighting, a deafening roar echoed across the entire blood sea. Both sides stopped simultaneously, 15 pairs of eyes glaring at the furious Mingi. "Who the hell are you, an ignorant brat, to interfere in our affairs?" Zhurong bellowed and took a step forward. Boom. Countless pillars of flame shot into the sky, and the blood on the sea surface was instantly suppressed, unable to surge. The karma in the void was burned away completely, laws shattered, and the entire sky seemed to be torn. Ming-He stood his ground, gripping the abyss sword hilt tightly, and with a swift motion unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy. Bang! The flames were shattered by a single stroke, and the surging blood water began to coalesce once again, the ensuing waves more ferocious than before. This display left everyone present in shock, alarm bells ringing in their minds. They were all innate spirits in the form of beings, yet their transformations had occurred less than 1,000 years ago. Suddenly encountering an opponent of comparable cultivation, they all had to remain vigilant. Ming-He had no time to ponder these matters, and coldly chided, seeking death. "I will say this one last time, this is my territory. Dare to step forward again." He raised the abyss sword, the power that erupted far surpassing what it was before. The might of this sword made everyone furrow their brows. The Sanqing retreated first. They were not foolish, they could tell this sword was no ordinary weapon, and surmised that Ming-He, like them, was an innate powerhouse. There was no need to create enemies for no reason. Di Jiang also frowned, seeing the Sanqing retreat, and felt the urge to tell his brothers to leave. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Audacious." Zhurong scoffed, a sneer evident in his eyes. "Do you dare to spout such wild words alone? I want to see how far you can go." In the void, a massive sword engulfed in terrifying flames was raised high by Zhurong. The faces of the other ancestral witches changed dramatically, realizing it was too late to intervene. "Die for me." Boom. The scalding wave of fire surged towards Ming-He, even tearing a rift in the void. Ming-He smirked, too lazy to engage in further conversation. His entire body erupted with energy as the laws of blood surged outward like a tidal wave. From the depths of the sea of blood came a low, thunderous roar reminiscent of ancient phantoms howling and demonic gods roaring. "To dare to act in my sea of blood, you have quite the audacity." Clang! The abyss sword swept horizontally, the rising wave of blood engulfing the fiery sword, leaving not a trace behind. In the sky above, several beams of blood-colored divine light suddenly descended, aiming straight towards the ancestral witches. "Stop! Fellow Taoist, wait." Di Jiang's expression changed, and he quickly formed a seal with his hands, the power of space instantly expanding, forcibly blocking the torrential blood water. Yet he was filled with a raging fire inside, wishing he could slap Zhurong twice on the spot. "Are you blind? Didn't you see the Sanqing retreat? Do you think you alone can take them all on? Moreover, this isn't just Ming-He alone here." The strange phenomena witnessed earlier flashed in Di Jiang's mind, causing him to suddenly feel a chill. Zhurong, however, was overjoyed, laughing heartily. "Kid, weren't you quite arrogant? Why not step up? Don't forget we have 12 brothers. You." Ming-He was so enraged he could not speak, yet he had no intention of retreating a single step. Buzz. In the deepest part of the sea of blood, a pitch-black lotus slowly bloomed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hundreds, thousands, millions. In the blink of an eye, the entire dark sea of blood was surrounded by black lotuses. The 12 ancestral witches had not even had time to react when countless black lotuses suddenly exploded. Dark rays shot out from the petals like the most ferocious killing light in the world. Crack! The dark rays pierced through the sea of blood, penetrating the barrier set by Di Feng like a spear. Immediately after, endless waters of the sea of blood plummeted down as if the heavens were collapsing. The 12 ancestral witches simultaneously spat out blood, their bodies flying away like kites with cut strings. "This is an exceptional innate spirit treasure." The Sanqing watched from afar, dumbfounded. No one had expected that the one beneath the sea of blood was hiding such a level of treasure. From the looks of it, they had clearly mastered it to perfection, simply terrifying beyond belief. In the center of the sea of blood, a vortex continued to grow larger. A young man in a black robe stepped out from within, holding the hilt of the Yuan 2 sword, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his expression as cold as ice. "I truly didn't expect that we wouldn't provoke others, yet you came seeking trouble, injuring my brother, and barging into my dojo. Do you think my sea of blood is empty?" Lu Yunjing's voice was as cold as an ice shard in the depths of winter, sending shivers down people's spines. Ming-He let out a sigh of relief, feeling quite gratified inside. At this moment, he finally understood that his younger brother wasn't averse to trouble, nor lacking in abilities. He was simply lazy. Jiang, still concerned for this brother, quickly revealed himself upon seeing his younger brother isolated. His face flushed red, he desperately stabilized his form, his mind already contemplating a retreat. Yet Zhu Rong refused to back down, fixating on Lu Yunjing enveloped in a layer of flames, clearly intending to continue the fight. You calm down. This time, Jiang intervened, quickly slapping Zhu Rong on the back of the head. Then he turned to Lu Yunjing, slightly bending at the waist. Fellow Taoist, please do not be angry, it was all a misunderstanding. My younger brother is not very bright, I hope you can bear with him. Let this matter pass, and from now on I owe you two a favor. Whenever you need it, just let me know. Jiang was not foolish, he could see that these two were not easy to provoke. There was no need to engage in a deadly conflict, allowing the Sanqing to pick up the pieces. It was better to take a softer approach, each going their own way, no one obstructing the other. However, Lu Yunjing didn't respond to his words, casually waving his hand. The sky full of black lotuses exploded again, pushing everyone out of the territory of the Sea of Blood. Then with a finger pointed outward, the black lotuses transformed into symbols swirling around the Sea of Blood. This was a warning formation, indicating to others that this was the domain of a formidable being and to not act recklessly. Having already attracted enough attention today, he did not wish for a second occurrence. Brother, let's go. Lu Yunjing did not even glance at the ancestral witches, pulling Minghe to leave. Jiang snorted coldly, glaring at the Sanqing, and led the ancestral witches to disperse. However, one person was missing. Shi Baishe was nowhere to be found. Returning to the dark Sea of Blood, Ming, he gazed at Lu Yunjing with excitement. Little brother, you are truly impressive, outstanding. That move just now scared those 12 brutes into inaction. As your older brother, I am truly in awe of this ability. Lu Yunjing chuckled dryly, his mind currently in a heated argument with the system. System, that moved just now wasn't a violation, right? Ding. Determining status judgment complete. The host is considered to be in passive defense, not violating the rules. Phew. Then that's good. With a heavy stone lifted from his heart, Lu Yunjing turned his serious gaze to Minghe. Brother, you also saw that there are many experts outside. You absolutely must not venture out. But little brother, you are capable. With you by my side, what do we have to fear? Having witnessed Lu Yunjing's capabilities, Ming, he couldn't wait to rush out and make a name for himself. Lu Yunjing's face stiffened, and he helplessly spread his hands. But I don't want to go out. If you really can't hold it in, and wish to go out, if you encounter someone you can't defeat, just run home, he'll definitely come to your rescue. Minghe's expression darkened, but your face. When I go out, it's all about this face. Fine, I will just quietly enter seclusion. The two of them each immersed themselves in their cultivation, yet the dark Sea of Blood was bustling with activity. Many heard rumors of treasures emerging here and hurried over to investigate. However, upon arrival, they discovered that there were no treasures at all, but rather an unregistered dojo, and so they could only retreat awkwardly. Time passed without notice, and several hundred yuan meetings went by. On the vast primordial land, various forces began to emerge. Over in the north, there was an elder Peng who called himself Xian Yao, appearing mysteriously. There was also a kind-hearted red cloud, cheerfully roaming the world. The most illustrious were the two golden crows Dijun and Dong Huang Tai. Dijun held the chaos bell, while Dong Huang cradled the book of monsters, projecting an imposing aura. There was also Zhen Yuanzi, the progenitor of earth immortals, a prominent figure in the primordial heavens. But the ancestral witches were the most anxious, counting and recounting only to realize that Shi Baishe was missing. Upon careful reflection, they had left him in the dark Sea of Blood. Suddenly a spatial rift opened above the Sea of Blood, and 11 ancestral witches strode out. Jiang quickly warned Zhu Rong, his voice as cold as ice, shards, no more trouble allowed. Ripples spread out from the depths of the Sea of Blood. Those ripples contained boundless power of laws, even suppressing the ferocious and brutal aura within the Sea of Blood considerably. Lu Yunjing sat cross-legged on the Lotus platform, the Yuan, two swords circling around him. Upon closer inspection, the sword body featured countless tiny worlds constantly forming and then being destroyed. After 1,000 years, Lu Yunjing's understanding of the microscopic world deepened. In the endless Sea of Blood, he captured a glimmer of hope. Surviving against all odds, extremes must reverse. Loneliness cannot last long, and isolation must decline. After countless attempts, those innumerable small worlds finally endured the period of fragmentation. This path is feasible. Lu Yunjing's lips curled into a smile as he formed a lost seal with his hands. 3,690 small worlds were all absorbed into his body. This was merely the tip of the iceberg, but it precisely aligned with the number of the heavenly cycles following the way of heaven and would eventually evolve into the phenomena of the birth of all things. Little brother, have you really achieved great success? Minghe opened his eyes, unable to hide his excitement. For over 1,000 years, he had been closely observing Lu Yunjing's cultivation. The more he watched, the more astonished he became, realizing just how fierce his brother's resolve to seek the Tao was. He had actually used his own flesh as the foundation, drawing on the endless death energy of the dark sea of blood as nourishment, forcibly seizing a glimmer of life from despair, creating a new world. To put it bluntly, if not for the limited scope, Lu Yunjing's actions could be seen as snatching power from the heavenly path, truly going against the heavens. Now Lu Yunjing had withdrawn all his brilliance, his aura reigned in. This temperament was enough to make his elder brother feel excited. You've succeeded, thank you for your concern, elder brother. Lu Yunjing cupped his hands, his attitude respectful. Over the millennium Ming, he had spent a significant amount of time attending to him. This debt of gratitude could not be repaid with mere words. Elder brother, would you like to try this? He casually tossed out a jade slip. Ming, he caught it with one hand, his eyes lighting up instantly. Younger brother, how can this be appropriate? He spoke courteously, yet his divine sense had already probed inside. But the next moment his expression stiffened and his smile turned into a bitter grin. Brother, what's wrong? This, I fear it is still unsuitable. Mingy tossed the jade slip back without hesitation. There was no choice. Its contents were simply too preposterous, cultivating countless microcosms within one's body, devouring earth, wind, water, and fire. Could such a cultivation method truly be meant for mortals? Very well. Lu Yunjing nodded, disappointment flickering across his face. Truth be told, he had earnestly hoped to cultivate alongside Mingy. Brothers united would surely surpass solitary struggle. Mingy smiled faintly, urging Lu Yunjing to redouble his cultivation efforts. Yet inwardly he was already calculating his next excursion. To possess such a formidable younger brother and leave him idle would be nothing short of squandering celestial fortune. At the fringes of the netherworld blood sea, hundreds of millions of miles from the two brothers, a boundless sea of obsidian runes churned violently. Amidst them stood a colossal figure. Each breath summoned titanic tidal forces. Even the fundamental laws governing this region diverged starkly from those elsewhere. A deep, resonant hum pierced the silence. The body that had slumbered for over a century suddenly snapped its eyes open, gazing out with an unmistakable flicker of wounded sorrow. He was Shebishur, left behind in the blood sea by Dijiang. Now at long last he had fully matured. Elder brother, you didn't abandon me deliberately back then, did you? A pang of bitter sorrow tightened his chest as his massive form gradually shrank, beginning its slow, deliberate journey toward the outer reaches of the blood sea. This was not his first attempt. But for millennia, dense arrays coiled deep within the blood sea, their black runes entwining like serpents, exerting a lethal suppressive force upon him. Especially that deathly energy, each time it surged, his colossal frame would involuntarily succumb to slumber, only awakening once the rune's power ebbed entirely. In total, he had spent less than 2 months awake. Today, this force has stilled longer than ever before. A spark of exhilaration flashed in Shebishur's eyes, and his movement quickened. A sharp, piercing aura erupted from the blood sea. Before him loomed an array, profound, suffused with primordial laws far more perilous than the slumber-inducing force he knew. When did this blood sea grow so terrifying? He swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his brow. After a long, agonizing hesitation, out, with but a subtle shift of will, his immense form manifested instantly. Torrents of sovereign law energy erupting as radiant streaks slamming mercilessly into the array. Boom! Clashing energies detonated with cataclysmic force. Within hundreds of millions of miles, the blood-red waters vaporized instantly, and Shebishur himself staggered backward several steps, shaken to his core. How could this be possible? This array is utterly absurd. Shebishur froze in place, trapped between advance and retreat, yet such a violent disturbance inevitably drew attention. Dijiang, who had been searching tirelessly, abruptly halted, his gaze sweeping toward the source of the tremor. Brother, what is it? What's happened? Zhurong leaned in curiously, but Dijiang only shook his head. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Let's continue our search. Brother, why not just ask those two directly? Do we really need to skulk about like thieves? If provoked, none of us walks away unscathed. Zhurong muttered sullenly, frustration simmering beneath his words. After all, Zhurong was no minor figure. He commanded reverence wherever he walked. Yet here in the netherworld blood sea, tracking down his own brother demanded stealth and subterfuge, humiliating beyond measure. Silence. This is all your fault. Dijiang whirled, fixing Zhurong with a scorching glare. Had you not acted recklessly, would we be entangled in this mess, eh? I warn you, do not stir up trouble. I sense it deeply. This expedition into the blood sea may grant our ancestral Wu a transcendent opportunity. Dijiang could not name the source of this intuition, yet an ineffable resonance tugged insistently at his soul. Zhurong nodded solemnly, abandoning all levity. As the Ancestral Wu debated which path to take, a ripple shimmered across the void, and Shebi Shur tumbled forth unceremoniously ejected. Shebi Shur. The Ancestral Wu stood dumbstruck. What in heaven's name was happening? Shebi Shur himself blinked in bewilderment, scanning the surroundings. Then recognition flared as he spotted Di Jiang and the others. Moments earlier he had hesitated, when suddenly the runes convulsed violently, enveloping him whole. The next instant he awoke here. Shebi Shur, what on earth? Before Di Jiang could speak, Shebi Shur raised a hand, cutting him off. Elder brother, the deepest recesses of the Blood Sea conceal a supreme opportunity. The Ancestral Wu recoiled in shock. Shebi Shur began recounting his ordeal. Only after a long silence did they finally ask, "You swear this is true?" "No trap. Never." Having drifted through the Blood Sea for over 1,000 years, Shebi Shur possessed keen judgment and absolute certainty. After a moment's shared silence they exchanged glances, then suppressed their cultivation to the barest minimum and slipped silently through the array, descending into the Blood Sea's fathomless heart. Lu Yunjing's eyes snapped open, his divine sense sweeping across the entire netherworld Blood Sea in an instant. A faint knowing smile curved his lips. Bold indeed, these beings dared return. Yet their formation suggested no intent to confront him. Were they after the Blood Sea itself? Lu Yunjing furrowed his brow, recalling a fleeting thought when he had repelled the Ancestral Wu long ago. One had slipped through his notice. At the time he'd dismissed it, but now reconsidering perhaps that one had lingered too long in the Blood Sea and uncovered something extraordinary. Had they now gathered, conspiring to plunder its treasures? Lu Yunjing let out a soft chuckle. Free labor, how convenient. Very well, let us see what commotion they stir up. The 12 Ancestral Wu hovered suspended in midair, their 12 distinct sovereign laws erupting simultaneously, shaking spacetime itself. They relocked onto the black rune's resonance, united in dismantling the outer prohibitions. Channeling their might, they unleashed lawborn assaults that crashed against the obsidian sigils. Each shattered rune dissolved into a stream of luminous essence flowing inexorably toward the Blood Sea's abyssal depths. These fragments are undoubtedly priceless. Brothers, push harder. Di Jiang's eyes blazed with fervent anticipation. The ultimate opportunity shimmered just beyond reach. The others, sensing the potent energy within those streams, surged with equal excitement. Elsewhere, Lu Yunjing sensed the tremors and smiled. So the netherworld Blood Sea is not barren after all. True treasures lie hidden within. But these treasures won't be handed to you freely. He rose to his feet. Beside him, Mingi opened his eyes. Brother, what is it? Stay here, elder brother. I must attend to something outside. With those words, Lu Yunjing stepped upon a black lotus and vanished in a single shimmer. Mingi watched his departure, lips curling in mild exasperation. What precisely was this younger brother up to? Unfathomable. He closed his eyes once more. His saber, forged from Blood Sea essence, was nearing completion. For now he had no time for distraction. Lu Yunjing soared toward the 12 Ancestral Wu, his black lotus concealing every trace of his presence with flawless precision. Though their cultivation surpassed his, they wielded no true artifacts, likely having yet to recover the formation diagrams and the 12 heaven-devouring spirit banners from Panga's hall. He smiled. These Ancestral Wu posed no real threat. Not yet. Lu Yunjing selected a distant vantage point, far enough to remain undetected. With a subtle tremor of the black lotus, a formation unfurled, silent and imperceptible. Without detecting its existence, the 12 Ancestral Wu would gradually sink deeper, trapped though not doomed. It would merely exact a heavy toll. As the celestial protagonist, he could not openly defy heaven's will. These figures must survive. The black lotus shivered in his palm, petals folding inward, then snapping wide open. A grand formation materialized from his grasp, dense with shifting, vanishing sigils. Gazing directly at it yielded only emptiness. Lu Yunjing sighed softly. Truly this black lotus is peerless. With a flick of his wrist the formation descended, settling seamlessly upon each Ancestral Wu, perfectly aligned with their formation nodes. Their strength was bound in silence, their cultivation slowly siphoned away. You covet my opportunity. I shall claim yours. Lu Yunjing chuckled once, and turned away. Elsewhere, the 12 Ancestral Wu continued their relentless assault upon the black runes. After countless eons, the outer layer finally crumbled. A torrent of deathly essence surged forth, countless streams scattering in all directions. Their eyes ignited with triumph. This was the opportunity they sought. Without pause, each seized the radiant streams, drawing them into their bodies. Deathlight, the very embodiment of death law. Ecstasy flooded them. For Ancestral Wu, death law was perfect, more suited than any other. Born without nascent souls, they relied solely on their indomitable physical forms, forever scorned by spirit-based cultivators. From that day forward, they resolved fame in the primordial chaos would be forged, not with wisdom, but with fists. Yunjing lowered his voice. Brothers, keep quiet. Do not draw the attention of those two brothers in the blood sea. Even as he spoke, he absorbed the death law, ebon radiance swirling around him before vanishing down his throat. Yet something felt off. His power hadn't risen significantly. Perhaps he'd taken too little, he reasoned, and resumed swallowing the drifting law streams alongside the others. To them this essence was sweeter than ambrosia, until every last thread had been consumed. Then flexing their fists, they prepared to test their newfound might. But their smiles froze mid-bloom. Shebishir stared at his hands, confusion clouding his voice. This isn't right. He threw several punches, yet felt utterly unchanged from countless eons past. Having ingested so much death law, his strength should have exploded skyward. Yet his power remained utterly unervingly still. At this moment, he was completely bewildered. Not only him, but everyone else was also left dumbfounded. Yunjing swung his fist, feeling the terrifying power still surging within his body. But the problem was, just like before, there was not the slightest improvement. No, this was too absurd. A thought flashed through the minds of all the ancestors. Could it be that they took the wrong path? Was the law of death fundamentally unsuitable for them? It might even be of no use at all. Yet that didn't make sense. Even with ordinary laws, after consuming so much, there should have been some progress. Why were they stuck here? They simply couldn't comprehend. Brothers, this is suspicious. It's too strange. Retreat. Yunjing was the quickest to think. The intelligence housed in his massive giant body was certainly not wasted. He immediately sensed an eerie aura pervading the air. It was indescribable, but that chilling sensation truly sent shivers down their spines. Perhaps they had been schemed against from the very beginning. Inside their bodies, perhaps something else had been planted. They wildly speculated in their minds, having already made up their minds to flee. But at that moment, a massive formation suddenly illuminated beneath their feet. Black light shot up into the sky, which then split into various colors. Black chains emerged, wrapping around their gigantic and bizarre bodies. The terrifying aura seemed to want to drown them alive in this sea of blood. The 12 ancestors were all taken aback. Even Yunjing was stunned. The problem was they hadn't brought a single decent treasure with them and had no idea what to do. As they struggled, the chains tightened even more. This was originally a contingency plan left by Yunjing. He feared they would realize and attempt to escape too late. Once they left the position of the formation, the Great Array would operate at full force. Now it was done. They were completely trapped. In an instant, despair filled the eyes of the ancestors. At this critical moment, Yunjing's mind brightened, and he shouted, "Friends from the underworld blood, lend us a hand." Yunjing was truly at his wit's end. If he didn't call for help now, this group of brothers would meet their end here. He didn't want to die. What was dignity compared to life? Besides, asking someone to save oneself was not a shameful thing. At most, it would just let those two in the underworld blood sea know that they were once again eyeing the treasures of the blood sea, and they might get scolded for it. Yunjing thought to himself. As a result, Yunjing really arrived. He was accompanied by the ever-curious Mingi. Mingi looked at the trapped 12 ancestors, smirking. "What's going on with you guys? Are you thinking about my blood sea's treasures and ended up like this?" Yunjing twitched his lips. "We were too reckless. Please help us break this great formation from the outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunjing let out a cold laugh. "Break it? Why should I help you break it? How did you say it when you injured my brother back then? You said you owed us a cause and effect, but now you haven't repaid it. Now not only have you not repaid the cause and effect, but you are also trying to take advantage of my blood sea." Yunjing's tone shifted from playful to cold, finally freezing over. "Have you all lost your face?" His voice shook the entire underworld blood sea. The faces of several ancestors turned green and white. No one dared to speak. Yunjing continued, "If you don't give me an explanation today, I will just stand here and watch you die." These words fell. A group of ancestors looked at one another, but no one dared to respond. Because all that Yunjing said was the truth. They had indeed done those things. Some words could have been rebutted, but at this moment no one dared to speak up. They could only stare wide-eyed. At this time, Yunjing spoke up. "Friend, we were wrong. We admit our mistakes. So friend, the few of us brothers will gather a treasure to ask you to take action. Is that all right?" After he finished speaking, Yunjing's face remained cold. "What treasure?" Yunjing turned to look at the other 11 ancestors and gritted his teeth. "Brothers, this time we are in the wrong. Each of us will offer 2 fundamental laws. Friends, is this meager gift satisfactory?" As soon as this was said, the 11 ancestors immediately took action, tearing off a law from their own origins, transforming it into 22 beams of light suspended above the great formation. Mingi exchanged glances with Yunjing, both smirking. "All right, Since you are so generous, we won't. In the next second, the two acted like lightning, moving so fast that their figures were barely visible. In the blink of an eye, the formation they had designed and set up was shattered in one punch. One punch did it. The terrifying power made the 12 ancestors look on in awe. This time they couldn't argue logically or overpower them in skill. Lu Yunjing and Mingi reached out and grasped the power of 24 laws, steadily landing in their hands. Each person took 12. The smile on Lu Yunjing's face deepened. In his world, it had always been extremely monotonous. Now with these 12 fundamental laws, it would make the entire world much more vibrant. So he swallowed the 12 laws and directly merged them into his 3,600 worlds. Once the laws merged in, the 3,600 worlds immediately underwent changes, becoming more vivid and colorful. The cycle of life and death continued, but the world itself wouldn't collapse due to internal life and death. The power that fed back to his physical body also became more surging and overwhelming. Lu Yunjing felt the changes in his body, and the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Di Jiang and the other ancestors no longer intended to say anything. They simply cupped their hands and turned away dejectedly. This time they had indeed made a wasted trip. Not only did they waste a trip, but they also lost 2 strands of laws for nothing. Who knows how many years it would take to cultivate those laws back. Sigh. After they walked far away, Lu Yunjing and Mingi turned their gazes toward that area covered in black ruins. Lu Yunjing released a black lotus to protect the two. Trying to probe inside, they were bounced back by a terrifying rebound force that came from deep within. That force. Lu Yunjing calculated with his fingers, and his expression suddenly changed. There was actually another formation hidden inside. This news came too suddenly, making the hairs on the back of Lu Yunjing's neck stand on end. No way. Here. There's a huge problem. Lu Yunjing shook his head and quickly set up another formation outside, retreating swiftly with his companions. He had already guessed who that figure inside was. That figure must not be provoked at this time. If he were awakened ahead of time, whether they could leave alive would be another matter entirely. Mingi turned to Lu Yunjing, puzzled. What's wrong with you? It's nothing. Lu Yunjing took a breath, and it wasn't until he reached the place where the two cultivated that he finally regained his composure from that suffocating feeling. That place is indeed terrifying, but dear brother, you shouldn't be this scared, right? Mingi couldn't understand. He knew that place was dangerous. But to see his own brother display such an expression truly left him baffled. What in the world could block his brother? During the formation breaking, just now, although the two worked together, the one truly at the forefront was entirely Lu Yunjing. He was basically just helping. Having such strength, what was there to fear? He really couldn't understand. Lu Yunjing raised his hand. Brother, I need to tell you something. This time it's not a joke. That place absolutely must not be touched again. After saying this, Lu Yunjing's mind raced. That terrifying area was most likely the lair of Luo Ho. The dense black runes wrapped it layer upon layer, making anyone who looked at it think it was some great opportunity. Yet in that blood sea enveloped by black runes, there was actually a large formation continuously rotating. Such a closed-off method was alarmingly vigilant. With Lu Yunjing's current cultivation, he couldn't touch it at all, perhaps waiting until he stepped into the Quasi-Saint realm, and then try to venture in. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the innermost layer of the formation, wrapped in layers of black symbols, a dilapidated and nearly disassembled body of the law was slowly operating its surrounding power. The previous shock gradually reached the deepest part. His eyelids twitched slightly, and then his eyes abruptly opened. The pressure he exuded made the blood sea below churn endlessly. Then he slowly closed his eyes again. Beside him, a black spear shattered and more than half quietly hovered in midair. After everything settled, the two resumed their cultivation. Mingi spent a long time finally refining his own Abhijna sword. This sword was entwined with 3 kinds of aura: murderous aura, killing intent, and karmic fire, and had also merged the laws of the entire blood sea. Thus, its power is that it does not touch karma. Similar to the weapon in Lu Yunjing's hand, it is also of the mid-grade innate treasure level. But Lu Yunjing's top-grade innate spirit treasure could actually confront a mid-grade innate spirit treasure hidden. Their realms were the same, but the methods of use were vastly different. In terms of adaptability and defensive capability, Lu Yunjing was clearly stronger. If it came to fighting skills, Mingi was indeed fiercer. However, Lu Yunjing didn't even touch that Yuan 2 sword. He was currently engaged in something much larger. The cultivation of the 12 ancestors he had swallowed long ago now floated up, flowing through his limbs. He intentionally dispersed this power into 333,000 small worlds, including those that had previously emerged. Rise! Lu Yunjing shouted softly, casually inserting 12 laws to make these small worlds completely perfected. Those microscopic worlds broke out one after another, sprouting new vitality like tender shoots. His cultivation soared upwards in waves. He jumped directly from the mid-stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal to the late stage. This path of cultivation was unlike any other in the Hongwang. The river of Underworld was startled by the commotion and immediately approached. He fixed his gaze on the aura emanating from Lu Yunjing, then looked above his head. 3 flowers gathered at the crown. The flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity were clearly visible. The heavenly flower blossomed at the 12th grade, the earthly flower at the 12th grade, and the human flower at the 6th grade. This meant that Lu Yunjing had an astonishingly solid foundation, and he had not yet reached his limit. He could continue to surge upwards. Truly impressive, the river of Underworld couldn't help but exclaim. He looked down at the flower above his own head, which had only bloomed to the 18th grade. The heavenly flower was at the 12th grade, the earthly flower at the 6th grade, and the human flower had not blossomed at all. Compared to his own younger brother, the gap made his heart tighten. No, this won't do. He pondered. I need to go out and seek opportunities. The river of Underworld said, seeing that Lu Yunjing had completely stabilized his latest stage, Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. He opened his mouth to congratulate. You truly have remarkable talent, dear brother. In just a few hundred yuan you've reached this level. I can't even catch up with you. Lu Yunjing smiled and waved his hand. Big brother, don't say that we are brothers. What you have is mine, and what I have is yours. Why worry about what realm I've reached? The river of Underworld nodded upon hearing this, and added, since you have broken through, this realm can basically allow you to walk sideways in Hongwang. How about we go out together and see what beings inhabit this vast land of Hongwang? He thought to himself, with his mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal cultivation, and holding the Ubijna sword, he should be able to walk sideways as well. Lu Yunjing was a bit tempted by his words. His speed of cultivation had barely kept pace with the main characters of the heavens and earth. Why not? Ding! The system has detected that the host is conflicted about whether to go out or stay, now issuing a divine level choice. The system prompt appeared before his eyes. Lu Yunjing glanced at it. The options were clear. Option 1, follow that guy, the river of Underworld, to venture into the Hongwang world. Reward, a wisp of primordial purple chi. Option 2, stay put, persist with the strategy of survival. Reward, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the 5 elements innate banner. He was taken aback for a moment. Then without hesitation he said, I choose option 2. Why? No other reason than he loved to stay put. As soon as he finished speaking, host confirmation complete, rewards are being distributed. In the next second a warm force surged into his body. A colorful banner materialized out of thin air, the power of the 5 elements flowing endlessly over its surface. Immediately after, information regarding this banner flooded into his mind. 5 elements innate banner formed from the laws of the 5 elements. It was a degraded artifact used by the 5 elements demon god during battle with Pangu. It contains the complete path of the 5 elements. When wielded, it can disrupt space with astonishing. Lu Yunjing grasped the flagpole and turned to look at the river of Underworld beside him. He grasped the river of Underworld's wrist, his expression extremely serious. Big brother, what fun things are outside. Why don't we stay here together? It's more leisurely and comfortable. He also patted the river of Underworld on the shoulder, speaking sincerely. The river of Underworld. He widened his eyes. Why are you so timid? Lu Yunjing grinned. Timid? That's called wisdom, you understand. The river of Underworld was speechless. A surge of anger rose in his heart. He placed his hands on his hips and snorted coldly. Little brother, if you don't go, I'll go myself. In this world, I really don't believe anyone can stop me. My Ubijna sword comes out. Who wouldn't tremble in fear? After saying this, the river of Underworld turned and left. His entire being transformed into a streak of flowing light, instantly bursting out of the ground and disappearing into the sky. Lu Yunjing opened his mouth, wanting to call him back, but ultimately could only shake his head helplessly. This guy, why is he so impulsive? After the river of Underworld left, Lu Yunjing grasped the 5 elements innate banner and tried to wave it. The complete power of the 5 laws erupted violently. That destructive aura caused the surrounding space to shake violently, even starting to crack. He was startled and quickly retracted his strength. He let out a sigh of relief. This banner is quite powerful. Then he looked down at the Yuan 2 sword embryo in his arms, a smile creeping onto his lips. Next, it's time to refine this sword. But he had a new idea in his heart. He didn't want to forge an ordinary kit. If he was going to do it, he wanted to do something different. Make it even stronger. Meanwhile, the river of Underworld, after leaving the Underworld Blood Sea, truly set foot on the land of Hongwang for the first time. Looking around, the brilliance was dazzling and the mountains and rivers were magnificent. He was completely stunned. Where in the Underworld Blood Sea could there be such a scene? If Lu Yunjing saw his expression at this moment, he would probably burst out laughing. The river of Underworld sneered inwardly, but said nothing. He casually picked a direction and walked forward. After all, his home was beneath the Hongwang. No matter which way he wandered, as long as he could burrow down, he would eventually find his way back. His figure flickered, and the river of underworld floated gracefully between the lands. In his early years, he had heard his brother mention that Hongwang had once erupted into a cataclysmic battle, one that was brutal, where almost all living beings were wiped out. Now surveying the land beneath his feet, the river of underworld couldn't help but feel some emotion. After the tide of time, it had gradually come back to life. Anyone in his position would be left astonished. The river of underworld was not in a hurry. He flew along the way, taking in the customs and manners of Hongwang. Days passed, and he didn't know how many cold and hot seasons had gone by. He flew over a sea surface so cold that it could freeze bones. The sea breeze carried a bone-chilling cold whipping past, causing the river of underworld to shiver. He muttered quietly, "Is this the North Underworld my brother spoke of?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sea surface suddenly erupted with large whirlpools. From the depths of the whirlpool, a strange figure slowly emerged. That person looked more peculiar than anyone the river of underworld had ever seen. Their skin color was unusual, fingers like claws, and there was an air of nonchalance about them. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The tone of voice was eerie and somewhat unsettling. The river of underworld cupped his hands. "I am the river of underworld, coming from the underworld blood sea. I have been wandering around Hongwang for these years. If I've intruded on your territory, I hope for your forgiveness." The person was taken aback for a moment. Previously, the great figures of Hongwang thought there were treasures hidden in the North Underworld Sea, but no one expected that there were actually inhabitants in the sea. It seems that this person was the master of this realm. Quite cautious, Kuanping smiled and mimicked the river of underworld's gesture of cupping his hands. "I am Kuanping. River of underworld, would you like to come and sit at my place?" The river of underworld was delighted to hear this. The people of Hongwang truly did not treat him as an outsider. They were quite open-hearted. The two hit it off, immediately entered the Taoist temple, and chatted excitedly. For some reason, the two of them found their conversation increasingly agreeable, even the thoughts in their hearts surprisingly aligned. As they chatted, Kuanping suddenly spoke. "To the south, there is a fire cloud palace where an old ancestor named Honyun resides. That guy is always idle, encouraging others to do good deeds. Just looking at him annoys me. I've heard that he is the first red cloud to take shape between heaven and earth, containing numerous laws of the universe within him. If we could eat him, it would greatly benefit our cultivation. What do you think? Shall we do it?" The river of underworld's eyes lit up at these words. Just a moment ago, he was worried about not having opportunities. Wasn't this a gift from the heavens? Without hesitation, the river of underworld and Kuanping exchanged glances, their minds racing with plans. After locating the place where Honyun was, the two set off immediately. Kuanping carried the river of underworld on his back. In terms of speed, Kuanping was leagues ahead. But in terms of brutality, the river of underworld was much more ruthless than Kuanping. This combination was perfectly complementary. Not long after, in the south at the Fire Cloud Palace, an old man in a big red robe stood on a cloud, half suspended in midair. He was chatting passionately with another Taoist, discussing the great principles of life. This person was Hongyun, a well-known good man in Hongwang. Opposite him sat Jin Yuanzi, who was known as the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Jin Yuanzi was dressed in a black robe surrounded by swirling immortal energy radiating brilliance. His territory was at the junction of the east and west. He had previously controlled part of the western meridian with the Earth Book. Unfortunately, that dog Luo Ho destroyed the west, leaving not only the living beings dead, but also the meridian severed into pieces. Jin Yuanzi also suffered as a result, and his cultivation was affected. At this moment, he was passionately discussing the Tao with his old friend. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from outside. Old ancestor Hongyun, the younger generation North Underworld Kuanping, has come to pay his respects. Old ancestor Hongyun, the younger generation Blood Sea River of Underworld, has come to visit. Their conversation was interrupted by the two as they spoke. Hongyun felt a bit uncomfortable, but didn't take it too seriously. He was just soft-hearted. Hongyun smiled and said, "Dear brother, please wait a moment. I will go greet them. I've heard of Kuanping. Like me, he loves to be carefree. I'm sure there's much to gain from chatting with him. The one behind I don't know, but he doesn't look weak. I'll be right back." After saying this, Hongyun turned and left the great hall. Jin Yuanzi closed his eyes and continued pondering the insights from their discussion. As Hongyun reached the door, he waved his hand, and golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, looking beautiful and lively. "It's my fortune for both of you to come here. Please come in." Hongyun smiled broadly, revealing his cultivation at the mid-stage of the Luo Golden Immortal. Only at the same level can there be meaningful conversation. If the realms differ too much, discussing the Tao would be nonsense. Kuanping and the River of Underworld exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. A glimmer of imperceptible killing intent flashed in their eyes. They approached Han Yun step by step. Han Yun cheerfully welcomed them. In that instant, two killing intents exploded. The river of underworld raised his hand and struck out with a sword. Blood light erupted, for crimson blades whistled out. The power of the laws surged, and the killing aura soared to the heavens. The Kunpeng's form swayed at speed so great that it seemed to tear through the void, faintly touching the boundaries of time, as a cold gleam erupted from its palm, icy to the extreme, charging straight at Han Yun. Han Yun's expression changed drastically, and a cloud of auspicious light rose beneath his feet, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Radiance burst forth as he shot back, countless sharp blades of light forcefully blocking the two's ambush. Han Yun roared in fury, "Have you both gone mad? Are you willing to throw away your faces for a sneak attack? What's wrong with sneaking up on you, Han Yun? Stop pretending to be a good person. I cannot stand your demeanor." Kunpeng smirked with derision, intensifying his assault. With a single hand, he grasped the air, and a gust of biming winds coalesced out of thin air, crashing down fiercely. The gust howled, dimming the radiance surrounding Han Yun, with Kunpeng's aura infusing it, chilling to the bone. Even the nearby Mingi felt a shiver run down his spine. Han Yun gritted his teeth, too lazy to waste words, and turned to flee. These two shameless pests were truly insufferable. Though Han Yun was easy to talk to, he was no fool, and instantly understood. These two were intent on devouring him to enhance their own power. What a group of shameless old fools. Han Yun cursed inwardly as a figure suddenly flashed before him. "I'm here to help you." Bang. Boom. The ground shook violently as a terrifying force from the earth erupted from Xinyuan's palm, a small black hole appearing out of nowhere, with light waves rapidly expanding. "Go." Xinyuan's expression was frosty as the black hole instantaneously expanded 1,000-fold, yet it did not affect Han Yun Palace, instead pressing directly towards Mingi and Kunpeng as if to grind the two into dust. Mingi and Kunpeng's expressions changed in an instant. This oppressive force, late-staged a Luo Jingxian. Damn, they've hit a wall. Mingi gritted his teeth and swung the Abigian, unleashing a killing sword, energy untainted by karma, yet it twisted and shattered before the black hole. "The sleeve universe I cultivate is just right to test you two today. Die for me." Boom. The black hole suddenly expanded, its terrifying gravitational pull gripping tightly onto the bodies of the two, violently dragging them inward. Kunpeng's speed, however, was a notch faster than the gravity, and he broke free forcefully. Ming's eyes brightened as he reached out, hoping to grasp this lifeline. But Kunpeng turned back, sneering. "Farewell." Ming's expression froze instantly, watching helplessly as Kunpeng exerted all his strength to tear apart the gravitational bondage, escaping in a flash and leaving him stranded in place. In the next moment, Ming's heart was bombarded with tons of shock. Deep in the depths of the Netherblood Sea, Yunjing sensed the disturbance the moment Mingi stepped in. He felt a slight headache. How long has it been since they separated, and this old brother is already in trouble again? He could sense two unfamiliar auras trailing closely behind Mingi. "Stop right there. Don't pursue anymore." Mingi shouted heart-wrenchingly, desperately rushing towards his own lair. Would Han Yun and Xinyuanzi let him go? This chase lasted over 100 years, relentlessly following him to the edge of the Netherblood Sea. A simple formation stood before them, and they suddenly realized this place was surprisingly familiar. Back to that low-profile, enigmatic figure from years ago. "Let's go in and see. I want to see what capabilities he possesses." "Thank you, friend. I can't let this Mingi get away, or I won't swallow this breath of anger." As Mingi charged into the heart of the blood sea, Yunjing was meditating. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Ming's disheveled appearance covered in blood and filth, his aura chaotic as if he had been chased and beaten for hundreds of years. "What have you done this time?" Yunjing frowned. Mingi gritted his teeth and replied, "I encountered Kunpeng. He plotted against me." Yunjing. He knew it. This wilderness is filled with traps, everywhere treacherous. Mingi, the honest man, used to be cautious, but now he was only focused on cultivation, having lost all sense. How could he compete against a cunning old fox like Kunpeng? "You wait, those two are chasing after us." Yunjing stood up and waved his hand. Above the blood sea, two figures tore through space and charged straight in. As Han Yun and Xinyuanzi landed, they were taken aback. Before them stood the mysterious figure who had vanished after setting up the formation years ago. "You chased my brother all the way to his doorstep." Yunjing spoke in a flat tone. Han Yun frowned. "He stole my things. This matter cannot be left unresolved." "Friend, step aside. This is a matter between me and him," Xinyuanzi added. Yunjing laughed. "What if I say I won't let you?" Yunjing stood up, placing the half-finished Yuan 2 into his bosom. Holding the innate 5 elements flag in one hand, and stepping on the Annihilation Black Lotus with his feet, he charged directly forward. He truly wanted to see for himself who this blind fool was. The two chased after him, forming several hand seals, unleashing a barrage of attacks towards Mingi, fiercely pounding down. Determined to kill Mingi on the spot, Mingi swung the Abigian, desperately deflecting these attacks. Mingi roared, after chasing me for so long, aren't you tired? And that dead Coinping, if he couldn't win, he shouldn't have left me behind to run. Mingi clenched his teeth, charging forward madly, already regretting his earlier actions against Hanyun. The two behind him, however, continually sneered, their killing intent completely surfacing. Mingi, listen well. Even if you escape to the far corners of the wilderness, I will not let you live. Today no one shall stop. Ugh. Zenyuanzi hadn't finished speaking. In the next moment, the sky suddenly wove terrifying 5 elements divine pillars out of thin air. That power was extraordinarily strong, completely beyond reason. The pillars smashed down, instantly forcing the two back several steps. If it were a single rule attacking, it would be impossible to force them back. But this attack before them was a complete amalgamation of the 5 elements rules, dozens of times stronger than a single rule, menacing in its ferocity. Who is it? The two, having suffered a setback, looked up to see a young man in a black robe, expressionless, standing in midair, coldly gazing down at them. Why are you bullying my brother? As soon as the words left his mouth, he waved the fan in his hand, once more summoning a whirlwind of 5 elements that directly blew the two away. A sense of humiliation surged up in the hearts of the two. Bullying your brother. Clearly it was your brother who bullied us, Hanyun. Just as Hanyun was about to speak, several incredible attacks poured down like a torrential rain. It was not just the 5 elements rules. There were also space rules, thunder rules, and poison rules. Everything one could wish for was present. The crowd was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did he get so many rule attacks? Can't he use them all up? Mingi stood aside, resembling a child caught doing something wrong. Isn't that just a little bit of rules? With such usage, aren't you afraid of it dissipating? Mingi felt a chill in his heart. Yet Lu Yunjing simply smiled. He wasn't worried about running out of these things at all. Merging the rules into his own world was like depositing money in a bank. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they would never disappear. Moreover, the rules would naturally generate new rules. His power would become increasingly full until finally a complete rule path was formed. This was his true confidence. The crowd was astonished, cursing out loud and desperately retreating. Yet the barrage of attacks continued to rain down, impossible to evade. Not long after, the two truly couldn't hold on any longer. If they continued to withstand this, their cultivation would drop. They hurriedly shouted for a ceasefire. Stop! Stop! Friend! We won't fight anymore. We really won't. Just stop. We beg you. The two shouted hoarsely. Mingi watched this scene, unable to help but smirk. This is great. Not only is he embarrassed, but those two, in order to survive, can only bow their heads. Turning to look at his brother, Mingi couldn't help but feel amazed. This guy is truly fierce. Always staying low-key, but when he strikes, he can crush others completely. Isn't it too outrageous? Shouldn't I also learn to be low-key and survive? Mingi was pondering. On the other side, Lu Yunjing truly stopped his attacks. No matter what, Lu Yunjing had one rule. Since they were here, they should first subdue the other party. Thus Lu Yunjing fixed his gaze on the two and asked, on what basis do you bully my brother? He's so honest. Zenyuanzi and Hongyun. Mingi. Bullying. Honest. Are you kidding me? Zenyuanzi's mind was flooded with 1,000 curses. Hongyun, holding back for a long time, finally exploded. Who is bullying whom? Get it straight. Clearly it was you who came to beat me alongside that Coinping. I was just chatting with my friends in my palace, and for no reason you came to beat me up. Now you even want to turn it back on me. I will never swallow this anger. Hearing this, Lu Yunjing was taken aback. Lu Yunjing turned to look at Mingi, his gaze not quite right. Mingi scratched his head and laughed, clearly having something up his sleeve. Lu Yunjing sighed. He had roughly understood what was going on. However, who are you two? Zenyuanzi and Hongyun. After fighting for so long, you don't even know who we are. The two nearly spat out blood. They had never felt so humiliated in their lives. Beaten up for no reason, went to fight back only to be beaten up again, and in the end, their opponent didn't even know their names. Damn it, how can it be so humiliating? The two really wanted to spit out blood. Mingi shrank in the corner, not daring to even breathe. When the two gentlemen introduced themselves, Lu Yunjing clearly froze for a moment, then immediately inquired about the entire matter. After hearing the whole story, Lu Yunjing instead chuckled and bowed apologetically. Misunderstanding. It turns out my older brother was too abrupt with you two. Truly sorry. He smiled cheerfully, bowing low, his attitude extremely humble. The two, seeing him like this, found it hard to spit out the harsh words that were on the tip of their tongues. What else could they do? Could they insist on holding a grudge and take another beating? The two exchanged glances, only able to swallow their grievances, and they clasped their hands to leave. Lu Yunjing suddenly called out to them. Since it was a misunderstanding caused by my elder brother, then the disruption during your discussion can be considered our fault. Why not stay and let us sit together to discuss the Tao as an apology? What do you think? The two who were preparing to leave were momentarily stunned. What? They just finished fighting, and now they want to stay and discuss the Tao. The two were utterly baffled, yet they felt a sense of respect rising within them. Lu Yunjing's magnanimity was something they admitted they couldn't match. If it were them, not killing you would be a great mercy. Discuss the Tao. In their dreams, Mingyi was also left speechless. What on earth was this brother up to? He actually kept them here. Could it be really to cover his own mistakes? Mingyi felt somewhat uneasy but still sat down with Lu Yunjing. And then, they really began to discuss the Tao. Mingyi could only think of one word: ridiculous. As the discussion commenced, everyone shared their own understanding of the Tao. Hongyun spoke of his path, the path of red cloud rooted in goodness as the foundation, and as he spoke, auspicious energy filled the space. Zhen Yuanzi spoke of the path of heaven and earth absorbing the cosmos into his being, shaking mountains and seas within his sleeves, seated as the progenitor of countless immortals, standing as the one and only in the universe. Mingyi spoke of the path of the blood sea, using blood as a guide, all things beginning with blood, which is the true essence leading to the grand Tao. As each person spoke, 1,000 years passed. Everyone felt a sense of enlightenment. Immediately after, their gazes turned to Lu Yunjing in unison. They wanted to see what profound Tao he would share. Something that could grant him such strength must be extraordinary. Hongyun speculated that it was likely the path of the 5 elements. Zhen Yuanzi pondered that it should be the path of the Black Lotus. However, Mingyi believed it might be the path of world creation. After all, he knew that his brother's strongest skill was precisely this. As for all those magical treasures, they were merely an enhancement. But why did his younger brother suddenly have an additional banner? This person was becoming increasingly difficult to see through. Mingyi silently sighed. At this moment, Lu Yunjing opened his eyes. The Tao I speak of today is called the Tao of Survival. Tao of Survival. Mingyi, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongyun were both left with puzzled expressions. What kind of bizarre Tao is this? The two were completely stunned. Only Mingyi covered his face in embarrassment. This was truly outrageous. He had long anticipated how absurd the following scene would be, feeling a wave of helplessness inside. Then Lu Yunjing spoke. The Tao of Survival is to remain steady amidst the turbulence of heaven and earth, to exist even as the universe collapses. In this world, only the Tao of Survival endures eternally, its momentum vast, its form everlasting. This is the true foundation of all things, akin to spring concealed in winter, waiting for an unchallenged opportunity to seize the world. Then, to the shock of the three, Lu Yunjing truly lectured on the Tao for an entire 1,000 years. During this millennium, they felt as if they had returned to a state of confusion and understanding before their transformation. According to Lu Yunjing, this was called dozing off. There was no helping it. Lu Yunjing's teachings were simply too ridiculous. Ridiculous enough that they genuinely wanted to fall asleep. After listening, everyone fell silent. They all had a single thought: that was well spoken, but please don't do it again next time. This was their true attitude. It was not meant to be insulting. It was simply delivered so well that they no longer wished to hear it a second time. The millennium-long lecture finally came to an end. Lu Yunjing finally tossed out a single sentence that brought an end to the torturous moment for the three, as if they had sat in prison for 1,000 years. This is my spacious Tao. The future is to be expected. As soon as the words fell, the two immediately forced smiles, quickly cupped their fists in a bow, and turned to leave without looking back. Oh my, they really took a big loss this time. Who would have thought that Lu Yunjing was such a cunning one? Mingyi stood by the blood sea, watching the two retreating figures, feeling the taut string in his heart finally relax. With Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun leaving, he felt completely at ease. Lu Yunjing, however, wore a nonchalant expression, lightly shaking his head. This approach is too intense, ordinary people cannot withstand it. Still, my elder brother is impressive, managing to hold on until the end. Mingyi, his mouth twitched. Did he not want to leave? This broken place was his stronghold. Why would he leave? Once the others were completely out of sight, Mingyi let out a long breath. He immediately made a decision: not to go out. To immerse himself in cultivation. To retreat and devote himself working on his skills for 80,000 years, and then to find that Kunpeng for a reckoning. Lu Yunjing said little, smiled, and continued to fiddle with his Yuan Tu sword. Today he had gained insights from two great masters, and the refining would certainly go much smoother. Indeed, the taste of benefiting without cost was quite pleasant. Thus the two of them each immersed themselves in their cultivation. Over 100 yuan meetings swiftly passed. Mingyi broke through 2 major realms in one go, directly reaching the pinnacle of Deluo, with his flower blooming at 33 petals, just 3 petals shy of perfection. However, he tried again and again, but simply could not gather the remaining 3 petals. It was akin to biting into a bun and choking on the last bite. It was quite vexing. Lu Yunjing on his side was not idle either. After 100 Yuan meetings, he stuffed a pile of laws into his Yuan 2 sword. The laws of the 5 elements were neatly arranged. Although the space and time were incomplete, he forcefully stuffed them in as accessories. The primary core was still the laws of blood. He blended the 3 elements of murderous aura, karmic power, and blood energy, refining them into the Yuan Tusk properties of being free from karmic ties and unaffected by karmic power. The laws of the 5 elements served as support, refining the energy of the 5 elements, allowing the Yuan 2 to disrupt space, making the sword embryo increasingly perfect. Although the laws of time and space were a bit incomplete at the moment of striking out, they could make the sword technique ridiculously fast, and the angles of attack were also quite tricky. Thus, for 150 Yuan meetings, he buried himself in hard work. Finally, the sword was completed. In that moment, the long sword was unsheathed. The laws of blood surged violently, flooding the area with an eerie aura. The laws of the 5 elements transformed into spiritual light, scattering across the entire blood sea of the nether. The radiance shot straight into the primal land, with many believing a mighty being had broken through a realm. At last the space around Lu Yunjing trembled violently. They heard the sword emit a buzz sound, and it forcefully tore open a rift in this space. The vast sound of the tides of time and space poured into his ears, and he quickly closed the rift. At the moment he grasped this sword, his aura suddenly changed. Unlike the previous sword that could only cut, the current Yuan 2 possessed a divine quality and an additional layer of aura. The sword's edge pointed to slay the primordial spirit, to purify karmic power. This strike was solid. This, Mingyi, holding the sword in his hand, was completely stunned. He looked down at his own sword, then over to Lu Yunjing's sword. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. His mid-grade innate treasure was simply not worth showing off. Looking again at his younger brother's Yuan 2 sword, TSK. Just the aura alone outclassed him by 8 streets. When it came to the level of magical treasures, they were divided into innate and acquired. Among the innate, there were supreme treasures and spiritual treasures, and the same went for the acquired. Further subdivided, there were top-tier, excellent, superior, medium, and inferior. Medium grade could only be considered ordinary. Top tier was the strongest grade. The Yuan 2 sword that Lu Yunjing forged was indeed in existence beneath the top tier and above the excellent tier. In his hands he now possessed 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures along with 1 excellent innate supreme treasure. What more was there to say? Lu Yunjing smirked, casually waving the Yuan 2 sword. The entire space trembled. Ming's eyes nearly bulged out. This power was simply outrageous. He could hardly believe his eyes. Yet Lu Yunjing's face wore only a faint smile. The two continued their secluded cultivation, until one day the entire primal land suddenly shook violently. A ray of radiant light broke through the sky and endless laws descended, enveloping the entire world. Everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. No one could withstand that kind of oppression. It forced all beings in the primal realms to kneel down. Even the blood sea of the nether was not spared. But Lu Yunjing and Mingyi were not the kind to easily concede defeat. The Black Lotus, the 5 Elements Great Banner, the Yuan 2 Abijna sword. Several magical treasures unleashed their powers simultaneously, firmly withstanding this wave. The two were puzzled about who had caused such a commotion. Over there a deep voice resounded. I am the first being of the primal world, Hongjun Taoist. Now I have become a saint blessing heaven and earth. After 1,000 years you may come to the Chaos Purple Cloud's palace to listen to my teachings. But remember, the law should not be passed to the 6 ears. As soon as the words fell, a dark figure of the Taoist appeared from the radiant light, slowly ascending and gradually vanishing. The laws that spread across heaven and earth also dissipated. Countless mighty beings looked up at the departing expert, all sharing the same question in their hearts. Saint. What kind of realm was that? They had no idea what a saint was. Many struggled to cultivate, finally breaking through to an unfamiliar realm, only to be inexplicably stuck and unable to move. It seemed that they accidentally stumbled upon that unknown realm. To say they stumbled upon it felt ambiguous. That realm subtly lingered just below the saint realm, vaguely felt in their minds. If it had to be named, it could probably be called the pre-saint. It was a small step taken after a Deluo Jinxian reached perfection, moving half a step further outside. But don't be fooled by it being just half a step. Compared to Deluo, the gap was insurmountable. Back at the blood sea of the nether, Mingyi exchanged glances with Lu Yunjing. In Ming's eyes there was an unmistakable spark of excitement. Little brother, 1,000 years from now, let's go together to hear the teachings. Recently I feel like I've touched upon the threshold of a certain realm. What realm I can't say for sure, but that feeling is quite powerful. If we go over there to listen, we will definitely understand what it's all about. After he said this, Lu Yunjing's expression became solemn, and he did not respond. He suddenly waved the 5 elements banner in his hand, and 5 small flags of different colors flew out, each pinning down one of the 5 directions of the Blood Sea. There are a total of 6 formations with each of the 5 small flags occupying one. These 5 formations converge at the position where Yunjing is sitting, forming a main formation. With this, the entire underworld Blood Sea was completely sealed off. The river of the underworld was instantly displeased. "Little brother, what are you doing? If you don't want to go, you can't just leave me trapped here." He felt very frustrated and thought this was unfair. However, Yunjing shook his head. "Big brother, your current strength still needs some improvement. If you really go, you might suffer losses." This time he didn't receive any divine-level reminders in his mind. Yunjing genuinely considered the well-being of the river of the underworld. The river of the underworld had already suffered significant injuries by dividing its origin twice, and who knew what kind of trouble they would encounter in that place. As for himself, he wouldn't go out not for any other reason, but simply because he didn't want to leave. He didn't want to meet Hongjun either. After Hongjun finished explaining his Tao for the 3rd time, he was going to merge with the Tao. After the merging was complete, it might be their turn to come out and perform, and then they could slowly figure things out. The river of the underworld was extremely angry, but he didn't lose his temper in front of his older brother. He sat down angrily and continued to cultivate. Even if the future was shrouded in a thick fog obscuring everything, he still relentlessly practiced. "Humph. Not only did you not want to go out, but you also went ahead and sealed the Blood Sea for me. I, the river of the underworld, have never feared anything since I was born in the primordial world. How could someone like me be content to wallow in a mud pit? How could I be a coward afraid of fighting?" The river of the underworld closed his eyes and continued to cultivate fiercely just to vent this frustration. He had to show Yunjing. The river of the underworld had true abilities. 100 years passed. In the primordial land a century ago, after Hongjun finished a sentence, the entire primordial world erupted. Everyone was desperately cultivating, each thinking about breaking into the chaotic void, hoping to gain some tremendous fortune. But they had no idea that place was not meant for humans. Even the slightest creature that appeared could obliterate these weaklings without a trace. On this vast land, a golden immortal was wandering aimlessly. This creature had a sharp face and monkey-like features with 6 ears on his head and an expression full of despair. He muttered the same phrase over and over. "The law cannot be passed to 6 ears. The law cannot be passed to 6 ears. 6 ears. 6 ears." He didn't know how long he had been chanting, but the frustration in his heart finally exploded. He simply slapped the ground beneath him, shattering hundreds of miles of earth, and hovered in midair. Below him was a terrifying forest. Countless birds were startled and flew away, disappearing without a trace. He continued to drift like a wandering soul in the air. Who was he? He was the 6-eared macaque whose entire path was blocked by a single word from Hongjun. He was well aware of his extraordinary origins, and could discern both the tangible and intangible matters of the heavens and earth with clarity. But no matter how good a horse is, it cannot meet a worthy rider. Because of that old Taoist's words, his entire life was completely doomed. What kind of nonsense is this? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He simply tore through the space and dove into the underworld's yellow springs. Within the yellow springs, the waters churned violently, and countless souls floated around, making one shiver. The 6-eared macaque shook his head, his face filled with anger. "Since you want to teach me, you'll go find my own fortune." "My fortune?" He calculated with his fingers and suddenly locked onto a direction. "It must be here." Then he walked with large strides towards a certain place. He had heard that there was a forbidden area in the underworld's yellow springs called the Underworld Blood Sea. It was said that there were tremendous fortunes hidden inside, and it might just be his opportunity. He immediately sprinted towards that direction, desperately tearing through space to accelerate. Hundreds of years passed. The strength of the ancestor of the river of the underworld increased a bit more. He abruptly opened his eyes and calculated the time. It was about time to take action. He held the abyss sword in his hand and was about to set off. Yunjing also opened his eyes instantly. "Brother, are you really going?" "I must go." The river of the underworld's tone was as hard as stone, and he swung his sword directly towards a certain formation. In the next moment, the formation beneath that flag shattered. "Do you see? With this sword strike, the grand formation you painstakingly set up is nothing but paper." The river of the underworld said calmly, "Brother, I may not be as powerful as you, but I can certainly protect myself." Yunjing sighed. "There probably aren't many people in this world who can match you. As I move through the primordial world, nothing will go wrong." The river of the underworld said with calmness. Yunjing thought about it as well. Since he couldn't stop him, he would let him go. Just right, he also wanted to settle some causes and effects, so he would take this opportunity. He took out his black lotus and the Yuan slaughter sword, and handed them directly to the river of the underworld. The river of the underworld was bewildered. "What are you doing?" Lu Yunjing smiled and explained, "Brother, since you must go, you need to be well prepared. You wouldn't look down on my few treasures, would you?" "Look down on them." The river of the underworld's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly laughing out loud. He hurriedly replied, "Little brother, don't joke with me. None of my possessions can compare to yours. At most, they can only match one of yours in strength. How could I dare to despise them?" Lu Yunjing nodded. "As long as you don't despise them, that's good. Additionally, brother, if you go to the Zixiao Palace, there are a few things I must clarify, and you must remember them well." The river of the underworld was taken aback, feeling that things were not simple, and quickly perked up to listen. "The first thing is to be careful on your way to the Chaos Zixiao Palace. Once my Black Lotus opens, it can withstand various terrifying attacks, and it has many defensive measures. The second thing is when you arrive there, you must wait right outside the Zixiao Palace. Only there can you hear the most essential content of the laws. The third thing is that there are 6 outside the Zixiao Palace. Those 6 are particularly important for you. You must strive to seize one. No one can take it, no matter who it is." Once these words were spoken, the river of the underworld was completely stunned. Lu Yunjing finished speaking and closed his mouth, no longer saying more. These words could not be heard by anyone around. He wanted to make up for the mistakes he made when he transformed in the past by handing the opportunity to become a saint to the river of the underworld. Could the river of the underworld, carrying these treasures, seize one of those thrones? Or was it already destined by heaven, unattainable for anyone? Lu Yunjing did not believe that. Only things that were not yet determined could be considered true destiny. Until things happen, one should not accept fate. They still had a chance to turn the tables. This was his compensation to the river of the underworld. No matter how bound by the Tao of heaven, so what? After all, that is a saint. As long as the Tao of heaven does not perish, the saint does not die. That is the unbreakable truth. The river of the underworld stared blankly at Lu Yunjing's exceptionally serious face. After hundreds of epochs, he had never seen his brother show such an expression. At this moment, regardless of where Lu Yunjing obtained that information or what identity this guy was hiding behind the river of the underworld, was left with nothing but genuine gratitude. Lu Yunjing did not say any more nonsense and finally left a sentence. "Brother, remember, the most important thing is that last part. Desperately seize that thing. In the future, no matter who comes, you must not hand it over. That thing is the root of your life." Once the words fell, the river of the underworld nodded, half understanding, and did not ask further. He stepped on a treasure-laden body and turned to leave, heading towards the chaos. Once the river of the underworld had gone far, Lu Yunjing waved his hand, and the great banner unfurled again, reshaping everything and reinforcing it once more. During this period, his microcosmic world was advancing more smoothly, having already expanded to 5 million small worlds. However, it was still a long way from the 800 million mark. Not to mention the realms above the small worlds, which were even more unimaginable in difficulty. However, this obstacle was something Lu Yunjing didn't take seriously at all. He had sealed the Blood Sea and was preparing to close himself off for cultivation. Suddenly, a small thing slipped in. Lu Yunjing smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky as if noticing something and muttered softly, "Could it be?" When Pangu transformed, the polluted blood and the spine fell simultaneously right. The 6-eared macaque crashed into the underworld Blood Sea. The giant waves of the Blood Sea surged, making him shiver from the bone. This place truly lives up to the legends of being a forbidden area. It is terrifying like this. Are there really treasures or opportunities inside? The 6-eared macaque couldn't fathom it. His current realm couldn't perceive those levels of things. However, he had already decided to risk it. Either die here or strike it rich and find treasures to turn things around. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated, activating his innate ability to discern all things, desperately rushing towards the center of the Blood Sea. Because he vaguely sensed that a special opportunity was guiding him. That direction could very well be his chance for a turnaround. After spending a full decade, he crossed the boundless territories. The 6-eared macaque finally reached the deepest part of the underworld Blood Sea. However, the scene before him stunned him completely. In the distant high sky, there sat a young Taoist. That Taoist was in the midst of cultivating. The 6-eared macaque witnessed a scene of cultivation that utterly shattered his understanding. Around Lu Yunjing, countless tiny worlds extended only to collapse and be destroyed with a single thought. The laws intertwined into a web controlling the life and death of those worlds. The Blood Sea beneath his feet was rolling, occasionally erupting into towering waves due to the overflow of laws, and any single wave crashing towards him could swallow him whole. What kind of cultivation is this? The 6-eared macaque was utterly dumbfounded. He had lived long enough, but he had never seen such absurd power. While Lu Yunjing was immersed in his cultivation, he suddenly sensed someone nearby. The other party was simply too weak to the point that he had not noticed them before. At that level, a mere breath could turn them to dust. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the six-eared macaque not far away. The macaque, startled by his awakening, took 2 steps back and knelt in midair with a loud thud, its head hitting the ground resoundingly. Yunjing was momentarily stunned, raising his hand to calculate. It turned out that it was the sword from the River of Darkness that had broken the seal on the banner, allowing this little creature to slip in. He smiled wryly, though his face bore little warmth, and coldly said, "You monkey, do you know what the punishment is for trespassing into someone else's dojo?" Little monkey knows. But I truly had no other choice. Hundreds of years ago, when Hongjun Daoist declared the law does not pass to the 6 ears, everyone avoided me, as if I were a plague. I was left with no options, and ran here. I didn't expect to bump into a great master cultivating. I truly deserve to die. Yunjing chuckled upon hearing this. This little monkey seemed to understand the rules, and spoke with courtesy. Moreover, it was a 6-eared macaque, one of the 4 major races derived from the chaos demon monkey, inherently gifted. In later generations, Sun Wukong was a spiritual stone monkey from the lineage of the stone monkey of chaos with considerable strength. Observing the monkey before him, he pondered and spoke. "Since we have encountered each other, it must be fate. Little monkey, would you like to stay by my side as a disciple?" Although Yunjing did not explicitly say he would accept the disciple, the implication was clear to all. The 6-eared macaque's heart raced. In that moment, he suddenly understood. This was his opportunity. Unable to contain his overwhelming joy, he bowed his head heavily and said, "Little servant is willing. Get up." Yunjing smiled casually, setting a restriction that merged into the 6-eared macaque's body. "Remember, there are some rules I must clarify with you. Make sure to sit and cultivate. If you go to the wilderness in the future, do not let anything slip." The 6-eared macaque quickly bowed in gratitude. Yunjing nodded slightly and practiced alongside the 6-eared macaque, occasionally offering guidance. Time passed, and another 100 years went by. In the depths of chaos, Zhen Yuanzi Hongyun and the River of Darkness stood there, their breath steady. River of Darkness had just emerged from his lair, and the first thing he did was call them to go to the Purple Cloud Palace together. The old grievances from before were no longer mentioned. After thousands of years of listening to the Tao, the bonds had long been formed. Zhen Yuanzi wondered, why hasn't Daoist Lu come? Hongyun also asked, right where is Daoist Lu? River of Darkness shrugged. Do you remember his hiding Tao? My brother is still practicing there. His words carried a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, both of them understood. They no longer spoke and flew directly towards the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace. They had already calculated the location of the Purple Cloud Palace. They just needed to follow the calculated direction and continue forward. On the way, 100 barriers blocked their path. Alongside them were various mighty beings, scattered cultivators and demon cultivators. Those with strong abilities survived one after another and continued on their journey. Those lacking in strength all perished. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the Purple Cloud Palace, Kunpeng arrived first, glancing around. He looked up and saw those 6 seats, instantly grinning from ear to ear. These 6 seats were clearly prepared for those who arrived earliest. 4 of them had already been occupied. Among the remaining 2, one was surely his. Heaven itself is aiding me. This time it is undeniably my opportunity. Just as his voice fell, Kunpeng lunged towards one of the seats. He was about to sit down when suddenly a sword light slashed towards him, carrying a terrifying aura of killing intent. Kunpeng was sent flying. Fuming with anger, he was about to curse when a cold voice rang out. Kunpeng, it has been a while since we last met. River of Darkness. Kunpeng stared wide-eyed at River of Darkness. As he looked, he was left dumbfounded. What did he see? Standing behind River of Darkness was his sworn enemy from back then. Kunpeng's pupils constricted sharply, his voice trembling. You? How could you? River of Darkness and the other 2 wore cold smiles, their eyes filled with disdain. This is a place for imparting the Tao. Oh, I will not make a move on you here. But if you step out that door, even if you turn to ashes, you cannot escape. Kunpeng snorted coldly at this, a fire igniting in his chest, burning fiercely. Yet in the end, he gritted his teeth and relinquished his position. He couldn't contend against the 3 of them together. Although he had just touched the threshold of the late stage of Deluo, only a step away from that obscure realm, he was still lacking. The 3 of them didn't even glance at him again. River of Darkness swept his gaze around, landing on the several seats. They were exactly as his sage brother had described. There were 6 in total. His sage brother had mentioned that these 6 seats were of great importance. However, the first 4 had already been taken. They were the 3 pure ones, along with a woman from the demon race. River of Darkness paid them no mind, turning to the other 2 and directly speaking. The 2 seats at the front are closest to the place of imparting the Tao. I want one, and you can choose from the remaining 2. As soon as he finished speaking, River of Darkness flashed and quickly occupied one. Zhen Yuanzi turned to Hongyun and said, you go ahead, I'll sit a bit further back, it's all the same anyway. Hong Yun clasped his hands and quickly stepped forward to choose a seat. The dust settled. The 6 seats returned to their respective owners. It seemed that the 6 sacred thrones had also been firmly established. Kunpeng glared at their actions from a distance, seething with anger. His teeth ground together, but there was nothing he could do. No matter how strong his fists were, they could not match the sheer numbers of his opponents. Before long, others began to arrive one after another. They were all powerful beings who had passed through the 100 barriers of the Purple Cloud Palace. The lowest among them were at the Deluo level. As for those sitting on the thrones, not one was below the Quasi-Saint level. Even the demon races Donghuang and Dijuan, though slightly weaker, did not attempt to fight for a seat. Though they could transform quickly, their realms were still stuck in the midstage of Deluo. The 12 ancestors of Wu were even more so. They were among the last batch to arrive. Countless years had passed, and their cultivation had barely moved. Each remained at the midstage of Deluo. Yet even so, no one dared to underestimate them. As a group of people were discussing fervently, suddenly, the heavy doors of the Purple Cloud Palace creaked. 2 children, a boy and a girl, bounced out from inside. They were none other than the still-growing Hao Yin and Yao Shi. All the mighty beings present could not help but gaze into the depths of the palace. Yet as far as their eyes could see, it was pitch black and nothing could be discerned. The darkness seemed to have taken root unfathomably deep. Even a Quasi-Saint level like River of Darkness could not see through it. At that moment, outside the Purple Cloud Palace, Hao Yin and Yao Shi shook the bells and gongs in their hands, their voices echoing through the heavens. Ancestor, come. This shout resonated throughout the void. Within the Purple Cloud Palace there were 3,000 illusions, but no one could clearly state their true number. At this time, everyone turned their gaze towards the palace doors. A figure with an air of celestial elegance slowly walked out from the palace. With every step, the Tao patterns beneath his feet surged like waves. This person was the very first being since the opening of the heavens. Hongjun. Everyone present was compelled by this overwhelming pressure to kneel. Even the proud 12 ancestors of Wu and the 3 pure ones had to lower their heads before the saint. River of Darkness gritted his teeth and knelt, but did not bow his head. Protected by several treasures, he at least retained some freedom. Oh. Hongjun glanced around and noticed something was amiss with the sacred thrones. Something isn't right. He muttered, his gaze landing on River of Darkness in the last seat. That position. Wasn't it supposed to belong to Kunpeng? He calculated with his fingers and was stunned. Over at the River of Darkness, there were actually 2, and one had not arrived. Could it be a variable? No, it couldn't be. From the moment River of Darkness sat on the sacred throne, the variable had already existed. After calculating repeatedly, the biggest variable was indeed these 2 brothers of River of Darkness. Thinking of this, he shifted his gaze towards the Netherblood Sea, quickly locking onto Lu Yunjing's position. He proactively reached out, wanting to inquire for clarity. What's going on? Lu Yunjing, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately after, a phrase popped into his mind. I am Hongjun Taoist. Boom. It felt as if a thunderclap exploded in his mind. What the hell? Hongjun, why has he come looking for me? Don't panic. Today I will impart the Tao, but you can come over. Your brother is already waiting for you. Lu Yunjing gasped in cold air, his body trembling for a moment, but he quickly steadied his mind. Just then a system notification rang out. Choice detected, God level selection activated. Option 1, go to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to Hongjun impart the Tao. Reward a wisp of primordial purple chi. Option 2, move away directly and ignore Hongjun. Reward Chaos Spirit Treasure Chaos Pearl. In an instant, Lu Yunjing did not think twice and directly selected the second option. What a joke, running over at this time. Lu Yunjing was well aware that doing so would be walking into a trap. That old man Hongjun must have noticed something amiss and suddenly called him over. If he foolishly ran over, it wouldn't be attending a feast, but rather courting death. Even if nothing happened on the spot, he could easily find an excuse to kill him afterward. Who could he seek justice from? Moreover, he was already a saint. The methods of a saint were beyond his capability to counter. Therefore, the second path, the Chaos Pearl, was his only way to survive. Ding. Selection executed, reward granted. In an instant, a pearl landed in his palm. A voice immediately followed in his mind. Chaos Pearl, a treasure condensed at the dawn of creation, taking shape after the birth of chaos. It is one of the 3 treasures of chaos, containing 48 chaotic prohibitions that can shield against the probing of the heavenly Tao, undetectable even by saints. Inside the pearl is a small world capable of nurturing magical artifacts, potentially elevating them to top-grade innate treasures. Various evolving treasures can also be stored within. Upon seeing this introduction, Lu Yunjing grinned widely. This was exactly what he desired. The pearl lay in the palm of his hand, its form resembling undifferentiated chaos, its true color indiscernible. Overall, it resembled a blazing sun exuding an aura of law, as if the very rules themselves had manifested. The power contained within the pearl was extraordinary. Peering inside revealed a chaotic space. Yunjing turned to look at the six-eared macaque, who was cultivating nearby. He pointed with his hand, directly awakening the monkey from its secluded meditation. Master, what's the matter? No time for chatter, come with me. Yunjing's expression darkened. The six-eared macaque barely had time to ask more before he saw Yunjing wave his hand. The entire floating Taoist temple vanished in an instant. The six-eared macaque was completely caught off guard, feeling a blur before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already outside. Six-eared macaque. How could it be so fast? He was stunned by Yunjing's method, simultaneously feeling as if he were enveloped by a special force. When he turned his head, he was utterly dumbfounded. No. Buzhou Mountain. He was completely taken aback. Yunjing stood beside him, smiling. Though I don't know the exact reason, the center of the underworld blood sea lies beneath Buzhou Mountain. However, it's quite good to take root here. On the other side, Hongjun was preparing to contact Yunjing again when he suddenly froze. Where did this person go? Hongjun was thoroughly bewildered. He attempted to reach out again, but the previous aura had abruptly severed as if it had vanished into thin air. At that moment, Hongjun truly lost his composure. He muttered to himself, is this too cowardly? He shook his head. He had initially wanted to test the depths of the other party, yet the person had simply slipped away. The most crucial part was that he, a dignified saint, could not sense the other party's existence at all. Clearly this individual was no ordinary person. He sighed, since he couldn't seize this variable for now. Then, Hongjun glanced over the crowd below, calculated the time, and spoke slowly. Listen well, I am Hongjun Taoist. You can also call me Ancestor Hongjun. In this purple cloud palace, I will teach the Tao 3 times. After the 3rd time, I will merge with the heavenly Tao. From now on, the primordial world will be under my supervision, and you all must remember this. As soon as Hongjun finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. But Hongjun ignored them and continued, all right, the first lecture begins now. The topic of this lecture will be the realms of living beings and the origin of all things. Hongjun spoke at a steady pace, and in an instant golden lotuses surged from the ground. A swirl of mysterious and yellow energy rolled in, and the power of law permeated outside the purple cloud palace, creating a unique sensation. As everyone sank into this feeling, suddenly 2 figures burst in. We brothers have finally arrived. Mingi, with his eyes closed, was deeply immersed in comprehension, abruptly interrupted by the voice. He opened his eyes and glared displeasedly at the source of the sound. Many people also looked over, their expressions filled with disdain. We came from the scorched earth in the west, having heard that the east is rich in resources, and there are great figures lecturing here. We specifically came to witness. I am the Taoist of guidance. I am the Taoist of Zhuan-Ti. As these words came out, everyone's gazes turned colder. The barbarians from the west simply do not understand the rules. You dare to interrupt while a lecture is in progress. If it weren't for the Tao Ancestor being here, I would love to see how many moves you can withstand. Dongwang spoke up, his entire aura erupting, wielding the Dongwang bell, exuding overwhelming pressure. Emperor Jun was even fiercer, directly unfolding the river map and Luo book, which brimmed with murderous intent. Everyone present trembled. Even Mingi, seated above, couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance. This river map and Luo book were indeed remarkable. However, Mingi glanced at the 3 treasures on his body, smiling. In comparison, they were still lacking. He lowered his head again, continuing to ponder the obscure laws, uninterested in getting involved in the commotion. But no one expected. Those 2 were directly confronted, and instead of retreating, they plopped down on the ground and started howling. Tao Ancestor, you must take responsibility for us brothers. We in the West are impoverished to the bone, having struggled for over 1,000 years to reach beyond the chaos, yet upon arriving here, we found no place to set foot. That damned demon Ancestor destroyed the West, and despite our struggles to cultivate to this point, who knew we would end up in this wealthy East only to be bullied? It's so tragic, utterly tragic. They cried with snot and tears growing more fervent as they spoke. But the entire audience remained expressionless. Concealed in the shadows, Kunpeng's eyes turned, a thought arising in his mind, and he shouted towards Mingi. Hongya, the West is suffering so much and just wants a seat. Are you still sitting there? Have you 2 cultivated to the level of a dog? With that one sentence, Mingi and Hongyun simultaneously turned their heads. Kunpeng followed up. Hurry up and vacate your seats. This place should be for them to sit. As this was said, the powerful beings present were all stunned. Did Kunpeng take the wrong medicine today? Who didn't know that this fellow usually appeared carefree, yet was actually more petty than a needle tip? Today he unexpectedly showed such generosity. The brothers of guidance exchanged glances, grinning from ear to ear. They quickly cupped their hands towards Kunpeng. Thank you, Taoist. Thank you, Taoist. They were overjoyed. Although they arrived late, someone truly believed their nonsense. This is great. Giving up the frontmost position closest to the Tao Ancestor allows for the clearest hearing. This is truly a monumental opportunity. At that moment, the two figures seated above simultaneously opened their eyes. Ming's expression remained impassive, his mind replaying Lu Yunjing's words. This position must not be given up. However, Hong Yun, on the other hand, was beginning to feel restless. His heart was tumultuous and his face flushed with embarrassment. Cultivating the path of humanity, sitting there pretending not to see felt like a needle prick. This was the Tao heart pressuring him. Thus Hong Yun stood up, bowing to the brothers of guidance. Fellow Taoists, I understand your words. Since you in the West have suffered so greatly, and we in the East are so affluent, this seat rightfully belongs to you. If you wish to listen to the Tao Ancestor, you can come to my Huiyun Palace another day, or we can discuss the Tao together. Saying this, he directly vacated the frontmost position. The eyes of the brothers of guidance lit up. With a gust of wind underfoot, guidance took a step forward and settled into that seat securely. Everyone turned their gazes towards Mingi. Zhuan rubbed his hands together, calculating that someone on his side should also yield a seat now. But a whole cup of tea passed. Mingi still sat with his eyes closed, unmoving. The entire audience was dumb. At that moment, the nearest to the lectern from the three purities, Yuanshi, finally spoke up, his tone sharp. So many people are waiting for you, Mingi. Why don't you yield that position? With such a hard heart, do you even deserve to cultivate immortality? Mingi slowly opened his eyes and replied coldly, a seat earned through true skill, why should it be yielded? Listening to the Tao here is just right, whether to yield or not is my business. Even if I don't yield, that is my own choice. You can glare at me for 1,000,000 years, I will not relinquish this place as you wish. Yuanshi's face turned ashen. He was about to continue scolding. Mingi casually tossed out a remark. You are so eager to help, why not yield your own seat? This statement directly silenced Yuanshi. Furiously huffing, he turned away and fell silent. Seeing the best position slip away, Zhuan grew anxious and took action directly. Behind him, layers of golden light erupted. Countless sacred halos soared into the sky. A dazzling radiance gathered in the palm of his hand as he slapped towards Mingi. Pardon me, Zhuan muttered. He was in the early stage of a quasi-saint, his strength formidable. Yet Mingi did not even raise his eyelids. The two swords suspended beside him moved on their own. Yuan Tu and Abi exerted their power, simultaneously piercing through that ever-growing palm cleanly and swiftly severing it away. Don't forget, Mingi was also at the quasi-saint level, daily nourished by the Black Lotus, his cultivation sword. Those two swords beside him were excellent goods. Who dared to seek trouble? Sorry, he was the strongest here. With 3 treasures by his side, who in attendance had more treasures than he? None. He was indeed the wealthiest here. With that one sword, the 6 great powers were left dumbfounded. Only then did they realize that the person seated above Mingi Taoist was simply not someone they could provoke. Originally thinking that the sacred seat was merely a nominal title, anyone sitting there would be inconsequential. Yet when it came to blows, they discovered how terribly wrong they were. No one could have imagined that Ming's power was terrifying to such an extent. This was no longer shock. It was as if their faces were being rubbed against the ground. Zhuan, who was struck away by the sword, remained in a daze. He had thought he had reached the pinnacle. Yet what encountering Mingi, he even lacked the qualifications to fight back. A complete suppression. At that moment, he completely lost hope in contending for the sacred seat. With a smile on his face, he pretended to bow respectfully to Mingi, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. Earlier I was offensive, please forgive me, Taoist. Humph. Mingi did not even raise his eyelids, curling his lips with a cold smile, before closing his eyes to cultivate again. That kind of arrogance could simply infuriate anyone. Although Zhuan smiled on the surface, he had already cursed the ancestors of the Ming River in his heart. As soon as he seized the opportunity, he would surely kill this fellow. Hong Jun watched the farce finally come to an end, and he had made his decision. The holy position originally designated for these 2 brothers could now only be given to one. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Since the preaching was interrupted, I might as well take this opportunity to bestow the chance upon the 6 present. From now on, you shall be the first disciples of my Xianmen. As soon as the words fell, Hong Jun waved his long sleeves and 6 streams of purple light shot up into the sky. The radiance resembled the first rays of dawn, swirling with countless profound laws that captivated the eyes. This is the Hongming Purple Qi. Those who obtain it will find their path to cultivation significantly easier, and it possesses endless marvelous uses. I will personally. With this, the 6 people raised their hands simultaneously, firmly grasping the 6 streams of purple Qi. The onlookers were nearly wide-eyed. Even Zhun Yuanzi, the old, good-natured person who had actively given way, felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Had he known it would come to this, he wouldn't have let it happen. Kuanping and Zhuan Ti stood among the crowd, their eyes burning with rage. They were just a breath away from the holy position. Just a breath. Now the opportunity slipped away from their fingers and fell into someone else's hands. Infuriating. Ming River. They must die? The hatred in their hearts was identical. After obtaining the Hongmeng purple chi, the 6 people simultaneously rose and knelt down before Hong Jun, performing a great salute. Greetings, master. Hong Jun nodded slightly. Rise. Only then did the 6 return to their original places. Hong Jun spoke lightly, his tone containing an undeniable authority. From today onwards, the 6 of you shall be fellow disciples. The order of the senior brothers was determined by the timing of their entry. Taiching Laozi was the eldest senior brother, while Xuehai Mingyi ranked last as the youngest disciple. After finishing this matter, Hong Jun's gaze fell back on the crowd, his voice steady. The disciple recruitment is over, and the formal preaching begins. As his words fell, the sound of chanting once again resounded through the great hall. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao, or the name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Therefore always remain desireless to observe its wonders, always have desires to observe its manifestations. These two emerge together, yet have different names. Both are referred to as profound, and the profound of the profound is the gateway to all wonders. As several hundred years passed, in the blink of an eye, Lu Yunjing had been circling around Buzhou Mountain with the 6-eared macaque, looking for a suitable place to settle. Over the years, the 6-eared macaque, with its strong foundation, made rapid progress in cultivation thanks to Lu Yunjing's occasional guidance. Lu Yunjing also frequently wandered around Buzhou Mountain, seeking out many spiritual herbs beneficial for the golden immortal's cultivation for the monkey to swallow and refine. Now the 6-eared macaque had firmly stepped into the realm of Tai golden immortal. Lu Yunjing looked at it and nodded in satisfaction. It's about time. The 6-eared macaque was in the midst of meditation with its eyes closed when it suddenly jolted awake at the words. What do you mean it's about time? Lu Yunjing smiled faintly. Today is the day you set out on your journey. Let's go and experience the wildlands. My path is not suited for you. After Tai golden immortal, you must rely on yourself to tread your own road. Just as a flower must endure the wind and rain to bloom, you too must endure hardships to hone your true abilities. The 6-eared macaque stiffened, its gaze a bit dazed. Although these few hundred years were not long, he remembered them clearly. He also understood that remaining by his master's side would eventually lead to his skills being wasted. Only by going out and exploring could he fully realize his talent. With that thought, the 6-eared macaque quickly composed itself. Master, see you later. He'll wait for the day you become stronger. Lu Yunjing spoke, gently, feeling after all, he too was human. These few hundred years had not been quickly passed through cultivation. For him, time indeed felt quite long. But no matter how long it was, those who needed to be sent off must be sent off. What if this monkey strayed if it stayed by his side for too long? The saying that techniques should not be passed to the 6-eared macaque was merely an empty phrase. True gold shines wherever it is found. After sending off the 6-eared macaque, Lu Yunjing meticulously searched through Buzhou Mountain once more. After 100 years under the heavy pressure of Buzhou Mountain above, he finally chose a beautiful spot. The moment the Tao platform landed, he directly sat cross-legged, borrowing the immense pressure of Pangu to begin refining himself. This place will be where I attain the Tao. He murmured, closed his eyes, and continued to channel power into his own world. Time flew, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hong Jun's first lecture finally came to an end. The Tao returns to the one chi, profoundly profound. We will stop here for today and continue next time. As his words floated away, he slowly opened his eyes. The group seated below also awakened from their long meditation. Hong Jun glanced around and calmly stated, whether you want to stay or leave is up to you. The next lecture will be 1,000 years from now. After saying this, he stopped speaking. The people below began to silently calculate. The preaching took 1,000 years, and their understanding took another 1,000 years. After 3 lectures, it had been a total of 6,000 years. For them who had lived for tens of thousands of years, this span of time was truly insignificant. Many had gained rewards from this lecture. Yet the greatest benefits were still enjoyed by those 6 seated at the highest point. Ming River slowly opened his eyes, feeling his powers surge within him. He estimated that once he returned and thoroughly comprehended these insights, his strength could make a significant leap forward. Just then Hong Yun approached him with a beaming smile. Ming River, congratulations. Haha, you are quite enthusiastic, my friend. Although Ming River knew that Hong Yun's overly warm personality could be overwhelming at times, he still preferred to chat with him. Next to Hong Yun was always Jin Yuanzi, as if they were inseparable. Hong Yun grinned. What can I do? The Tao I cultivate is just this way. If I went against my Tao, wouldn't that be self-destructive? Good. Ming River chuckled, and then shifted the topic. Then we shall meet again in 1,000 years. I heard that 1,000 years later the Tao Ancestor will explain how to break through to sainthood. I always thought I had touched the threshold of quasi-sainthood. But who knew that no one had truly crossed the threshold of quasi-sainthood? As soon as Ming River said this, several people nodded, all thinking of the matter of quasi-sainthood. They all had a clear understanding of the quasi-saint realm, yet no one had explored it thoroughly. It turned out that the paths everyone had been blindly contemplating were fundamentally flawed. Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand. No need to say much, I must return to my Wuzhuang temple to digest what I learned over the past 1,000 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Yuanzi transformed into a wisp of gentle wind and floated away. Hong Yun wanted to call him back, but Zhen Yuanzi was too quick and his figure had already vanished. At a loss, Hong Yun turned his gaze to the departing Ming River. He quickly called out, "Friend, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Ming River paused in surprise, turning back to look at him. "What is it?" Hong Yun smiled and said, "I just sense that there seems to be an opportunity belonging to me at the center of the wildlands." This opportunity, neither too deep nor too shallow, felt vague and likely still in the process of taking shape. "I fear it won't be safe for me to go alone, so I want to ask for your assistance to accompany me." Ming River, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback before nodding. "If there's an opportunity, that's a good thing. Since you Hong Yun have asked, I don't mind accompanying you to take a look." He couldn't quite explain why, but looking at Hong Yun's earnest face made it hard for him to refuse. Perhaps it was the friendship built over a millennium of shared teachings. Or perhaps he too wanted to test his luck and see if he still had that fate left. After all the Tao Ancestor had said during the lecture, those who can obtain the Hongmeng purple qi are all destined for great opportunities. Since the Tao Ancestor said so, what could he do? He agreed. Thus the two soared into the sky, flying toward Buzhou Mountain. However, just as they set off, many others felt the same call. They discovered that at the center of Buzhou Mountain there was also an opportunity awaiting them. In an instant, everyone's hearts exploded with excitement. Among the three purities, Tongtian was the first to speak. "Brothers, I sense an unusual aura, as if my chance has arrived." "Me too. Same here." The three brothers exchanged glances, smiles creeping onto their lips. In the next moment, 3 streams of light shot toward Buzhou Mountain. But those with fate were not limited to them. The Eastern Emperor Tai, Di Jun, Kuanping, Yuhua. One by one they also set off. They sensed that peculiar aura as if it was actively beckoning them. Even knowing that the opportunity might not ultimately belong to them, who would willingly miss out. Years later, Hong Yun and Ming River arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The two stood outside the mountain surveying their surroundings. Buzhou Mountain was wide at the base and pointed at the top. Its imposing presence was like the backbone of the wild lands. Just its width spanned billions of miles, and who could say how many treasures, celestial herbs, and spirit medicines were concealed within? Ordinary people would take millions of years to explore every nook and cranny of this mountain. Thus one could see just how vast this place truly was. Furthermore, the area of Buzhou Mountain concealed the supreme yang pressure left by the Father God. The further one climbed, the more oppressive the feeling became. Ming River and Hong Yun had arrived at this location. They quickly locked onto the whereabouts of the opportunity. That is, they both froze for a moment. On the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain, a gourd vine grew out from the cliff, firmly clinging to the rocks. 7 gourds hung from the vine, each exuding a distinct aura with colors corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, and purple. Each gourd possessed its own abilities, harboring astonishing transformations. The gourd itself radiated an inexplicable, mysterious aura. Hong Yun's gaze was fixed directly on the red gourd. It seemed that this crimson gourd could extinguish souls and seize hearts, emanating a fierce and malevolent energy. In an instant, Hong Yun became deeply attracted. "That red one is my opportunity." Hong Yun determined. Ming, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He too sensed the might emanating from the red gourd, which made one's soul tremble. He never expected that Hong Yun, typically known as a soft-hearted person, would be attracted to a gourd filled with ferocious energy. The two waited in place. Less than 100 days later, several more people arrived. The 3 pure ones and the powerful beings from the demon race had also come. Everyone was somewhat startled upon seeing each other. Ming, he grinned mischievously at Hong Yun and teased softly, "It seems this opportunity is not just for one person. There are already 8 people who arrived, and with you that makes 9. Hong Yun, do you think you can seize your opportunity?" Hong Yun shook his head and replied calmly, "That's why I brought Ming. I hope Ming he can assist me when the time comes." Ming, he grinned and replied, "Of course." The powerful beings from all sides gradually arrived. They too sensed the unusual nature of the gourd vine. At this moment the gourds had not yet fully ripened. Everyone patiently waited. At that moment, Kuan Peng's gaze suddenly locked onto Hong Yun and Ming He. He first glanced at Hong Yun, then set his sights firmly on Ming He. It was him. This guy stole the opportunity that rightfully belonged to him. Kuan Peng felt a surge of murderous intent rising within his powers, roiling restlessly. At this time, Di Jun and Dong Huang noticed Kuan Peng's strange behavior. After listening to this lecture, the two had already planned to recruit Kuan Peng. Seeing Kuan Peng display such intense murderous intent, both of them frowned slightly. Just then the fire in Kuan Peng's belly suddenly exploded, causing him to feel dazed. He felt an intense hatred. How could someone like him allow others to take his belongings? In the next second, he lunged forward, moving so fast that even the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Ming He, you seek death. Boom. Ming He turned abruptly, and before he could react, a heavy palm struck his chest, sending him flying. Ming He. At the moment he was sent flying, the black lotus beneath him exploded, releasing countless black mist that surged forth like a living being, forming layers of protective laws in front of him, effectively blocking Kuan Peng's subsequent attacks. Kuan Peng had no real magical treasure in hand, relying solely on his extreme speed that grazed the edge of time and space to strike down with the force of laws. Boom. The might exploded, shaking the entire world, directly reducing countless regions to ashes. Ming He squinted his eyes, a smile tugging at his lips as he said, "What can't take it? Haha. If you're not having fun, then I certainly will." In the next second, Ming He moved first, his speed like a flash of lightning, a murderous intent bursting forth from him. With a wave of his left hand, the Yuan 2 sword glimmered with 5 colors slicing through the sky, while his right hand wielded the Abyss sword, unleashing a wave of sinister sword energy. The black lotus beneath him was also not idle, spinning like a top, crazily rotating with the flow of time, dyeing the sky with a deep black hue. Swish! Tens of thousands of dark light chains descended from the sky, and the karma on the ground surged like a tide. Even if this was not a sea of blood, Ming He would not falter in an unknown battle. After Hong Jun's explanation, everyone understood. The peak realm, after the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, was just a thin veil away from the Quasi-Saint level. At this moment, most of the people present, including the 3 pure ones and Nuwa, were stuck at this peak realm. Nuwa stood aside, not wanting to intervene at all. However, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai stepped forward side by side. To subdue Kuan Peng, they decided to take action themselves. Clang! As the Dong Huang bell struck, the sound of the Tao resonated into dense cymbals, violently crashing into the black mist, causing it to evaporate instantly. Rise! Di Jun simultaneously waved his hand, and the He-Tu Luo Shu flew out from his palm, illuminating 365 stars. Since the fall of the Three Heavens era, no one had managed the celestial realm. Di Jun collected the most crucial stars from the Zhou Tian into the He-Tu Luo Shu. This was his ultimate trump card. Boom. With just these 2 moves, the black mist was completely dispersed. Let's not forget, the Dong Huang bell was previously known as the Chaos Bell. This innate supreme treasure was not to be underestimated. The He-Tu Luo Shu was a top-tier item among innate supreme treasures. With these 2 treasures working together, what little wealth Ming He had was truly insufficient. Damn it! Ming He cursed through gritted teeth. Just then Hong Yun moved beside him, rushing over to me. "You guys stop fighting. Hold on." Hong Yun pushed with both hands, and clouds surged forth, attempting to block the 3 ferocious attacks. But Kuan Peng's murderous intent had already risen, completely ignoring Hong Yun as he charged straight for Ming He. The other 2 also looked down on Hong Yun. This guy didn't even have a decent magical treasure. Hong Yun appeared intimidating. But in front of those with treasures, he was merely a decoration. Clang! Another 2 terrifying attacks crashed down. This time Ming He was sent flying. Dong Huang Tai spoke in a very calm tone, "We have no enmity with Ming He. However, Kuan Peng has some old scores to settle with Ming He. Our intervention is merely to make Kuan Peng. We are in need of more hands, so this can be seen as a recruitment." At this point the intention was crystal clear. The one they were recruiting was Kuan Peng. Though Kuan Peng was proud, he remained silent at this moment. Even if they came for their own interests, he accepted it. He had to remember the favor of those willing to help him deal with Ming He. No matter how cunning Ming He was, he understood the cause and effect of enmity. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yun stopped persuading and stayed to help Ming He, but was of little assistance. He could hardly intervene. The entire time Ming He was the only one taking the hits. Occasionally biting back, he was immediately overwhelmed by a torrent of attacks. Ming He completely exploded, 12 rays of treasure light erupting from him, while the Yuan 2 in his hand also emitted a dazzling brilliance. 12 laws intertwined, and that Yuan 2 also infused with 12 laws instantly shone brightly. In an instant, slice! Ming He roared, and the power of Yuan 2 exploded all in a moment. This supreme innate treasure forged by Lu Yunjing himself, Yuan 2. exuded an overwhelming will. Before their eyes a beam of golden light soared into the sky as he swung his sword, conjuring an utterly terrifying phantom. That phantom seemed to be the mightiest existence under heaven. At that very moment, this sword light, like the wrath of heaven descending directly, overwhelmed the three opponents. Within it not only contained his own power, but also the force unleashed from Yuan too. The two forces layered together, immensely powerful. The three hurriedly dodged the sword light and quickly activated their protective magical treasures. The Donghuang Bell, known for its ability to block all things, had a formidable reputation in the wilds, yet at this moment it suffered a great loss. Although it was not shattered, it was forcibly cleaved away 1,000 miles, turning everything along the way into a dead zone, even severing the spiritual energy. Kuan Peng fared worse, losing a portion of his essence, and in the midst of the excruciating pain, he finally regained his senses. In an instant, everyone paused. He gasped for breath while the three opposite him were unhurt. They stared at his disheveled appearance, each calculating their next move. At this time, the three pure ones on the other side were engrossed in watching the show. The eldest Laozi and the third Tongtian remained silent, while only the second Yuan Shi began to harbor other thoughts. 1,000 years ago, he had left Yuan Shi speechless at the lecture platform. Today this grudge would be repaid. Yuan Shi thought, and directly took action. With a wave of the Pangu flag, the surrounding space instantly fell into chaos. This innate treasure erupted with terrible might in his hands, crashing down on and sending him flying. Tongtian and Laozi were taken aback. Why was this elder so hasty, forgetting he had a younger brother? What kind of person was his brother? He was the one capable of suppressing the 12 ancestral witches. Both of them felt distressed, but could only join in. Root out the weeds. As the words fell, all three simultaneously charged forward. The heavenly yellow Linglong Tower released its mystical yellow energy, forming a shield to protect them. The tower body suddenly expanded, crashing down on Minghe. Tongtian wielded the Qingping sword, unleashing sword energy like a tide, shattering the void with a continuous barrage of strikes, showcasing terrifying swordsmanship. Yuan Shi waved the Pangu flag, manifesting Pangus, while his countless sharp rays crushing all obstacles. Meanwhile, the other three also surrounded him. With 6 people attacking simultaneously, he could not withstand it, and could only urge the Black Lotus to flee. Hongyan wanted to help, but he simply couldn't intervene, and could only sigh inwardly. Minghe, brother, I am truly sorry. Decades passed. Minghe's spiritual power had long been exhausted, while the group behind him relentlessly pursued. They understood that if they let him escape this time, it would definitely become a nuisance in the future. Minghe felt bitter on his lips, wanting to flee, but unable to. Brother, where are you? Lu Yunjing had settled into a scenic mountain range, pondering over his cultivation. Not many years had passed when a strange sense of unease suddenly welled up within him. What was happening? This feeling is unusual. It was as if someone was calling him. Lu Yunjing suddenly opened his eyes, the sorrowful call lodged in his heart, refusing to be shaken off. Elder brother, he murmured softly, spreading out his divine sense to scan the entire realm. Upon investigation, he discovered something amiss. At the far side of Buzhou Mountain, someone was engaged in a battle. Lu Yunjing pinched his fingers, calculating a rough estimate, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. My elder brother really knows how to cause trouble for me. He didn't delay, rising from the dojo and heading towards the Ming River. After flying for a whole year, he finally crossed the entire Buzhou Mountain. Not far ahead, 7 individuals were fighting fiercely. Hongyun could only watch helplessly from the outside. He was at least in the midstage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. But here, what use was that? Each person had a treasure, and any one of them could easily overpower Hongyun. Hongyun couldn't even get close. Lu Yunqing sighed and quickened his pace. The Ming River side was already almost in chaos. Surrounded by several attackers, he was on the verge of collapse. Just then, the Black Lotus and Yuan Tu on his body suddenly moved. With a buzzing sound, 2 beams of treasure light shot up from his body, unleashing overwhelming sword energy that forced everyone back. He felt a rush of joy and turned to look in one direction. The newcomer was none other than Lu Yunqing. Junior brother. He flew directly towards Lu Yunqing. Lu Yunqing glanced at the 6 individuals across from him, cursed softly, and mentally complained. Elder brother, you really know how to stir up trouble. 6 people. You attracted 6 of them. Each of these characters is a protagonist of the world. What are you trying to prove? Haven't you always liked to keep a low profile? Lu Yunqing was grumbling internally. Suddenly, on the cliff of Buzhou Mountain, the 7 red gourds surprisingly fell simultaneously. Everyone present perked up and reached out to snatch them. Hunyun was also contemplating how to get a warm meal. But Lu Yunqing smirked coldly, saying, "Want the gourds? Dream on." To say he could match them, Hedon, was certainly not true. Each of these individuals was one of the fated children of the world. In terms of raw strength, Yunjing knew he could at most hold down 2. But he wasn't planning to fight directly. He came to seize treasures. With the 7 gourds closest to him, without hesitation he reached out. The 7 gourds seemed to have grown legs zooming straight into his palm. What's yours is mine, and I can't take it. Nonsense. If your fists are strong enough, the treasures are yours. He turned and ran without a moment's hesitation. He had already calculated everything. Han Yun called Ming He over, but in the end Ming He got beaten up. Not to mention helping, there wasn't even a chance to cut in. What use are the gourds to Han Yun? Anyway, that scattered soul gourd would eventually be lost, so better to let him have it. Yunjing wasn't a cruel person, but he never held on to useless pieces on the board. That group of people watched helplessly as this sudden newcomer snatched all 7 gourds, and they were all furious. They contained their fortunes. Even Nuwa, who had been watching from the sidelines, couldn't sit still anymore and unleashed a force towards Yunjing. Everyone brought out their most powerful moves, shaking the primordial earth. Countless powerful beings lurking around had been watching the spectacle. The 12 ancestors of sorcery laughed heartily, enjoying the sight of the Sanqing getting beaten. But turning back to look at Yunjing, they felt a bit more apprehensive. This fellow dared to act under the watchful eyes of 6 powerful beings. His strength was truly remarkable. Facing the overwhelming assault, Yunjing simply smiled, casually gesturing, and his figure vanished in place. He couldn't be bothered to waste words. Those words were of no use to him. Sanqing roared, "Stop right there." He exhaled forcefully, and 3 figures manifested simultaneously. Yet another 3 Sanqing. This was his ultimate life-saving move. At this moment, he couldn't afford to hide it, and all 3 avatars charged towards Yunjing. The others weren't idle either, unleashing their ultimate attacks. Emperor Jun bellowed, "Don't run. You shameless Taoist, that's our fortune." But did Yunjing pay? He didn't care at all. Kunpeng was so furious he could explode. Stopping now. That would be courting death. He refused. He ran, continuing to run. He was fast running like no one else. Kunpeng's rage had reached its peak, and the desire to kill Ming he had transformed into pure fury, fixated solely on catching up. That fellow. He snatched his fortune. His fortune. Once again he watched helplessly as it flew into someone else's hands. Kunpeng was furious, his speed reaching its peak, even burning his essence to accelerate, forcing his speed to the maximum. In an instant, he became the fastest person, suddenly catching up to Yunjing. "Return my fortune to me," he roared as he charged forward. Yunjing didn't even turn his head, striking back with the sword. The murderous intent was palpable. With a single strike, Kunpeng was sent flying, unable to get up for a long time. Yunjing sneered, too lazy to pay him any mind, turning around to continue flying forward, casually setting up barriers in the void. He also used the pressure from his father to create absolute forbidden zones, blocking the pursuers behind. This chase dragged on for a long time, until they could no longer see Yunjing's shadow nor feel his aura. Those people finally stopped in a daze. Sanqing and Emperor Jun didn't pay much attention. Nuwa also appeared indifferent. When it comes to fortunes, having them is great, but not having them is also fine. They all possessed precious treasures and weren't lacking in this one. But Kunpeng was different. The unluckiest person on the scene was him. He missed out on his own treasure once again. This time he had truly missed out completely. On the other side in the dojo, Yunjing quietly returned to the dojo with the 7 gourds, concealing his aura with the Chaos Pearl. Ming He turned pale, feeling weak, and froze upon seeing the new dojo. He hadn't finished speaking. Yunjing directly summoned the Chaos Pearl and drew Ming He inside. "You can cultivate inside first and restore your essence. Once you recover, I'll let you out. For now, don't ask so many questions." Ming He opened his mouth, but could only nod helplessly in the end. There was no other choice. He was too severely injured this time. Although his realm hadn't dropped, he felt extremely weak. Helping Han Yun was truly a stroke of bad luck. At this moment, Ming He, who had just stepped into the heart of the primordial world and still retained some innocence, matured considerably. He fully understood one thing. Some matters shouldn't be casually meddled in. As a person, one cannot be too straightforward. Yunjing let out a breath, sitting down on the ground, his mind still replaying the previous scene. He steadied his mind and took out all 7 gourds, suspending them in midair. 7 top-grade, innate spirit treasure gourds. After refining, they could directly become innate supreme treasures. Just thinking about it was terrifying. This trip had been equivalent to picking up 7 innate supreme treasures for free. The names of these 7 gourds floated in his mind. The red one was called the Scattered Soul Gourd. The orange one was the Summoning Demon Gourd. The yellow one was the Slaying Immortal Gourd. The blue one was the Water and Fire Gourd. The green one was the Chaos Gourd. The purple one was the Purple Gold Gourd. He scanned through them one by one. But that blue gourd. He was stunned. The blue gourd seemed off. Yunjing squinted, recalling the novels he had read in his past life. None had ever mentioned the origins of the blue gourd. But now that he examined it closely, he noticed something strange. After being plucked from the vine, the blue gourd gradually shrank in size. It wasn't disappearing. It was pulling its power inward. What's going on? Yunjing became intrigued, staring for several years. The gourd shrank little by little. Eventually, it shrank down to the size of a seed. At this point, he was dumbfounded. After all, that this thing was a seed. Wait. A seed. Yunjing slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the most basic rule of the world. Whenever a plant bears fruit, it will definitely leave behind a new root. Watermelons have seeds, plant them, and they can grow again. The same goes for gourd vines. He grinned, tossing the seed into the chaos pearl and conveying a message. Elder brother, a seed has been planted. Find a suitable place to plant it. Inside the chaos pearl Ming, he was recovering his essence, and opened his eyes upon hearing Yunjing's voice. He reached out to catch the seed, found a good spot, and knelt down to plant it in the void. As soon as the seed hit the ground, the surrounding chaos spiritual energy surged in like crazy. This was almost identical to that thing outside the chaos. The only difference was that it wasn't as dangerous here, allowing for relaxed cultivation. Staying here would speed up the cultivation process. He felt a rush of excitement, but more questions surged through his mind. Where did his brother get so many treasures? What? Can't he even get one? Outside, Yunjing was in a good mood. This trip not only netted him 6 gourds, but also brought back the entire gourd vine. Although now it was just some seeds. But rooting in the chaos, it would grow not only quickly, but likely at a higher grade too. The top 10 rare items of innate nature kept in a better place would surely become stronger, eventually surpassing the current gourd vine. Yunjing stored the chaos pearl, carefully suppressing all distracting thoughts, and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. He was just a step away from achieving countless small worlds. He casually took out the 6 gourds, playing with each one. Each gourd radiated a distinctly different aura as it landed in his hand. TSK. Forget it, let's set them aside for now. I have enough things on me already. He gathered all 7 gourds. What mattered most now was to increase his cultivation level. After all, I am the main player. One day, when my realm surpasses others, I can ponder these treasures again. After all, cultivation is something that grows within oneself, and treasures might have to be discarded for survival at any moment. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed. Unbeknownst to many, the name Yunjing had become widely known across the vast wilderness. Few knew the true origins of Yunjing. However, the deeds he accomplished were nothing short of legendary. On one occasion, he stole 7 gourds, creating such a commotion that it shook the entire wilderness. He nearly uprooted the entire gourd vine. Countless people secretly speculated about his background. Why did he insist on saving the brother of the underworld river? Upon making an appearance, he employed thunderous methods that left all the great powers astonished. How come such a person had never been heard of before? He hadn't even revealed a title. He quietly focused on his cultivation. Those who knew a bit about Yunjing's background had all chosen to remain silent. The ancestral witches were only just realizing that formation from back then was most likely set up by Yunjing himself to ensnare them. Though it was frustrating to think back on it, Emperor Jiang still warned his brothers. They must not seek trouble with the brother of the underworld river anymore. After all, the karmic ties between them had been cleared, and they were no longer indebted to each other. As long as the brother of the underworld river did not provoke them, this matter could be considered settled. At the entrance of the secret realm, the 6-eared macaque's ears twitched, gathering all the sounds of the world into his perception. He was in awe of his master's skills. That was a figure who stirred the entire wilderness. That said, since he had left his master's sect, he could no longer rely on his master's name to make a living. His master had already given him enough grace. Back then, to find him a suitable cultivation place, he personally took risks, entering the secret realm, gathering treasures coveted even by golden immortals, allowing him to break through to the Tai golden immortal realm in just a century, a feat that would take others tens of thousands of years. Now that he was on his own, he needed to make a name for himself without losing face for his master. The secret realm on this fairy mountain was an opportunity he had personally set his sights on. Outside, it's surrounded by the 99 golden immortal barrier, but that auspicious aura cannot be hidden. It is clearly visible. The 6-eared macaque grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let me show you how to break it. This formation might work against golden immortals, but to him, a Tai golden immortal, it was nothing more than paper. He raised his 6 ears, absorbing all the surrounding sounds into his perception, his eyes fixed on every line of the formation, quickly locating its core. In a flash, he changed position and began to erode the foundation of the formation bit by bit. After several years of effort, he finally tore open a gap in the grand formation. In that instant, a white shadow suddenly burst forth, and the previously auspicious aura transformed into a sharp, killing intent. The six-eared macaque was startled and instinctively took a step back. The white shadow shouted with a sharp voice, "Hey, you dead monkey, dare to dismantle my cave dwelling. Today I must take your life." Just as the words fell, boundless spells surged forth like a tide enveloped in five-colored divine light, with piercing, killing intent, overwhelming the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque activated the five energies around him, his primordial spirit spinning like the sun, countering the incoming wave of spells. In the blink of an eye, a cyclone erupted, violently shattering all the divine light of the spells. As the light dissipated, the true form of the white shadow finally revealed itself. A white figure appeared suddenly, entirely snow-white, with 6 eyes, dragon horns atop its head, a beard like that of a goat, and hooves like those of a chelan. "I am the holy being who comprehends the myriad laws of heaven and earth, the source of all spirits. Great demon, Baizé." Upon seeing this spectacle, the six-eared macaque became intrigued and beckoned to the white shadow. "You boast quite grandly. Come here and let me spar with you. What you just unleashed was clearly auspicious, and you are obviously an auspicious beast, yet you dare to claim mastery over all laws. I think you are just asking for a beating, huh?" The six-eared macaque teased, but the hidden killing intent in his mischievous demeanor was undeniable. Without further ado, the two of them immediately engaged in battle. One side was a master of the myriad laws, evading all attacks, while the auspicious beast unleashed its power against the monkey demon. After an intense struggle, the six-eared macaque suffered some losses. Baizé never bragged. Although he was originally an auspicious beast, he was terrifyingly fierce in battle. He even condensed the auspicious energy into a sword of slaughter, pressing relentlessly, driving the six-eared macaque into a corner. When Baizé swung his sword down, the next scene stunned him. That sword shattered the form of the macaque, yet transformed into a single hair. In an instant, the six-eared macaque's fist struck fiercely against Baizé's head, sending him crashing into the mist-shrouded mountain, collapsing his cave dwelling on the spot. Immediately after, the six-eared macaque flipped over and mounted Baizé's back. Baizé cried out in surprise, desperately trying to shake off the creature on his back, while unleashing all sorts of spells to attack. But the six-eared macaque merely chuckled, ignoring everything and firmly pressing down on him. Thus the monkey and the beast engaged in a relentless struggle, and in the blink of an eye several years passed. The surrounding area had turned into a wasteland. Anyone who stepped inside would surely meet their doom. Yet these two showed no signs of stopping. Good. You great demon have some interesting qualities. I six-eared am not to be trifled with. Prepare to be hit." Bang, bang, bang. Fists rained down on Baizé's head, each blow met with a scream. This battle consumed another 5 years, and the entire area had become a graveyard devoid of life, let alone opportunities. Only then did they stop, both sides having nearly exhausted their strength and spiritual energy. The six-eared macaque grinned. "So this auspicious beast, do you submit?" Baizé merely snorted coldly. "You insolent monkey. If it weren't for you riding on my back, would I have fallen?" The six-eared macaque did not respond, lying back on the scorched earth, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to recover his strength. Baizé was also exhausted, although he was a Tai golden immortal. Even he was not immune to the depletion of power and spirit. The anger from the past had kept him at odds with this fellow for a full 15 years. Now, as he breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his flesh and bones gradually returned to their original state. Baizé stared at the six-eared macaque with 6 ears, and suddenly spoke. "However, I see you were born with 6 ears. The Tao Ancestor once said that the laws should not be passed on to those with 6 ears. How come? You seem to be even stronger than me and have the upper hand." The six-eared macaque grinned, not engaging with this topic. "Why should I share this with you?" Baizé was not angered and chuckled. After 15 years of fighting, he felt no animosity left in his heart, and he said, "We have fought for 15 years. I see you hold no grudge against me. Why not let bygones be bygones and have an open chat?" Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque surprisingly nodded. He was also straightforward, and the two became more and more in sync as they talked. He had long forgotten what Lu Yunjing had instructed. As he relaxed, he revealed the matter concerning Lu Yunjing. Baizé's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Is that so?" "That's how it is." The six-eared macaque nodded and continued, "My master is the great figure who shook the wilderness. I've been gathering news from various sources and pieced it all together." To be honest, the six-eared macaque was all. The rumors in this world are a mix of truth and falsehood. He had heard quite a bit, but he had to sift through it all. Faced with the great demon Baizé, he could only half-heartedly pass it off. Seeing the longing hidden in Baizé's eyes, the six-eared macaque's heart stirred. "Why not? You could join my master and be my junior brother." Baizé was taken aback. The desire in his heart was almost overwhelming. "If there is truly this opportunity, I would love to join the respected master and learn properly." The six-eared macaque chuckled and scratched the back of his head, But although I know my master is on Mount Bujo, I don't know where his actual cultivation place is. He moved his cultivation place away from the underworld river, and now I can only take you to the last place we met to try our luck. The six-eared macaque had just accepted a disciple for his master. But the problem arose. He himself did not know where his master was. They could only take a chance. The two of them discussed and set off towards Mount Bujo. Whatever happens, they would figure it out when they got there. However, being mere small demons, their speed, while riding clouds, was painfully slow. The ancestor of the underworld river calculated with his fingers. His gaze focused. The time for the Tao lecture is approaching. Are you willing to go with me? Lu Yunjing's eyes widened in shock. Brother, do you still dare to go? Last time they didn't catch you for soup, and now you're just walking into their den. The underworld river waved his hand lightly, smiling calmly. Cultivators cannot stop due to fear. Although your realm is not low, your courage still lacks a bit. If you don't dare to take this little risk, you will surely miss out on the great Tao in the future. Lu Yunjing cursed internally. This fellow had truly forgotten the pain after healing. Looking at the self-satisfied expression of the underworld river, he secretly pondered. Hongjun's second Tao lecture was about the path to quasi sainthood. The third lecture would be about the path to sainthood. By the time the third lecture concluded, not many Yuan meetings would pass before that group of fellows would ascend to sainthood one after another. By that time it would be a true crisis. But now his brother showed no caution from his past life at all. He was just bringing him trouble. The more Lu Yunjing thought about it, the angrier he became. The root of all this still lay with that Honyun, making so many fox friends. What a stroke of bad luck. That Honyun fellow was simply a disaster. That starry place was meant for this unlucky fellow to stand guard. Even the unlucky star would shake its head and sigh upon seeing Honyun. Lu Yunjing stood there caught in a dilemma. His brother had provoked so many people. Should he follow or not? On the other side, the underworld river had emerged from the gourd. Nearly 1,000 years had passed. His body had long since been restored. Not only that, but he had also made significant progress. Having comprehended the insights of the heavenly Tao for so many days, his cultivation level had risen yet again. Lu Yunjing was no different. Within his body, he had already condensed 600,000 small worlds. The more worlds there were, the faster the condensation. Almost every year, tens of thousands of new worlds could be born. This was the speed he was experiencing now. Under the Bujo Mountain, a group of people had spent hundreds of years to finally arrive before Hongjun's second lecture. They were well aware of the situation. The chaotic realm beyond was only dared to be approached by the great Luo Golden Immortals. As for them, the Tai Golden Immortals, they were merely trying to survive in the vast wilderness. In an instant, everyone was under the pressure of Bujo Mountain, searching for Lu Yunjing's Tao platform. Lu Yunjing knew clearly that after the second lecture, those people would definitely not let it go easily. At that time, if they were blocked halfway, and something happened, no one could say for sure. Minghe had previously mentioned to him that the power struggles among those big figures above had already changed. The originally set holy positions had been adjusted, making the entire situation even more enigmatic. After the third lecture ended, that would be the truly perilous moment for Minghe. Those people knew that the key to sanctification lay with Minghe. Hongyun was merely a scapegoat. The one truly targeted for encirclement was Minghe. He was alone without a backing and had offended everyone. It would be strange if he wasn't being watched. Although the confrontation had not yet escalated, the threat was already evident. As Lu Yunjing hesitated, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The host hesitates. The divine level choice system is activated. Option 1, leave the Tao platform and head to Zixiao Palace to listen to the lecture. Reward, a random innate treasure. Option 2, stay at the Tao platform, not moving even if the heavens fall. Reward, top tier innate treasure, the God-slaying spear. In an instant, Lu Yunjing no longer hesitated. He decisively chose the second option. Who knows what kind of thing the randomly given innate treasure would be. But the God-slaying spear was different. Until the 4 swords of extermination appeared, the God-slaying spear was the strongest weapon for slaying. Choose 2. Ding. Choice confirmed. Reward has been issued. In an instant, a terrifying long spear appeared within Lu Yunjing's body. The spear was as black as ink, its tip radiating a scarlet aura of murderous intent, and the entire spear was entwined with a strong aura of karma. It was a perfect match for his body of the underworld sea. Just sensing it, Lu Yunjing felt that this thing was perfectly compatible with him. However, it couldn't be revealed yet. He needed to wait until Hongjun merged with the Tao and completely disregarded the mundane affairs of the 3 realms before considering using this spear. The days when Hongjun merged with the Tao and the 6 saints retreated were the best times in the entire primordial world. Although Hongjun stated that no beings could rely on the primordial to attain the Tao, but that was only aimed at ordinary people. For someone like Lu Yunjing, he didn't need to care about those rules at all. He looked towards Ming, he pondered for a moment, and took out all 3 of his weapons. Along with the Chaos Gourd and the purple gold gourd, he handed them to Ming-He. Ming-He was momentarily taken aback. This gourd. Lu Yunjing smiled. Just keep it. You'll naturally use it when the lecture happens. Just trust me. Ming-He did not ask further. Since his brother said so, it must be correct. He accepted all of Lu Yunjing's possessions. These magical treasures represented Lu Yunjing's concern for him, as well as his trust. Ming-He had a naturally impulsive and reckless character, which was the complete opposite of his cautious brother. Although Lu Yunjing was careful in his actions, he was wholeheartedly generous towards him. Brother, I will never betray your feelings. When I achieve sanctification, we will enjoy the blessings together. Ming-He silently vowed in his heart, and suddenly a thunderous sound echoed above. Lu Yunjing felt something was amiss, looked up at the sky, and said nothing more, but urged Ming-He to hurry and leave. Ming-He remained silent, understanding that the previous thunder was likely a sign of approval from the heavens regarding his words. He turned around and strode away, the door of the Dao platform slamming shut with a loud bang. Outside, two fellows were anxiously pacing back and forth, searching everywhere for someone. Baize frowned and said, I clearly feel that there's a chance here, but I can't grasp it at all, as if something is obscure. That's right, I feel it too, but even if my ears can hear the myriad of things in the world, I still can't hear anything. I don't even know where my master's Dao platform is hidden. The two of them were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, searching everywhere. Their frantic appearance was just seen by Ming-He, who had just stepped out. As soon as Ming-He emerged, he sensed an unusual aura. It was floating around the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was two little monsters at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Ming-He grew curious and moved closer to listen to their conversation, causing him to ponder. Where did these other families come from? Only they could settle on Buzhou Mountain and leave behind their cave dwellings. Thus Ming-He calculated the origins of the six-eared macaque, and surprisingly found that this fellow had a connection with his brother. It seemed to be a master-disciple relationship, but it looked quite tenuous, like a thin thread. Ming-He smiled, looked at Baize, and calculated again, coming to a similar conclusion. He thought for a moment, since it didn't cost him much effort, he might as well lend them a hand. Deciding to act in an instant, the sinister aura around him exploded instantly, enveloping the entire world, bringing waves of chilling disturbances. The two people searching everywhere suddenly reacted, raising their eyes to look at the terrifying aura tens of thousands of miles away. The six-eared macaque immediately said, it feels very similar to that aura, but it's also different. Let's go. The six-eared macaque pulled Baize and dashed toward that direction. After running for less than half a year, they finally caught up. But to their astonishment, this person was not the one they were looking for at all. Ming-He looked at the two in front of him and smiled lightly. You are looking for Lu Yunjing, right? Baize was startled and quickly bowed, whispering in response to the senior, that is indeed the case. Lu Yunjing raised his eyes to look at the newcomer. Senior, where is my master? I found him a new disciple. New disciple? Ming-He glanced over, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. His junior brother was truly lucky. Disciples came to his door one after another. He raised his hand to shield his face, casually, saying, you may all rise. I happen to be leaving for the chaotic realm beyond. I happen to run into you here, so I'll conveniently send you some fortune. Ming-He smiled, retracting that frightening aura. The few of them felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted and collapsed onto the ground. Ming-He casually said, follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, bringing the two of them to the entrance of the Dao platform. With a light touch of his fingertip, the door opened, pushing the two inside. After sending them off, Ming-He patted his robe and transformed into a streak of blood-red light, heading straight for the chaotic realm beyond. Why not go to the Fire Cloud Palace? He really didn't want to see that troublesome Hong Yun. Lu Yunjing opened his eyes, looking at the dazed two, his brows slightly furrowed and his fingers moved. Instantly understanding their intentions, he yawned and spoke casually, are you here to seek apprenticeship? His gaze fell on Baize. Lu Yunjing was always laid back. When someone came looking for him, he never declined. Teaching a few disciples, sending them out to let them flourish on their own. With the calamity approaching, everyone had to join the game. What does it matter if more karma entangles them? No matter how much karma, it was not to be feared. After all, there was a system, and as long as he could survive, he would eventually become a saint. Lu Yunjing yawned again. Baize and the six-eared macaque knelt properly, their heads knocking heavily on the ground 3 times in succession. Baize's knock was a greeting for apprenticeship. The six-eared macaque's knock was a thank you for teaching. Lu Yunjing narrowed his eyes and swept them over the two, saying, this path of mine is not suitable for you, but since you have entered my door, I must provide you with some guidance and impart some insights. He raised his hand, and the Chaos Pearl appeared, enveloping both of them. A strand of the 5 elements law immediately followed into the pearl. You can cultivate inside for 1,000 years, and how much you comprehend of the 5 elements law depends on your own abilities. After 1,000 years I will release you. If you fully understand this 5 elements law, there will be additional rewards. After Lu Yunjing finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and sank into cultivation. Why didn't he use the Chaos Pearl himself? Because this pearl had a cultivation enhancement effect on the holder. Outside the palace gate, one could feel that the cultivation speed was several times faster than outside. After Lu Yunjing finished speaking, his eyelids drooped, sinking back into his practice. The 6-eared macaque and Bai Zhe said nothing, quietly sensing the laws of heaven and earth around them. The two felt as if a storm was brewing in their hearts. This treasure of the master actually contained such a vast space. This was too terrifying. 100 years passed in a flash. At the entrance of Zhixiao Palace Ming, he entered alone, carrying magical treasures that were all top-tier items. Over the past 1,000 years, his cultivation realm had not seen any significant breakthroughs. But this time was different. The 5 elements innate flag, the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, and the Yuan Slayer sword were all top-notch items he had borrowed. This time he absolutely could not fall behind others. Those powerful beings around, upon seeing the aura emanating from Ming, he all took a few steps back. He had 5 flags on his back, each hand wielded a sword, and he stood on a black lotus exuding fierce power. The demon clan's powerful beings who had arrived earlier snorted coldly. What are you making a fuss about? After the lecture, I will personally send you on your way. Tai Ey the rush. The one who should die will not escape. Once all the beings were gathered, the black mass of people obediently sat down in order. At this moment, at the entrance of Zhixiao Palace, 2 Taoist boys, who had been waiting for a long time, began to ring bells and strike gongs. Following that, the great door creaked open slowly to both sides. Hongjun Daoist stepped out with his hands clasped behind his back. With each step he took, golden lotuses blossomed from the ground. When he sat down, a mysterious aura radiated from him. Clouds and mist enveloped his head, while golden lotuses crowded at his feet, the laws of the universe swirling around him as he spoke the words of a sage. In this chaotic and dim world, he shone like a ray of light, illuminating the confusions in the hearts of the mighty. Everyone immediately knelt down, their faces full of reverence. Hongjun's expression remained unchanged as he gently pointed with his finger, and an invisible force lifted everyone up. This is the second sermon discussing the path to becoming a Quasi Saint. Do you know why you can only be considered at the peak of the Great Luo, but not yet a Quasi Saint? As soon as these words fell, everyone present was stunned, eagerly waiting for him to continue. Because you are groping in the dark, utterly unaware of the direction towards the holy path. The path to Quasi Sainthood is a path, yet it is not just a path. The way to Quasi Sainthood begins at the peak of the Great Luo and ends at the holy path. In this world, there are only 3 ways to achieve the position of a saint. 3 ways. Upon hearing this, the mighty beings below turned pale. If there were only 3 paths to sainthood, the chances of success were exceedingly slim. Hongjun sat solemnly on the cloud platform, his gaze sweeping over the 3,000 cultivators below. There are a total of 3 methods to achieve sainthood. As soon as this was said, the hall fell silent. Who among those sitting here was not a formidable figure? Yet at this moment they all perked up their ears, afraid of missing a single word. The first method is to prove the Tao through strength. Hongjun paused for a moment. This method is used when the heavenly Tao has yet to take form. You must penetrate deep into the chaos, forcibly absorb the laws to perfection, and then hang your primordial spirit on the laws. Just like hanging clothes, once your primordial spirit is hung up, you become a primordial being. But what about now? The great Tao is concealed, and the heavenly Tao has manifested. This method is no longer viable. As his words fell, the audience erupted. This? Are you joking? Only 3 paths, and one is cut off right from the start. The faces of the mighty turned green. It was already difficult to become a saint, and now one option was gone. Hongjun remained expressionless and continued. The second path is through the merits of the heavenly Tao. It sounds easy, but it depends on the person. If you can accomplish something earth-shattering for the people of the world, the heavenly Tao will be pleased and bestow enough merit upon you. Wrap yourself in merit, and you will become a saint. Upon hearing this, more people fell into despair. What kind of monumental task would that be? Would they have to poke a hole in the heavens and then patch it up? The 3,000 cultivators wore bitter smiles on their faces. The 2 words becoming a saint had transformed into a dream that felt almost unattainable in their hearts. Hongjun glanced at the expressions of the crowd, and seeing the right moment slowly spoke, there is still one more path. This last one is simpler than the previous 2. 3 corpses proving the Tao. His voice was not loud, but it struck like a hammer in everyone's heart. This method is one I discovered myself. It is also a method to turn ants into saints. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all clasped their fists in unison, saying, "Please, Tao Ancestor, enlighten us." Hongjun smiled slightly, and his voice flowed out slowly. The first corpse is called Qinggu. It specializes in harming people's eyes, making it hard for you to see clearly with a wrinkled face and a foul mouth and loose teeth. The second corpse is called Baigu. It causes bloating in the stomach, dry bones, charred flesh, and a muddled mind unable to comprehend anything. The third. This thing just hopes you die early. Once you die, it becomes a ghost to enjoy the offerings of the human world. Every time the day of the sixth Jia arrives, it goes to heaven to report on you. For serious sins, it reduces your lifespan. For minor sins, it deducts your blessings. The sound of the sermon echoed in the hall for 500 years. In the end, everyone understood. This 3 corpses proving the Tao meant severing all 7 emotions and 6 desires, each residing in 3 innate spiritual treasures. Although the 3 corpses still carried the Tao of their original bodies, all thoughts were severed. Only by being heartless could one be unfeeling. The people present had eyes that shone brighter than ever. On the spot, someone summoned their own spiritual treasure and violently severed their good intentions. Boom. A surge of pure energy shot up into the sky. The person's aura instantly flipped over several times. The 3 purities had each successfully severed 1 corpse, but when they attempted to strike again, they found their cultivation could not sustain it. In just a short moment, the 5 who sat on the Lotus platform had all successfully severed their corpses. Only Mingi remained stuck in place. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. If he truly severed all 3 thoughts, what would he become? Would he still be himself? Would he still be his own self? Mingi looked down and saw the 2 gourds within him, and a sudden clarity filled his heart. This younger brother of his was by no means an ordinary person. He had long known there would be this path to proving the Tao, so he handed the gourd to himself in advance. He repeatedly obstructed me from coming to this place. Could it be that he truly fears I would use this method to prove the Tao? Fears that after I sever the 3 corpses I would lose my humanity and become estranged from him. In that instant, Mingi was deeply moved in his heart. Unfortunately, Lu Yunjing had not thought that much. He was only pondering one thing: would his elder brother be ambushed this time? After all, once the quasi-corpses were severed, everyone's strength would increase by a notch. Because of this, Ming's situation became even more dangerous. Mingi stared at his 2 hands, lost in deep thought. Should he sever these 3 corpses or not? After much contemplation, for the sake of proving the Tao, he ultimately decided to sever 1 corpse. He acted decisively. He directly pulled out the purple gold gourd. When Laozi, who had just severed a corpse, saw that gourd, his eyes nearly popped out. That is my opportunity, Laozi roared. The opportunity was right before his eyes. How could he stay? It was a feeling that surged from deep within, making him unable to resist the urge to snatch it immediately. Looking at Ming's fully armed stance, even someone like Laozi could only suppress the urge to seize the treasure. As Mingi surveyed his surroundings, a terrifying ferocity erupted from him, mixed with karma, malice, and an indescribable eerie aura. Severing the corpse is like severing evil, and it is like severing myself, he murmured softly. The next moment, it was as if a guillotine fell from the heavens. A single slash cleaved through the dense 3 energies surrounding him. Go. He offered the purple gold gourd, allowing these 3 energies to attach to it. In an instant, various terrifying powers surged and roared, as if unwilling to be stripped from their original bodies. Mingi gritted his teeth, condensing the 3 energies into a shape which formed Ming's own silhouette. His entire being erupted with an even more wicked power. The path of severing the corpse. Mingi breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze locked tightly onto that corpse. As that evil corpse appeared, an extreme malice erupted from it, shaking the space outside the Zixiao Palace 3 times. Everyone surrounding it was stunned, their eyes fixed on the corpse, exuding malevolence. Among all the mighty present who had not severed an evil corpse before, but they had never seen an evil corpse with such overwhelming malice. The evil corpse was soaked in endless blood, entwined with unshakable karma and ferocity. One glance was like looking into the depths of hell, another glance was like gazing at the source of the nether sea. Mingi gently pointed with his finger. That terrifying aura instantly shrank back, like receding tides, all retreating into the purple gold gourd. But this gourd was no longer as pristine as before. On its purple gold surface, unknown when black patterns had appeared. Mingi peeked into the gourd. He saw it was pitch black inside, with no bottom in sight, as if it concealed countless monsters and ghosts waiting in the darkness for prey to deliver itself. Is this also a peculiar method of refining sacrifices? He sensed that the grade of the purple gold gourd had risen again, seemingly touching the threshold of a mid-grade innate treasure. Mingi smiled lightly and murmured, "Then from now on I shall call you Mingjin Gourd." With a hum, 3 ancient Taoist characters suddenly appeared on the surface of the gourd. Mingjin Gourd. Where did the opportunity go? Why is it gone? Laozi was stunned on the spot. He watched as that easily obtainable opportunity gradually turned into someone else's treasure. Laozi's heart burned with anger. He had been brooding over that treasure-snatching incident from 1,000 years ago, and although the anger had faded by more than half since then, witnessing something that should have belonged to him fall into someone else's hands who could remain comfortable. It must be killed. It must be killed. Even though he had already severed a corpse, that jealousy could not be suppressed. Many people around looked at Mingyi with a hint of sour hostility. But Mingyi completely ignored them. He focused intently on his own affairs. In the following 300 years, all those who were to break through to Kwasa Saint who did so. The top experts who had reached this stage all possessed ace skills and magical treasures, each more powerful than the last. In the last 200 years, Hanjun began to open the forum for them. Someone asked, since you mentioned there is a path to proving the Tao and becoming a saint, what is the success rate of what? Previously, Tao Ancestor, you also said that proving the Tao through strength is the true primordial state. So does anyone in this world actually attain primordial state? As these questions were asked, all the doubts that had been brewing in everyone's hearts were voiced. After listening, the Tao Ancestor simply replied, in this world no one can walk the path of primordial state. Only those who bear the destiny and opportunities are qualified to prove the Tao. As for how saints prove themselves, we shall discuss that next time. After saying this, he ceased speaking. Hanjun closed his eyelids, no longer engaging in such topics. He addressed each doubt regarding the Kwasa Saint realm one by one. 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanjun stood up from the void, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke in a calm voice. 1,000 years have passed, you may leave. As soon as the words fell, his figure swayed and dissipated into blue. At the gate of the Zixiao Palace, Hao Yin and Yaoqi shook bells and struck a gong, slamming the gate shut. Standing guard outside, staring at the powerful beings present, none of whom spoke. Mingyi stood up from the ground. Many gazes fell upon him. He glanced around, and those eyes quickly averted. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Ming's mouth. At that moment, Hanjun leaned over with a smile on his face. Mingyi, it has been almost 2,000 years. If we didn't meet, there would really be. Before Hanjun could finish his words, Ming's expression turned cold. He held no grudges against this person, he simply did not wish to associate with him anymore. Hanjun wanted to speak again, but Xinyuanzi behind him patted him. Since others do not appreciate you, there is no need to put your warm face against a cold butt. Let's go. Hanjun sighed, cupping his hands towards Ming's retreating figure, hoping the other could let go of the past. After all, Mingyi accompanied him to handle matters back then, and was targeted by enemies, leading to a group beating. Wait. That time was like this. What about this time? Just as Hanjun was about to leave, his steps suddenly halted. His current cultivation had already reached the level of Kwasa Saint, and he clenched his fists. I hope I can be of help. Otherwise, I have felt uncomfortable in my heart for the past 1,000 years. He let Xinyuanzi go first. Xinyuanzi, feeling helpless and not wanting to provoke trouble, turned and left. Once he departed, Hanjun quickened his pace, following in the direction of Mingyi, intending to see what was going on. On the other side, Mingyi flew in midair, maximizing his aura, constantly alert to the movements around him. Suddenly, several beams of light broke through the sky, blocking his path. Mingyi tensed his body, his voice turning cold. Kuanpeng, Diju, and Dongwang. Following this, several auras emerged behind him. Mingyi looked back and spoke heavily. Old man Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nuwa and Fushi. He recognized all these names. At this moment, he let out a cold laugh. Have you all forgotten the words of the Tao Ancestor? We are all fellow disciples. How can you bully a person like this? Mingyi stood there with a smile on his face, yet his gaze was as cold as ice shards. 8 people, haha. What a joke. A grand joke. He laughed heartily, feeling not an ounce of fear in his heart. The old man stood opposite, his tone indifferent, as if he had just sipped cool water. Since we are fellow disciples, you should not touch our things. We came here to reclaim what belongs to us. Little junior brother, return it. Mingyi smirked slightly, replying coldly, who told you this is yours? Things like treasures belong to whoever encounters them. You say you are fated with it, but why isn't it in your hands? These words struck like a knife, directly hitting the old man's face. His usually calm face instantly darkened. Though he often spoke of non-action governance, when his own cake was threatened, all pretense vanished. Little junior brother, I advise you to hand over everything you owe us. Nuwa's voice floated over, carrying a hint of coldness and an indescribable tone. I just want my demon-catching gourd. Once I have it, I will leave and not linger. To be honest, she really did not want to get involved in this mess. But it was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, who wouldn't be tempted? So many people surrounded to snatch it, why shouldn't she join in? What a valuable treasure, how many big shots would turn green with envy? But what about the Mingyi brothers? One had swallowed 7 pieces. Just thinking about it made her furious. Mingyi understood clearly in his heart. These people would never give up if they could not obtain the treasure. But he indeed did not have it on him, and besides, he could not betray his brother. He took a deep breath and said, all right, the 7 gourds are with me. I used one during the corpse slaying earlier, leaving 6. Since you say it is your destiny, I will return it to you. I only ask all of you to spare my life." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone on the opposite side laughed, their laughter chilly, staring at him coldly. Ming's gaze shifted to Nua's face. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes, but was quickly suppressed. He said lightly, "Then I will return your demon-catching gourd first." Saying this, he truly summoned a gourd and pushed it over. Nua's face had just shown a hint of a smile, but before her smile could fully unfold, it froze. In the next second, the killing light suddenly exploded directly, cleaving Nua and Fushi in half. "You're seeking death," everyone exclaimed in shock and simultaneously attacked. But Mingi would not give them the chance. He collected the chaos gourd, and the black lotus beneath him suddenly glowed, turning into a streak of light racing toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain. While running, he desperately tried to contact his brother. Behind him, that group exploded in fury. Even Nua, who had seemed calm earlier, completely turned against him. The Hongxiu ball exploded into a cloud of pink light, and the killing intent solidified, piercing through the void, directly crashing towards Ming's back. Unfortunately, Mingi was shielded by 5 flags, and the black lotus beneath him formed a barrier, making it impossible for the attack to get close. Buzz. Rise. Sacrifice. Dongwang, Tai, Dijuan, and Yuanshi simultaneously activated their treasures, and 3 forces descended from the sky, shattering even the void. Mingi snapped his fingers, the 5 flags converged, and suddenly flung back. The surrounding space instantly became chaotic, like a wall blocking everyone. Inside, the law's twisted chaos reversed, and it was extremely dangerous. But these pursuers were all Quasi-Saint-level figures. How could they be easily stopped? Kunping's power of time flowed around him, and with a slight sway of his body, he actually kept up with the rhythm of the chaotic space, directly passing through and chasing after Mingi. His speed was at its peak, even time was held in his grasp. "Mingi, die. How you die first, fall down for the..." 2 swords untouched by karma stabbed simultaneously, tearing through the void, making even the mist and chaos dim. But Kunping swiftly dodged, avoiding all. Immediately after, 5 chaotic gale winds of different attributes roared over each, causing Kunping to slow for a moment. Mingi didn't waste any more time, retracting his dual swords and turning to flee. Though Kunping pursued closely in this chase, Mingi ultimately won. After being chased for decades, Mingi finally broke into the primordial land. Without a second thought, he headed straight for the towering Buzhou Mountain. Behind him, the 8 people closed in closer, unleashing their killing moves, intending to keep Mingi here. Mingi threw out the 5 elements flag, which split apart and formed a grand formation, trapping those people inside. Reverse. Within the formation, billions of spaces began to distort and reverse. But with a buzzing sound from the Dongwang bell, the formation was forcibly broken. The 5 flags instantly flew back to Ming's side, widening the distance between both sides significantly. The 8 people turned green with anger. In terms of fighting, Mingi was no match for them. But this damn guy had too many treasures, right? Moreover, each one was of top quality, fully functional. They had chased for decades without catching him. Their mentality exploded. Mingi only smiled coldly, running while tossing various spatial traps along the way. Now that he had entered the primordial realm, he was not in a rush. The only one he feared was that Kunping. That guy completely disregarded the chaotic wall and lost flow space. His speed was so fast that he could overlap with those chaotic flows in the blink of an eye. This thing was the most deadly opponent. I can't delay any longer. On the other side, Lu Yunjing calculated the time with his fingers, feeling it was about time to release the person. Just as he was pondering this, a voice suddenly exploded in his mind. "Little brother, hurry, and come save me." Lu Yunjing was taken aback and rushed out without saying a word. He headed straight for Ming's direction, thinking it's likely that he has been surrounded again. This could be troublesome. He currently only had 8 million micro-worlds at most. He was just at the peak of Deluo. He was still 2 million away from the first level of corpse slaying. That 10 million of micro-worlds he had yet to complete. However, he had the god-slaying spear in hand. This thing was untouched by karma, specifically used for slaying souls. The power of this god-slaying spear could probably even tear through the defenses of the Dongwang bell. Protecting his brother should not be a big problem. Thinking this, he had already flown out. In just a few years, he collided head-on with Mingi. Lu Yunjing directly said, "You go back first and return my treasures. I'll handle things here. Can you manage?" "I can." Lu Yunjing's tone was very steady. Mingi gritted his teeth and said sullenly, "It's my brother who is useless, don't blame me." Saying this, he turned and flew towards Buzhou Mountain. Lu Yunjing raised his hand to grab. His left hand held the Yuan-2 sword, stepping on the black lotus with a large flag floating behind him. These items could not unleash their true power in Mingi's hands. Once back in their original owner's hands, that pressure would explode. Kunping, Dijuan, the 3 pure ones, a group of people, all arrived. Lu Yunjing showed no signs of panic. The 3 pure ones spoke first. Dao friend, you finally showed up. The last time we met it was less than 2,000 years, right? You truly are hard to find. Kunpeng could not hold back his face, twitching his voice hoarse as he shouted out. I don't care who you are. Spit out my opportunity. Return it to me. Various defensive lights exploded simultaneously, layering upon layer to shroud the surroundings. Lu Yunjing, expressionless, leaped forward and charged towards Kunpeng. Want to snatch opportunities? Dream on. The spear swept across, killing intent surging. The aura of death spread out, as if even Kunpeng's fate was nailed to the void by this power. The sword light followed closely, severing causality. Countless fragments of laws splattered everywhere, and the surrounding space began to flow backward and reverse. The innate 5 elements flag split into 5. The power of the 5 extremes surged wildly, and terrifying strength poured out from the flags. The black lotus beneath him bloomed, surrounded by ghostly light. 300 million sword lights revolved endlessly, and the 8 million micro-worlds around him continuously came into being and perished, each micro-world differentiating a divine pillar of light, wrapped in dazzling brilliance, crashing towards the other 7 powerful beings. The 7 powerful beings could only grit their teeth and activate their defensive measures, desperately resisting, unable to spare a hand to assist Kunpeng. Kunpeng's pupils suddenly constricted. He had never seen such a ruthless fighting style. Right from the start, it was a barrage of lethal attacks. If it were any other strong warrior, they would have been eliminated in an instant. Yet at this moment, he pushed his body's strength to the limit, but still could not evade that fate's lock. Once struck by the god-slaying spear, not only would the causal ties of this body be completely severed, but even his life would be forfeit. This is the terrifying nature of the god-slaying spear. The supreme treasure in his hand, the Yuan too, was no trivial matter either, as the laws intertwined in the air were the key to trapping Kunpeng, preventing his escape. The surrounding spatial turbulence grew increasingly violent. Kunpeng had no time to think for even a moment. In the next second, countless attacks surged forth, piercing through Kunpeng's body. At the instant when the terrifying destructive power exploded, the surrounding space was instantly torn apart. Yet under the oppressive might of the Father God, it quickly restored to its former state. At that moment, a flash of black light darted past, as if it took something away. The 7 powerful beings widened their eyes. Having just blocked the 800,000 divine lights, when they turned back to the battlefield, everyone was frozen in shock. Kunpeng is dead. This is too powerful. The powerful beings collectively gasped. Even the Sanqing, who had witnessed Lu Yunjing's methods, were greatly shaken by the viciousness of the attack before them. This person, where did he come from? With so many supreme treasures on him, where did he even get these opportunities? Could it be that he is the child of heaven and earth? Terrifying, too terrifying. The crowd took a deep breath, completely convinced by Lu Yunjing's fierce and ruthless methods. Lu Yunjing silently let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had taken down Kunpeng in an instant. This might was firmly established. He turned to the crowd and coldly said, "Everyone, is there anything else you wish to say? If anyone wants to seize the opportunity, feel free to speak." With a step forward, Lu Yunjing's imposing aura erupted, causing everyone's hearts to sink. "This opportunity, I will take it." Boom. He stepped forward, the overwhelming pressure forcing everyone present to take a few steps back. Everyone knew that this killing god was not to be trifled with. Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai exchanged glances and clasped their hands, saying, "Friend Mingi, today, we have witnessed your strength. Forget it, we will not take this opportunity." After speaking, both turned to leave. However, just as Emperor Jun took 2 steps, he stopped, turned back to glare at Lu Yunjing, his tone as cold as a knife. "But friend, doing this easily makes others bear a grudge." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of spear light and sword energy simultaneously slashed over. The Donghuang bell shook violently, its ringing reverberating. By the time they looked again, Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai had already vanished. Across the primordial lands, countless pairs of eyes were focused on this battle. From Quasi-Saints to Tai, none were left out. Seeing Lu Yunjing's decisive methods, many were deeply impressed. Moreover, some were already calculating in their hearts, if they could become this powerful being's disciple, how wonderful would that be? With a single move, he eliminated Baiming Kunpeng and drove away the 2 top leaders of the monster race with a single sentence. This level of strength is something that ordinary people cannot compare to. Lu Yunjing's gaze fell upon the Sanqing and the Nuwa siblings, his meaning quite clear. However, these 5 disciples of the saints were inherently proud and would not bow their heads to anyone. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. The day we become saints will be the day of your demise, Lu Yunjing. The 5 turned and left. The onlookers erupted into an uproar. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft scattered cultivators from various places, and Jin Yuanzi, who hadn't even returned home, yet were all stunned. This battle was actually a victory achieved solely by Lu Yunjing's overwhelming strength. This is utterly absurd. Could it be that Lu Yunjing's method of survival truly works? Zhen Yuanzi began to doubt his life. But Lu Yunjing was clearly only at the peak of the deluo. What is going on? After the battle ended, Lu Yunjing also left the scene. He secretly summoned the Chaos Pearl, blocking all senses around him. This treasure must be refined as soon as possible. He had just broken through to Quasi Saint and needed to hurry to refine the Chaos Pearl to break through the 48th layer of restrictions. Although this pearl has many restrictions, this matter cannot be delayed. Hongjun is about to achieve the Dao. Once he enters the Dao realm, the shielding ability of the Chaos Pearl will likely become ineffective. Upon returning to the Daoist temple, he released the six-eared macaque and Bai Zhe. Although they had comprehended the Dao for 1,000 years, when these two came out they still looked the same as before. A terrifying power surged around Bai Zhe, and a flower of the great Dao slowly bloomed above his head. With 6 petals, the 5 laws were clearly visible and tangled upon it. He had successfully comprehended. 5 streams of flowing light floated around the six-eared macaque, dazzling in brilliance, but his cultivation was still stuck at the half-step deluo threshold. The 3 flowers above his head had already solidified, and he was just waiting for the final flower to bloom to enter the deluo realm. Lu Yunjing frowned slightly, but it quickly relaxed. He realized this 6-eared macaque had actually comprehended the entire 5 elements law. Bai Zhe had only comprehended more than half of it, and relied on the remaining time to break through to the deluo. But the 6-eared macaque was different. He took his time and thoroughly comprehended all the 5 elements laws, which made him truly immaterial for going a long way. The two knelt before Lu Yunjing and deeply bowed their heads. The opportunity given by Master Bai Zhe will never forget, and now I can finally prove the deluo. Master, although I haven't reached the deluo yet, I am just a step away. I have comprehended the entire law, and as long as I spend another 100 years in the Chaos Pearl, I will definitely be able to break through. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjing's expression turned cold. The rules were set by him, and he could not break them. He also could not make exceptions for these 2 disciples, as that would upset the balance. Rules are rules. 1,000 years means 1,000 years. You have already taken advantage of this time by 100 years compared to 1,000 years. After a pause, he continued, however, your achievements are commendable. You have innate talent, and I need not praise you further. The opportunities that should be given have already been given. Now go. Mingyi stood by, feeling increasingly anxious. These 2 children were just 1 step away from the deluo. Yet the 6-eared macaque and Bai Zhe showed no signs of impatience on their faces. The patience they cultivated over the years in solitude had long allowed them to remain calm. At most, they could continue to break through in the primordial lands. Lu Yunjing pulled out 2 gourds from his sleeve. One was green with the essence of water and fire laws surging non-stop. The other was yellow, surrounded by a cutting immortal's aura exuding an extremely sharp brilliance. His voice was very calm. Since you have entered my door, you should be given some items. 6-eared, you have comprehended the 5 elements law. This water and fire gourd is just right for you. Bai Zhe, you are an auspicious beast with rich, immortal, auspicious energy. This cutting immortal's gourd is given to you, able to transform your immortal energy into a killing force. Cultivating both the path of killing and auspiciousness is quite interesting. After speaking, Lu Yunjing threw the 2 gourds over. To be honest, he had no real interest in these gourds. If they were gourds that had grown from the Chaos Pearl, then they would be worth his attention. But the gourd vines before him did not know how many years it took to produce these few fruits, which was simply too slow. Lu Yunjing pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Such matters he had always been too lazy to think about. The 2 took the treasures, clasped their fists in gratitude, and were about to leave. At that moment, Lu Yunjing suddenly remembered something and called out to stop them. You 2 remembered, don't casually expose this gourd. This item was seized from others. Those I robbed are not ordinary people. If they encounter you 2, you will not be able to escape. After hearing this, the 2 nodded firmly, remembering Lu Yunjing's words. Finally, they knelt and bowed again before leaving, looking back 3 times. However, in cultivation, one must pursue a carefree attitude. After trudging along this lonely path for 1,000 years, they should venture out into the primordial lands. After sending them off, Lu Yunjing turned to Mingyi, wearing a smile, as if what had just happened had never occurred. Congratulations, elder brother, on stepping into Quasi Saint. You are just a step away from achieving sainthood. Mingyi only smiled bitterly. What use is it for me to become a Quasi Saint? These people can trample over me at will, unlike you, little brother, with treasures that everyone must steer clear of upon seeing. Lu Yunjing smiled. You can't say that, elder brother. You 2 are a fortunate person. Achieving sainthood is only a matter of time. When that day comes, will those who once bullied you dare to act in front of you? After hearing this, Mingyi shook his head and waved his hand, telling Lu Yunjing about the strange occurrences he experienced after stepping into Quasi Saint. He found that after slaying the evil corpses he began to think of others. Little brother, I truly do not know after slaying the 3 corpses. Am I still myself? We brothers once speak of external paths. Elder brother, I know you have your own methods. Could you tell me? At that time, will I really still be myself? Mingi asked urgently. Lu Yunjing merely smiled and shook his head. Everyone has their own path to walk. Elder brother, since you have chosen this path, why bother entangling yourself with trivial matters? Mingi fell. With just a few words, Lu Yunjing helped him understand something. In the primordial lands, who cultivates not to break free from the constraints of heaven and seek true transcendence. That's right. As long as he becomes a saint, all these petty matters will no longer matter. Little brother, I want to enter your pearl and enter seclusion. Sure. To his own people, Lu Yunjing was always generous and let him in without a second thought. As for why he himself was not cultivating as fast in the Chaos Pearl as others, it was because he was following the path of the primordial unity. Lu Yunjing's cultivation path, every step was grounded. It appeared slow, but the foundation was frighteningly stable, and his strength was solid beyond measure. That technique he practiced, the 800 million worlds of void law once fully realized, could lead to the path of primordial unity. After receiving Mingi into the Chaos Pearl, Lu Yunjing also did not idle away, directly engaging in his cultivation. In truth, this speed cannot be considered slow. It will only accelerate further, and when the time comes to attain enlightenment, he will surely leave behind those cultivators who have toiled for millions of years. As he had anticipated, in less than a century, Lu Yunjing stepped into the quasi-saint realm of the corpse-slaughtering path. Countless microcosms floated around him, constantly rising and falling. He stood there like the most ferocious quasi-saint in the universe. Even the Ming River, which was in seclusion within the Chaos Pearl, sensed the terrifying and explosive aura emanating from Lu Yunjing. He remained silent, simply tightening his focus on his training. The gap between him and his virtuous brother was widening. He needed to catch up quickly. On the other side, the entire primordial chaos was bustling due to the quasi-saint battle that occurred decades ago. A large number of cultivators madly rushed into the unyielding mountains, searching for people in hopes of becoming Lu Yunjing's disciple. In essence, he was the one person beneath the Tao Ancestor whom everyone had to respect whether they wanted to or not. His strength was unquestionable. The entire primordial chaos had crowned him as the strongest beneath the Tao Ancestor. This left the quasi-saints who had never seen Lu Yunjing in action feeling quite displeased. For instance, the duo known as the Eastern Prince and the Western Queen, nicknamed the Carefree Travelers. No one knew their true names. They only knew that one was the leader of the rogue cultivators of the Eastern Sea, while the other was the head of the rogue cultivators of the Western Sea. The Eastern Prince had a significant influence, his essence being transformed into pure yang energy, and he was exceedingly arrogant, claiming he had the potential to become a saint. The Western Queen also held considerable power. She was low-key and had a good temper. Although her abilities were not as fierce as those of the Eastern Prince, she possessed her own hidden talents, and like him, was striving to consolidate her power. The Eastern Prince openly declared to the entire primordial chaos, "What is so great about those brothers from the Ming Sea? I had been in seclusion previously with no time to pay attention to their trivial matters. Today I will meet the legendary brothers of the Ming Sea and see what they are truly made of." He laughed heartily, and treasures began to float around him one by one. One of them was a top-grade innate treasure forged from pure yang energy, the turning mirror. The other was a low-grade innate treasure he had unearthed in the land of stars, the Stellar Club. These two items had established his immense reputation in the Eastern Sea. In an instant, countless powerful beings adopted a spectator's stance, preparing to observe this spectacle. However, many of those who had witnessed Lu Yunjing's fierce battle scoffed at the Eastern Prince's reckless behavior and were simply too lazy to watch. Where had the Ming Sea brothers gone? The Eastern Prince had searched near the Blood Sea for over 100 years, yet he hadn't caught a glimpse of a single hair. Standing on a cloud, he sneered, his voice echoing through the primordial chaos, "Those two cowards probably dare not come. Of course, with my status, I shouldn't stoop to argue with two turtles hiding their heads." After a pause, he added, "I just wonder if those listening in the Purple Cloud Palace have fed all their skills to the dogs." This remark was tantamount to insulting everyone present. Unfortunately, the Ming River was not present, and Han Yun had gone into seclusion. The three pure ones ignored it entirely. Fushi wanted to speak up for Nuwa, but Nuwa waved her hand. What did idle talk matter? Only strength mattered. If that Eastern Prince didn't have some skills, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Nuwa then said, "Brother, we should focus on our cultivation and strive to break through to the second corpse realm as soon as possible." Fushi felt frustrated, but could only shake his head. That Eastern Prince would be dealt with sooner or later. On the vast primordial land, Lu Er and Baizhe were heading to the Great Demon Banquet. Upon hearing the Eastern Prince's words, Lu Er's anger surged. Baize hurriedly grabbed him. Enough, Master didn't take it seriously. Oh, why should we act like heroes? Master's abilities easily overshadow that guy's, but he doesn't care at all. What does this indicate? It shows that Master's vision is in the heavens and not bothered by these trivial matters on the ground. With that, Lu'er calmed down, snorting softly. One day that Eastern Prince will know that while food can be eaten recklessly, words cannot be spoken carelessly. Haha, brother Lu'er, let's hurry to the banquet. The Great Demon Banquet was organized by the demon race. It was said to have begun when the Tao Ancestor first lectured, occurring every 1,000 years. Everyone gathers to share their insights from when the powerful beings were not present in the primordial chaos. Lu'er and Baize hurried over to seek knowledge. The banquet scene was filled with infamous figures: Tao Ye Chongqi Bifang, Ing Zhao Ji Ming. A group of formidable demons of the great Luo level sat in a circle. Lu'er had not been idle during these 100 years. He successfully entered the great Luo realm. The Great Demon Banquet was set in a continuous mountain range. Within the mountains, the laws were chaotic and mist surged. Ordinary demons couldn't find their way in, and those at the Tai Golden Immortal level who dared to approach were courting death. However, for those in the great Luo realm, entering was as easy as strolling through a garden. Choosing such a venue for the meeting was very clear. Those without skills should not come. What right do mere cats and dogs have to be called great demons? The moment Lu'er the monkey and Baize stepped into the main hall, all the demons turned their gazes toward them. Many pairs of eyes were fixated on Baize, as his aura of good fortune was too striking. Everyone who looked wanted to take a bite. Baize snorted coldly, raised his hoof, and stomped on the ground, producing a beam of light that forcefully pushed those gazes back. Lu'er, adept at reading the mood, immediately scratched the back of his head and grinned. Everyone, my brother, is not used to being stared at like this. Could you all give him some face and stare a little less? If you want to look, you can look at me, Lu'er. As soon as he finished, the hall full of great demons was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Lu'er, did I hear that wrong? Did the Tao Ancestor not personally say the law is not passed on to Lu'er? Where did this wild monkey come from? Chase him out. What right does this kind have to be called a great demon? One of the demons slowly stood up. This being had 9 heads, its body a deep red flesh resembling both a duck and a fish, a bizarre sight. A teasing expression hung on its face. I am Guei-Che, one of the great demons. What are you, Lu'er? Get the hell out. Baize stepped forward, standing in front of Lu'er, and coldly said, Guei-Che, you'd better think carefully. Anyone who can enter this door is a great Luo. He is no worse than you. Don't be foolish. Guei-Che had a volatile temper, and hearing this made him even angrier. The 9 duck heads simultaneously spewed flames. He glared at Lu'er, the monkey's grinning face growing angrier the more he looked. How the law is not passed on to Lu'er? How could he possibly be a great Luo? Could it be that someone dares to go against the Tao Ancestor's will? Let me test his weight. Before his words fell, Guei-Che lunged forward. Baize's expression changed, and he was about to block the attack. Suddenly a force pushed him back. Baize turned to look into the depths of the demon cave. A tiger completely black with wings on its back was watching him with a grin. A voice entered his ear. Don't worry, if he truly has skills he will naturally handle it. If he doesn't have the ability, then dying would be dying. Before Guei-Che's scream had even faded, Lu'er the monkey's fist had already slammed down. He grinned, a hint of madness in his eyes, scratching his fluffy monkey head, watching the rushing Guei-Che, and even began to clap his thighs, chuckling incessantly. As Guei-Che pounced, that playful grin instantly transformed. Lu'er the monkey grasped Guei-Che's wings, forcefully pressed down, and the 5 elements laws surged forth instantly, immobilizing his entire body. Then he slammed down hard. Bang! The specially made hard floor shattered under Lu'er the monkey's brute force, sending fragments flying. Ow! Guei-Che let out a piercing scream. Capture him! Lu'er the monkey flipped his face, his fist wrapped in the 5 elements laws, and struck fiercely at Guei-Che, the sound echoing ominously. All of this skill was taught by his master. The law is not passed on to Lu'er, is it? Today I will take the teachings from my master and properly teach you, you blind fool. The pent-up rage had all been unleashed upon Guei-Che. Guei-Che was merely a small character who had just entered the great Luo, acting arrogant due to his higher realm. Lu'er the monkey. He had been swallowing heaven's treasures since the golden immortal stage, and through sheer understanding had comprehended a complete 5 elements law in the Tai realm, entering the great Luo with the power of that law. What he was dealing with was a little bird that had just blossomed at the 5th grade. It was as easy as child's play. Dare to insult your Lu'er grandpa. Capture him. I will pluck every single feather off you. With 9 heads I will leave you with just 1 today. Lu'er the monkey's strikes were ruthless, each blow a killing move, beating Guei-Che until he screamed. 1 head after another was smashed, his essence constantly shattering, and his realm dropped back to Tai. Just as Lu Er the monkey was about to smash Gui Chi's last head of essence, the great demon in the shadows spoke. His voice was calm, carrying a hint of indifference. Enough, Lu Er Taoist. Throw him out. Lesser demons are not worthy to stay at a great demon's banquet. Lu Er the monkey paused, then broke into a grin, his laughter filled with satisfaction. He casually tossed out the already fallen Gui Chi, and the chains of law followed closely, instantly engulfing Gui Chi's figure, leaving his fate unknown. Lu Er the monkey scratched his head, looking toward the great demon in the shadows, and grinned. May I ask how this esteemed Taoist is called? Qiongqi. As soon as the words fell, Qiongqi unleashed his aura, the cultivation of late, great Luo, suppressing the entire venue, quieting it considerably. I attended the second lecture of the Tao Ancestor. I was fortunate enough to listen to a class. As soon as this was said, everyone present changed their expressions. This Qiongqi had actually attended the Tao Ancestor's lecture. This is too shocking. Qiongqi grinned. Don't look at me with such eyes, it's just good luck. Let's not talk about me, since everyone is here to share insights, let's chat. The primordial world is vast, so immense that even those at the Daluo level may not be able to explore it fully in a lifetime. Thus, various experiences and stories sound quite refreshing. Even Lu Er and Bai Zhe engaged in lively conversation before long. Fushi felt a surge of irritation, but ultimately just shook his head and said nothing more. That East King was truly too arrogant. Sooner or later, he would have to be taught a lesson. Meanwhile, across the primordial land, Lu Er and Bai Zhe were heading towards the grand demon banquet. Hearing the derogatory remarks from the outside world, Lu Er's face was full of displeasure. In the end, it was Bai Zhe who managed to calm him down. All right, our master hasn't spoken, yet there's no need for us to step in. With our master's abilities, crushing that East King is more than enough. But the master doesn't care at all. What does that indicate? It shows that the master has a high perspective and looks down on such people. Bai Zhe's flattery eased Lu Er's anger a bit, and he huffed in response. One day I will make that East King understand that he cannot speak recklessly or eat carelessly. Haha, Lu Er, let's hurry on our way and not delay the Grand Demon Banquet. The Grand Demon Banquet is a gathering organized by the demon race themselves. They had only learned about this event in recent years. It appears to have started since the Tao Ancestor's first lecture, held once every 1,000 years. The purpose is to gather the great demons together to share their past experiences and gains from their dominance in the primordial world. Lu Er and Bai Zhe wanted to attend to see if there were any valuable insights to gain. Upon arriving at the banquet venue, they found many renowned great demons already present. Characters like Tao Ye, Qiongqi Bifang, Ying Zhao, and Ji Meng were all in attendance. These great demons were all at least at the Daluo level. After a century of hard cultivation, Lu Er had successfully broken through to the Daluo realm and qualified to stand there. The banquet was set in a mountain range. The entire mountain was shrouded in laws with mist swirling around. For ordinary demon folk, this place was death. Even Tai golden immortals dared not approach. However, those at the Daluo level could easily enter. Choosing such a place was meant to filter out those to prevent just any Tom, Dick, or Harry from claiming to be a great demon. Stepping into the banquet hall, they were greeted by a dark and imposing chamber. As Lu Er and Bai Zhe entered, the gazes of the surrounding great demons swept over them. Many were fixated on Bai Zhe, their eyes nearly glued to him. Who wouldn't be envious of that auspicious aura? Bai Zhe snorted coldly, stomped a hoof on the ground, creating a ripple of light that forced those gazes to retract. Lu Er, adept at reading faces, chuckled and scratched his monkey head, speaking up. Everyone, my brother, here doesn't like being stared at. So let's give him some face and not keep staring, alright? If you want to look, why not look at me, Lu Er? As soon as he finished speaking, all the great demons in the hall were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lu Er, did I hear you right? Didn't the Tao Ancestor say that the law should not be passed to Lu Er? Where did this monkey demon come from? Get him out of here. With such a demeanor, you dare call yourself a great demon? A hulking creature stood up slowly, sporting 9 heads, its flesh a deep red resembling both a duck and a fish, looking as bizarre as could be. Mockery was plastered across its face. I am called Ghostkar, a genuine great demon. What are you, Lu Er? Hurry and scram. Bai Zhe stepped forward, blocking Lu Er, his voice as cold as ice. Ghostkar, you'd better think carefully. Those who can enter this place are all Daluo level. He's not inferior to you. Don't act foolishly. Ghostkar, known for his temper, flared up even more at those words, all 9 duck heads spouting flames and screeching. Seeing Lu Er still grinning, he became even more furious. The law should not be passed to Lu Er. How could he possibly reach Daluo? Surely someone dares defy the Tao Ancestor's intent. They'll test him. As he finished speaking, Ghostkar lunged forward, and Bai Zhe's expression changed as he was about to intervene. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed him aside, and Bai Zhe looked up into the depths of the cave. He saw a black tiger with wings on its back grinning at him. Then a voice entered his ears. Don't worry, if he truly has the ability, he will naturally withstand it. If he lacks skill, then death is just death. After hearing this, Baize's restless heart suddenly calmed down. A faint smile crept upon his lips. True enough, if he dies, then he dies. Meanwhile, Lu'er the monkey continued to laugh, scratching his head, watching the rushing ghost car, slapping his thigh with glee. Once Ghost Car reached him, that grin instantly morphed into one of fierce determination. He seized Ghost Car's wing, and the 5 elements laws surged forth, directly locking down the opponent's entire body. Then he slammed him down hard. Bang! The specially made ground shattered instantly under Lu'er the monkey's fierce impact. Take that! Lu'er's playful expression suddenly became serious, his fists wrapped in the power of the 5 elements laws relentlessly pounding down on Ghost Car. This was a skill taught to him by his master. The law should not be passed to Lu'er, right? Today Lu'er will use the Tao taught by his master to give you a proper lesson. At this moment, all the pent-up anger in Lu'er poured onto Ghost Car. Ghost Car was merely relying on his enormous size. In reality, he was just a novice who had just entered the Daluo realm. But Lu'er? Since the days of the Golden Immortal, he had begun to consume various heavenly treasures, and by the time he reached the Tai realm, he fully grasped the 5 elements law, ultimately breaking through to Daluo with it. His innate talent was astonishing, having blossomed to the 10th rank. Dealing with someone with only a 5-rank blossoming was simply crushing. You dare insult me, Lu'er? Take that. I'll have all your feathers fall off. I'll make sure that 9 heads of yours are left with just 1. Lu'er attacked, ruthlessly landing blows that made Ghost Car wail in agony. One head after another was obliterated, its essence continuously draining, and its cultivation level plummeted to the Tai realm. Just as Lu'er was preparing to completely destroy Ghost Car's essence brain, the great demon in the depths spoke again, his tone calm. Enough, Lu'er. Just throw him out. In the grand demon banquet, little demons have no qualification to stay. Upon hearing this, Lu'er the monkey paused, then grinned again, grabbing the now fallen Ghost Car and directly tossing him out. Endless chains of laws instantly engulfed Ghost Car, leaving his fate uncertain. Lu'er the monkey turned his head, looking towards the great demon deep inside, scratching his head and smiling. I still don't know how to address you, friend. I am Qiongqi. Qiongqi replied, releasing his own cultivation level, late Daluo. I once attended the 2nd lecture of the Tao Ancestor and was fortunate to hear one session. Although I didn't grasp much, I still gained some insights. As soon as he finished speaking, all the demons present changed their expressions. This Qiongqi had actually been to the Tao Ancestor's lecture. So impressive. Qiongqi merely smiled. Don't look at me like that, it was just good luck. Let's not Since everyone is here to share insights today, let's all talk about it. A few great demons immediately began to recount their experiences and insights. The primordial world is vast and boundless, so enormous that even they, the Daluo, would likely not be able to explore it fully in their lifetimes. Therefore, various experiences and stories seemed particularly novel. Even Lu'er and Baize quickly joined the discussion. In an instant, various Tao laws and experiences flowed around the venue. Lu'er and Baize mingled together, engaging in lively conversation. After a while, someone turned to Lu'er and spoke up. The old saying still stands, brother Lu'er. It's said that the ancestor has rules, and the law should not be passed to Lu'er. Which master dares to teach you skills? Which great being took you under their wing? We all want to broaden our horizons and join in on the fun. Upon hearing this, Lu'er grinned widely, his face full of pride. My master's abilities are boundless, and his Tao is infinite. He is one of the masters of the underworld. Suddenly Lu'er the monkey choked on his words. An idea flashed in his mind. After being with his master for so long, he had never even asked for his master's name. This. To be honest, not only did he not know, but even those great figures above and below had no clue. Except for the underworld river, probably no one else knew who his master was. Seeing Lu'er the monkey suddenly fall silent, the others immediately urged him on. Come on, Baize glanced at him, having guessed somewhat, and thus took over the conversation. The rules of the master's sect are strict, and names cannot be casually disclosed. However, since everyone wants to hear, I will share a few past events to entertain everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Lu'er the monkey sighed with relief, having narrowly escaped a disaster. He almost revealed the truth. Having followed his master for so long, and not even knowing his name, was something quite embarrassing that nearly fell upon himself. He looked towards Baize, who began to speak leisurely. 100 years ago, a shocking battle broke out on Mount. Under the Tao Ancestor, 5 saints sat upon their thrones, jointly attacking another master of the underworld sea, old ancestor of the underworld river. They fought for decades, causing chaos. Just as old ancestor of the underworld river was about to falter, the master of the underworld sea descended from the heavens, single-handedly blocking 8. One person blocking 8. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This ability was truly terrifying. Who were those 8 people? The 3 Qing under the saints, the demon race Nuwa, 4 great beings. And the demon race Emperor Jundong, Huang Tai, Yi Kuanping, and Fuxi, 4 top experts. As soon as this was said, even Xiongqi's face changed dramatically, while the single-foot Li Fan next to him looked on with disdain. He knew who it was, but couldn't be bothered to engage. Bai Zhe continued, elaborating further. Any one of these 8 would guarantee certain death in a solo confrontation. The elder ancestor Mingyi possesses transcendent mastery, having escaped the primordial chaos and retreated all the way back to the mortal realm of Honghuang, even reaching the foot of Mount Buzhou, is already testament to his extraordinary prowess. Our master's abilities are unfathomable. He commanded elder ancestor Mingyi to withdraw first, then stood alone, arrayed with countless divine artifacts, facing down a host of formidable foes, in mere moments uttering but a few words. Yet tell me what happened next. Our master acted with breathtaking decisiveness, striking Kuanping directly, and in an instant Kuanping vanished utterly. At that time supreme cultivators abounded. Hundreds, even thousands. Everyone fixated upon that cataclysmic battle. The entire cosmos bore witness crystal clear and unblinking. From that day forth our master was universally acclaimed as the supreme sovereign of Honghuang. When this tale concluded, all present instantly grasped, beyond doubt, who their master truly was. Though his name remained unknown, his renown had long since spread across all of Honghuang. Lately, countless supreme cultivators had journeyed to Mount Buzhou and the blood sea of Yunjing, desperate to locate his hermitage. Yet every search ended in vain. Now none among them had anticipated that a grand banquet hosted by the Yao clan's de low-level elders would unexpectedly bring them face-to-face with the disciple of Honghuang's supreme sovereign. The revelation struck with staggering force. Even Xiongqi, a de Luo sovereign himself, shuddered involuntarily. Merely recalling such a battle's sheer scale sent chills rippling from his very marrow. Xiongqi ranked highest in cultivation among those present, yet even he stood only at the apex of the de Luo tier. As the ancient adage warns, within strength lies greater strength. His curiosity burning, Xiongqi prepared to speak. Beside him Bai Feng flapped his wings and sneered, "Oh, the supreme sovereign of Honghuang. Only Lord Dong Wanggong truly merits that title." The moment those words left his beak, several pairs of eyes snapped toward Bai Feng. He let out a cold laugh. "I make no secret of it. I hail from the Eastern Sea, a carefree cultivator under Lord Dong Wanggong's command. I accompanied Lord Dong Wanggong to the blood sea of Yunjing, searching for years, employing countless methods, even issuing formal challenges, shouting across the entire sea, demanding his emergence for combat. Yet that so-called supreme sovereign of Honghuang deployed some arcane artifice, vanishing without trace, rendering Lord Dong Wanggong unable to sense him and leaving his challenge unanswered, swallowed by silence. When we finally reached the blood sea's heart, we found not a single trace of the supreme sovereign of Honghuang, only the unmistakable imprint of something having been deliberately removed. Clearly the supreme sovereign of Honghuang dared not accept my lord's challenge, and fled in cowardice." Bai Feng's words instantly jolted the assembly into clarity. They'd been so captivated by Bai Zhe's awe-inspiring account that they'd forgotten entirely. Oh, indeed. A century ago Lord Dong Wanggong had shaken the entire Honghuang realm, vowing to confront the supreme sovereign in single combat. Yet no matter how fiercely he searched, he never laid eyes upon him. Afterward the title Supreme Sovereign of Honghuang faded almost entirely from common discourse. Lu Ermi, who seethed inwardly, "My master did not depart after receiving your lord's challenge. He left long before, back when the Tao Ancestor delivered his first sermon on the way." Standing upon the mountainside, Bai Feng emitted a shrill, grating laugh. "If you lack the courage to fight, simply admit it. No need to fabricate absurd excuses. If your master were truly so formidable, why resort to evasive pretexts?" Lu Ermiu bared his fangs in fury. "What are you to warrant my master's intervention? What am I? Merely a minor figure. Yet if your master truly possesses the might you claim, I would gladly serve as his mount. My speed cultivation artistry stands unmatched among de Luo sovereigns." This declaration darkened Bai Zhe's and Lu Ermiu's expressions further. Xiongqi interjected, "Bai Feng's claim holds merit. Lu, since you proclaim your master the supreme sovereign of Honghuang, why not lead us there, to witness his majesty firsthand?" Surrounding Yaos nodded in unison, every gaze converging upon Lu Ermiu. Lu fell silent for a moment, then clenched his jaw. "Very well. If you insist on going, I shall guide you. But understand, my master possesses true, unparalleled power. He refrains from acting only because weightier matters detain him." The party set out. 2 or 3 dozen de Lua-level Yaos followed Lu Ermihu in solemn procession toward Mount Buzhou. Bai Feng brought up the rear, surreptitiously retrieving a voice-recording jade token bestowed by Lord Dong Wanggong, recording a brief message before crushing it in his talon. The shattered token blazed into a streak of light, vanishing beyond the horizon. A faint contemptuous smile curled Bai Feng's beak. Humph. Only Lord Dong Wanggong deserves the title Supreme Sovereign of Hongwon. 2 centuries passed like a sigh. Lu Yunjing remained deep in seclusion. After his inner world surpassed 10 million, its subsequent expansion accelerated smoothly. In the first century, the count surged to 13 million. By the second, it soared to 18 million. With each passing century, his power leapt upward by a tremendous margin. At this pace, it would not be long before he brushed against the threshold of sagehood. Lu Yunjing murmured softly, a flicker of delighted astonishment lighting his features. Around him, worlds cycled ceaselessly, birth and dissolution intertwined, while his internal power ascended relentlessly. The gulf between slaying 1 corpse and 2 is immeasurably vast. Thus, even one who gathers 2 million micro-worlds cannot ascend to the rank of a 2-corpse slayer. True supremacy belongs solely to those who have severed all 3. Slashing the 3 corpses ultimately means severing the true self. So long as this true self remains intact, one remains infinitely close to the summit, yet forever relegated to the latest echelon. Having comprehended this, Lu Yunjing ceased overthinking and redoubled his cultivation. Truth be told, his progress was already astonishingly swift. Externally, others advanced so rapidly only because Hongjun delivered sermons on the Tao. A sage's utterance carries innate radiant augmentation. He, however, pressed forward alone, unwavering. According to his calculations, once Hongjun completed all 3 great sermons, he would transcend to 2-corpse slayer status, drawing near the late stage. Beyond that, within less than 100 million years, he would reach the threshold of 3-corpse severance. And when he did, his actual combat prowess would far surpass that of ordinary 3-corpse slayers. Having settled his resolve, Lu Yunjing uttered no further word, plunging wholly back into profound seclusion. Time slipped away year after year. Outside, the party finally arrived at their destination. Lu Ermihu scoured Mount Buzhou for hours before locating the entrance to the cultivation site. He smiled faintly and rapped gently upon the gate. At that moment, Lu Yunjing cultivating. Lu Er waited, no response. His expression shifted subtly. He raised his hand and knocked again. Lu Yunjing cultivating. Lu Er waited longer. His cheeks twitched. He abandoned courtesy and began pounding the gate. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yunjing cultivating. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yunjing cultivating. Lu Ermiu. He clutched his forehead, genuinely tempted to cover his face with cloth. Uncle Mingy, where are you? Come lend a hand. At this rate, my master's dignity will be utterly ruined by his own disciple. Bai Zhe stood nearby, equally bewildered. What on earth is happening? Everyone stood frozen, utterly confounded by the unfolding scene. Bai Feng watched, and could not suppress a booming, derisive laugh. So this is your supreme sovereign of Hongwon. How utterly absurd. He won't even open the door. Perhaps Lord Dong Wanggong's overwhelming aura has terrified him into hiding. Ha ha ha. You dare slander him. Lu Ermihu whirled around, teeth grinding. My master is indisputably occupied. He's most likely absent. Oh, absent. Bai Feng lifted a talon, pointing calmly toward the grand formation shimmering beside the cultivation site. He sneered. This is the 5-element supremacy formation, requiring mastery of all 5 elemental laws to sustain. Such a formation must be actively maintained by someone within. You claim no one is inside. Whom do you think you're deceiving? Lu Er flushed crimson. Bai Zhe too could contain his indignation no longer, retorting stiffly. My master is certainly in deep seclusion. He simply hasn't noticed external disturbances. Enough. How much longer will you two persist in defending your master? As I stated earlier, my lord will arrive within 4 centuries. What a... Lu Ermihu spun sharply, glaring at Bai Feng, voice tight with rage. What have you done? Since you boast your master as Honghuang's supreme sovereign, let my lord confront him personally. I intend to see for myself whether this supreme sovereign truly possesses such legendary might. Lu Ermihu roared in fury. He launched his assault, lightning swift, unstoppable. All surrounding sovereigns instinctively stepped back. His mastery of the 5 elemental laws was flawless, terrifying. Even stronger opponents dared not engage him, directly refusing close-quarters combat. Bai Feng, however, remained unruffled, levitating on one foot, drawing a long sword, and meeting the blow heat-in. Clang! Their duel erupted. Bai Feng expelled a torrent of terrifying flame, pure yang essence fire. This sacred fire was bestowed by Lord Dong Wanggong. the 10th most potent flame among 10,000. Oh, what defense can you possibly muster? Humph, too many words. In an instant, the 5 elemental laws surged along his chi pathways, coalescing into an impregnable defensive formation, blocking the searing pure yang flame completely. Yet the flame burned with ruthless dominion. Within moments it pierced through his barrier. Baize, witnessing this, charged forward, unleashing the immortal slaying gourd, transforming auspicious chi into lethal intent, aimed squarely at Baifeng. Baifeng swiftly retracted his flame and accelerated skyward, hovering high above. With such modest skill, wait until my lord arrives, and watch your master's dignity crumble, his cultivation site reduced to rubble. With that, Baifeng turned and departed. No fool he. Lu Ermihu was dangerous, Baize no lesser threat. Facing both simultaneously was impossible. Moreover, his pure yang essence fire was finite, a single precious breath granted only for his obedience. Once Baifeng departed, numerous yaos dispersed as well. Those remaining, besides Lu Ermihu and Baize, were 6 peerless yaos: Taoye Qiongqi, Ingzhao Jimingqin Yuan, and Ci Tai. Each possessed formidable strength. Among them, Qiongqi stood supreme. Already at the pinnacle of latest stage to Luo, his power boundless and awe-inspiring. The last few remaining among the 20 to 30 great demons truly evoke a sense of nostalgia. Tao Tai spoke in a calm tone. We are all lone cultivators who 100 years ago, when we gathered together, we were already thinking of finding a place to settle down. Indeed, I have nowhere else to go. But with those few fellow Taoists, it's like we are brothers. Today's matter must be resolved between Dong Wang Gong and your master. As Lu Er's words fell, a few around exchanged glances. Deep down, they actually believed him to some extent. With such strength displayed, a top-tier powerhouse can easily repel 7 others. What more needs to be said? As for why those individuals feared Dong Wang Gong so much, no one knew. Lu Er sighed. He understood their thoughts and had no intention of persuading them further. With a slight bow, he uttered 3 words: I understand. 200 years swiftly passed. On the vast land millions of miles away from Buzhou Mountain, Dong Wang Gong led his team with great momentum. Beside him, Baifeng obediently followed, introducing the situation. Dong Wang Gong wore a satisfied expression and said, You did well, Baifeng. That so-called number 1 in the wilderness is truly a joke. For these 200 years I have proclaimed to the world which great power in the wilderness does not know the name of Dong Wang Gong. Once I trample down that so-called number 1 in the wilderness, the power of our East Sea will surely shine. He envisioned the future in his mind. Pure yang energy surged within him, and the heat waves rolled like fierce fire. The lone cultivators around him cheered their admiration for Dong Wang Gong's strength unquestioned. The number 1 in the wilderness should roll back to where he came from. They didn't care at all. Baifeng nodded with a smile, seriously leading the way for them. Yet in his heart, he was calculating. If this matter is resolved, my reputation in the East Sea will surely rise. Once the East Sea truly develops, I will definitely get my share of the benefits. A few more decades passed. After 300 years, the group of lone cultivators finally arrived at the outside of Buzhou Mountain. Baifeng asked Dong Wang Gong if he should personally lead the way in. Dong Wang Gong waved his hand, scoffing. Do I need to personally show up? That would be too humiliating. Just one shout, and he won't be able to escape. With a grand gesture, countless lone cultivator powerhouses swiftly formed an enormous formation around Buzhou Mountain. As long as there was any disturbance in Buzhou Mountain, Dong Wang Gong would sense it immediately. Once all the lone cultivators completed the formation, tens of thousands of array formations covered the surroundings of Buzhou Mountain. Endless mysterious lights swirled and murderous intent soared into the sky. At this moment, the people in the Dao field also sensed this terrifying power. The enormous formation made their hearts race, and they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The power Dong Wang Gong gathered over the years was increasingly intimidating. However, Lu Er the macaque was full of disdain and directly proclaimed, Once the master emerges, these people will all kneel. With these words, those around him were clear. They had no expectations for their master at all. Given the situation, he had yet to show any signs of movement. It was likely he had slipped away again. He couldn't possibly be unaware of these formations and pressures, unless he was truly in seclusion. But at their level, who could afford to stay secluded for a long time? Dream on. Just as he pondered, a thunderous voice erupted, shaking the entire Buzhou Mountain. I am Dong Wang Gong of the East Sea. You 2 rascals from the underworld, come out. Today it's just the 2 of us for a duel. I am the number 1 in the wilderness. What are you worth? In the secret chamber, Lu Yunjing was awakened by this roar, imbued with laws, finally coming back to his senses from the long process of creation. All around him, 38 million worlds spun incessantly. He was already no different from the creator. During this period, he even connected all 38 million worlds, creating a multidimensional small world, which greatly aided the gathering of more worlds. Inside, there were even finer energy particles resembling top-tier experts from the small worlds. After the birth and death of worlds, they did not dissipate. Instead, they slowly transformed into another world. This was the regular law of his world. No matter how powerful a small world expert became, they ultimately had to transform into a world. For him, this was simply a perpetual motion machine for harvesting benefits. Wait. Has something happened outside? Almost diving back into the creation process, Yunjing suddenly recalled that roar, casually calculating, realizing someone had come knocking for trouble. Still that reckless Dong Wanggong. He pondered the cause and effect. He was momentarily dazed, and then cursed fiercely. Who the hell gave me this title of number 1 in the wilderness? Don't they want me dead? And that Lu Air and Baizé always causing trouble. Yunjing was furious. At this moment he was reluctant to go out, having gotten used to loafing around and cultivating for so many years. These disturbances were becoming increasingly bothersome. The wilderness is not a good place. If someone gets stepped on, so be it. Even if they fight back, what's the point? It doesn't change anything. Those dogs behind the scenes still gossip. But his disciples were all waiting at the door. If he pretended nothing was happening, wouldn't that be a bit unreasonable? Yunjing was well aware of what those young ones had done in private to maintain their image. He genuinely liked these young disciples. Just when he was troubled about how to wrap things up, the system suddenly popped up. Host, are you feeling conflicted? Option 1, go out and confront Dong Wanggong. You can't lose face. Reward 1, innate supreme. Option 2, I won't go out. I will quietly develop. Let them yellow anyway. Someone is more anxious than I am. Reward 24, top grade, innate spirit pearls. Yunjing glanced at the options, stroking his chin. 24 spirit pearls combined represented a top-tier treasure. One top-grade innate treasure is roughly equivalent to the power of a mid-grade innate supreme treasure. Not to mention that the spirit pearls contained 24 heavens, which was truly an astonishing aspect. Wait, 24 heavens. If the spirit pearls are treated as cores, and those small worlds and heavens are connected, then, with the chaos pearl encompassing the entire system, wouldn't the evolution speed increase dramatically? In an instant, a light seemed to explode in Yunjing's mind. Just now he was thinking of going out to make an appearance. Forget it. Go out. Only a fool would go out. I choose the second option. Let them worry outside. As long as I am not embarrassed, the ones embarrassed will be them. Ding. Choice effective. Rewards have been credited. 20 spirit pearls appeared out of thin air in his palm. Information regarding this spiritual treasure flooded directly into his mind. 20 spirit pearls capable of stabilizing the chaotic sea, eyes encompassing countless heavens. Extremely strong defense can also evolve into 24 heavens. It can serve as a weapon and block all surrounding perceptions. Yunjing immediately contacted the underworld river within the spirit pearls. Brother, would you like to have a thrilling experience? Become the supreme existence of the entire world of beings, eh? The underworld river was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Yunjing quickly clarified the situation. Upon hearing this, the underworld river's eyes immediately lit up. This is something I've long desired. Yunjing smiled and began to construct and connect. He first bound the 38 million small worlds with the space of the 24 spirit pearls. In an instant, the 38 million small worlds violently trembled as countless microscopic particles surged toward the 24 heavens. With a flick of his hand, the chaos pearl flew out, steadily floating above the vast world, connecting countless small worlds. In an instant, the world underwent a massive change. Those small worlds, in evolution, suddenly accelerated in their development. The underworld river sat within, feeling the strong beings in those microscopic worlds surge and vanish like sand, finding it quite amusing. My brother's ability is truly growing larger and larger. The underworld river was absorbed in observing those small creatures. Yunjing was engrossed in manipulating those small worlds. Who was confused? Certainly not these two. Outside, a group waited for a whole century without seeing anyone emerge. Dong Wanggong was beside himself. This? Could it be? Has he slipped away again? He mumbled, suddenly roaring. You two rascals from the underworld, come out. I want to fight with you. I'll let you witness my might. No one paid him any mind. After a while, Dong Wanggong. Everyone. Bai Fong could no longer hold it in and said, "He'll go take a look." Go ahead. Bai Fong flapped his wings and dove down, feeling it was absurd. Damn it. The person was clearly inside the Dao field. Those two wouldn't dare to not show their faces right. With a belly full of questions, he finally landed before those two and a group of great demons. Bai Fong shouted angrily, "Your master is too shameless. My lord personally came to visit, and he didn't even let out a peep, huh?" Lu Air. Baizé. You asked me. How the hell would I know? The two felt a headache. Their master was usually not like this. Could it be that the master really slipped away? Could it be that Dong Wang Gong was even stronger than the five above? Otherwise, why? Why won't the master come out? In an instant, Lu Er and Bai Zhe were nearly in tears, unable to keep their faces. The other demons around also felt embarrassed. Xiongxi directly snorted coldly. What is your master even worth? Even if he can't win, he shouldn't lose this face. Bai Feng couldn't hold his temper any longer. He shifted his form and lunged towards the five-element great formation, clearly intent on tearing apart that layer of defense. Lu Er the macaque and Bai Zhe's expressions changed drastically, moving simultaneously. Regardless, since the master had not shown up, this formation could not be destroyed. Bai Zhe stepped forward, flipping out several talismans from his sleeves. Spiritual energy instantly spread, while Lu Er the macaque had already raised an iron rod to guard the formation. At this moment, the eyes watching from around were only increasing. In the wilderness, those prominent figures all cast a thread of divine thought over. Their purpose in watching this spectacle was quite simple. They wanted to ascertain where this Taoist brothers' cave abode was so they could pay a visit in the future. Well, to visit. Yet the door was stubbornly unyielding, and the person inside refused to come out. Many mighty beings couldn't help but twitch their lips and chuckle. It was a genuine laugh. Among the 12 ancestors of Wu, several familiar faces exchanged glances. Their expressions varied, but their eyes held a hint of understanding. They had dealings with Lu Yunjing and clearly understood his temperament. If he decided to act, he would do so decisively and without hesitation. Moreover, he was strong, truly strong. The Sanqing also felt this deeply. They had suffered the greatest losses with their gourds all taken away and without a sound. That fellow loved to play tricks, and unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it. Strong, indeed strong. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had a different perspective. Hong Yun sat in the Fire Cloud Palace looking bewildered. The Lu Yunjing he knew may not love to go out, but he still cared for those around him. But this situation, he truly couldn't comprehend. Jin Yuanzi furrowed his brow and muttered, could this fellow really be cultivating some sort of survival path? Hong Yun's lips moved, but he didn't respond. Several hundred years ago, he couldn't save the underworld river, and he had always felt guilty about it. But even so, he couldn't commit such an act as Lu Yunjing. You say you're a top-tier powerhouse, yet when others have reached your doorstep, you don't even show your face. This is infuriatingly patient. Both Sanqing and the 12 ancestors of Wu agreed. That fellow must be up to something significant inside. But in reality, Lu Yunjing was simply cultivating. Killing. Is that more important than cultivation? No. Then why come out and waste time? Continue cultivating. His place of practice was right here, and Bai Feng wanted to shatter it and force his master to appear. There was no way. They, as Lu Yunjing's disciples, naturally had to protect their master's territory. Various lights simultaneously intercepted by Fang's attack, and he frantically screeched, determined to tear through that wall. But the result was, he couldn't even break through the spells of those two, the five elements laws, and the path of killing pressed down on him, and instead, he was blasted away. Bai Feng, furious, could only flap his wings and fly back, letting out ferocious screeches along the way. Upon returning to the East King, he recounted the situation in detail. The East King had a plan and coldly smiled. Fine, since he won't show his face. Then I shall personally visit. Today I must make a name for myself in the wilderness. This was his scheme, leveraging Lu Yunjing's reputation to elevate his own standing in the East Sea. In the blink of an eye, the East King suddenly landed at the entrance of Lu Yunjing's dojo. Surrounding the Luo cultivators instantly retreated thousands of miles to observe from afar. Only Lu Er and Bai Zhe stood guard at the entrance. The East King huffed lightly, too lazy to engage them, and simply pointed. The two were immediately immobilized. You two are merely early-stage Luo. Killing you wouldn't serve any purpose. Just a casual point, and you can't move at all. Truly laughable. Seeing as you're about to lose your master, I won't hold it against you. You can come and pledge allegiance to me in the East Sea afterward. I surely won't mistreat you. The East King's high and mighty demeanor, while professing generosity, was in reality a complete humiliation for these two. Lu Er and Bai Zhe could only watch helplessly as the East King gathered countless laws, and a pure yang energy transformed into a giant sword. It fiercely slashed towards the five elements grand array, but was blocked. Immediately afterward, five banners shot up into the sky, directly flipping the East King over. The East King. Everyone. The powerful beings of the wilderness. What kind of joke is this? They were all dumbfounded. The East King was actually knocked away by five flags. This scene left everyone stunned. This. Am I seeing things? Maybe I seem to be seeing things. The surrounding beasts chuckled. Only Bai Zhe and Lu Er finally managed to show a hint of a smile on their otherwise grim faces. Their master was indeed extraordinary. Without even entering, he made the East King suffer such a huge setback. Ha ha ha, this is just too satisfying. Everyone watching was laughing, waiting to see the show. Suddenly, the East King roared, impossible. How could I lose like this? He tightened his grip on the starry treasure, maced the celestial mirrors spinning in the air behind him, and 3 golden flowers bloomed above his head. Flames erupted around him, forming layers of ripples that spread outwards, the momentum pressing down towards the 9th heaven. Just a mere top-tier innate spirit treasure. I was careless earlier, allowing you to take advantage. Watch how I break you. The celestial mirrors suddenly shot out a dazzling beam of light, directly pinning those 5 flags in midair. The East King strode forward with the treasure mace in hand, his body exploding with starlight, and wherever the clear radiance passed, all was purified. The phantom of the galaxy spread beneath his feet, murderous intent, overwhelming, threatening to bury the entire dojo. Kill. The East King's battle intent peaked. The flames of the laws surged within him. Even his true form began to burn, his power doubling instantly. At this moment, a black cold light suddenly flashed. A pitch-black spear materialized in the void, tearing through the heavens, piercing through myriad starlight, crushing the overwhelming power of the laws, plunging the skies into darkness. Everyone was blinded by that overwhelming fierce light. Torrents of blood light poured down. They calculated in their minds and felt a foreboding. Frightened, they all retreated, fleeing this deadly place, shrouded in murderous intent. The East King's face changed drastically, wanting to dodge, but there was no time. That black spear shot through the air, piercing through his head. Just this one strike severely injured the East King's origin. The entire scene fell into silence. The power of the origin contracted, and that divine spear was firmly grasped, its pressure overwhelming. Everyone turned to look at the one holding the spear, all stunned. Many people were seeing this for the first time. This was the one who once single-handedly repelled 8 top-tier powerhouses, viewing them as mere ants, the first person of the wilderness. One of the dual saints of the underworld, see the master of the underworld, see. The first person of the wilderness. He it is he. Who? What was his name again? Lu Er, and Baize's eyes widened in shock. They stared at Lu Yunjing holding the spear, their brows furrowed. The two felt troubled. Baize didn't dare to speak. But Lu Er was unafraid. Lu Er opened his mouth and asked, Master, you could have defeated him with a single spear strike. Why have you been hiding and watching the show? Right? You could pierce the East King with one spear, yet chose to hide and not act. Everyone felt a pang of bitterness. They all thought Lu Yunjing was just someone watching the commotion. Who would have thought that Lu Yunjing's 2 disciples would be a joke themselves? He turned to glance at the 2, looking puzzled. I was cultivating. Aren't you supposed to practice? The 2 were dumbfounded. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The East King was also dumbfounded. But they have already come to our doorstep. Lu Er wanted to say more, but Lu Yunjing pointed at him, directly cutting off his words. Baize had just opened his mouth, and was also silenced by a point. The 2 were unceremoniously tossed into the courtyard. We'll deal with you later. Lu Yunjing's tone turned cold, clearly displeased. What need is there to flaunt your strength? Just causing trouble for your master. He shook his head, truly reluctant to waste any cultivation time. He then looked at the East King, his tone indifferent. Are we still fighting? If not, take your people and leave. I need to return to my cultivation. Lu Yunjing frowned, having never thought highly of the East King's arrogance. This fellow was prancing around outside, and he could hardly care less. But he was about to demolish his dojo. This matter required his intervention. After all, he was also a top-tier powerhouse, and he couldn't lose face. These people acted all high and mighty, thinking they were invincible in the world. If he didn't show them some colors, they'd really take it for granted. Lu Yunjing yawned, his face full of disdain. He was evidently fed up with the East King. The East King wobbled up, his face full of shock. How could there be such a disparity in strength? Such a disparity in treasures? The other party casually pulled out something of great value. A top-tier innate spirit treasure. A top-tier innate supreme treasure. And looking at himself, just 2 items, and they weren't even the best innate supreme treasures. This gap was just too vast. No way. If he were to fall here today, then his East Sea would be utterly finished. The team he had just assembled hadn't even steadied their footing. In the blink of an eye, it would fall apart. Do you still want to continue fighting? Lu Yunjing expressed disdain, putting away the god-slaying spear. This weapon couldn't be overused. The killing intent was too heavy. If used too often, the heavenly Tao might take notice of him. Thus Lu Yunjing grasped the Yuan 2 sword and directly slashed. Clang! The treasure mace and sword clashed together. Lu Yunjing pressed down on his wrist, and the mysterious laws transformed into orderly swords, fiercely striking the East King. The treasure mace erupted with starlight, forming a starry law ring, showering down a torrent of galaxies, desperately pressing down, trying to withstand the onslaught of those orderly swords. The orderly form transformed from the laws could be changed by the owner's mere thought. In an instant, he also condensed a river of law crashing violently against the opponent. Vast amounts of light shattered and disappeared, and the East King was forcefully pushed down by that power. After just a few exchanges, the East King exhausted all his effort and means, yet he couldn't even shake a hair of the opponent. Will you surrender or not? Lu Yunjing asked again, not intending to kill off all his enemies. Though the East King couldn't be considered the protagonist blessed by the world's fortune, he didn't want to unnecessarily bear a debt of blood. If this fellow insisted on holding on, then he could only send another top-tier powerhouse on his way. The East King's mind raced, and he realized he couldn't win. He released his force and was sent flying by Lu Yunjing's palm. Get lost. Lu Yunjing couldn't be bothered to say another word. The 5 banners scattered around the dojo, and endless mist surged up once again, obscuring this immortal domain. The fluctuations of the laws circulated within, and if anyone tried to spy, they would find no trace of it. Prince Dong looked grim, step by step retreating, filled with anger with no place to vent. At this moment, the many mighty beings of the Primordial Era all revealed smiles. Seeing Prince Dong in such a sorry state was exactly what they wished for. Xinyuanzi, the 3 pure ones, and the 12 ancestor witches all smiled. Which of them hadn't crossed swords with Prince Dong? They knew this guy was not to be trifled with. Prince Dong was merely a powerhead in the East China Sea. How could he act so arrogantly? Ridiculous. Over at Prince Dong's side, he saw Bai Fong and pointed at him, pulling him over. It's all your fault, you beast, making me lose face. Get lost. Bang. He threw a punch powerful and fierce, filled with pent-up rage. Bai Fong was immediately sent flying with a howl. Bai Fong felt bitter in his heart and dared not speak, turning to flee in a direction. At that moment, he finally saw Prince Dong's true face. Prince Dong was arrogant, looking down on his subordinates. Following him, one might as well be a rogue cultivator living freely. In the Taoist temple, Lu Yunxing unlocked the seals of the 2 individuals, releasing his pressure to hold them down. Master, we know we were wrong. The 6-eared macaque rolled his eyes and immediately kneeled down to apologize. Lu Yunxing was amused by it. He wanted to see what tricks this monkey could still play, so he casually asked, "Then tell me, where did you go wrong? I shouldn't have casually used my master's name, nor should I have exposed myself. And I shouldn't have insisted on competing and caused this trouble. And other things I shouldn't have done." The 6-eared macaque listed everything it did wrong, and even the things it did right. By the end, Lu Yunqing's anger had subsided, though his expression still remained cold. What a slick-tongued... Forget it, this isn't entirely your fault. I know the sequence of events. Get up. Lu Yunqing's tone was very calm. Hearing this, the 2 individuals straightened up and bowed in greeting. Lu Yunxing nodded and casually said, "Bring those outside in." Those outside. The 6-eared macaque and Bai Zhe were taken aback for a moment before realizing. You mean those great demons? Lu Yunxing snorted. Just a bunch of juniors, since you 2 have the heart for it. Since you've brought them here, let me give you some benefits. You are allowed to enter my world. As soon as these words, the 2 exchanged glances, their faces filled with smiles, nodding vigorously. In a moment, they went to bring in several great demons from outside. Xiangqi Taoye Jiming Ing Zhao Qin Yuan and City. Lu Yunxing glanced at them, feeling a bit surprised. How did Tao Dai and Xiongqi, these 2 ferocious beasts, end up here? He pondered for a moment and asked everyone, "Do you all wish to become my disciples?" "Yes." "What do you wish to learn, eh?" Lu Yunxing continued to ask. Xiongqi, quick-witted, replied immediately, "I want to learn the path to becoming a quasi saint, and when you become a saint one day, I want to learn the path of sainthood." Lu Yunxing laughed. What a spirited creature. "And you all?" He looked at the others, including Bai Zhe and the 6-eared macaque. Everyone spoke one by one, mostly wanting to follow their own path and driven by a desire for higher realms. Lu Yunxing was quite satisfied. "All right, I accept you." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people knelt down together, performing a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Lu Yunxing waved his hand, contemplating the laws he held. Space, speed, time, killing, destruction, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, poison, electricity, blood. The path of killing comes from the god-slaying spear. That spear is an ultimate weapon of slaughter. Touching it shortens one's life. The path of destruction comes from the 12th-grade, world-destroying Black Lotus. The path of blood is inherent in his Pangu roots, extraordinarily powerful. The others come from the paths of the 12 ancestor witches. Among these laws, the most complete are the paths of killing, destruction, the 5 elements, and blood. After all, they are all complete laws birthed from treasures, requiring only his slow cultivation. As long as one of these paths reaches the peak, one can be called a saint. Lu Yunxing contemplated for a while, casually waving his hand, throwing everyone into chaos, and sending a message to the River of Souls. "Brother, I have brought these disciples, and you take them around my inner world." As he finished speaking, the River of Souls nodded with a bit of frustration. Lu Yunxing then raised a finger and drew out several laws from his own set, sending them into the world for everyone to comprehend. He added, Whoever progresses the most will sit in a high position. As soon as these words came out, everyone exploded with excitement. Even the six-eared macaque and Baizé got excited. This time the laws Master brought out were astonishingly numerous. They decided to give their all to comprehend and find the path most suited to themselves. However, for now, they would first listen to the River of Souls introduce this inner world. Once the River of Souls finished speaking, everyone widened their eyes. So this is the terrifying thing Master cultivates. No wonder. No wonder. The shock within the six-eared macaque was beyond containment. Back then he had secretly peeked at Master's cultivation. Who would have thought that just a few thousand years later the number of small worlds beside Master had already exceeded tens of millions? So terrifying. Not just him. The others were also stunned by Lu Yunjing's talent, feeling somewhat disheartened. The River of Souls spoke up with a smile at this moment. You don't need to feel this way. Your master is naturally supposed to be this powerful. He is the rightful inheritor of Pangu. Just keep moving forward and strive to catch up. Your master leads you to the door. Cultivation is up to the individual. The laws he descends are opportunities for you. Moreover, the cultivation environment here cannot be found outside. After hearing this, everyone felt enlightened. The River of Souls also closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate. Before long, everyone accepted the absurd reality of Lu Yunjing's strength, each secretly vowing to catch up to their master. Because master was their goal. Lu Yunjing was unaware of all this. He was also immersed in his cultivation, wholeheartedly striving to create a new world and push his own strength higher. The battle between Prince Dong and Lu Yunjing came to a definitive end, resulting in Lu Yunjing firmly securing the position of the strongest in the Primordial Era. As for Prince Dong, he truly fulfilled his harsh words from before the fight, to make a name in the Primordial Era, just in a different way. After returning to the East China Sea, he counted his subordinates and found that all the rogue cultivators in the East China Sea had run off, leaving not a single one behind. Prince Dong was so furious that his whole body shook, his pure yang flames burning the sky red. However, his outburst scared off the last few who had followed him. The rogue cultivators who had supported him, especially the female cultivators, all turned to flee towards the West Sea and Kunlun Mountain, seeking refuge with the Queen Mother of the West. This incident nearly made Prince Dong spit blood. After this battle, the beings of the Primordial Era saw clearly. Prince Dong was not capable, not very skilled, yet his temper was enormous. He was merely a quasi-saint who had slain a corpse, and compared to those true mighty beings, his treasures were insignificant. Some privately discussed that he and Kunpeng were of the same kind. Both were those who would flaunt their tails at the slightest achievement. Not many days after this gossip spread, people grew disinterested in mentioning Prince Dong, because more and more mighty beings were heading towards Buzhou Mountain. They were seeking the Tao, going to pay their respects to the mountain, and trying to meet the great figure sitting atop. Centuries passed swiftly. The landscape of the primordial earth changed faster than turning the pages of a book. Although everyone was still discussing who the strongest in the Primordial Era was, many new forces had already emerged. The Queen Mother of the West at Kunlun Mountain became more and more famous by the day. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai on the demon side were also busy recruiting troops. The Ancestor witches were even fiercer. They somehow obtained a formation map along with 12 flags perfectly matching their own attributes. When the 12 of them stood there, the great formation opened and the heavens changed color. Countless killings occurred in the Primordial Era. Every day rivers of blood flowed, and the karma of killing grew heavier. Everyone could see that a calamity was approaching. As days passed, the time for the Tao Ancestors' third sermon finally arrived. Outside the Zhixiao Palace, a dense crowd gathered. Compared to the last time, the number was evidently reduced. Some had died. Others felt they would never become saints in this life, so they resigned to languishing in the quasi-saint realm, taking each day as it came. The River of Souls was preparing to leave, and the few great demons who came with him also planned to head towards the Tao Ancestor to listen to the sermon. Lu Yunjing called out to him, "You look after them." After a pause, as if recalling something urgent, he quickly added, "Brother, after the third sermon ends, many good things will emerge. Remember, take as much as you can, even if it costs you your life. Moreover, those things that contain treasures are opportunities in themselves." 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yunjing calculated that if another 100 million years passed, he might reach the threshold of 200 million. At that time, he should be at the level of the quasi-saint's second corpse. He narrowed his eyes, not thinking further, and began to meditate and cultivate. By his estimation, the accumulation of 888 million small worlds should be enough to slay 3 corpses. After that, it would be about upgrading these small worlds to large ones and proving the Tao as a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. That was what he truly desired. Wait a minute. He suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, This path of mine shouldn't be called quasi-saint, it should be called mixed yuan golden immortal. He was not on the path of slaying corpses, using that as a measure was merely to keep himself informed. The six-eared macaque and Bai Zhe had both ascended to the mid-tier Great Luo realm. Aside from Qiongqi, all the remaining cultivators had reached the peak of the Great Luo realm. Power so staggering it defied comprehension. Yet the strongest among them was undoubtedly Tao Tai. He bore the law of devouring, a terrifying, awe-inspiring ability. Ming He waved his hand, gesturing for the others to take their seats and listen as the Tao Ancestor expounded the profound Tao. Without a word they dispersed. Ming He himself settled back into position, closed his eyes, and resumed cultivation. This time no one dared disturb him. His cultivation had firmly stabilized at the mid-tier quasi-sage realm. He had not yet proceeded with the severing of the second spiritual body, for he remained absorbed in deeper contemplations. Soon thereafter nearly all had assembled. Hao Tian and Yao Qi remained unchanged. Hao Tian struck the bronze gong, while Yao Qi shook the spirit bell, opening the celestial gates. Hong Jun emerged from within each step, treading upon pathways woven from primordial laws. An overwhelming aura descended like a vast, suffocating sky, compelling every being present to kneel in solemn reverence. He had grown markedly stronger than a millennium prior, so much so that fusion with the heavenly Tao now loomed imminent. His expression grew ever colder, ever more detached. His gaze swept across the assembly, and his heart lurched. A deviation. Kuan Peng was absent. Hong Jun clenched his fingers, divining the truth, then froze. Kuan Peng was dead. Preposterous. He cast the divination again, only to find irrefutable ties to Ming He and his brother. His eyes narrowed as he traced the next 1,000 years beyond this discourse, and recoiled inwardly. The world had shifted dramatically. Dong Wang Gong had become universally reviled, while Shi Wang Mu's influence swelled unchecked. Though the Yaoshu clan continued expanding, even they now paled beside Shi Wang Mu's dominion. Sensing the heavenly Tao's intent, Hong Jun realized the division of authority. Yaoshu governing heaven, Zhu Wu presiding over earth, must be formalized without delay. Hong Jun spoke calmly. This discourse shall last 900 years. Remember this well. It concerns the very path to sagehood. Listen with utmost sincerity. With that he commenced his exposition on the mysteries of sainthood. A sage perceives all things, past, present, and future unfold before him like open scrolls. Within his palm space-time birth and death, and the cycle of rebirth itself may be summoned and dissolved. A single thought reshapes the heavenly Tao. Boundless and infinite, unborn and undying, returning to the void, yet capable of coalescence or dispersion and scathed by 10,000 calamities. Transcending time and space, entirely untouched by karma, wandering freely beyond phenomena, liberated from the wheel of reincarnation, eternally abiding. The discourse spanned centuries, each listener attaining unique insights and revelations. During this time Hong Jun revealed a crucial truth: the primordial purple qi serves to accelerate communion with the heavenly Tao and anchor one's nascent soul within it. Silence fell instantly. Not only the six-seated figures stiffened, the surrounding immortals stood utterly still, breath suspended. They had, countless times, stood mere steps from those sacred seats, yet they had declined. Even Hong Yun, renowned for his serene detachment, flinched with quiet anguish. Jin Yuanzi sighed deeply and gently clapped Hong Yun's shoulder. Who could have foreseen that hallowed seat was none other than the mark of sagehood itself? Regret hung thick and heavy in the air. Then Hong Jun spoke again. 7 strands of primordial purple qi exist in heaven and earth, entrusted to me by the heavenly Tao. 6 shall go to my 6 disciples. As for the 7th, he paused, then continued, Hong Yun has long cultivated virtue across the Hongwang world. I bestow this strand upon him. Hong Yun, you must guard your Tao heart. Let no external force sway your essence. At these words Hong Yun's bitter expression blossomed into radiant joy. He accepted the purple qi with delight, drawing it deep into his being. Beside him Zhen Yuanzi watched with wistful envy and profound existential doubt. How could such seemingly absurd paths ascend so high? One who walked the way of cautious concealment rose to supremacy across Hongwang. Another who followed the path of benevolence was blessed with fortune so extraordinary. Even one not seated among the chosen received the purple qi. Zhen Yuanzi sighed, inwardly pondering whether he too should adopt some way of idleness. Perhaps enlightenment lay therein. Hong Jun, observing Hong Yun's elation, allowed the faintest trace of a smile to grace his lips. According to cosmic law, 9 sages were destined to arise, 8 ordained by the heavenly Tao, one an unpredictable anomaly beyond its design. The heavenly Tao seized this opportunity to perfect itself, achieving absolute mastery over the Honghuang world's operation. At that zenith, transcendence would lose all meaning. By entrusting the transcendent strand of purple chi to Hong Jun deliberately severed the possibility of true transcendence. Thereafter, the 9 seats of sagehood ceased to be subject to mortal will, each ordained solely by the heavenly Tao. And Hong Jun himself became merely one among those 9. The chance of transcendence he reserved for himself. Did this world truly deserve a chaos unity cultivator? Hong Jun alone embodied the chaos unity realm. When his harmonization with Tao cultivation reached consummation, then would arrive the day he surpassed the heavenly Tao itself, free, unbound, sovereign over all laws. Ha 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 ha. Unnoticed, the 9th century drew to a close. Hong Jun spoke with quiet finality. Time has come. Still your minds. I have words to impart. Instantly, all cultivation ceased. Every gaze converged upon the Tao Ancestor. Hong Jun declared, per the heavenly Tao's decree, cosmic order shall be established thus. The Yaoshu clan shall govern heaven, the Zhu Wu shall rule earth. What? A thunderclap roared through every mind. This meant the Yaoshu and the 12 Zhu Wu were the central protagonists of this grand calamity. All knew each great calamity crowned its own chosen ones. Yet none anticipated these 2 factions, the Yaoshu and the Soul Dozen Zhu Wu, as the destined protagonists. Outrage surged like wildfire. The Yaoshu shall oversee the 33 heavens and the stellar realms. Long before past calamities, the 3 heavens once established the celestial court, the supreme authority over all creation. Since the Yaoshu govern heaven, they must appoint a Yaohuang. You shall select him yourselves. I shall not. News spread like wildfire. A century would suffice for deliberation. At that moment, Lu Er transmitted a mental message to the great Yaoshu. Shall we jointly nominate our master as Yaohuang? The moment these words echoed, unanimous assent followed. The Yaohuang throne belonged only to their master. Yet, this proposal could not originate from them. After consultation, they silently conveyed the idea to Ming He. Ming He grinned broadly. His brother ascending the Yaohuang throne met with no objection. And when he himself attained sagehood, Lu Yunjing seated upon the Yaohuang throne would ensure mutual support. Soon after, Hong Jun, judging discussions nearing conclusion, asked aloud, "Let the elders speak, one at a time." But chaos reigned of voices overlapped like boiling water. Bai Fong and Gui Che, loudest among them, fervently championed Di Jun. Lu Er glanced at Gui Che, and his heart sank. The latter's cultivation had inexplicably rebounded to early tier Great Luo, most likely Di Jun's reward. Hong Jun frowned. Enough. Silence. Speak one by one. Bai Fong, you shout loudest. His words unmistakably paved the way for Di Jun. Yet scanning the crowd, Hong Jun sensed an unsettling undercurrent, an unseen turbulence stirring beneath the surface. Another deviation. He could not divine it. Not even the heavenly Tao perceived it clearly. No, impossible. He simply had not yet fully merged with the heavenly Tao. His dominion over Hong Huang remained incomplete. Once Hong Yun perished, and the purple chi scattered, the sage seats would be irrevocably fixed, and all would proceed smoothly. His gaze shifted to Bai Fong, who immediately responded. Respected Tao Ancestor, we Bai Fong, Gui Che, Shang Yang, and Jiao Ying have unanimously selected Di Jun as Yaohuang and sovereign of the celestial court. Di Jun possesses boundless magnanimity and unassailable strength, born a natural leader. His treasures are countless, his fortune radiant. Heaven itself demands his stewardship. Many nodded in agreement. Only Dong Wang Gong, hidden in shadow, turned ashen. That Bai Fong. Merely a warning once, and he'd already pledged allegiance to Di Jun. A thankless, treacherous ingrate. Hong Jun gave a faint nod. Indeed, Di Jun is a fitting choice for celestial sovereign. Any dissenting opinions? The question barely left his lips when a voice rang out, "Master, I wished." All eyes snapped toward Ming He, seated at the farthest end. He sat cross-legged, radiating an aura of utter silent annihilation. Hong Jun arched a brow. "Oh." Ming He rose, clasped his hands in salute, and spoke with unhurried gravity. "Di Jun is indeed formidable, but I submit my sworn brother Lu Yunjing as the worthier candidate." Lu Yunjing. In that instant, the assembly learned the true name of the supreme being of Hong Huang, a revelation that shook heaven and earth. Hong Jun furrowed his brow. "Is this your solitary view?" "Not at all." 8 great Yaoshu rose as one, all disciples of Lu Yunjing. Then another figure stepped forward from the crowd. When Hong Yun declared his stance, silence fell anew. Ming He turned, and his gaze stilled. He had never imagined this ill-fated soul would stand beside him in such a moment. A warmth stirred faintly in his chest. Meanwhile, Di Jun's face remained placid, but fury raged within. Lu Yunjing again. Why did he appear everywhere? And Hong Yun, have you grown weary of life? You'll regret this when the assembly disperses. Ming He continued unruffled. "I trust Master is aware of all my brother has accomplished. In fortune alone, he commands 80% of the entire realm. In power, every cultivator across Hongwang acknowledges him as first among all. This is fact, not boast. Most crucially, he is young, unafraid of any adversary, yet never transgresses boundaries. The throne of celestial sovereign demands precisely such a figure, young yet steadfast, fearless, yet many nearly choked on their own qi. Young. True, they were the latest born pair, but had they not lived for thousands of years? What are you pretending to be innocent for? Which one of you here isn't an old monster? Ming-He remained unperturbed, continuing to ask, Master, why don't you make the decision? Hong Jun pondered for a moment before speaking. The position of the Heavenly Emperor is indeed a significant matter. Since both of you have candidates in mind, he continued, then I will give you 1,000 yuan hui to decide. At that time, whoever is stronger will take the position of this monster Heavenly Emperor. His words were impartial, showing no favoritism. Since you all speak so nicely, let's see who has the real skills. Each will train for 1,000 yuan hui, and life and death will depend on one's abilities. Then the matter of the monster Heavenly Emperor is settled. The Tao of Heaven commands the Witch clan to govern the earth. Do you have any objections? Silence fell around. No one spoke. Hong Jun nodded, his gaze falling on Di Jiang, his tone flat. You are the elder brother of the ancestral witches, so you must take good care of your 11 brothers. In this world, monsters govern the heavens and witches govern the earth in accordance with the rules of the Tao of Heaven. As his words fell, everyone agreed. Hong Jun continued, the monsters in the heavens and the witches on the earth are thus settled. There is one more thing. Now we have distinguished between male and female immortals. He added, there should be male immortal leaders and female immortal leaders. Who will take the position and who agrees? Upon hearing this, many powerful beings began to contemplate. Someone suggested the Queen Mother of the West from the West Sea to be the female immortal leader. As for the male immortal leader, there was no movement. Dong Wanggong immediately replied, I will take the position of the male immortal leader. Many people in the audience glanced at him with disdain. How could this guy still have the face to come on stage? Does he really think he can control the power? Hong Jun said nothing, only nodded. Since someone has recommended, and someone has self-recommended, it will be you too. The male immortal leader of this world belongs to Dong Wanggong. He stated the female immortal leader belongs to the Queen Mother of the West. You two will govern the male and female immortals of the world. After Hong Jun finished these 2 sentences, he stopped speaking. At that moment, his body suddenly shook, as if something mysterious had fallen upon him. Buzz. Behind him, the 3,000 Tao of Heavens will suddenly emerged. Above his head, a gigantic eye of the Tao of Heaven slowly opened. The eye slowly turned, emanating celestial energy, profound laws, the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, and swirling golden lotuses. Various extraordinary sights appeared in succession, an indescribable array of wonders. All right, my duties are complete. He declared, this calamity and destiny are vast and obscure. The suffering of all beings is managed by the 6 saints. He continued, in the boundless chaos with endless opportunities, I have reserved the last opportunity for you. Go find it yourselves. As the words fell, Hong's gaze towards the sentient beings shifted from a feeling of sentimentality to a gradually cold and ruthless demeanor. In the past, saints viewed all things as mere ants. Now that he had united with the Tao of Heaven, he regarded all beings as mere pieces on a chessboard. As the unity of the Tao became more stable, he recited the Tao words, dwelling high among the 9 clouds, understanding the true Tao. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I am the one who presides over the teachings. He proclaimed Pangu birth the Taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 symbols follow. I am leaving. This renowned Tao phrase resounded through the chaos and spread throughout the vastness of heaven and earth. The vast celestial phenomena of the Tao ancestors' unity with the Tao left everyone in awe. He had already been a saint, but now, having united with the Tao, he stepped into an unfathomable realm. Terrifying, too terrifying. After the unity with the Tao, Hong Jun returned to the Purple Cloud's palace. Hao Tian and Yao Qi instructed everyone to wait 1,000 years before proceeding. Everyone responded verbally, but each had their own calculations in mind. Hong Jun had completed his unity with the Tao, but it wouldn't be so easy to dismiss them. The struggle for the position of Heavenly Emperor in the monster court was about to begin. Moreover, the extra purple qi was also an opportunity they must compete for. That was their chance to transcend. Everyone had calculated it. There were 7 strands of purple qi in the world. 6 were predetermined by heaven, and 1 was determined by all beings. In other words, Red Cloud opened his eyes filled with bitterness. He sat there motionless, as if waiting for some outcome to fall. Since that strand of purple qi entered his body, he had not opened his eyes again. He kept them closed as if he had realized something or was hiding from something. When the unity of the Tao was finally completed, he finally opened his eyelids, murmuring a phrase. It's time for me to die. He finally saw clearly the road ahead. What purple chi, what great Tao, what primitive chaos. These things from now on had nothing to do with him. What kind of expression is that? Jin Yuanzi turned his head and saw the expression on Red Cloud's face frowning. Red Cloud, however, smiled slightly, his voice very calm. Brother Jin Yuanzi, didn't you say before that after the third lecture you would come to Hongyun Palace to sit down and discuss the Tao? Sorry, I have something to take care of, so I'm leaving first. As the words fell, Red Cloud transformed into a red light and shot out. Jin Yuanzi stood in place watching the red light fly further away. He stroked his chin. What was up? Ming, he had already gone far. He was only revolving one thought in his mind, to find the opportunity that Lu Yunjing spoke of. Find the thing hidden behind the words of the Tao Ancestor. He had many treasures on him, and his spiritual sense was strong, calculating as he walked, searching as he calculated. Suddenly the Yuan two sword shook and a radiant light of laws exploded from the sword as if it had caught something. Ming He's eyes lit up and he immediately rushed in a certain direction. Many people behind him also sensed the commotion and wanted to chase, but Ming He was too fast and could not be caught. In less than 100 years Ming He really unearthed that opportunity. Deep within the chaos, a massive mountain stood there, so large that it was absurd, high enough that the peak could not be seen and wide enough that it was endless. The entire mountain was rooted in the chaos, surrounded by swirling mist, and on the mountain wall 3 large characters were engraved in black and gold laws. Treasure Division Cliff. The mountain was filled with treasures. Ming He calculated with his fingers, and there were exactly 368,900 spiritual treasures. The number matched the creation of all things. Ming He grinned. With a wave of his hand, dozens of rays of treasure light shot out, sweeping across the entire mountain, and treasures began to rain down. Hundreds and thousands of spiritual treasures instantly entered his pocket. Ming He was so excited that his hands trembled. This was the opportunity that his wise brother spoke of. More critically, this treasure division cliff itself was not something ordinary. Not long after, several powerful beings rushed over. Seeing that Ming He was already harvesting treasures, several people exploded with anger. Nuwa threw the red embroidered ball in her hand, and thousands of spiritual treasures were swept down by her sleeve. Among them, a congenital spiritual treasure fell out. 9 heavens, breath-nourishing bread. Those beside her turned green with envy. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of spiritual treasures fell from the sky. The giant K sword, 6-old banner, Lioli bottle, and other congenital level treasures fell one after another. The 12 ancestral witches were not to be outdone, their luck terrifyingly strong. With a casual wave, they also sent down tens of thousands of spiritual treasures, distributing them across the area. The scene instantly erupted. Everyone was frantically grabbing, unwilling to lag behind. Jin Yuanzi arrived, Dong Wanggong came, and the Queen Mother of the West also rushed over. These people immediately began to sweep down treasures. If anyone was the most unfortunate, it had to be Dong Wanggong. Why? It was because he had previously fought with Lu Yunjing and became notorious in the primitive chaos, leading to his luck being suppressed severely. He spent a full 1,000 years to collect over 1,000 spiritual treasures, plus one exclusive congenital supreme treasure, the Dragonhead Staff. In contrast, Jin Yuanzi and the Queen Mother of the West casually collected over 3,000 treasures. The gap was evident. 100 years passed. All 368,900 treasures were claimed. The 3 pure ones were the most powerful, collectively acquiring over 80,000 spiritual treasures. Ming He ranked second, having acquired over 50,000 treasures alone. The 12 ancestral witches were third with over 30,000 treasures. Nuwa was fourth with 25,000 treasures. Zhuan Ti was the most unfortunate with only 15,000 treasures. As for the others, they had all gained good items. Dong Wanggong was at the bottom. He could not swallow this breath. The 3 pure ones were laughing so hard they couldn't close their mouths. Yuan Shi opened his mouth, saying, "It seems we have taken the lead, we won't disturb you. Each according to their fortune. Everyone, we shall take our leave." The 3 waved and swaggered away. The others were not as loud, quietly dispersing, waiting for people. Ming He flashed from the void, reaching out to stuff the entire treasure division rock into his pocket. He closed his eyes, feeling carefully. This treasure division rock turned out to be a top-tier congenital supreme treasure. "Hiss, incredible," he exclaimed. To be able to contain so many treasures, this itself is not an ordinary object. He did not know where his wise brother had learned so many tricks. But this time he had struck it rich. Touching the treasure division rock, he could feel the vast defensive power within. Although its surface was uneven, as long as it was properly refined, it could definitely transform into an even stronger top-tier congenital supreme treasure. Ming He was grinning from ear to ear, filled with excitement. He turned and left. Now he fully understood how he should proceed. To become a saint, to transcend. Ming He hummed a tune, and in less than 100 years returned to his Taoist temple. The other disciples were still on the way, but he was not in a hurry at all. Lu Yunjing opened his eyes, and the 2 billion worlds around him surged like tides. Ming he grinned. Today was indeed a profitable day. Lu Yunjing was about to politely express his gratitude, saying then, "Thank you, master," but the words were left unspoken. Suddenly, countless rays of spiritual light burst forth from Ming He, and those treasures dove into Lu Yunjing's body like raindrops. Lu Yunjing stood stunned in place. Ming He was also stunned. Lu Yunjing calculated the cause and effect immediately, laughing. In total, there are 55,000 treasures, and I got 35,000. Bro, our luck is pretty good today. Ming He's mouth twitched. This sounded so grating to the ears. Ming He forced a smile and replied, "I was wondering where such great luck came from. It turns out it was all your treasures enhancing me. Senior brother's own luck is quite good too." Lu Yunjing replied with a smile. Ming He said little, producing a smaller version of the Funbao rock from within his body. "Is this the opportunity you mentioned to me?" Lu Yunjing shook his head, smiling wider. "This is something you stumbled upon yourself. Oh, it has nothing to do with me." Ming He sighed. "Can this Funbao rock be refined?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunjing replied, "It should be possible to refine it, but our cultivation may not be sufficient. Being a top-tier innate treasure, it is already set in shape. Attempting to refine it again is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even the 3 corpses of a quasi-saint would not suffice. A peak Hunyuan Jingxian would probably struggle as well." Lu Yunjing had a general idea of the situation. However, he felt amused. Having obtained so many spiritual treasures meant others were essentially working for him without pay. He had just laughed out loud when in the next moment he felt like crying. Ming He continued, "There's something else concerning you." "About me, eh?" Lu Yunjing was taken aback. Ming He nodded, chuckling, "Great news. You have obtained the qualification to compete for the title of Demon Emperor. Aren't you happy?" Lu Yunjing was dumbfounded. He had just been planning to have others do the work for him, and now he was expected to become their servant. What a joke. Seeing his expression, Ming He explained the situation from beginning to end. After listening, Lu Yunjing fell silent for a long while. "Those scoundrels, I must clean house today." "Calm down, my dear brother. Isn't competing for the title of Demon Emperor a great thing?" Lu Yunjing looked speechless. "What good is it? From now on I will have to worry about everything. What's the point of the demon heaven and witch earth? If I truly sit in the position of Demon Emperor, won't I have to battle against the calamity to the death? That old guy Hongjun has been keeping an eye on me. Now he will likely see me as a variable. Isn't this pushing me into the fire pit? If I really take on this burden, when the calamity arrives, it won't be Emperor Jun who dies, but me, Lu Yunjing. However, to be fair, if I rely on the divine selection to forcibly become a Hunyuan Daiyuo Jingxian, I wouldn't need to panic too much. Unfortunately, I don't have that confidence at the moment." Lu Yunjing sighed. "Forget it, discussing this is pointless. When they return, I need to remind them not to compete for that position." After saying this, he closed his eyes and sank into his cultivation. Ming He was also familiar with the routine, diving into the Chaos Pearl to practice his own skills. Lu Yunjing waited at the entrance for 500 years. And the result? Those 8 fellows didn't return even once. Lu Yunjing. He calculated with his fingers and was stunned. Those 8 disciples were running all over the wilderness, gathering followers. No way, this absolutely won't do. Lu Yunjing murmured to himself, standing up and preparing to head outside. But as soon as he stepped out, he hesitated. After such a long time, without going out, was it worth making a trip for such trivial matters? Regardless of whether those young fellows had the capability. Take Emperor Jun for example, his fortune is no small matter. He possesses a natural leader's aura, and those following him will certainly be more numerous than those following a few great demons. Thinking this way, Lu Yunjing felt something was off. What if they truly managed to use my name to overshadow Emperor Jun? Then it would be disastrous. His body tensed up and he considered stepping out again. But after just a couple of steps, he stopped again. He pondered back and forth, sometimes deciding to go, sometimes deciding to stay. He was caught in this dilemma for an entire year. At this moment, the divine system finally spoke up. The host has hesitated for a year without stepping out. The divine system can no longer bear it and will present choices. Option 1, step out. Reward one of the top 10 innate spirit roots at random. Option 2, return to cultivate. Reward top tier innate formation. 8 billion world mysterious silence formation. Lu Yunjing's eyes lit up, unable to suppress a laugh. This 8 billion world mysterious silence formation is only one character different from the one he practiced. It is definitely paired with the mysterious silence law. So, Lu Yunjing smiled helplessly. I still won't go. This formation suits my preferences too well. Besides, they wouldn't be able to choose it anyway. I choose option 2. Lu Yunjing was quite satisfied with this result, and after selecting, he returned to his secluded place for cultivation. A complete formation diagram along with the full information of the 8 billion world mysterious silence formation rushed into his mind. This formation is part of the 8 billion world mysterious silence law and can slay beings of Hunyuan level. If practiced to perfection, even a Tao saint could be trapped in mysterious silence, unable to awaken for an entire, immeasurable calamity. The holy body remains unextinguished, but the primordial spirit sinks completely. Impressive. The only word that popped into Lu Yunjing's mind. If he could truly reach that level, it would probably be when he ascends to sainthood through the 8 billion worlds. I just don't know how powerful the mysterious silence formation of the 8 small worlds can be. He grinned, neatly storing the formation diagram, and began to operate the 8 billion world mysterious silence law. In an instant, countless worlds were created and then fell silent. He began cultivating again. Currently, he was at the mid-stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. He estimated that within 10,000 years, he could break through to the late stage. After another 30,000 years, he would be able to touch the threshold of the peak of Hunyuan Jingxian. After that, it would be the truly challenging path of Hunyuan. This road would surely be much harder than the Hunyuan Jingxian stage. Meanwhile, over in the wilderness, another scene unfolded. The lecture at the Zixiao Palace had ended and Hongjun merged with the Dao in the blink of an eye. 7,000 years had passed. The structure of the demon heaven in which earth was completely formed. The 6 fated saints named back then had not made a move. They were all holding back, pondering the paths yet to be traversed. On the other hand, the demon heaven in which earth side was bustling with activity. While the demon clan had yet to decide on a base, the witch clan was already aggressive. In this land, no matter how powerful a being, one must respectfully address the ancestor which is Lord. Recently, the entire wilderness has been forming factions. The cause was Hongjun's declaration to select a demon emperor from the wilderness. This led to a split in the wilderness into 2 forces. One side was led by Qiongqi, known as the number 1 group in the wilderness. The other side was led by Emperor Jun, called the Hichu Xingqian group. Emperor Jun is a latest stage quasi-saint of the 2 corpses, just a step away from the peak, with formidable strength and quite a few followers. As for Qiongqi, relying on the fortune gained from Lu Yunqing's reputation, they barely reached the level of a quasi-saint 1 corpse, still some distance from quasi-saint 2 corpses. Their strength indeed fell short. However, the banner under which Qiongqi fought was much more assertive than Emperor Jun's. This dynamic made the power disparity between the 2 sides less pronounced. Every year, they would fight fiercely over this matter, with millions of small demons dying, a number too great to count. Yet for the entire wilderness, this was hardly a concern. Even worlds have births and deaths. Millions of small demons are nothing in comparison. Within the great demon palace, Qiongqi surveyed the surroundings and solemnly asked, "Brothers, how many great demons do we have on our side now?" The 6-eared macaque grinned. "I made a trip to Kunlun Mountain 2,000 years ago, met the Queen Mother of the West, and brought back 2 great demon divine beasts from the sacred mountain as our support." "Oh." Qiongqi's eyes brightened. "Great demons from Kunlun Mountain. I haven't encountered them before." The 6-eared macaque chuckled, his figure flickering before disappearing. When he reappeared, 2 peculiar gigantic beasts followed behind him. Qiongqi sensed their aura. Good heavens, they both possessed the cultivation of half a step to quasi-saint. One of them had a tiger body and 9 tails, its skin yellowish, surrounded by azure light. It spoke in a deep voice, "I am Lu Wu, the divine beast of Kunlun Mountain. We only follow true powerhouses." Its imposing aura surged forth, not losing to anyone present. "I heard that you are supporting the number 1 person in the wilderness, and I have come to assist you." Qiongqi nodded, smiling. "I naturally understand the capabilities of my friend Lu Wu. With your addition, our strength will be significantly enhanced." He then turned to the other great demon. This massive beast stood 9 feet tall, resembling a tiger, but beneath its body it had 9 heads. Each head concealed a different lethal aura of laws, and just a glance sent chills down one's spine. "I am the Kaming beast, sharing the same origin as my friend Lu Wu. Originally dwelling beneath the southern abyss of Kunlun, I also sought out powerful beings." Qiongqi said no more and directly welcomed the 2 into their ranks. The 6-eared macaque chuckled, counting on his fingers, with these 2 added along with the previously recruited Chongming bird and Kaming beast. "Our number of great demons has now reached 14. And the number of small demons below is countless, at least in the billions." Qiongqi nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. "That's indeed impressive. However, our top-tier combat power is still insufficient. 6-eared by Zhe, you 2 are closest to the master. Quickly return to Buzhou Mountain and invite Master Ming He out to give us some guidance." Without a word, the 2 turned and left, heading straight to Buzhou Mountain. The others remained in place waiting. Their camp was on the eastern side of Buzhou Mountain, closest to the Heavenly Palace. This territory had been developed into an area spanning millions of miles, sufficient for billions of small demons to cultivate and live. After waiting for just a few years, an invitation arrived in their hands. It was signed by Emperor Jun. The invitation mentioned that he was hosting a banquet for all demons, inviting all clans of the wilderness. Xiongqi stared at the letter, his frown deepening. This thing looked like a trap from any angle. The demon banquet was set in the 9 skies with layers of feasts spread from the heavenly peak down to the ground, starlight fragments sprinkled on the tables as decorations. Those star fruits looked impressive, but they were as common as weeds in the ancient starry lands. Small demons fought tooth and nail for them, while great demons merely nibbled on them as snacks. Yet it was precisely this trivial matter that could drive low-tier demons to fight desperately. In an instant, the banquet was thrown into chaos, demonic energy soaring to the heavens. At that moment, a bell tolled from the horizon. Golden light descended from the 9 heavens like a cold bucket of water, splashed over all the agitated demon heads, immediately suppressing their killing intent. Starfruits only bear once every million years, but there's enough stock for you all, so don't fight for it. The voice came from the cloud, carrying an undeniable pressure. Today is the banquet of all clans. Eating and drinking to your fill is the priority. Remember your identities. It was Dong Huang Tai speaking. Instantly, all the demons fell silent. Even if they were still boiling with rage inside, they could only grit their teeth and suppress their anger, obediently returning to their places. Xiongqi stood at the lowest tier of the seating, with Taoya Lu Wu Ji Ming and Ning Zhao following him. The banquet was set against a massive staircase that reached up to the clouds. Xiongqi waved his hand, and several powerful demons leaped up simultaneously, riding the currents of air as they shot upwards. In no time, they reached the highest level. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were discussing the situation of the wilderness with the surrounding demons, their demonic light shining like floodlights, dazzling to the eyes. Xiongqi squinted at the two, momentarily unable to discern what scheme Di Jun was plotting. Di Jun glanced at Xiongqi, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Oh, isn't this a familiar face? It turns out to be Xiongqi, a disciple of Taoist Lu. Come find a place to sit. There was a hint of casualness in his tone. Xiongqi grinned, unconsciously leaning slightly forward, his aura diminished by half. However, there was little he could do about it. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchanged glances, watching everyone take their seats while their minds began to calculate. All right, those who should be here have mostly arrived. Today at this grand banquet of demons, I will say a few words. Di Jun's voice spread out, filling the air. In an instant, all living beings were enveloped by this voice, raising their heads to look up at the sky. Di Jun smiled. Demons rule the heavens, and witches govern the earth. Times have changed. At this critical moment, who can seize the initiative and grasp the fortune? The Tao Ancestor said the 6 saints govern the world, and we are merely a bunch of struggling ants below. Fortune is the only thing that all races can contend for. Di Jun said, sweeping his gaze over everyone present. Fortune, when it is great, can elevate all beings and propel them to sacred positions. Thus countless people fight desperately for it, even binding the fortunes of millions together to climb step by step. Yet even so, fortune is elusive, and it can disperse at any moment. But what I want to say now is, I have something that can ensure your fortunes only rise and never fall. So how do you choose? At this statement, all beings from the myriad races involuntarily tensed up. The grand banquet of demons had indeed gathered all the races. Even the weaker races like rabbits and ants had their seats. They knew clearly how critical fortune was for small races in this ruthless wilderness. After listening to these words, Xiongqi and the others felt increasingly uneasy. They had followed their master in cultivation for over 1,000 years. Their master had spoken of many strange rumors. It was said that when certain powerful figures sought to recruit people they loved, to use such extravagant and flashy phrases to dazzle others. Any flowery words were merely aimed at pulling you onto their pirate ship, adding to their own fortune. Such people their master called masters of painting pies. Follow us, and we will twist everyone's fortunes into a single rope, accumulating little by little. What do you think? This statement stirred many hearts among the myriad races. After all, who wouldn't want to ensure their fortune never wanes? Which race doesn't want to thrive forever? But to ensure a race's survival, how easy is that? Fortune had already become the last trump card for small races. Just as the myriad races' thoughts began to waver, Qianqi's voice suddenly erupted, resonating through the heavens and the earth. Everyone present was stunned. Was this beast out of its mind? How could fortune be considered unimportant? In the wilderness world, what does one rely on to ascend? It is nothing but great determination and the presence of great fortune. Just look. How critical is fortune? Even those with immense powers are envious. And now he dares to say that treasures of fortune are insignificant. This is simply a joke. Di Jun's smile faded instantly upon hearing this. Then tell me what is truly important. Fists. Xiongqi said, straightening his back slowly as his words flowed freely. Fortune at its core is merely an external aid, If you truly possess the strength to push through, who can stop you? That treasure of fortune is nothing more than a piece of scrap iron to you. My master is the #1 figure in the wilderness, one of the appointed demon kings. He possesses several treasured artifacts with abilities that reach the heavens. When has this wilderness ever been ruled by fortune? It has always been strength that reigns supreme. As Qiongqi spoke, the smile that had been on Di Jun's face vanished. Di Jun, Dong Huang, Tai Yi, and the others all wore solemn expressions. They had called these powerful demons over intending to give them a show of strength, hoping to use this opportunity to recruit them. They did not expect them to come here and babble. Who could have imagined? Di Jun snorted coldly, realizing that the plan needed to be accelerated. Since you have taken it this far, can I also interpret it this way? I can make you bow your heads with my fists. After Di Jun spoke, the river diagram and Luo book were immediately laid out. Divine light erupted, and divine energy surged. Qiongqi was startled, quickly joining forces with the other demons to block the divine light. Dong Huang Tai Yi snorted coldly. Do you really think we are on the same level? Even if your master came, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Clang. The bell sound shattered the 9 heavens above, penetrating the thick earth below. The force of the laws, overwhelming all, pressing the myriad races down. The myriad races were all dumbfounded, inwardly cursing Qiongqi for causing trouble. But Qiongqi remained calm. To witness 2 innate supreme treasures charging at me simultaneously, that's quite a privilege. Tao Ye, make your move. Boom. A devouring force erupted, and the Quasi-Saint level Tao Tai bit through the oppressive force of the bell. Seizing the opportunity, Qiongqi and his group turned and fled. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi looked up. Want to escape? If they let you run, where would they put their faces? Moreover, didn't you come here today just to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Di Jun's voice thundered as his sleeves swept the river diagram, and Luo book erupted into a storm of starlight, slicing through the air. Want to leave? Dream on. In the sky, billions of stars trembled in unison. Countless killing swords rained down from above. The entire formation with the sky as its skeleton drew upon the power of the galaxy, as beams of light crashed down like collapsing divine pillars. Die here. The simplified version of the Zhou Star Do formation had already made the surrounding powerful beings from the myriad races feel a chill down their spines. Several powerful demons were instantly shredded into blood mist, not even getting a chance to scream. Qiongqi's face turned ashen, gritting his teeth and shouting, "What now?" Lu Wu lowered his voice. "We came here for our master's reputation. Even if we fall here, it isn't a loss." Qiongqi and Tao Tai exchanged glances, both resolutely making up their minds. The 2 of them suddenly ignited their ferocious beast origins. An overwhelming aura erupted. Black mist surged like ink, and karma flowed like a torrent across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The surrounding crowd had to retreat. Clang. The sound of the bell echoed softly. When everyone focused again, those figures had already vanished. After all being Quasi-Saint level ferocious beasts, it was indeed possible for them to escape under such desperate circumstances. Di Jun gazed at the empty formation, a smile creeping onto his lips. They will need at least a few years to recover from their injuries. No hurry, there are already people waiting for them over there. East of Buzhou Mountain, billions of miles of territory was currently engulfed in flames. A gigantic bird soared, roaring with its head held high, while countless demon corpses piled up like mountains below. That was Bai Fong. He had lost face a few days ago, all because of that group. Di Jun had sent him to exterminate this force, which was essentially using a knife to weaken the foundation of the Eastern King. Huh. How satisfying. Since I transformed, I've never felt this exhilarating while killing. Bai Fong spread his wings, flames enveloping everything as the cries of the dying around him cleared away the gloom in his heart. What is the so-called #1 in the wilderness? In this world, having Demon Emperor Di Jun is enough. He had long made up his mind to follow Di Jun. Previously, following the Eastern King was merely to gain some benefits. But following Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai meant substantial rewards, with treasures and opportunities flooding in. Now his cultivation was already nearing Quasi-Saint level. It wouldn't be long before he stepped into that realm. Outside Buzhou Mountain, 2 figures arrived at the entrance, and the door opened by itself. Before they could speak, Lu Yunjing's voice came from within. "You 2 sure know how to find trouble for me." As soon as he spoke, both of them trembled. "Master, everyone knows now." Lu Er's eyes rolled around, and he suddenly had an idea. "Master, please don't be angry. We are both thinking of you." Lu Yunjing shot a sidelong glance at the 2 of them, but did not stop them further, raising his hand to signal them. At that moment, Lu Er spoke again. "Where is Uncle Ming He?" Lu Yunjing countered, "What do you want him for?" Lu Er scratched his head, grinned, and recounted everything that had happened. After listening, Lu Yunjing curled his lips, slightly calculated with his fingers, but his brows furrowed. According to Lu Er, he had countless small demons and several powerful demons stationed with a significant force. However, strangely, he calculated around, but could only discern the whereabouts of those powerful demons, not a single small demon. Lu Yunjing began to harbor doubts and directly asked, I just deduced it once and found no signs of any small demons. You wouldn't be trying to fool me, would you? Lu Er and Bai Zhe quickly shook their heads. How could we dare to deceive you? It's absolutely true. We have indeed gathered many small demons and built a territory of billions of miles. After hearing this, Lu Yunjing calculated once more, his expression slightly darkening. This is bad. Your 1,000-year foundation is likely to be burned to ashes. Hurry back and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming He's figure appeared beside them. Without Ming He smiled faintly. I also deduced what just happened coincidentally. I wanted to go out for some fresh air. Let's go. I want to see who dares to stop my brother from becoming a demon emperor. Ming He snorted coldly, lifting his leg and preparing to leave. At that moment, Lu Yunjing raised his hand gently, and a grayish light array fell upon Ming He. This is a killing formation I devised using the world of creation called the Hunyuan Mingji Great Array, containing the power of 2 billion worlds. Brother, you can use it at a crucial moment. Breaking the formation will not be a problem. Ming He laughed heartily upon hearing this, and casually pocketed the 3 treasures that Lu Yunjing had previously lent him. The Black Lotus, the 5 Elements flag, and the Yuan 2 sword. In fact, Lu Yunjing had already replaced them with new treasures. The new prized possession was the God-slaying spear along with the silent array of the 800 million worlds. As for why it was still called the Hunyuan silent technique, there wasn't any particular reason, he just thought the name sounded impressive. These 2 items were sufficient for his needs. He was on a path of full offense, ensuring that every strike could make his opponents cry out for mercy. Since he had new tools, it was no issue to let his elder brother use the old 3 items. After all, they were family. Lu Yunjing pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, how useful can this thing really? If it really came down to a fight, it would probably be a discounted affair. He decided not to overthink it, and simply slacked off instead. After all, he just wanted to stay put and slowly accumulate his strength. However, on second thought, he couldn't just let the hard-earned family business go to waste. That brat Emperor Jun would definitely have to face some consequences. Who could play dirty better? Hell, let's see who strikes harder. A cold smile crept onto Lu Yunjing's lips. On the other side, Ming He led his people hurrying back to their base in less than a year. The scene before him left him in shock. Lu Er and Bai Zhe were also stunned. Once bustling and lively, the place now lay in ruins, a sight of devastation. The former mighty territory of the demon race, a holy ground where thousands of minor demons once bowed in worship, now found not even a single small demon to breathe. In the sky, several great demons shouted hoarsely, their bodies radiating killing intent, their eyes bloodshot from the thrill of slaughtering, losing control of themselves. Within the entire demon encampment, not a single formidable demon remained. The strongest was merely a primeval giant bear of Tai golden immortal level. At that moment, Bai Fong grabbed the giant bear's body, and with a fierce swing tore it in half, devouring both its cultivation and fortune whole. Ming's face was cold as he reached out and grabbed Bai Fong, exerting tremendous force. Bai Fong exploded on the spot, leaving behind only a trace of his primordial spirit to escape. The chaotic flames around were extinguished with a single glare from Ming He. He stared at Bai Fong, his voice as cold as ice shards. Who sent you here? Bai Fong stubbornly replied, what kind of beast are you to know? Emperor Jun. Not really. I'm going to take down Emperor Jun's lair right now. Bai Fong. Was he even listening? Ming He glanced at him, his tone indifferent. What you say doesn't matter. I just want to beat up Emperor Jun. Since you just insulted me, let me have you experience the suffering of a calamity. Eternal prison of suffering, rise. With a flick of his hand, Ming He conjured a prison filled with seas of blood and boiling magma. He threw Bai Fang's primordial spirit inside and sealed it away. Bai Fang's eyes widened as the surrounding blood seas surged like a frenzy, pouring over his spirit, devouring his body inch by inch. The lava above fell like a torrential downpour, piercing through the entire primordial spirit, continuously tearing him apart. It was a maddeningly slow process, ensuring that Bai Fong would die thoroughly. How could one bully a Kwasa saint and let them off easily? Ming He performed this act without any expression on his face. You all quickly repair this place. I have a big matter to attend to. Ming He closed his eyes, appearing to contemplate something. The 2 others, upon hearing this, said no more and entered a state of cultivation. Years passed swiftly. Other great demons began to return one after another, and upon seeing the scene before them, all were stunned. This commotion was far greater than they had anticipated. However, they all understood that a major event was bound to occur next. No one spoke, and they began rebuilding in silence, conveniently gathering the scattered demon populace. The remaining demon clans without a leader trembled in fear. These great demons had to patiently soothe them, gradually helping them regain their composure. 100 years passed, and the overall structure of the demon race finally returned to its former appearance. Meanwhile, the fervor of the Wan Yao banquet had already spread wildly in the wilderness. In the wilderness, all races were gravitating towards Emperor Jun. The title of first person of the wilderness was no longer contested by anyone. Yet the millions of demons under Emperor Jun were far from united. These matters were all caused by Emperor Jun. Ming's voice was calm. He understood that his brother could not let anyone trample on his position as Demon Emperor. Even before a single Yuan assembly had concluded, the situation was shifting towards Emperor Jun. Could that be tolerated? Mingyi scanned the crowd, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. You all stay back and continue waiting. I will settle this account. Mingyi was not worried about his cultivation falling behind. Destiny had been set. He was a candidate for sainthood and would eventually step into the realm of saints. But right now it was his brother's matter, and he could not ignore it. He had already severed his second corpse, Shan corpse, leaving only his true self. The true self was neither good nor evil, acting solely on obsession, driven only by desire. To sever the self is the hardest step. What should I do? On the way, he asked himself this question. He then shook his head, not delving further. His brother's affairs were more important than any realm. South of the Buzhou Mountain lay the territory of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. There all races gathered, a bustling scene. Mingyi had already calculated everything clearly. He completely concealed his aura, suppressing it to the lowest point, and before getting close, he sensed a terrifying grand array slowly operating. Mingyi halted his steps. If he brazenly charged in, he might not end up well. He raised his hand to form a seal, blood light seeping from his fingertips, slowly infiltrating one corner of the grand array. This was his blood sacrifice technique, using the residual laws from the sea of blood to gradually devour this grand array. The grand array showed no signs of anomaly, but Mingyi had already seen through its purpose. This array spanned trillions of miles, reaching straight down to the 33 heavens below. It was clearly meant to serve as a protective shield for the myriad races gathered under Emperor Jun. If he forced his way in, it would surely provoke a rebellion from all races. Mingyi stood still, contemplating for a moment, and suddenly had an idea. A cold smile appeared on his face. Last time you relied solely on your words to deceive the various races into allegiance. Today I want to see just how impressive those opportunities you spoke of truly are. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming's figure flickered and vanished. Half a year later, in the Demon Emperor's Hall, Emperor Jun was discussing upcoming plans with Dong Huang Tai. That fellow Bai Fong has been gone for so long, without a single word. What does it matter? He's just a great demon. There are plenty of great demons in this world, and I have at least 100 under me. Once I sit on the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, I can casually elevate a few demon gods. Then well arrange the stars of the Zhou Tian together. Just as he was halfway through speaking, a loud shout came from outside. Report. Emperor Jun was taken aback, his brows furrowing. Come in. A tiger demon bowed its head and entered the great hall, beginning to report the situation. Reporting to the two lords, all the rabbit, mouse, and fire elephant clans in the northern Song Earth Abyss area, along with over 10 other major clans, have all been annihilated. In the southern layer of the Dragon Sea, the half-dragons, flood dragons, and wind whales have also nearly perished. The clans in the western Guo Mountain and eastern Cold Sea have similarly suffered heavy losses. In total, 2,223 clans have all suffered severe damage. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai froze instantly. What happened? Dong Huang Tai was momentarily stunned and immediately began to calculate with his fingers. However, no matter how he calculated, he could not find the culprit. The one who acted was simply beyond the range he could detect. Either the opponent used a more powerful treasure or several top-tier treasures, completely obscuring the heavenly secrets. No way to investigate. Emperor Jun instantly exploded in anger, his aura erupting as he searched frantically once more. Seeing this, Dong Huang Tai hurriedly grabbed him. Big brother, don't rush. We still need to visit the Nuwa Palace to meet with Fushi and Nuwa. If we can bring these two over, there will basically be no escape. Don't lose your composure at this moment. What's most urgent now is to clarify the situation first. Dong Huang Tai remained relatively calm, not following suit in impulsiveness. Emperor Jun, upon hearing this, suppressed his anger. The two figures flashed and headed directly to the places where incidents occurred to assess the situation. The first stop was the northern Song Earth Abyss. Everywhere was filled with cries and screams, blending into a cacophony. As soon as the two landed, the leaders of 13 clans rushed over. My lords, what on earth is happening? The Fire Elephant clan leader, the strongest among them, directly questioned, his eyes ablaze with anger. Emperor Jun exchanged a glance with Dong Huang Tai, his tone indifferent. It's just a minor mishap. No need to panic, it will be resolved soon. This is unacceptable. The head of the Fire Elephant clan's eyes widened like copper bells, unable to restrain his questioning. My clan is nearly extinct. You must at least give us an explanation. The other clan leaders nodded in agreement. This matter had escalated so greatly that they had to obtain some form of compensation. To their surprise, Emperor Jun's expression darkened, and he sternly reprimanded, "You dare ask for compensation for this trifling matter? You clans reproduce like weeds, able to thrive again in 100 years. What more do you want? You depend on us, and your fortune has long been tethered. It only increases, never decreases. You're not content, and still dare to reach out." As soon as the words fell, an overwhelming pressure surged down. All the clan leaders immediately fell silent, not daring to even breathe, retreating in dejection. Dong Huangtai, he looked at Emperor Jun, frowning. This approach may not be very appropriate. He understood well how those tribes had been tormented, even though they had severed their physical bodies, and only their obsessions remained here. However, in terms of reason and compassion, it shouldn't be so cold-blooded. While fortune indeed wouldn't diminish on its own, if any race truly resolved to separate, it would still be injurious. Nevertheless, Emperor Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Little brother, don't worry. With just a few words from me, they won't dare to leave. Without the two of us standing against them, relying solely on their meager fortune, they would have long since turned." Dong Huangtai, he said no more, following Di Jun to begin their exploration of this realm. The two searched everywhere, catching only a hint of residual traces of the laws in the air. However, when they drew out the laws, they dissipated in Di Jun's palm in an instant. Now we can be certain it must be someone of Croissant level pulling the strings behind the scenes. "Let's go check the border," Di Jun said, setting off. Dong Huangtai, he closely followed, using the Dong Huang bell to protect their surroundings along the way, to guard against an unexpected ambush. But the reality was they walked all the way to the outermost perimeter of the Great Formation without encountering a single ghostly shadow. Because Ming, he had no intention of confronting them from the start. What he wanted was to completely dismantle this organization and return their methods intact. After checking back and forth, the outer boundary was just as it had been before. Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, he felt a bit frustrated, so they decided to split up and check other areas. After several years of trouble, they turned the entire organization upside down, but still found no trace of the Croissant. The myriad tribes groped in the void for half a day, sensing only a faint fluctuation of the laws. The more they investigated, the more confused they became. By the time they returned to the Demon Emperor's palace, they found that the leaders of various tribes had all come to report. All that came were powerful beings from the Tai, Yi, and Deluo realms, each claiming that their tribes had suffered inexplicable disasters. The palace was in an uproar. Di Jun, feeling annoyed, slammed the armrest. "What are you all yelling about? Get back, this matter will be naturally handled by us brothers." The tribal leaders exchanged glances with a belly full of complaints that they could only swallow back, bowing and retreating. Dong Huangtai sighed at this scene. His own brother was on edge, unable to listen to anything. Once everyone had left, Di Jun suppressed his frustration. "That guy is hiding in the shadows. Even if we searched till the ends of the earth, we wouldn't find him." "I have a method," Dong Huangtai said after a moment of silence. "You should relocate all the myriad tribes to reside outside the Demon Emperor's palace, tightening the range of the Great Formation so that we can grasp control. If anything goes wrong, we can directly strike to eliminate them." Di Jun was taken aback for a moment. Dong Huangtai quickly added, "This is the plan. If he doesn't show himself, we will just keep dragging this out." Di Jun pondered for a while, weighing the pros and cons. At this moment, the leaders who returned to their tribes were all in a state of disarray. Those who came were all great tribes. Since the myriad tribes had gathered in one place, there was usually little friction, but now there was much more interaction and chatter. Di Jun's indifferent attitude towards the great tribes quickly spread throughout all clans. The myriad tribes finally saw Di Jun's true colors, and the panic spread like wildfire. Soon after, a new order was issued. "All tribes heed my command, quickly relocate to reside outside the Demon Emperor's palace. Anyone who wants to survive must comply and set off immediately." Suddenly, the myriad tribes were even more panicked. Clearly, it was a protective measure, yet it stirred unrest among the people. In the high sky, Ming, he had already anticipated this step and finally revealed himself. "This alliance is truly pitifully fragile. The leader can't even control the situation. It must be nearing its end." He chuckled casually, pointing a finger to create thousands of clones that infiltrated the crowd, spreading even more malicious rumors. Within the Fire Elephant clan, the upper echelons held an emergency meeting. One of Ming He's avatars quietly slipped in, replacing a high-ranking member of the Fire Elephant clan and blending into the discussion hall. The leader of the Fire Elephant clan's expression was as grim as an iron pot's bottom. "You all tell me this Di Jun now, compared to when he first took office, is simply not the same person. I traveled over 1,000,000 miles previously specifically to pay him a visit. He paused, his voice filled with barely suppressed anger. Back then it was rare for me to meet such a high-ranking figure, and what happened? He directly dismissed me, showing me no respect at all. Dijun. What is he thinking in his mind? In the Fire Elephant clan, mentioning Dijun used to be accompanied by a respectful address of my lord. But now on his own territory the leader called him by name without the slightest hint of respect. In the eyes of many tribes, Dijun had completely lost the demeanor a leader should have. Irritable and quick-tempered, easily set off. Many loose cultivators who had returned from Dongwon had stayed with the Fire Elephant clan for a while. They understood clearly. Dongwon had gradually brought himself to the point where everyone wanted him dead. Now that Dijun had tasted the sweetness of power, his mind had become muddled, and he was likely to follow the same old path. I suggest we don't go this time. One of Ming He's avatars, posing as a high-ranking member of the Fire Elephant clan, suddenly interjected. Look, Dijun's attitude towards you is clearly dismissive. And that place is extremely dangerous. Why must we push ourselves into it? Wouldn't it be better to withdraw early? When Sano's words came out, the entire hall fell silent. His arguments were all very reasonable. Wouldn't it be better to withdraw early? When Sano's words came out, the entire hall fell silent. His arguments were all very There is another force that is waiting for us. Everyone was startled and looked at Sano in unison. The leader of the Fire Elephant clan frowned and asked, "Are you referring to that first of the primordial world?" "Exactly." Sano nodded and continued. "You should all know that the heavens are about to select the Demon Emperor and confer the title of Heavenly Emperor. But what about Dijun? Even before sitting in that position, he is already behaving this way, anxious and irritable. If we continue to follow him blindly, won't that be aiding him in his evil deeds? Isn't that going against the entire world?" With this statement, everyone present fell silent. Sano's words were all on point. If Dijun truly became the Heavenly Emperor, would there still be good days for this world? After contemplating for a long while, the leader of the Fire Elephant clan finally nodded. "Let's go. Leave this place. They say fortune only rises and never falls. I fear that in the end we might even lose our lives allowing Dijun to benefit from our misfortune." Within the Fire Elephant clan, hundreds of fiery red beams of light suddenly soared into the sky, flying straight towards the outer reaches of the Great Formation. While they spoke, thousands of rays of light flew in from the horizon, closely following the Fire Elephant clan. The leader of the Fire Elephant clan kept a keen eye and noticed the commotion, immediately signaling his clan members to stop. Those beams of light halted as well, and upon closer inspection, they turned out to be leaders from other tribes bringing their own people. "What are you all doing?" "We want to leave too." Hearing this, the leader of the Fire Elephant clan broke into a smile. "Great, that's wonderful. My fellow friends, Dijun is small-minded and quick-tempered. Staying by his side will inevitably lead to trouble. Let's go. We should seek the support of a true sovereign." They were merely a small tribe struggling to survive in the primordial world. Now, with the strange forces erupting within this great formation, ravaging their kin and slowly devouring their vitality, how could they remain at ease? Especially with a muddled master. If they didn't flee now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus they all set off towards the territory of that first of the primordial world. Not only these small tribes, but even some larger factions were also withdrawing. The number departing was nearing 5,000 tribes, and still increasing. These people had originally joined Dijun simply to survive. Strong figures left over from the old era descendants of the three ancestors of opening heaven had their pride, and were unwilling to get involved in the calamity. At most they would send a few juniors to experience the primordial world. For example, the remnants of the Dragon clan from the East Sea Dragon Palace. The wandering Qilin loose cultivators on the land. The Phoenix clan soaring above Kunlun Mountain. All these did not wish to be involved in the struggle of calamity. They were just waiting for the day they could reclaim their status as overlords. In the high heavens, Ming, he revealed himself once more, a cold smile on his face. "Dijun, oh Dijun. This is all you're doing. I thought it would take some effort, but it fell apart effortlessly. Just wait a few more days until no one dares to retreat. That will be the day your organization disbands. You want to seize your own brother's position as Demon Emperor. Dream on." On the other side, as Lu Yunjing was cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, he felt his fortune surge exponentially. What is going on? Lu Yunjing was taken aback. He was still in seclusion, suddenly feeling a vast amount of fortune flooding in. Lu Yunjing had never paid close attention to the changes in fortune before. The small fluctuations had never caught his interest. But this time was different. The fortune surged like a balloon being inflated, skyrocketing in a great leap. What has my brother done out there that is so good? Could it be that he has completely undermined Dijun's territory? If that's the case, could the position of Demon Emperor really fall to me? Lu Yunjing pondered for a moment, unable to help but shake his head and smile helplessly. He wasn't sure about this matter either. After all, the battle had ended without even lasting a Yuan Hui, and Di Jun's capabilities were likely quite limited. However, I need to coordinate with my brother. The debts from before must be repaid at an appropriate time. Moreover, Lu Yunjing pondered for a moment, raising his hand to release a beam of light that directly connected with Di Jiang among the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Di Jiang was in closed-door cultivation when he suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Yunjing's voice came through. Di Jiang, it has been a while since we last met. How have you been lately? It's that kid. Di Jiang immediately became alert. Is this guy planning to trick me again? He had already been duped by him once in the Blood Sea, and he wouldn't fall for it again today. He quickly adjusted his mindset and replied, I'm doing okay. Shouldn't you be busy competing for the position of the Demon Emperor? How do you have time to chat with me? I want you to return a personal favor. Di Jiang was taken aback for a moment and instantly became furious. I owe you no favors. When I came to your dojo, you schemed against me, forcing a few of us brothers to give you our power of loss. We have long since fulfilled the repayment conditions you initially promised. Lu Yunjing was stunned for a moment. You knew about it. Lu Yunjing. Di Jiang angrily shouted his name. Lu Yunjing smiled, but soon enough you will owe me a favor. What do you mean? Lu Yunjing said with a smile, unhurriedly back at the Wan Yao banquet. Di Jun sent by Fong to slaughter the demon clan of Wu Di, causing countless lives to perish and ruining the forces I painstakingly built. Do you want me to handle this matter? Di Jiang pressed. Lu Yunjing shook his head. No, it's just to give you a reason. Before long, Di Jun will be pushed to the edge, and he will surely do something outrageous. Right now, the demon heavens have yet to be established, and the saints have not yet emerged. This is the time for Wu Di to take control. If you can stand up at a critical moment, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Di Jiang was taken aback and asked again, where does this opportunity come from? Lu Yunjing's lips curled slightly, and he said slowly, the current situation has already stabilized in Wu. Di Jiang was not in a hurry to respond. After a moment of silence, he lowered his voice and asked, what do you plan to do at a crucial moment? Lu Yunjing pondered for a few seconds and suddenly posed a riddle. Let me give you a riddle. There is a person who does not appear at the beginning of the story, is absent in the middle, and does not show up at the end. Where do you think this person should appear in the story? Di Jiang was first taken aback, then his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had understood something. The smile on his face was impossible to hide, and his entire face lit up. The several ancestors beside him were utterly confused. What's wrong with the big brother? Has he been possessed? Why is he smiling like he found treasure? Di Jiang completely ignored them and decisively stated, I understand your words. Rest assured I will take care of this matter. Lu Yunjing replied with a smile, then let's wish for both sides to profit. After cutting off communication with Lu Yunjing, Di Jiang turned to his group of brothers and stated plainly, everyone from today on, put aside your cultivation for now. Something big is about to happen, remember this. As soon as these words were uttered, all the ancestors were stunned. Big event. What big event? The group exchanged glances, completely unable to comprehend what their big brother was up to. But Di Jiang himself was grinning from ear to ear. Opportunities. He truly did not expect that such good fortune would fall into his lap. It seems that the position in Wu Di is not just for others to step on. The more chaotic the situation, the more benefits he could reap. He simply could not contain his excitement and laughed heartily. Years later, Di Jun stood in the grand hall watching the sparse representatives of the tribes arriving, and his expression instantly changed. What is going on? He scanned the crowd below, his voice deepening. Where are the other tribes? Why are there only a few hundred of you left? Something feels off. Back then, when he summoned the myriad tribes, there were thousands who arrived on time. Now, however, the number has shrunk to just a few hundred, which seemed abnormal. Dong Huangtai, standing beside him, also furrowed his brow. At this moment, a tribal leader bit the bullet and spoke. They have all run away. What? Di Jun's pupils contracted sharply, almost causing him to lose his balance. At that moment, as if heaven was deliberately mocking him, pain from the backlash of fate exploded from his chest. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them suddenly coughed up a mouthful of thick blood. Why did it have to be blood? The reason was clear. The source of fate was initially locked on the two of them. Di Jun was the one who gathered the fate. Once the fate was harmed, he would definitely be the first to suffer. Although Dong Huangtai was also affected by the fate backlash, his injuries were not as severe as Di Jun's. Where did they go? Di Jun, with blood still hanging at the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth and asked. The group below trembled in fear, each answering cautiously. They have joined the opposing faction. The tribal leader speaking felt a chill in his heart, regretting not following that group to escape. This group of, just because of such a small mishap, I want them dead. Boom. Di Jun's words shook the heavens, and the thunder roared. The pressure of a quasi-saint spread out like a tide, causing the tribal leaders to bleed from their mouths. Dong Huang Tai glanced at him and quickly shook the Dong Huang bell. Ding! The sound of the bell rang out, and terrifying waves swept in all directions. Even Di Jun was affected, and his fury was instantly suppressed. Brother, your temper has been unstable lately. It's just a small setback. You need to stay calm. Dong Huang Tai remained relatively composed and did not panic. However, as soon as Di Jun heard this, his anger surged again. Before he could speak, he was silenced by the sound of the bell, which dissipated all his fury. Dong Huang Tai understood that Di Jun was not calm at the moment, and if he said anything he didn't want to hear, he would immediately explode. But some things, as unpleasant as they may be, they still need to be said. Once Di Jun was completely quieted by the sound of the bell, he remained silent, only coldly staring at the grand formation suddenly roaring. The dog hiding in the shadows, come out. You have been playing this game lately, isolating me. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. After Di Jun finished his furious roar, Dong Huang Tai's eyes widened, suddenly feeling a terrifying killing intent pressing down. He hurriedly shook the Dong Huang bell, trying to calm his emotions with the sound of the bell. But the He Tu and Luo Shu directly blocked the sound of the bell. Before long, the He Tu and Luo Shu slowly rose, suspended in midair, shining with the starlight of the holy way. Immediately, countless star laws surged from the yellow earth beneath, and the starlight condensed into massive celestial bodies that blocked out the sun. The endless celestial bodies surged up from the soil, and then simultaneously crashed down. The terrifying power of the laws of annihilation burned the entire space into a pure white light. Then in this white expanse, Di Jun frantically unleashed his slaughtering path techniques, drawing down billions of star laws from the void above, transforming these powers into terrifying starlight swords. In that instant, billions of starlight swords ruthlessly slaughtered in the sealed space. Those tribes without precious artifacts, spiritual treasures, and weak strength fell under Di Jun's wrath, screaming, "Save! Lord, spare me!" A cough. Crazy Di Jun is going crazy. Puff. Various voices suddenly exploded. Yet Di Jun's face remained as cold as ice, as if those were not living beings, but mere beasts. For this group of people, Di Jun felt not a shred of compassion. Dong Huang Tai, standing beside him, could only sigh repeatedly. Di Jun's behavior was hardly worthy of the title of Demon Emperor. Once the chaos of the slaughtering formation and the space explosions all ceased, all noise fell silent. Di Jun's rage also eased a little. Just then, a harsh mocking laughter broke out. He he he. How tragic. Di Jun's head snapped up, locking onto the figure of the Ming He floating in the center of the sky. Ming He hovered outside the incomplete celestial formation. Quite frankly, this formation was already incomplete and couldn't withstand Di Jun's bombardment. It had shattered long ago. At this moment, to Di Jun, Ming He was like a thorn in his throat, a nail in his flesh. You're seeking death. Is all of this you're doing? Ming He sneered. Oh, look at the mess around you. Isn't it all caused by you? The remaining few hundred tribes were annihilated by you in one blow. Should I praise your ruthlessness, or say you're formidable? Ming He's words became increasingly piercing, and Di Jun's anger flared hotter. He actually dared to speak so arrogantly here. Cannot tolerate, absolutely cannot tolerate. He must die. With a thunderous boom, tens of thousands of starlight swords appeared around Ming He simultaneously. Gather. Boom. The swords all pierced towards the still smiling Ming He. But Ming He merely stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the tens of thousands of swords to thrust towards him, his body turning into a cloud of black smoke dispersing. Ding! Dong Huang Tai also made his move. By now they all understood that this entire situation was instigated by Ming He, so they absolutely could not allow Ming He to escape easily. Rebuilding their forces would be a minor issue. But they chased after the fleeing Ming He. Ming He showed a hint of surprise on his face. Little brother, you actually came. Dare to fool us, die? Just as the two were about to unleash their big move, a spear of slaughter suddenly descended. The primordial spirit gradually sank into slumber, though it would not last long. Lu Yunjing remained seated in his Taoist temple, yet his gaze had already pierced through billions of miles, landing on the two individuals. Looking at Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun, who were trapped by the silent destruction great array, he let out a cold snort. Using their moves, I shall return them 1,000-fold. This is not the end, the real show has just begun. He moved the next piece on the board. He intended to ensure that Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai would have no chance to catch their breath. Lu Yunjing sat in the temple and pointed with his hand. The silent destruction killing array slowly rose, emitting a blinding holy light. That spear was not genuine. It was a shape molded by the laws. If the true god-slaying spear were to appear, even without the killing array suppressing it, the opponents would be frozen in place. The exquisite sword did not emerge, but the god-slaying spear was indeed the #1 killing weapon in the Primordial Era, and that was no exaggeration. In the heavens, a holy light turned and illuminated every corner and territory. In an instant, the vast lands of the Primordial Era were filled with countless projections. Numerous great figures looked up and were all stunned. Then a voice spread throughout the Primordial Era. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, who have bloodied the 100 clans, are burdened with sins. I, Lu Yunjing, wish to act on behalf of the heavens, but alas, my abilities are insufficient to move against them. Today I declare to the entire Primordial Era, keep a close watch on these two fiends. Lu Yunjing placed all the blame squarely on Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. He even specially communicated with the River of Underworld, disseminating the memories. Scenes of Di Jun and the 100 clans flashed by. Just like that, in a fleeting moment. It was etched into everyone's minds. Is this real? A group of great figures and countless clans rushing this way were all dumbfounded. So ruthless. Is this really the candidate for the Heavenly Emperor chosen by the Tao Ancestor? With such a ruthless character as Heavenly Emperor, is there any hope for survival in the future? Everyone erupted in chaos. Yet Lu Yunjing merely smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. Next, it would be the third step. This step was truly life-threatening. This step must wait until they awaken before taking action. Lu Yunjing chuckled simultaneously, sending a message to Di Jiang, urging him to hold back for now. Di Jiang was taken aback. He thought it was time to take action. It turned out not to be. It meant that Lu Yunjing still wanted to play. For so many years, everyone has been learning skills from the Tao Ancestor. How many great beings possess countless techniques, yet none compare to you? So many great beings play mind games, yet you, without even stepping out of the door, have led your opponents into a pit from which they cannot escape. Lu Yunjing, oh Lu Yunjing. You are truly the most ruthless one in the Primordial Era. Di Jiang sighed, his conviction growing stronger. Unless something unexpected occurs, he would never turn against this person in this lifetime. The River of Underworld took less than half a month to return to Buzhou Mountain. Seeing him, Lu Yunjing's lips curled slightly. The River of Underworld was also beaming with excitement. I never expected that. I merely held Di Jun and Tai Yi back. But you brother directly trapped Di Jun inside and couldn't get him out. Speaking of which, you say you don't want the position of the Demon Emperor. Yet when someone truly touches your territory, you are more ruthless than anyone else. Lu Yunjing shrugged. I am standing up for my disciple. He painstakingly created something that was forced to a dead end. I also need to force them into a dead end, and it must be one from which they can never turn back. He squinted, a faint smile on his face. The River of Underworld shook his head. Brother, I can see you less and less clearly. I'm leaving. After saying that, the River of Underworld turned to go assist the arriving clans. He felt a surge of fortune rising, and he sensed quite a bit of it. But compared to Lu Yunjing, he was far behind. At this moment, the River of Underworld stopped in his tracks and turned back to ask, Brother, I will definitely achieve sainthood within 100 yuan meetings. What about you? Lu Yunjing scratched his head and chuckled. I cannot become a saint. Sainthood is determined by the heavens, but how can you be sure I have a share? Hearing this, the River of Underworld felt a bit regretful and couldn't help but say, But with your talent, your fortune, it surpasses mine, stronger than anyone in the Primordial Era. You? He wanted to say more. Lu Yunjing interrupted with a smile. Why say this? Brother should leave now. I'm still waiting for you to hand me the position of the Demon Emperor. He squinted, smiling casually. The River of Underworld fell silent for a moment, waved his hand, and turned to leave, though his heart was turbulent. Brother's talent. Brother's strength. It is clear he can surely become a saint. Oh, why not go listen to Hong Jun's teachings? Does he fear the methods of beheading corpses, and instead choose to walk his own path from the beginning? As the River of Underworld pondered, he suddenly thought of a question. Years ago, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun had said in his teachings, No one can verify the chaos. No one can verify the chaos. No. I do not believe it. Perhaps, no one can verify the chaos, which when stripped down means there is no such fortune or ability in this world that can allow a person to attain the Tao of chaos. This day was particularly lively. On the territory of the #1 person in the Primordial Era, over 1,000 clans arrived. Basically, any capable force had come to pledge allegiance. After Di Jun completely lost his mind, the hesitation in everyone's hearts vanished. That fellow's methods were ruthless and malevolent. Only here could he be suppressed. Thus they all came. Even knowing that the vortex of calamity had already swept to their feet, they were undeterred. Although they did not bring treasures that could enhance fortune, each was not weak in strength. At this time, the fluctuations of fortune were not a concern. At least the clans would not be exterminated for being attacked. Countless clans hovered in the sky, a sea of dark shadows, all here to pledge allegiance. The river of underworld stood with his hands behind his back floating in midair. Leaders of all clans stepped forward to hear the orders. His voice was not loud, but bore an air of authority. Upon hearing this, several individuals immediately stepped forward. The river of underworld glanced at them and spoke directly. I am very glad that you are willing to come. From today onwards you shall reside in this territory. No one will trouble you. Upon hearing this, the great clan leaders felt a great weight lift from their hearts. At this time someone mustered the courage to ask, "Dare I ask, Senior, are you the #1 person in the Primordial Era?" "No," the river of underworld replied without changing his expression. "I am his elder brother. Though my abilities are slightly inferior to his, they are still comparable." After hearing this, everyone was shocked. The river of underworld added, "You need not worry. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, you will not have the leisure to trouble you in the short term. They are trapped in the high heavens by my younger brother and are unable to move at all." This statement from the river of underworld was equivalent to giving everyone a reassurance. Everyone nodded in agreement and dispersed to rebuild their tribes. The river of underworld stood still for a moment, then suddenly spoke up. "Today all those who came to pledge allegiance shall come to my Dao Palace to listen to the teachings." The river of underworld began to call out a series of great demons' names. Xiongqi Jiming, Baizhe Six-Eared Macaque, Lu Wu Caming Beast. Not a single one was missed. He summoned all these great demons to his river of underworld Dao Palace. He instructed, "When I begin you will take positions in the sky arranging the Dao formations in batches and recite the Dao rules along with me. I have kept an eye on the situation on Di Jun's side for quite a while, and this group of fellows has not received favorable treatment from him. If we provide sufficient benefits now, they will surely be willing to pledge allegiance." Upon hearing this, a group of great demons immediately understood this tactic was brilliant. They quickly split up to carry it out. The river of underworld smiled, closing his eyes. Before long, those who had settled their clan territories began to arrive one after another. In less than half a year, the people were gathered. The river of underworld began his teachings leisurely, covering the Tao of golden immortals all the way to Tai Luo, detailed in his explanations for a full 10,000 years. In the meantime, he interspersed various techniques that they had never heard of before, along with insights and applications of the laws of heaven and earth. During this period, countless people were entranced. Some even broke through on the spot. Terrifying. It was truly too terrifying. When they regained their senses, they discovered that their cultivation had jumped several levels, leaving everyone stunned. 10,000 years is not actually that long. When the blink of an eye it had passed. When this round of teachings concluded, the leaders of thousands of clans leading their people knelt in unison. "Thank you, great being, for imparting the Tao. This kindness will never be forgotten." The river of underworld glanced at them and smiled faintly. "You need not be so polite. My brother Lu Yunjing is set to ascend to the position of the Demon Emperor and naturally requires your support. You need not do anything, simply bring in any friends you have. If not, just take good care of your tribes. I am well aware of the grievances suffered on Di Jun's side. Here, just focus on recuperating and restoring your former prosperity." These words left everyone present astounded. They had never experienced such treatment on Di Jun's side. Only when they first arrived did Di Jun show them a little favor. Normally, when they went to pay their respects, they were greeted with contempt. At this moment, their hearts were thoroughly convinced. The fortunes surged once again, after unifying the fortune itself could generate even more fortune. Far away at Buzhou Mountain, Lu Yunjing also felt a hint of this. He calculated with his fingers, grasping the entirety of the situation, and after reviewing it, he was somewhat surprised. My silly brother actually knows how to win people's hearts in reverse. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. He became increasingly attentive to the rise of fortune. Just now he had successfully broken through the bottleneck of the late stage of the golden immortal of chaos. 300 million small worlds revolved frantically around him. He felt as if he was standing at the pinnacle of the primordial era. The laws surrounding him surged like tides. There is a tremendous advantage in cultivating within this world. As long as you implant the laws into the world, the core of the world will automatically absorb these laws, becoming the foundation of cultivation. As long as the core is not destroyed, it will continuously supply more power of the laws to Lu Yunjing. In other words, his laws are growing stronger every second, and his body is constantly being reinforced. Reaching this threshold of 300 million worlds signifies a qualitative change. With each yuan meeting, his strength could roughly increase by 100 millionth, a terrifying gain. As long as he keeps surviving in the future using multiple laws to attain sanctification, he will undoubtedly surpass other saints, perhaps able to extinguish others with a mere wave of his hand. Lu Yunjing chuckled softly, closed his eyes, and continued his cultivation. This time he spent a full 20,000 years. With the support of the Chaos Pearl, 24 Dinghai Pearls, the 800 million worlds mystic silence law, and a plethora of magical artifacts, he forcefully ascended to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. In an instant, the entire surrounding of Buzhou Mountain revealed the projections of 888 million small worlds simultaneously. Each world was fully displayed in the heavens, the sky, filled to the brim, and behind this expanse of worlds, Lu Yunjing's figure emerged resembling a deity of creation, with burning hot flames in his eyes, both hands enveloping these 888 million small worlds, his aura shaking time itself. Even though Lu Yunjing desperately concealed this terrifying commotion with the chaos pearl, no one knew where the anomaly originated. Yet it still created such a horrifying scene, though no one was paying attention. Only those residing near Buzhou Mountain could barely glimpse this frightening sight. Not long after, Lu Yunjing waved his hand, and all these world projections transformed into smoke and dissipated. He spent several years finally stabilizing his realm at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. It's finally done. Next, I need to ponder how to break through to sanctification. The path to sanctification is indeed difficult, but it might still be possible to achieve it before the 6 saints of heaven do. Once the 6 saints of heaven break through, should any of them come to visit, his own cards would surely be fully exposed. Therefore, Lu Yunjing was clear in his heart that he must quickly step into the Hunyuan realm to have a chance of survival. I need to hurry up, he murmured softly and began to merge worlds. Countless tiny worlds were compressed together, but as soon as he attempted, the world collapsed. Lu Yunjing was taken aback for a moment, but did not rush in anger, turning to try again. This attempt took a century. He vaguely grasped a hint of the method, but could not yet pinpoint it. Another 1,000 years passed. The patterns finally became clear. Each world born from the core had different laws. In simple terms, the world core was akin to a lottery machine. The laws stored within the core are limited. Each time a world is merged, a portion of the laws is consumed, hoping to exchange for greater benefits. Thus, to successfully merge worlds, one must allow the laws between several worlds to complement each other. Perhaps it might succeed. But this is quite difficult. Just the probability alone, I fear, could take thousands or tens of thousands of years without success. Lu Yunjing muttered to himself and began to work hard again. Creating the first world was incredibly tedious. Repeatedly testing, breaking through, refining thousands of times. After 30,000 years of hard work, he finally succeeded. The first world merged 1,321 small worlds. Lu Yunjing took a deep breath. This endeavor truly exhausted him. But it was worth celebrating. He spent another 1,000 years carefully experiencing this world. This world is immensely vast. World merging is not merely about adding things. As the level of the world rises, those once small particles representing powerful beings also grow stronger. The elevation of the world's level broadens the entire universe. Lu Yunjing said softly, some things need to be explored deeply to reveal their terrifying nature. He shook his head and began to create anew. This world had become of no use to him. 888 million worlds are needed to completely achieve Hunyuan. For him, this was a monumental hurdle. On the other side, after several tens of thousands of years, the various tribes in the primordial universe had regained their vitality. During these tens of thousands of years, the River of Oblivion had been managing the affairs of the primordial universe's foremost individual. Although his realm did not increase significantly, it was not a hindrance. Helping his brother was the top priority. 2 Yuan meetings passed quietly. The primordial lands flourished and slaughter had almost vanished. The ancient tribes that had once been oppressed by Emperor Jun were revitalized. No one was a fool. Even without disasters looming overhead, each tribe would hide the seeds capable of continuing their bloodlines. Be it small creatures like chickens and rabbits, or large beings like dragons and fire elephants, various life forms were quietly protected. As for Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, the world had long forgotten them. Only a few powerful beings occasionally recalled that there were still these 2 names. Everyone was busy cultivating, sitting in the ancient solitude, seeking breakthroughs. The River of Oblivion was also not idle. He did not return to his old lair, but personally renovated the Dao Palace where the teachings were given, and then entered seclusion. He also needed to cultivate. A group of great demons similarly fell into silence. At this time, only the 6-eared macaque remained outside, managing the affairs of the primordial universe's foremost individual. This monkey indeed had high talent. After following Lu Yunjing and sipping some soup, he had already broken through to the mid-stage of Croissant. Lu Yunjing's fortune soared, and the cultivation speed of his disciples rose concurrently. It really feels long. When will those great demons fully awaken? The 6-eared macaque sat on the demon throne in the great demon palace with the laws of the 5 elements circulating in his palm. At times morphing into chains, at others into squares, and at times transforming into flying beasts. An aura of time enveloped him, making anyone who saw it feel awed. He sat like this for several tens of thousands of years. Suddenly, the entire great hall shook violently. The six-eared macaque who had not moved for tens of thousands of years abruptly froze. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the dome. His murky old eyes instantly sharpened like knives. What's happening? This formation was personally empowered by a quasi-saint. To shake it like this indicates an extraordinary aura is rising. Within the Hunyuan Mystic Silence Formation, Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi's bodies were firmly pinned down. Their souls had long since sunk into endless stillness. But ultimately their primordial spirits were transformed from innate spiritual light. Even in prolonged silence, they couldn't suppress that instinctual awakening. Boom, boom. Consciousness surged back like a tide, and both opened their eyes simultaneously. Yunjing overlooked one thing. He initially thought this formation could trap them for 3 yuan meetings, and by then, when the formation weakened, it would be the perfect moment to start his calculations. In reality, his so-called layout merely grasped Emperor Jun's impatient and explosive temperament, taking a risky move. He could have continued to seal them for dozens of yuan meetings without care. But he wanted to gain something from Emperor Jun and Donghuang Taiyi, and then completely sink into the mire, ensuring he could never rise again. This was Yunjing's true scheme. Is this my physical body? How did it become like this? Emperor Jun was the first to awaken, and as soon as he sensed his body, he instantly broke free from the constraints of the law spear of heaven. At the same time, Donghuang Taiyi also broke free. Both felt their heads throbbing, utterly confused about the situation. As their consciousness gradually returned, they finally understood what had happened. We were sealed by Yunjing. Emperor Jun exploded on the spot. Donghuang Taiyi looked around, realizing that the power of the Hunyuan Mystic Silence Formation had nearly dissipated. It was precisely because of this that their innate spiritual light awakened their slumbering souls. Yunjing, you scoundrel! Emperor Jun roared with all his might, but his voice could not carry out. Donghuang Taiyi quickly stopped him. Brother, don't be impulsive. Don't be rash. He had just calculated that 2 yuan meetings had passed outside. This time was just enough for them to regain their strength. Now was not the time to strike directly. It would be better to set up their situation and then seek Yunjing for. Emperor Jun suddenly turned his head, his expression twisted in anger. Younger brother, we were sealed by Yunjing for 2 yuan meetings. This is a humiliation that cannot be washed away. If this grudge is not avenged, how will those people view us in the future? Donghuang Taiyi sighed, patiently advising, brother, don't get angry. It's just 2 yuan meetings. The outside world has changed several times and few of our people remain. It's a perfect opportunity to rebuild our power. Let everything return to the way it was. Styx Ancestor has set 100 yuan meetings for the battle for supremacy. We have no need to clash with him to the death right now. Donghuang Taiyi repeated these words in Emperor Jun's ear. But Emperor Jun found him exceedingly annoying. Stop the nonsense. If you want to go, then go. I can't swallow this anger. Donghuang Taiyi stepped forward to grab his arm, lowering his voice to persuade. Don't be impulsive, it's just 2 yuan meetings. Let everything return to its original track. The Styx Ancestor set 100 yuan meetings for the struggle. Let everything return to its original track. The Styx Ancestor set 100 yuan meetings for the struggle. We don't need to fight for life and death right now. Donghuang Taiyi kept whispering in his ear. Emperor Jun found this brother of his exceedingly annoying. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to leave, go ahead. He waved his hand, and several magical artifacts flew back to him. Clad in armor and wielding a sword, the Hunyuan Mystic Silence Formation exploded, the aura of the quasi-saint roaring into the primordial universe. Donghuang Taiyi took a few steps forward, his face devoid of its previous arrogance. He remained calm. Brother. Boom. Emperor Jun nodded slightly. We both know the situation. The holy position is predestined by heaven, and it is only right that we should each receive our share. This principle should have been understood long ago. But what about now? Once the words about the holy position being predestined are spoken, we have yet to sense that opportunity descending upon us. With our strength diminished, struggling in this grand world. In the end, we are merely pawns manipulated under the feet of the saints. Emperor Jun paused after finishing his words and continued. Then let me ask you, for cultivators living in this world, aside from strength and treasures, what else is there? Donghuang Taiyi was left speechless. Emperor Jun smiled. You don't know, do you? Let me tell you. He had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. I have lived in this world for 46 billion years. What I value most is this face. Yunjing stepped on my head, turning me into a joke in the mouths of the top powers. Even if it costs me my life, I must make him pay something. Even if this may be a trap he set, knowing that I would definitely seek him out for revenge with traps ahead. So, Emperor Jun turned and walked away. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion of the law echoed from below, clouds swirling violently. Following that, several top powers suddenly awoke, their furious roars reverberating through the heavens. Emperor Jun, do you dare? What boldness, what boldness! I see you have been driven mad by my master. You dare dismantle my Ming, He Dao Palace. Emperor Jun, today you will die here. Dong Huangtai, he lowered his gaze, staring downwards. Every word Emperor Jun had spoken just now echoed clearly in his ears. Recalling the journey they had taken, the two siblings had cultivated in this world for an unknown number of years. Waking from the sun star, they slowly grew up. Those days were quite carefree. Now, looking at the current situation, this elder brother of his had spoken so frankly for the first time. It was likely the last time as well. Enough, since my elder brother wants to cause a commotion. Then I shall join in the chaos. Clang, clang, clang. The bell of the Tao rang 7 times, shaking the entire primordial world, awakening all the top powers hidden for years. The phantom of the chaos bell hovered above the primordial sky, its destructive aura crashing down fiercely from the heavens. Boom. Ming He Lu Air by Zhe and the others widened their eyes in shock. The power of the innate treasure spread out, shaking the entire primordial realm. Rise. Emperor Jun, surrounded, let out a roar, his karma surging beneath him, countless star patterns unfolding, sealing off an area of trillions of miles in an instant. Fortunately, the treasures on Ming He lit up, blocking the impact before it reached them. The innate 5 elements flag erupted with dazzling radiance of the 5 elements laws. 5 towering pillars descended from the sky, shattering space, revealing the dead silence of the void and the chaos of the primordial. Yuan Tu and Abi both struck down simultaneously, their sword energies filled with causeless killing intent, sweeping forth, forcing Emperor Jun to retreat repeatedly. However, Dong Huangtai, he had transformed into his true form, the Golden Crow, wielding the great bell, crashing down, engulfing the entire sky in shadow. The power of world destruction wrapped around the Golden Crow's sacred fire, the violent flames morphing into 3,000 forms of attack in the void, instantly staining the entire region. Hold firm. Ming He shouted coldly, the Black Lotus rising, dark light swirling, the sea of blood rolling, absorbing all power into its depths. Bang, bang, bang. The sunlight essence of the Golden Crow, the great array of stars, the ringing of the Eastern Emperor bell. Several devastating attacks struck simultaneously. Even the Black Lotus could not withstand it, barely holding for 2 breaths before being sent flying, cracks appearing on it. Damn it. Ming He spat, and the surrounding great demons were also affected by the frenzied assaults of these two. Each suffered considerable losses, but none died. After all, these great demons were no pushovers. With just this level of attack, they could not be exterminated. Just then, a voice pierced through the battlefield, exploding forth. With my essence, extinguish all beings. Emperor Jun roared, intending to use the supreme slaughtering method to send them on their way. In the sky, a massive formation covering millions of miles took shape, extending billions of miles outward with every breath, continuously spreading throughout the entire primordial realm. This was the great array of stars set up by Emperor Jun, drawing in the celestial bodies using the essence of heaven and earth as its base, gathering the formation eyes one by one. This was Emperor Jun's final killing move, born out of desperation. Since this world does not allow me to dominate, and Lu Yunjing does not leave me a path to live, then I will not let you all have it easy either. Rise. Silence. Emperor Jun let out a furious roar, his hair disheveled, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes, the sunlight essence igniting all over him, violently burning, tearing apart the countless worlds and other existences that emerged between heaven and earth. Everyone simultaneously felt a dense killing intent spreading forth. Emperor Jun had truly become enraged, completely losing his rationality, and was about to strike against all living beings. The top powers of the Great Array were all terrified, and the various clans of the primordial realm felt the tremor simultaneously. Suddenly, a scent of blood wafted through the heavens and the earth. Some ancient beings who survived the dragon and phoenix calamity. They sensed it. A surviving ancient relic murmured softly, "It's over, this realm is finished." This ancient relic understood what this bloody scent meant. It was a sign that the myriad races were about to be obliterated or severely injured. The blood aura drifting through the heavens and earth came from an uncertain future. It meant that the future was already a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. With a thunderous boom, a startling sound exploded in everyone's minds, their expressions turning extremely grim. Dong Huangtai, he glanced over, then roared, "Offer my essence as a sacrifice." Silence. The chaotic bell. Clang. Those below simply could not withstand it. The terrifying bell sound pierced through the core of the formation, spreading in all directions. At that moment, although the Ming He and those great demons they protected were unharmed, however, their protective measures were shattered by a single blow. Shake again. The 36 seals of the Eastern Emperor Bell, using my essence temporarily release them all. Big brother, I will accompany you to burn this primordial world clean. Dong Huang Tai, he was equally filled with battle intent. The surging waves of energy around him resonated with the terrifying bell sound again, and again his aura growing weaker. The Eastern Emperor Bell emitted a series of cracking sounds, layer upon layer of seals being undone, unleashing a terrifying power that surpassed the will of heaven and earth. Far away in the Buzhou mountain, Lu Yunjing slowly opened his eyes, letting out a sigh. The Eastern Emperor Bell is indeed powerful, its might is so strong. But what a pity. Soon this bell will belong to me. Lu Yunjing also began to move. Hundreds and thousands of chaotic epics flowed silently. He finally stepped out of that Dao Palace. The Dao Palace that had confined him for an unknown number of years. Now he aimed to take Emperor Jun's head. This was the best opportunity. He was not mistaken. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, he had indeed fallen for the provocation, their anger soaring, not only targeting him, but dragging the entire primordial realm into chaos. Perhaps they have guessed it. Lu Yunjing's lips curled slightly. But so what? Since they wish to bury their future in a moment of impulsiveness, then I shall give them a push. With a flip of his palm, a pitch-black spear appeared. The spear body was dyed with ink, its tip sharp enough to seem like it could cut through sight. The Divine Slayer Spear. The premier weapon of slaughter in the primordial realm, so ferocious it defied the heavenly path, undoubtedly a top-level innate treasure. 24 sea calming pearls hovered around him, each strung with chains of law, 24 layers of heavenly illusions faintly visible, both offensive and defensive, with an intimidating aura. The chaos pearl concealed within him constantly drew out chaotic karma, wrapping around the entire Divine Slayer Spear, enhancing its already brutal nature, capable of crushing souls, making it even more unreasonable. Kill. Lu Yunjing lightly uttered a word, and he vanished in an instant. The peak speed of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal so fast that the great powers could not even catch his aura. His targets were always just two. Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai. On the other side, the power erupted from the Eastern Emperor Bell, silenced all opposing voices. In the face of such overwhelming force, no one could escape. The great array of stars was pressing down as time progressed. Except for a few top-tier powers hiding places and the corners fiercely defended by the Luo realm experts, it was almost completely covered. On the side of the 12 ancestors of Wu, Di Jiang was filled with anxiety. Should we act now? Or wait a bit longer? He really wanted to charge in right now. Emperor Jun was causing too much of a stir. He managed the Wu land. If this situation continued to spread, he would be the one to take the blame. Lu Yunjing would leave without a single hair harmed. No. We must hurry over first and fiercely slice away a layer of the surrounding formations on the way. Di Jiang finally made up his mind and shared his thoughts with the other ancestors. No one opposed. Immediately the 12 dispersed, using the formation flags in their hands to gradually erase the formation patterns along the way, even burning their essence nearly to the bottom. The blood aura diffusing through the heavens, and earth was also slowly dissolving. The powers in the primordial realm saw the 12 towering giants move, and their hearts immediately felt reassured. The ancestors finally came out to settle the matter. Many had a glimmer of relief in their eyes. The Minghe giant was being suffocated by the pressure of the formation. These fellows had only one thought in their minds. This person was too ruthless. Clearly they had all entered the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint, and even Minghe himself had reached the late stage of Quasi-Saint, certain to touch the pinnacle threshold in another 15 epochs. But they could not hold on. Destroy them. Minghe was risking his life, unleashing all his power, desperately blocking the front. Unfortunately, standing opposite was Dong Huang Tai, he holding the Chaos Bell, with 36 seals undone. How could they fight this battle? There was simply no way to fight. They could only watch helplessly as they were ground down, consumed bit by bit. In the end, there was no second path aside from death. Crack! A long spear suddenly appeared as if to pierce through the entire heavens and earth. It directly impaled Emperor Jun's head. Brother! The Eastern Emperor Tai let out a roar. He sensed it. That taste unforgettable. Lu Yunjing, it was Lu Yunjing, the one who had pushed them to the brink. He wanted to move to summon the Eastern Emperor Bell back. But the 24 heavens suddenly pressed down, pinning him down tightly. Break for me. The Eastern Emperor Tai shouted until his throat was hoarse. The Eastern Emperor Bell shook and trembled in all directions, strange phenomena flying everywhere. But no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the suppression of the 24 heavens. In these two epochs, he had not merely been busy with fighting and killing. He had refined all the sea-controlling pearls sealed with 24 seals. It took over 5,000 heavenly treasures and countless rare materials. Now the only ones he had not fully refined were the Yuan 2 and 24 sea-controlling pearls. By comparison, although the Eastern Emperor bell had 36 seals, it had not been refined through many layers, thus it could not break the blockade of the 24 heavens. Off. Just as he pinned down Eastern Emperor Tai, Dijun's side erupted again. The moment Dijun saw Lu Yunjing, he went completely mad. He condensed the killing formation to its limit, pouring all his strength into a single blow. The grand formation in the world shrank to less than 10,000 miles, its power skyrocketing to an alarming degree. Lu Yunjing merely pointed lightly. The power of the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The Mythstage Quasi-Saint could not compare at all. He had persevered for so many years waiting for this moment. Within that finger lay all the power of slaughter. Upon closer inspection, one could see the laws of the creation dimension rolling. The sky erupted with a loud bang. A strong light struck down from the heavens, directly smashing into the earth. This was a terrifying attack that had come crashing down from the 9 heavens, a killing move Lu Yunjing had comprehended over 2 epochs. He used the world as a guide, mobilizing the power of creation, completely condensing it at his fingertips. With a single poke, all laws shattered. Dijun was struck by this finger and flew out his body, bursting apart, his cultivation plummeting. Eastern Emperor Tai, who had just broken through not long ago, was also sent flying by Lu Yunjing's finger. The 24 sea-controlling pearls flew back behind his head, quietly hovering. Come to me. Lu Yunjing extended his hand, and with astonishing means locked both Eastern Emperor Tai and Dijun. Who exactly are you? Eastern Emperor Tai struggled to catch his breath, unable to articulate his words clearly. He could sense that this Lu Yunjing, who rarely made a move, possessed outrageous strength. Moreover, he was certain, as long as Lu Yunjing wished, they would die here today. But why not kill? After being locked down, Eastern Emperor Tai's mind raced, desperately analyzing the situation. No matter how he thought, he could not fathom what Lu Yunjing was planning. The news of Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai being controlled spread throughout the heavens and earth, and all the top powerhouses were watching this scene. Jin Yuanzi was watching closely, as were the 3 pure ones. They were paying such close attention for only one reason: to remind themselves not to act rashly. If they truly wanted to cause trouble, they should wait until they became saints. Until then, no one should touch this pestilence that made the demons bow down and the monsters despair. After locking down the people, Lu Yunjing remained still. He stood in midair with his hands behind his back. The crowd was astonished. What are we waiting for? Kill. The first to panic was Ming He, who shouted at him, "Brother, why are you still dawdling? Make a move and annihilate them all." "No rush, I am waiting for someone." Lu Yunjing smiled lightly, his tone calm. Steadiness was his consistent style of doing things. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more confused. Who else was Lu Yunjing waiting for? Who in this world could make him wait? Only when the figures of the 12 ancestors of which appeared did everyone suddenly realize. So he was waiting for the ancestors of which? The ancestors of which governed the earth, and the vast wilderness was called which land. They would not concern themselves with trivial matters, but they would definitely arrive for significant events. Lu Yunjing looked towards the side of the ancestors of which. At the forefront, Dijiang with a grim face asked, "Daoist Lu, what has happened here?" Dijiang's question was in essence merely a formality. He couldn't let others think he was too biased towards anyone. As long as he could maintain his reputation, everyone would have a good conclusion. Lu Yunjing did not expose him, smiling as he followed his lead down the slope. "Back then I personally sealed those 2 calamities of the world above the high heavens. Now that the seal is broken, the evil cultivators have escaped to wreak havoc. If it weren't for my swift action, all living beings in the wilderness would have suffered. The blood energy you felt earlier was a warning spread to all beings before the collapse of a certain part of the world." Dijiang listened and turned to glance at Eastern Emperor Tai and Dijun before locking his gaze back on Lu Yunjing. Dijun is one of the candidates for the demon emperor chosen by the Tao Ancestor. How could he possibly act against the innocent? You are also a candidate for the demon emperor. Could it be that you have orchestrated this intentionally, setting him up? Regarding the design, Lu Yunjing did admit, but to say he set him up was going too far. He shook his head and continued, "The heart of man is hidden deep within. Who can truly see through whom? Don't you all know how that male immortal rose to power back then? With the passage of time, those old matters have long been washed away by the river. I hope the ancestors of which will see clearly." This statement clearly pinned the blame on Lu Yunjing. In his past life, he was an avid reader of the wilderness literature, having learned the art of framing from Cunny and Jane, and he used it to perfection. Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai had intended to argue, but were forcefully silenced by Lu Yunjing's words directed at the 12 ancestors of which. The 12 ancestors of which nodded after hearing this, very satisfied with the explanation, and did not intend to pursue the matter further. After all, the commotion they had caused was merely to gain some benefits. What Lu Yunjing said is absolutely true. Di Zhang's gaze swept towards the two who had been pinned down. The two kept their heads down, not uttering a word. Di Zhang snorted coldly. You have some nerve daring to disturb the earth on my territory. You are all top figures, yet you dare to direct your thoughts towards the lives of the common people. The Tao Ancestor chose you truly blind. I never expected you could do such a thing. After scolding, the two remained silent. Then Di Zhang coldly announced, I govern the Witch Land, so I certainly have the authority to decide everything. Di Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai, you two have willfully slaughtered the beings of the wilderness. Your sins are unforgivable. In the name of the Witch Land, I will strip you of your companion spirit treasures and imprison you for 15 epochs as a warning to others. What? Di Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai instantly looked up, their faces twisted in rage as they stared at Di Zhang. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Di Zhang's eyes widened, and with a sharp shout he said, come. After governing the earth, he vaguely felt that power within him. If he guessed correctly, as long as his command aligned with the heavenly principles, those treasures would obediently come to him. It was merely a matter of an instant. Those two items actually floated up slowly, according to Di Zhang's words, finally surrounding him. Not Di Zhang, I must kill you, I must kill you. Di Jun shouted heart-wrenchingly, but unfortunately he was firmly suppressed by Lu Yunjing. The Hichu and Luoshu along with the Eastern Emperor Bell were tossed aside, and the two were directly pinned down by Lu Yunjing's power, unable to move an inch. The powerful beings around secretly muttered. Lu Yunjing played this hand beautifully. Di Zhang turned his head to look at Lu Yunjing, his voice calm. Lu Yunjing, you saved the heavens and the earth, and have merit. I will take their treasures, and you shall receive your share. This Eastern Emperor Bell belongs to you. Di Zhang smirked, entering the phase of distributing treasures. He was very clever. Over these 2 epochs he had figured everything out, ultimately determining how to distribute it. Lu Yunjing had no lack of formations or treasures, but what he lacked were more formidable goods. Another formation would be of no use to him, but the ancestors of which were different. If they obtained the Hichu and Luoshu, they could improve and create even more powerful formations. Once the formations reached a certain level at that time, even if facing Lu Yunjing, perhaps they would not need to fear. This was the calculation Di Zhang was making. Every step he calculated was aimed at Lu Yunjing. The power Lu Yunjing possessed made him feel uneasy deep down. He could guarantee, in the entire wilderness, no one was more terrifying than Lu Yunjing. Among those who fought and competed on this land, who would not hold him in high regard upon seeing him? Lu Yunjing merely smiled. Thank you. I will do more things beneficial to the wilderness in the future. Di Zhang smiled, grasping the Hichu and Luoshu in his hand, already calculating how to erase the imprint of the companion spirit treasures and quickly create an even more frightening formation. By that time, there should be no one in this world who could stop them. Come to me. Di Zhang waved his hand, and the ancestors of which next to him also moved, catching the power Lu Yunjing had pressed down. The two who wanted to struggle found themselves utterly unable to move. Then the 12 ancestors of which swaggered away. Lu Yunjing swept a glance at the crowd, his tone calm. This matter is settled. From now on there will be no more danger. Once he said this, it was like a calming pill, reassuring everyone. The leaders of thousands of tribes knelt down in unison, bowing to Lu Yunjing. Thank you, Lord, for taking action and saving our clans. We are willing to follow you and welcome the descent of the Heavenly Emperor. As Huaxiang spoke, the other tribes immediately followed. In an instant the shouts shook the heavens. The Heavenly Emperor is mighty. The Heavenly Emperor is mighty. Lu Yunjing's mouth twitched. Do you believe I just wanted to get something smoothly? Sighing, he looked at how excited this group was, wondering if it would be a bit inappropriate to leave now. Ming had been with him for so long and had long understood his temperament. He secretly transmitted a message. I prepared a Heavenly Emperor palace for you. If you feel embarrassed, just hide inside. Ming He's words actually carried another layer of meaning. He understood very well that as long as Lu Yunjing stepped into that Taoist temple in Buzhou Mountain, he would never want to come out again. Therefore, using this method to lock him inside the palace could be considered a good plan. Lu Yunjing glanced around and pondered for 2 seconds. He did not push back. After all, he had no great interest in this position. So, Lu Yunjing directly rose and stepped into the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Immediately a voice emanated from within the hall. 1,000 years later, come to my hall to hear the Tao. Only once in 100,000 years, grasp it yourselves. As soon as these words fell, everyone instantly understood. The 6-eared macaques and the other great demons all wore smiles. It seems that our master has finally agreed to take on the title of Demon Emperor Tian Emperor. What a great boon. On the other side, Di Jun was confined by the 12 ancestor witches in a forbidden area they forged themselves. Surrounding the forbidden area were 12 great banners of laws crafted with great effort by the ancestor witches, specifically prepared for Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, completely sealing and suppressing him. 15 yuan meetings, just wait it out. This world no longer has a place for you to speak. Di Jiang coldly tossed out a remark, a smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Finally, they had some top-tier innate treasures in hand. Di Jun stared in the direction the ancestor witches left, gritting his teeth. Don't be too happy yet. When I get out, none of you will escape. Escape, eh? Di Jiang sneered, raising his hand to reinforce the seal. I see you have rebellious thoughts. Let's add 5 more yuan meetings and imprison you for 20. Di Jiang. 25. You give me 30. Di Jun directly fell silent. Di Jiang let out a hearty laugh, waved his sleeves and left, leaving Di Jun alone, suppressing a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent. 1,000 years passed. The primordial land regained its flourishing state. 1,000 years after that great battle, Lu Yunjing, once the foremost person in the primordial world, had nearly been forgotten by the world. Everyone only knew there was still such a force in the world, but no one remembered who sustained it. However, now it was different. Everyone remembered this name again. Lu Yunjing, the foremost person in the primordial world, the destined successor of the Tian Emperor and Demon Emperor. He possessed unfathomable abilities, his combat power terrifying beyond measure. Back then he single-handedly suppressed all the chaotic evil cultivators. He was truly the strongest existence. And today was the liveliest day in the forces under the foremost person in the primordial world. Lu Yunjing personally opened a forum to teach. Countless great demons and the river of underworld helped delivering the sounds of the Tao to everyone's ears. In the blink of an eye, the laws transformed into green stones that covered the ground. Golden lotuses sprouted from the earth, casting translucent shadows of the world, and towering laws manifested out of thin air. Various astonishing phenomena appeared one after another. Dust floated around, the sea of blood surged in the distance, and auspicious energy lingered around. Even the laws between heaven and earth seemed to be strung together like a chain, with every breath filled with spiritual power formed by the laws. Everyone felt as if they were soaking in an ocean of cultivation, unable to wake from it. Time passed swiftly, and the teachings came to an end. While Lu Yunjing spoke, he contemplated his own Tao. Although teaching was taxing, he could still multitask, secretly refining the Chaos Pearl. 100,000 years passed, and the Chaos Pearl had been refined to the 4th layer. By the time this teaching completely concluded, the Chaos Pearl broke through directly to the 5th layer. This was a qualitative leap worthy of celebration. However, Lu Yunjing did not utter a word, merely holding the Chaos Pearl with 5 layers of confinement in his hand, feeling immensely secure. Previously, he had also cleaned off the remaining innate spiritual treasure imprint from the Dong Huang Bell, making it a property without an owner. Then he infused it with his own consciousness forcibly, turning this unparalleled spiritual treasure into his own. He gave it a new name, Yunjing Bell. At this moment, the Yunjing Bell hung high in the sky, releasing a terrifying aura towards the entire world. Countless great demons and the river of underworld looked up at the fortune treasure that was once called the Dong Huang Bell and is now named the Yunjing Bell. It was truly exhilarating. Now they also possessed a treasure of fortune. Their joy was beyond words. Yet Lu Yunjing showed no expression on his face. He was already contemplating the next step, the path of creation. All tribes knelt outside the hall, bowing their heads. Many people broke through their realms during the teachings, with some even directly crossing major realms. Several members from various tribes had entered the Deluo level, officially categorized as great demons. It was at this moment that Lu Yunjing announced he would enter seclusion. He wanted to devote himself entirely to studying the fundamental Tao of the world. But those outside did not settle down, instead bustling with discussions about other matters. What matter? The classification of great demons was finally brought to the table today. Not everyone can be called a great demon. If Zhuansheng is a great demon, Deluo is also called a great demon. What does this count as? It needs to be reclassified. Baizhe spoke first, breaking the long-held knot in everyone's hearts. Qiongqi nodded. He was the highest in cultivation among this group, having just broken through the late stage of Zhuansheng during the teachings, entering the supreme realm. But to be honest, he still hadn't severed his 3 corpses. He was merely relying on the innate treasure as a support, barely maintaining himself as a Zhuansheng in the 2nd corpse stage. This foundation was weaker than that of an average Zhuansheng. Unlike Baizhe and the 6-eared macaque, who used top-tier innate treasures as support. If those two also broke through to this realm, they would definitely possess top-tier combat power. At this moment, the river of underworld chimed in. How about this? Let's lower the title of Great Demon by 1 rank, and use it to refer to Tai. Deluo shall be called the Demon King. Zhuansheng shall be called the Demon God. Above the Demon God we shall establish a Huangquan. My wise brother shall be titled the Demon Emperor, also known as the Tian Emperor. What do you all think? As soon as this was said, everyone present immediately nodded. No other reason, just because it sounds nice. The titles Demon King and Demon God sound 100 times stronger than Great Demon. The River of Underworld had always felt that the term Great Demon did not match the status of Deluo. Today he finally brought this idea to light. Everyone passed it unanimously. In the following 100 years they continuously promoted this new title, allowing the Primordial Land to gradually accept this new system. For a time it spread throughout the world. Now great demons had become so common that they were worthless. But the Demon King and Demon God were truly rare. Those who could reach the title of Demon King were all terrifying existences beyond measure. Those who could sit on the position of Demon God were among the top powers in the world. Time flowed on like a rushing river. 1 yuan meeting, 2 yuan meetings, 3, 10 yuan meetings disappeared in the blink of an eye. The world flourished, teeming with life. Yet one person found himself in worsening conditions. Who? Hongyun. This old fellow had lived longer than anyone else, yet recently he suddenly sensed a different kind of power entangling him. Killing intent. Killing intent from the depths of fate. What's going on? Hongyun rushed out of the Fire Cloud Palace looking around. His current cultivation had reached the late stage of Zhuansheng, just a step away from the pinnacle of Zhuansheng. How strong was the pinnacle of Zhuansheng? He was about to touch that threshold. But to be honest, this realm was not something that could be easily crossed. Now the killing tribulation had already forced its way to the front. He had previously thought that the tribulation he calculated during his teachings might just be an illusion. Unexpectedly, what was meant to come could not be avoided. He stood in the void viewing life and death with ease. But when he saw the person standing before him, he was stunned. You are not. Hongyun was stunned, staring at the suddenly appearing cultivator before him, unable to believe it was this fellow. After being dazed for a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. Well now, this is interesting. Are there not enough strange occurrences in this world? Who do you think you are? Causality is elusive, and in the end it seeks to end my life. Time and fate, let me give it a try, The great battle erupted in the eastern part of the primordial world. This battle was eerily quiet, as if something was obscuring the heavenly secrets. Until Hongyun completely fell, no one noticed. In chaos. In the Zhixiao Palace. Just a few years had passed. The chaotic mist was hazy, the entire palace flickering in and out of existence, as if caught in the river of time, and like a bubble that would burst any time. Countless vague shadows floated in and out of the chaos. Inside the palace, a pair of young boy and girl sat cross-legged, their auras rising and falling. These two had already reached the early stage of Tai, Golden Immortal. At this moment, Hongjun finally opened his eyes, lightly pinching with his fingers, and smiled. Dead. The Saint of Destiny, the opportunity for transcendence is now in my hands. Ha ha ha. Hongjun laughed with great delight. This indicated that his scheme had succeeded. Even if the heavenly Tao wanted to leave a way out for all beings, there was no chance left now. Because the true glimmer of hope had already been grasped in his hands. Heavenly Tao, oh heavenly Tao. I am about to transcend. He raised the corner of his mouth. No matter who is playing chess behind the scenes, even if it is that Luo who hasn't completely died, what can be done? The lives and deaths of those who died or lived in the primordial world meant nothing in his eyes. What are their deaths? But Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were different. They were key figures in the onset of the calamity. As for Lu Yunjing, at most he was a variable, hardly significant. However, now Hongjun fixed his gaze on Lu Yunjing's silhouette, his eyes narrowing. This variable is too troublesome. Ever since he began his teachings, Lu Yunjing has not shown up, even once dragging things out, until now. The 12 ancestral witches have obtained the river map and Luo book, and are currently busy merging the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Lu Yunjing seized the Eastern Emperor Bell, renaming it the Yunjing Bell, tirelessly refining it day and night, which astonished even him. This was only after observing less than 20 yuan meetings. Such significant changes have occurred in the world, and all sources of these changes point to one person, Lu Yunjing. Lu Yunjing is the greatest trouble. If he goes all out, perhaps I can use the position of the Heavenly Emperor to suppress him. I might even utilize his identity to continue steering the great catastrophe after the Primordial Era. The ancestral witches, though referred to as Wudi by the current Heavenly Tao, are ultimately incomplete remnants of Panga's physical form. The heavens and earth cannot accommodate them. Thus, according to the calculations provided by the Heavenly Tao, the ancestral witches must exit the stage of the Primordial Era. And the Primordial Era can never allow one family to dominate. I need to think of a way to quickly balance the situation. This variable has stirred a sense of unease within Hongjun. If he doesn't think of a solution soon, possibly, there will be more upheavals in this world. By the way, that person, Hongjun suddenly recalled the one who had eliminated Honyun back in the day. That person might have someone behind him who can help him achieve what he desires. That's right, go find him. Hongjun stood up, and in the blink of an eye he vanished. The blood sea of the underworld. This place has not been visited for a long time. The rolling blood sea exudes a chilling aura of terror. Fragments of laws floated in the air, remnants left by the ancient deities when they incarnated to shape the heavens and earth. Hongjun stood above the blood sea of the underworld, his gaze penetrating the entire crimson expanse. He stepped down, eventually stopping in front of a dilapidated seal. After observing for a long time, a smile crept onto his lips. I didn't expect that variable to know how to evade disasters. TSK. This formation is too crude. Hongjun's face was full of disdain as he waved his hand and shattered the seal. He did not destroy those black runes, but passed through directly, walking while expressing his sentiments. My old friend's methods are ruthless enough. He truly is the one who once destroyed the Western spirit veins. Just as he was speaking, a voice came from within. Hongjun, you can stop now. Aren't you going to come out and meet me? Hongjun said with a smile, his tone laced with sarcasm. The voice inside continued, the heavens and earth are still in your hands. Is there anything you cannot hear? Of course there is, which is why I am here. Upon hearing this, a burst of laughter erupted from within. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Back then the two of us stood against each other for the sake of becoming saints, and you made the Tao and demons oppose each other to fulfill your grand ambitions. You forced me to vow to the heavenly Tao. If the Tao diminishes, the demons thrive. If the demons thrive, the Tao diminishes. All cultivators in the world have inner demons, turning their true forms into chaotic domain external demons. Now you, the Tao Ancestor, come to seek help from me, the Demon Ancestor, to deal with that variable. How absurd. Hongjun remained unhurried. Daoist Luhu, we both know how Hongyun met his end. Luahu snorted coldly. Mentioning this makes me furious. I killed Hongyun, yet the purple energy dissipated. Isn't that the only life force in the world, purple energy? Did you have a hand in this? Hongjun merely smiled. Indeed. If you help me, I can assist you in achieving the status of a heavenly Tao saint from the external demon. Luhu narrowed his eyes. Are you serious? Absolutely. Luahu pondered for a long time. He was eager to regain his strength. It is practically impossible to transcend the chaos. However, Hongjun, as the representative of the heavenly Tao, calculated everyone, giving the last trace of purple energy to Hongyun, forcing his death. That life force has thus dissipated. It was fate. This purple energy indeed should not remain in the world. Although Hongyun was a good person in the Primordial Era, he deserved to possess that purple energy, and he deserved to die. If you want my help, you must show some sincerity. Luahu spoke in an indifferent tone. Although he had been in seclusion for a long time, he wasn't entirely oblivious. He did not wish to engage in any work without compensation. Hongjun was not in a hurry either, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, I won't let you work for nothing. He raised his hand and unleashed a strand of chaotic essence which fell into Luahu's palm and rapidly condensed into a stone. Luahu was momentarily taken aback, yet he had not spoken. Hongjun continued, this thing I call the killing karma stone. You walk the path of the demons. Karma is the sustenance you should absorb. Spiritual energy, on the contrary, is useless to you. You saved Kuanpeng, but the price was losing your foundation for becoming stronger. In the current environment, you can no longer keep up. However, this killing karma stone can help you quickly accumulate power. There are far too many people in this world who hate Lu Yunjing to the bone. I allow you to form factions as long as you do not overstep the position of the 6 saints predetermined by the heavens. You can stir up trouble as you wish. After hearing this, Luhu chuckled coldly. Why should I listen to you? Hongjun did not get angry, lightly pointing with a finger. A scene materialized in the air. Lu Yunjing appeared within his weapon, the god-slaying spear, causing Luhu's pupils to constrict sharply. How is this possible? Luahu was completely stunned, staring at the damaged spear that only had a tip left in the image. The second god-slaying spear. What kind of joke is this? There's more. Hongjun smiled again and pointed out a finger. The scene shifted to show Mingi stepping on a black lotus, intimidating the myriad gods and Buddhas. Hongjun had always known about these matters. He simply couldn't be bothered to intervene. He preferred to use others' hands to deal with these troubles. Luahu stared intently at that black lotus. That thing once belonged to him. But that battle back, then it shattered it to pieces, unable to even preserve its 3rd grade. How did it re-emerge? His mind was a chaotic mess. He couldn't make sense of it. Hongjun observed his reaction, stating lightly, have you seen clearly? You've taken an interest in him again. If you can deal with him, he will be your stepping stone to ascend. You will have the opportunity to stand with me again and spar. The 6 saints are not yet decided. You should take advantage of this time to act. Once they notice that the entire heavenly Tao saint is a scheme I orchestrated at that time. Regardless of who you are, you will all be pieces on the chessboard, unable to escape. Luahu chuckled coldly, weighing the killing karma stone in his hand. All right, I'm in. Hongjun nodded, a hint of approval in his expression. It seems that this old acquaintance of his hasn't completely lost his mind, or at least he knows to share the burden with him. Now in his capacity as the representative of the heavenly Tao, he cannot directly act against Lu Yunjing. To put it more bluntly, ever since a long time ago he has been unable to catch a trace of Lu Yunjing, not even a hint. That young man must be hiding something extraordinary sufficient to make the heavens tremble. I must be cautious about this matter. I need to stay on guard. Hongjun waved his hand, not wishing to say more, as his figure flickered and turned into a wisp of blue smoke dissipating from the spot. Whether it is chaos or the primordial era, it is merely a distance he can traverse with a step. There is no need for him to concern himself with those trivial matters. Luohu stared in the direction he left, curling his lips into a cold smile. Hongjuan, oh Hongjuan, you claim that the six saints treat the entire heavens and earth as pieces to be played. But what about yourself? Are you not also treating me as a piece to command? However, the Tao diminishes, the demons thrive. Where the Tao thrives, the demons diminish. All things in this world will eventually reach a balance point. It's just that this balance point will take some time to arrive. Several Yuan meetings passed quietly, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into complete tranquility. On the vast land of the Primordial Era, only one name remains known to all and sundry. The first person of the Primordial Era. This title has spread across the four corners, and everyone has heard of it. But where is this first person of the Primordial Era? Where is he? Why does it seem like he has evaporated from the mortal realm? All beings of the Primordial Era are eagerly hoping to see this first person. However, Lu Yunjing is not so easy to make an appearance. Moreover, during these several Yuan meetings, he has been in seclusion for cultivation. His methods of creating worlds have become increasingly proficient, yet his cultivation has not progressed even a bit. Creating worlds. Already 3,400. I've established contact with 2,300. In these countless Yuan meetings, he finally understood one thing. To achieve the golden immortal of the great primordial, merely creating 808 million worlds is not enough. He must also connect all these 808 million worlds together. The external Shumi worlds compared to my creations fall far short. The worlds he constructed are refined using countless laws and principles. The strongest beings within those worlds have already reached the level of Earth immortals. Meanwhile, those transcending worlds roaming between the countless worlds he created are referred to as celestial immortals. This is the result he has currently calculated, which means that his entire being now contains countless Earth immortals and celestial immortals. I just don't know when the Xian immortal will make an appearance. Once the Xian immortal emerges, the golden immortal and Tai golden immortal will be just a matter of time. Perhaps the day I completely finish establishing those 808 million worlds will also be the day the world within me gives birth to an existence of the great Luo golden immortal level. If he can further elevate the concept of the world to universe, then it is not impossible for even quasi-saints to emerge. Of course, that may take several hundred million years to achieve. Speaking of which, my 800 million world Mingji array can at least match the peak level of a great primordial golden immortal. I just don't know when I can take it out for a stroll. Lu Yunjing pondered, stroking his chin, feeling quite bored in the recent calm. Why not have someone come find him for a spar? Just as he was thinking, a voice came from outside. Brother Xian, I need to ask you to come out for a moment. Huh? Lu Yunjing was taken aback. He was merely saying it casually. He didn't expect someone to actually come to provoke him. He wiped the sweat from his brow, stood up, and exited the Demon Emperor Palace, stepping into the Grand Demon Palace. He had not come for hundreds of thousands of years. The Dayao Dian had grown considerably in that time. Now he noticed that one place had changed. The old plaque had been replaced by one reading Wan Yaoting. Changed the name? Lu Yunjing muttered. At that moment, Ming, he who sat deepest within, rose and inclined his body slightly toward Lu Yunjing. The others followed suit, bowing and intoning in unison, "Welcome, Demon Emperor." Lu Yunjing bristled inwardly and answered, "Don't call me Demon Emperor. I am far from that station." Lu Yunjing frowned, not enamored of the title. The assembly smiled and fell silent, letting the matter drop. Lu Yunjing turned to Ming He. "Brother, what has happened?" Ming He smiled faintly, bade him sit, and then told him the situation. "The placenta father god left behind has been stolen." "What?" Lu Yunjing was somewhat surprised. Someone had actually stolen that thing. He asked, "Have you discovered who did it?" Ming He shook his head. "No. So, I wondered if you could come with me to investigate. I sent a great demon in before, he never came back." Lu Yunjing was taken aback for a moment, and then said, "Brother, can't you go down yourself? You are the anointed sage, or are you afraid of this?" Ming He sounded awkward, tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Last time I went alone, I was thrashed." On previous forays, he had charged in alone and either been bested or dealt with. This time, because he felt a disturbance linked to the placenta, he had dragged Lu Yunjing along. Didn't you sense anything? Lu Yunjing shook his head. It seems as if I did and as if I did not. But since you asked, I'll accompany you. They arrived at the Yuming Blood Sea. Lu Yunjing and Ming, he hovered in midair. The landscape was as it had always been. It had taken them years to return here, and seeing these familiar sights stirred an unexpected pang of nostalgia. On the surface, nothing seems different, but Lu Yunjing's gaze fixed on the heart of the Yuming Blood Sea, the very source that had nurtured them. Now the placenta was gone and the whole blood sea churned into a tempest, its storms vicious and unrelenting. Even a Deluo golden immortal would risk his life to break through. It seems that great demon was set up, Lu Yunjing murmured. On the way, Ming he had explained the new hierarchy among the demon kind, and Lu Yunjing had found it curiously interesting. No matter how much he altered history, some things inevitably reasserted themselves. As in his previous life, ranks like great demon, demon king, demon god had still emerged. At heart, the demonocracy always rested beneath imperial authority. The title lent to Lu Yunjing by the demon emperor sounded more fearsome even than demon god. Lu Yunjing swept his eyes around, and with Ming he charged toward the center of the blood sea. At the very center, Lu Yunjing extended a finger and touched the whirlpool of blood. The roiling force dissipated as if struck by a hand. Ming he stepped in and immediately perceived a distinct aura of karmic weight. Who stole the placenta Father God left for us? I can't say, Lu Yunjing replied, then raised his hand to trace the origin set to discover the thief. But when he probed, he found the past veiled by a hazy film. With his current realm, he could not penetrate. Lu Yunjing smiled instead. What level of being could hide from my inquiries, he thought. Intriguing. Someone of far greater standing had deliberately opposed him. He was already at the summit of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Short of the sage's intervention, he was the mightiest. That something could block his insight meant he himself could not trace it. Likely some force was protecting that figure. Did you find anything? Ming he asked. Lu Yunjing shook his head. At that instant a thought flashed through Lu Yunjing's mind. Brother, come with me. Ming he blinked. Lu Yunjing's figure flickered and vanished. Without hesitation, Ming he pursued, curious to see what his kin intended. They arrived at a familiar place. Ming he scanned the scene and froze. This place, isn't it? Memories from ages past washed over him. He remembered how the two of them had once opportunistically benefited at the expense of the 12 Ancestral Wu. To date, the 12 Ancestral Wu had not made trouble, perhaps out of regard for Lu Yunjing's face. He looked at Lu Yunjing. Lu's brow tightened. He shot a finger forward. The chaotic vista ahead detonated with a thunderous roar. The place lay utterly empty. Only scattered fragments of the heavenly killing Daos law drifted in the void. Lu Yunjing muttered under his breath, "This is wrong. I distinctly sensed that long ago. This place. This had clearly been the Daochang of a top-tier power, at least the realm of a Deluo golden immortal at its peak." He inspected in person. The chamber held no shadow of its occupant, yet the protective mountain formation remained intact. There were only two possibilities. Either the strong one had deliberately left the great array untouched as a ruse, or no one had ever dwelled here, and that occupant had perished of grievous wounds long ago. Even after tens of millennia, no one had come to inspect. The formation might well have been tampered with. Lu Yunjing pondered for a long while before drawing a conclusion. Someone had slipped away. Was it that fellow Luo Ho? Lu Yunjing muttered, then pointed and began to reverse the flow of time to trace the trail. Time unspooled bit by bit, but at the critical juncture a gray-black mist obscured everything. The dense strands of law could not pierce that veil. Lu Yunjing understood clearly. The strong one hiding here had stolen the two brothers' placenta. Brother, is something wrong? Ming He's voice sounded in his ear. Lu Yunjing shook his head. Nothing major. I have an idea, but I cannot be certain of the culprit yet. Huh. Ming He froze. What clue had his brother discovered? Lu Yunjing smiled wryly. It's not that I lack certainty. It's that I'm not brave enough to assert who it is with absolute confidence. What I can be certain of is this: one of the beings who once dwelt within this great array stole our placenta. What he intends to do with it, I cannot say. Lu Yunjing spoke, and then sliced a strand of his primordial essence from his being. I have a method. Let us each cut a filament of our primordial essence. We were both gestated within that placenta. If the two essences are fused together and then traced, perhaps we can find where it was taken. At Lu Yunjing's words, Ming he grew exuberant. That makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Ming he raised a finger, and a strand of his own primordial essence drifted into the pool of essence Lu Yunjing had produced. They cried aloud in unison, "Trace the source, align our hearts." A flicker of sanguine light burst from the entwined essences and leapt toward the vault of heaven. Lu Yunjing probed and found the streak of bloodlight diving into the very depths of Hundan, the chaotic abyss. In that instant, he felt a twinge of awe even though the heavenly Tao watched him closely now. There were advantages to being observed by the Tao, at least no top-tier power would dare strike you openly. Still a chill ran through Lu Yunjing. If the trail truly led into the chaos and old Hongjun detected his trace, Lu presumed that the moment he set foot in Hundun, he might be silenced before he had taken 2 steps. That would be intolerable. Yet the placenta was an artifact that seeded worlds. Even he could not fathom all its mysteries. To relinquish it wholly might plant a future landmine beneath his own feet. As he wrestled with indecision, a voice both familiar and strange abruptly spoke. Host detected wavering. Initiating divine level choice system. Option 1, rush into Hundun and retrieve the placenta. Reward one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, Kuju. Option 2, remain at Beichen Palace and cultivate diligently. Reward supreme innate treasure, Tiandi Inyang Tower. Which to choose? Lu Yunjing was covetous, but not foolish. Option 2. He'll stay put. I will not leave until I reach the Hunyuan realm. Once I am Huan Yuan, no demon or god will stand against me. They will all bow. No sooner had the words fallen than a small black and white tower materialized inside Lu Yunjing, composed of 24 segments, each bearing a binding seal. Its aura was terrifyingly potent. Information about the Tiandi Inyang Tower flooded into his mind during Hundun. The shattered origins of the Inyang demons collided with the divine radiance condensed by Panga's fashioning of the world, producing this fearsome pagoda. It could devour the life and death chi of the world. When all 24 seals were opened, it could reverse life and death, and its might would be boundless. Lu Yunjing glanced, and thought he had struck gold. The tower sat heavy within him, as though a whole fragment of chaos pressed upon his chest. He immediately resolved to cast the tower into the miniature worlds he had forged, linking the 800 million plus microcosms to the pagoda, so that it could itself swallow their cycles of life and death. The treasure was attuned to his will, and had developed a measure of sentience. It knew how to operate autonomously. Once the Tiandi Inyang Tower began to exert pressure, the cycles of those worlds accelerated markedly. Ming He grew impatient at his side. That thing comes from Hundun. Brother, shall we go? I will not go, Lu Yunjing answered crisply. Ming He was stunned, his face falling. Brother, are you afraid? Not afraid. Lu Yunjing grinned, and was about to explain patiently, but Ming He waved him off. If you will not go, then I will go myself. No, that's not what I meant. Lu Yunjing watched Ming He stride away, and could not help but shake his head. He wanted to go with his brother truly, but the reward had been too plentiful. Who could resist? He glanced at his prize, transformed into a beam of light, and within months he shot back to Beichen Hall, and immediately secluded himself. Those outside the hall were dumbfounded. Why has our master returned? Where is Uncle Ming He? This script is wrong. Meanwhile, deep within Hundun, in the outer void, a vast black demonic palace loomed absurdly large. At its deepest heart, the main hall spanned immeasurable distances. A black-armored black-skinned man toyed with a placenta in his hands, his eyes appraising it carefully. At his feet, 13 demonic gods lay prostrate, so reverent they did not dare draw a single breath. These entities had been formed from the world's desires, the power of the 7 emotions and 6 desires condensed into living forms. When the desires of sentient beings are strong, so are they. When those desires wane, their power dwindles accordingly. The one they serve is Luoho. Luoho used the way as a conduit, harnessing the world's desires to birth inner demons, and with the same art, he produced these 13 warlike demigods whose combat strength overflowed. He then took the world's desires and his own origin to mass-produce countless Tianma. The entire demonic realm became the stamping ground for those heavenly demons. Inevitably, when the Tao declines and demons rise, the time for the demons' revelry will come. Luoho stared at the placenta in his hand, a playful curl at the corner of his mouth. This thing is interesting. The power born from Father God's placenta is nothing but laws piled upon laws. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Rumor said Father God had no fixed sex, or was hermaphroditic. In truth, it made little difference. At that moment, one of the 13 demigods spoke. Lord Luoho, they have taken the bait. Oh, someone followed in. This demigod oversaw perception and probing. His sensing ability was absurdly acute. But after a careful sweep, his expression shifted. No. Only one came. My. Luoho sharpened, asking further, how is the body I prepared in Hongwang coming along? It is complete. At your command, they will move at once. Who accompanies him? The demigod replied immediately, a wisp of Kunpeng's primordial spirit forged into a Kunpeng puppet. A wisp of Hongyun's primordial spirit forged into a Hongyun puppet. The rest are Yao's spirits refined from the dead souls of heaven and earth. Hundreds of millions in number, among them even Deluo-level strong ones. All were produced from that Shea stone Hongjun, made in a short span of time. Luoho nodded and continued, Choose a suitable moment to strike. Those two quasi-saint puppets cannot raise a great storm, but we must act first to erode their organization. Start from the periphery, chew away as much as you can. Hongwang. 1 yuan hui later. The outskirts of the territory of the first of Hongwang. This region was populated by ordinary tribes of middling strength. Yet even the weakest of these tribes could field several Xianxian to hold the line. Across the first of Hongwang's domain, one could not find a tribe devoid of even a single Xianxian. Raising all subordinate tribes to Xianxian had been the face the first of Hongwang cultivated over the years. Back when Lu Yunjing lectured for a full 100,000 years, countless cultivators surged forward, breaking through at terrifying speed. The benefits were tangible, yet some lacked the innate gift and remained stuck at Xuanxian, unable to cross the threshold into golden immortal. They continued to train desperately. What others learned in 10,000 years would take them millions to truly assimilate, so each raced against time to digest the teachings. Then, without warning, a terrifying storm swept across the land. Countless tribes had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, many were blasted to ashes. In an instant, everyone froze in horror. Who had struck so suddenly? No one knew from where the attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Someone shouted, and golden immortal level power erupted as they desperately rushed toward the center. Though the Dongwang Bell's fortune remained, though the first of Hongwang sat at the helm, the weak beings could not be saved. There was no remedy. Countless tribes regained their senses and, stronger and quicker than in Donghuang's age, fled frantically into the distance. No one dared look back to see whence the attack came. No one had the courage, for none could tell when the next terrifying blow would fall. After the numerous beasts fled, hundreds of millions of figures descended from the sky, the old foes who had turned against them. Kuanpeng and Hongyun stood side by side. Each gripped a supreme treasure. Kill. Kuanpeng raised his arm mechanically and spat the stiff command. The entire puppet army moved at once. A demon chi surged across heaven and earth, and the smell of imminent blood spread through the first of Hongwang's territory. Several Yasha gods and great beings sensed the anomaly. Luer Mihu, who could hear all things, understood the situation first. Bad. Someone is attacking us. Luer Mihu's voice rolled through Wanyao Hall like thunder. All the demon gods and kings rose in unison, eyes fixed upon him. Follow me. Luer Mihu had already dashed off. No one called for Lu Yunjing. Everyone knew such a scene did not yet require the demon emperor's hand. Unless matters became truly irretrievable, Lu Yunjing would not move. They pursued the direction Luer Mihu had indicated. The farther they ran, the more uneasy they felt. Along the way, every path was clogged with fleeing tribes, faces ashen, crawling and rolling away. Xiongqi bellowed, "All to Beichen Hall. It is safest there. The demon emperor is at Beichen Hall." The tribal chiefs understood, and without hesitation turned and ran. When they arrived and saw who had come, they stood dumbfounded. Kuanpeng, Hongyun. They were bewildered. Kuanpeng had died long ago, Master Mingyi declared it, and Hongyun was half a fellow cultivator. But the two paid them no heed and advanced with blank faces. At the first clash, every heart sank. 2 late quasi-saints. Among the dozen or so demon gods who arrived, only Luer Beis and Xiongqi had attained late quasi-saint. There were few mid-quasi-saints, let alone peaks. What was happening? Boom! Kunpeng's punch fell, moving as if it stepped across time, his blow detonating in the midst of the crowd. The crowd was flung outward and had not regained their footing when Hongyun moved. His red robe flicked and red mists bloomed in the sky, condensing into blades in an instant. Each slash cleaved even the fabric of space. The formation collapsed in an instant. Kuanpeng tapped the air, and 2 corpses manifested at his side. Hongyun mirrored him, and 2 corpses appeared as well. 2 dual corpse elites. No one knew what they had been bound to, and astonishingly those corpses' power was also late quasi-saint. This was no bluff. The tide of battle reversed completely. Seal them. Kunpeng's 3-headed form blurred into afterimages impossible to track. Whenever anyone seemed poised to catch him, he slipped away. Hongyun controlled 3 bodies at once and deployed a blood-red array, enclosing everyone within. Killing intent roiled the formation, and the air twisted. Any principal attacks striking the array wall shattered on contact. The entire sequence was too swift to comprehend. Once these 2 top-tier powers acted, those who had seemed like children to them were trapped and slaughtered. At the same time, to the west of the first Honghuang's power base, Luo Ho appeared alone, treading upon a 9th-grade black lotus. He had spent nearly a yuan hui reclaiming one of his treasures. If not for the Shay Stone forcibly raising his strength to late quasi-saint, he could not have accomplished this. The karmic force within that stone was terrifying in abundance. Luo Ho discovered the stone connected to a chaotic, forbidden ground from which karmic force flowed ceaselessly outward. For him, it was a boon beyond measure. Still, his strength at best remained late quasi-saint. After all, his true body was only a peak quasi-saint. No matter how he manipulated things, he could not exceed his original core. He had come to strike them unawares. The trick of luring the tiger from the mountain always worked. Luoho sneered and formed a spear in his hand, made entirely of karmic force. None of the clans below noticed his arrival. Luoho gripped the spear and drove it downwards with brutal force. A thunderous explosion followed. The karmic force erupted into a towering fog that swallowed every tribe within hundreds of millions of li. At that moment, Luoho suddenly froze. It can be used like this, he murmured, watching the swallowed clans dissolve and become part of the karmic mass. He laughed with greater delight and moved further afield. Then finally someone noticed the anomaly and was struck with alarm. Seeing that all-covering fog, the person was seized with terror. Without a word, he turned and fled with his people racing desperately toward Beichen Hall. Luoho laughed aloud. This is only the beginning. He raised a finger and pointed. From Honghuang's east and west, countless Yao spirit puppet armies surged forth. The weakest were Dixin, the strongest had reached Tai Golden Immortal. In an instant, a black tide of puppet spirits rolled across the land, pressing down as if to level the. Elsewhere within the chaos, Mingi had spent nearly a yuan hui finally locating what he sought. Upon entering the chaos, the boundless mist had interfered with his senses, making each step arduous. Mingi searched slowly, then his figure shook and a cyclone of aura burst forth. Hey, younger brother. You would not even lay hand upon Father God's placenta. You cultivate the strongest way in Honghuang, and yet you are still so afraid to die. I want to see what there is to fear in this wretched place. Perhaps out of anger, perhaps stirred by the placenta's aura, Mingi seemed to forget the days when others had pinned him to the ground. Oh, perhaps he simply wanted a fight. The Origin's aura. It is here. Mingi murmured, refocusing his sense and striding forward with long, heavy steps. Each step landed with weight, as if he feared anyone might bar his way. But in reality, no one stopped him. He fixed his gaze on the demonic palace ahead and suddenly bellowed, "Those inside, get out here." Kid, where do you get the nerve to be so calm? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and struck with a sword. The Yuan Tu Ubi surged forth, and the sword energy swept through as if it could tear apart the very heavens and earth. Such terrifying power was rarely witnessed. Lin Beiqing was one of the few. Just then the surrounding demonic mist suddenly surged up, forcefully intercepting that sword light. Immediately after, 13 figures clad in black robes emerged. We are the 13 demon gods. Who are you? Mingi chuckled. I am Mingi Laozu, one of the 6 ordained saints under the Tao Ancestor. Tell your leader to come out. I have no time to play with you juniors. Even a powerhouse like Mingi felt a hint of foreboding upon seeing the swirling demonic mist. But what of it? The Father God's placenta must not be lost. Previously they had made a mistake, and now Lu Yunjing was retreating, afraid to show his face. But he could not. Standing here meant he was the future saint, the one ordained by the heavens. How could he be so timid? Therefore he had to act, and immediately reclaim the Father God's placenta. That was the dignity they deserved. Upon seeing this, the 13 demon gods did not waste words and charged straight in. Mingi snorted coldly. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. He pointed, and all the demon gods around him exploded into fragments. Before long, another 13 figures rushed out, the same batch that had been annihilated before. We are the demon gods, transformed from the 7 emotions and 6 desires of heaven and earth. Mingi Laozu, I advise you not to be foolish. Hearing this, Mingi laughed even louder. Things transformed from the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Aren't they just a bunch of beings born from desire? Mere tricks. Mingi extended his index finger and lightly pointed. All 13 figures were immediately sealed. Since he could not kill them, he would simply seal them instead. He stepped forward, and the black lotus beneath his feet slowly rotated, emitting a blinding light that instantly tore through the outer defenses of the demonic city. Silence. With a low shout before Ming's voice faded, millions of celestial demons surged toward him. He did not even raise his eyelids. A single glance was enough for those approaching to collapse. Countless karmic and murderous energies surged toward him like a tidal wave. Mingi summoned the black lotus to block some of it, and casually absorbed a portion, converting it into his own power. But he did not dare to absorb too much, fearing it would burst him apart. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh, Mingi, it has been quite a while since we last met. Mingi turned his head and saw the newcomer. The person held a broken spear in his right hand, and in his left hand floated. It was the Father God's placenta. Ming's eyes widened in shock. The person grinned, his tone laced with mockery. Brother Mingi, you seem to be quite adept with that placenta. Mingi narrowed his eyes, his voice heavy. Do I know you? You may not know me, but I certainly know you. Back when the 12 ancestors of sorcery were tricked into handing over the 12 laws by the two of you, I was right there watching. As these words left his mouth, Ming's body stiffened suddenly. Who exactly are you? I am Lu, the ancestor of the outer celestial demons. Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lu, and the broken spear in his hand instantly became filled with murderous intent. That aura was somewhat reminiscent of the god-slaying spear in his brother's hand, but it was far weaker. Luohu chuckled. You two brothers have quite a few secrets on you. First I'll take you down and interrogate you thoroughly to see if I can extract some interesting information. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures emerged beside him. Mingi glanced around, then raised his hand to conjure 3 clones of his own. 4 against 4 just right. Bang! The two collided fiercely. Boom! A terrifying storm erupted instantly from the outer realms of the demon domain, madly expanding into the depths of chaos. The mist surged, nearly stirring up a chaotic tempest. Return the placenta to me. If you can defeat me, I will give it to you. Luohu grinned. If you can't win, the broken spear swung lightly in Luohu's hand. It was no ordinary weapon. It was like a massive file folder cramming all causal destinies inside, drawing an inescapable trajectory. The void suddenly trembled. The broken spear pierced through Ming's body. The killing intent clung to him like a rabid dog. This was the power of the god-slaying spear after its ceiling was fully unleashed. Even just a half segment of the broken spear was already terrifying to this extent. What about the complete god-slaying spear? Such a thing should not even exist. Boom. Ming's body cracked open, chaotic spiritual power surged madly into him, desperately trying to mend the wounds. Luohu chuckled. You cannot defeat me. Even with a 12th grade Black Lotus, you still cannot. Heh. Ming's lips curled. You're celebrating. Suddenly 5 banners behind him shot out, embedding themselves around Lu. Heavenly 5 elements. I wish to reverse the flow. A thunderous sound erupted. The 5 elements' laws within the chaos were forcibly reversed. These 5 elements were not the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth of the primeval age. Instead, they were the chaotic and jumbled rules deep within chaos, the fundamental order maintaining the operation of the world. Mingi was stirring them up. In an instant, the space where Luohu was located twisted, as if someone had twisted it into a strand. He appeared simultaneously in countless dimensions, microscopic quantum shumi, chaos, time, and space. In every dimension his figure was present, distorting, shaking, tearing. Once the chaotic laws were disrupted, that defiant power pinned Lu firmly in place. He could not move. Luohu frowned. With a roar, he forcibly stabilized his body in the chaotic dimension. Though still twisted, his body resembled a crumpled piece of paper, yet he wielded the similarly twisted broken spear and lunged at Mingi. The scene was exceedingly bizarre. It resembled a crooked monster charging forward with a bent weapon. If Lu Yunjing were present, he would surely say, "This looks just like the snowflakes on an old television with no signal." The two resumed their battle. There were no fixed forms or rules in their techniques. It was simply laws against laws, dimensions against dimensions. No matter which dimension Luohu was in, his power remained equally terrifying. What a hassle, Luohu muttered. Mingi sneered. Today you shall die. Boom. The two collided. Neither could suppress the other and were thrown back simultaneously. The power had reached a certain limit. However, the surrounding cultivators were driven like livestock herded in the same direction. Although Luohu's clones were not as strong as his true self, they were still among the top combatants of the primordial realm. He did not rush to start a massacre. When Hongjun negotiated terms with him, he did not allow him to slaughter too many living beings. He knew well that killing too many would not please Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. Thus, he only made small-scale moves, scaring people and driving them in one direction. The entire organization encompassed nearly half of the tribes in the primordial realm. If he were to kill them all, Luohu shook his head at the thought. He still aspired to become a saint. If he truly pushed things to the extreme, Hongjun would not only crush him, but would also show him mercy. Now he only needed to instill despair in these people, making them fill this place with fear. But just then an unexpected event occurred. They spent nearly 1,000 years forcing everyone to the entrance of the Beiqing Hall. Yet instead of being frightened, these people instead knelt down in unison, bowing toward the direction of the Beiqing Hall. Luohu was taken aback. What did these useless beings want? In the next instant, a thunderous collective shout rang out. We beseech the demon emperor to come out and protect us. Inside the Beiqing Hall, Lu Yunjing opened his eyes. The Beiqing bell surrounding him reverberated like an alarm clock, pulling him back from deep cultivation into reality. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Moi. A backlash of fortune. He had not been in seclusion for long. What trouble had arisen again? It couldn't be that his brother got beaten up again, right? Lu Yunjing calculated with his fingers and quickly figured out what was going on. Someone had come looking for trouble. However, when he scanned his surroundings, he found countless beings densely packed around him. Wait a minute. Hongyun. Kunping. Even someone like Lu Yunjing was stunned at this moment. Setting Kunping aside, how had that brat Hongyun come to beat him up? He had not even gone to find him to settle accounts yet, and this fellow had already brought people to smash his territory. What was even more outrageous was that he had actually teamed up with the long-dead Kunping. Lu Yunjing felt something was off and investigated carefully only to find it increasingly strange. He sensed not a hint of life from Kunping and Hongyun. Though Kunping's vessel still contained remnants of his primordial spirit, the consciousness of that primordial spirit had long been wiped clean. The same was true for Hongyun. The purple aura within him had long since vanished. In an instant Lu Yunjing understood. I killed Kunping. That little bit of innate indestructible divine light on him might have been enough to remain a trace and give rise to a new life, but now he was intercepted halfway and turned into a puppet. Hongyun met the same fate. Logically he should have reincarnated as Yunzizi and joined the Yuanshi faction. But now, it seemed he no longer had that opportunity, because he was preparing to take action himself. It seems your shouting is of no use. Submit to your death obediently. I will make your passing a bit smoother. He raised the black lotus above his head, and it suddenly exploded with terrifying black light instantly spreading out to envelop the entire area of influence. Annihilate. Kunping, Hongyun, and Luohu struck simultaneously. Kunping activated the laws of time, breaking free from the shackles of fate and causality, summoning countless puppets from countless parallel timelines, followed by a terrifying law strike. The six-eared macaque and Baiz's group sank into despair one by one. They clearly sensed their master was right there. But why bang? The door was suddenly pushed open with a loud crash. Ding! The bell of Beichen rang out violently, awakening the desolate heavens and showering them with a peaceful holy light. The overwhelming darkness and malicious attacks of the laws dissipated with that bell's ringing. The scorching light of the sun star fell again, illuminating the blood-soaked, scorched earth. A figure slowly walked out from the Beichen hall, appearing before the crowd, listening to the desperate wails of countless clans. Ding! Another bell rang like a dirge, roaring, illuminating the despairing faces in the withered black night. The sound of the bell swept over their bodies, instantly repairing all their injuries. Mingi glanced around, then raised his hand to conjure 3 clones of his own. 4 against 4 just right. This power swept away all evil and darkness like a burning sun, sheltering the weaker clans beneath its radiance. The avatar of Luohu, along with countless demon puppets, was on the verge of shattering and dissipating amidst the incessant ringing of the bells. Luohu never expected that just a few bell tolls, merely a few bell tolls, would cause his physical body to start disintegrating. He was a latest-stage quasi-saint. How could the opponent be this powerful? He couldn't believe it. But the facts were laid out before him. This bell shattered all his pride into dust. As an avatar of Luohu, with complete consciousness, remnants of the glory belonging to the heavenly demon sovereign still lingered within him. A trump card left by the true Luohu. Now this trump card was ground to dust by Lu Yunjing. Luohu completely gave up. He turned to flee, running like a madman. Lu Yunjing's voice came from behind, cold as ice. Even if you run to the ends of the world, you will still die. I don't know who you are, but since you dare to offend me, you must be prepared to perish. Rise. Lu Yunjing uttered a single word, and everything around seemed to shift. On the causal level, he locked onto Luohu. The torrent of fate aimed at Luohu. The boundaries of time and space severed Luohu's future, shattering his past, leaving his present like a rootless floating weed adrift in this reality. The 4th bell toll exploded. That terrifying attack spread out from the dimension of time and space, enveloping every tiny corner, completely locking onto this avatar of Luohu, cutting off all possibilities of extension, directly severing his past and future. Boom! Luohu fell to the ground as if struck by a giant hammer. The surging power within him completely dissipated. His end had arrived. Lu Yunjing strolled leisurely to his front, looking down at the broken figure, his gaze cold and assessing. 9-petal black lotus. Lu Yunjing was momentarily taken aback. Luohu, he asked, but the nearly dissipating primordial spirit had lost even the strength to respond. Under Lu Yunjing's gaze, Luohu's form gradually disintegrated. Lu Yunjing reached out, grasping the black lotus in his hand. He frowned. This Luohu shouldn't be this weak. He scratched his head, feeling that something was off. Everyone was pondering this wasn't what they had expected. But then it dawned on them, could it be that this guy was too weak? After all, he was a defeated general from back in the day, and now he hadn't even lasted 100 gatherings. Even if he was a top figure in the past, he couldn't make much of a splash now. However, since he had reached the latest stage quasi-saint, it indicated that his foundation was almost stable. Perhaps I overthought it. Lu Yunjing shook his head, too lazy to ponder further. He had plenty of things to attend to. How could he let such trifles hinder him? He glanced at the 9-petal black lotus in his hand, thought for a moment, and instead of giving it to anyone, he directly tossed it into the void of the Chaos Pearl. Let it nurture itself in there. After a few thousand or tens of thousands of gatherings, perhaps it could sprout new buds and grow 3-petal lotus leaves. Yunjing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly took out the Bachin bell and handed it to the 6-eared macaque. The monkey was stunned on the spot, overwhelmed by surprise. Yunjing said indifferently, "I want you to guard the number 1 person in the wilderness as his divine beast. Stabilize his territory with this bell. Whoever dares to cause trouble, just send them back with a shock. Can you do it?" Upon hearing this, the 6-eared macaque shivered and nodded vigorously. "My old son can do it." "All right then." Yunjing raised his hand, and 12 laws flew out from his palm, directly entering the 6-eared macaque's mind. "This is the path of the 12 ancestors from back then. I have no use for it, and it has already matured, so I'm giving it to you as an opportunity. Contemplate it well. If you gain insight, I will have further rewards for you." After this grand promise, the 6-eared macaque was filled with passion. "My old son will definitely guard this family legacy for you. From now on, anyone who comes to attack, they must first step over me, the 6-eared." The crowd below looked at the resolute demeanor of the 6-eared macaque, feeling both emotional and envious. This monkey was truly lucky, who made him one of the earliest to follow the demon emperor. In an instant, several people flashed envy in their eyes. However, before these little thoughts could ferment, Yunjing pointed at the crowd, bestowing a law to each person. "You all take your time to comprehend. Whoever can devise new divine abilities or spells, I will reward further." Yunjing painted another grand promise for them. If he had to intervene every time something happened, it would be too tiring. It was better to offer each person a grand promise, allowing them to focus on closed-door cultivation. This was the proper way. Just as the number 1 person in the wilderness finished battling, the hearts of the various clans began to stir. Some clans panicked, simply packed up, and left. These clans were already as weak as floating weeds in this grand era. They could only cling to strong allies. When they saw that even the strong were in trouble, they immediately thought of retreating. But Yunjing had long anticipated this. He painted a grand promise for the demon gods, and they in turn painted an even larger promise for the clans, showering them with opportunities and benefits as if they were free. With this maneuver, those clans that wanted to flee reluctantly stayed. As for those lone wolves or clans with only 1 seedling left, they simply decided to accept their fate and intended to languish for life under the number 1 person in the wilderness. Not long after Ming he returned. The news he brought made Yunjing's eyes light up. "I found out who stole our—" This time it was that guy who orchestrated everything. Yunjing turned his head, momentarily stunned. "Who?" "The ancestor of the heavenly demons, Luohua." Luohua. Yunjing had an inkling in his heart, but hearing the name still surprised him. Was he actually facing Luohua? Wait. Luohua became an outer celestial demon. In the legends of the wilderness, outer celestial demons are manifestations of desire, bloodthirsty maniacs, practically a deranged version of Azura. Individually, they may not be strong, but they are overwhelming in numbers. I also saw the 13 demon gods representing the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the beings in the wilderness. Ming he recounted everything about the 13 demon gods. Yunjing nodded, his thoughts growing firmer. This wilderness was increasingly becoming a place where humans could not dwell. He needed to enter closed-door cultivation. "Senior brother, let's go into closed-door cultivation together." Yunjing spoke nonchalantly. "In the coming dozens of gatherings, I will focus solely on the path above Quasi Saint." Ming he, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in surprise. "Junior brother, are you really aiming to become a saint?" "Become a saint?" Yunjing shook his head. "That thing is not difficult for me, but it's unnecessary." His goal was to prove the Tao of Hunyuan, who cared about the trivial matter of becoming a saint. "Oh, I see." Ming he replied, still somewhat confused, but did not ask further. The ancestor Ming, he sat in his cave, frowning more tightly. His younger brother's talent was simply beyond comprehension. The position of saint seemed to him like child's play. But the problem was, a sudden thought popped into Ming he's mind, startling him. Could it be that he aims to prove Hunyuan? As soon as this thought emerged, Ming, he quickly shook his head to dismiss it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In this day and age, who could still prove Hunyuan? When Tao Ancestor spoke on the Golden Ao Island, he clearly stated, this path had long been severed and no one could walk it. Becoming a saint is the pinnacle. A saint does not collapse when the world collapses and remains even when the world is recreated. This is the principle determined by the heavenly Tao. Ming he took a deep breath, suppressing his distracting thoughts, and began to concentrate on exploring his own path to becoming a saint. He had reached the end of the quasi-saint threshold. Going further, it is the realm of saints. Deep within the demon city, Hong Jun's face was dark, facing Luo Hua with evident impatience in his eyes. Luo Hua, on the other hand, had a smile on his face, leisurely saying, "What? Your method didn't work." "Shut up." Hong Jun's voice was as cold as a knife. "You are of no help at all." Luo Hua was not angry, instead laughing even more joyfully. "You know it well, right? That person's realm is not something a Kwasasane can compare to. You once told the beings of the three realms that no one in this world could prove Hun Yuan. You counted the path of transcendence as your own. But look who is truly transcendent now." Hong Jun glared fiercely at Luo Hua, not speaking for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. "Shut up. Only I can prove Hun Yuan. I am the first living being since the creation of heaven and earth. What is Lu Yunjing? Just a variable, just 2 strands of blood chi emerged from the Panga placenta. What right does he have to compare with me?" Luo Hua nodded, his tone carrying mockery. Yes, you are the first being at the dawn of the universe. I am the remnant soul of the demon god from the old era. We are both destined to transcend, destined to become saints and ancestors. But in this world there will always be unexpected events, right? Luo Hua paused, staring into Hong Jun's eyes, lowering his voice. "Shall we gamble?" Hong Jun did not respond. After a long silence, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I will enlighten those 5 people. As the demon ancestor, it is only natural for me to attain sainthood and to align with the heavenly Tao." Hong Jun shot him a cold glance and said, "If it weren't for you taking advantage of a gap, I wouldn't have been able to stop you. I would have killed you long ago." Laughter echoed throughout the demon city, lingering for a long time. In the vast wilderness, time flowed like water. 1 yuan meeting passed. 2 yuan meetings. 3, 10, 20, 30 yuan meetings slipped away quietly. The world remained unchanged and all things revolved as if nothing had changed. A voice suddenly erupted. "I am Nuwa of the Demon Clan. Today, I establish the Tao. Observing the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, I detect that 48 paths are lacking 1 and have 1 remaining. This is an unchanging law of the universe. Now I will use the 9 heavens earth to fill that gap and create a new clan, the human clan." The instant her words fell, a roar that resonated throughout the wilderness stunned everyone. A human clan. This Nuwa actually intends to create a clan herself. Isn't that too audacious? But right after, the sky seemed to turn with the seasons, day and night alternating. Yin and Yang merged, revealing various transformations. The light of the laws intertwined, like golden threads. Auspicious clouds unfolded from the sky, and golden lotuses bloomed one after another in midair, while streams of merit light surged towards Nuwa. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is, has she attained the Tao? Nuwa was quietly experiencing the overwhelming power. Before her, the human clan formed from the 9 heavens earth, and her power stood one by one, gazing into the void. The heavenly Tao trembled, as if welcoming a new life. Even Nuwa, who had already become a saint, couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile at the sight of these newborn beings. This was the clan she had crafted with her own hands. Her children. She smiled softly, determined to teach them everything she could. "Come here, I will teach you how to cultivate." Nuwa's voice was gentle as her gaze fell upon those newly born humans. The first batch of humans numbered 3,366,000. This number perfectly aligned with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Each one was an innate human possessing the strength of an earth immortal from birth. They were astonishingly powerful, almost crushing all other clans at that time. Their cultivation talent, foundational root, and learning speed were astonishingly quick. In less than 1,000 years, some had already broken through to the celestial immortal realm. This speed was terrifying. Seeing this result, Nuwa merely smiled slightly, feeling that she had done all she needed to do, and then spoke to the human clan. "You must stay here and walk your own path in the future. Though I have created you, I cannot always lead you forward. You must tread your own path." She earnestly instructed many matters, warned them of the dangers across the wilderness, and asked them to remember lest they encounter something deadly and lose their lives. This group of innate humans was still insufficiently powerful compared to the already burgeoning demon clan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yunjing was also making significant gains. The total number of worlds he had created had surged to 50 million. The speed of creation was accelerating, and he was becoming increasingly clear about the principles involved, managing to hit the best nodes every time he acted. Almost every day, qualitative leaps were happening. 50 million. He murmured softly, pondering. There's still a long way to go to the 888 million worlds. When will it be fully completed? He had no interest in the movements outside. Just then, the previously closed eyes of the river of the underworld suddenly opened. He could sense what was happening outside. He never expected that Nuwa had taken the lead in attaining sainthood. Moreover, she had done something, created a race. It seems that attaining a saint's position is no easy feat. They had been silent for nearly 50 yuan meetings, and it was a long wait for the first saint to emerge. But what about him, the river of the underworld? He still hadn't found his own path. Yunjing felt something was off at this moment. Strange, how could a saint emerge in just 50 yuan meetings? By normal calculations, it should be between 100 and 200 yuan meetings. Could someone have pushed it from behind? His mind raced through possibilities, but he ultimately shook his head, too lazy to bother with such trivial matters. Yunjing had previously estimated that his time to achieve Hunyuan would take about 100 yuan meetings. Although it was a bit slow, he was on the path of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. In essence, this was a level above those saints. He was too lazy to ponder further, closed his eyes again, and continued his cultivation. With the first saint appearing in the world, it caused quite a stir, but there seemed to be no substantial changes. This newly ascended saint appeared not to enjoy meddling in trivial matters. Thus everyone continued to cultivate as they had living their lives as usual. Several yuan meetings passed. Suddenly 3 rays of light, shining like the sun, hung high in the sky of the wilderness. Yuan Shi Tong Tian Laozi. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Could it be the 3 pure ones? What could they be planning? Could it be to attain the Tao? Everyone was guessing, but despite the speculation, their eyes remained fixed on that direction. Behind Yuan Shi, 72 different colored treasures appeared, each concealing a realm of myriad heavens that continuously revolved and intertwined. The aura of the great Tao flowed through his body, as if the space around him had undergone millions of reversals. His appearance aged rapidly, transforming from old to young, finally settling in middle age. But in an instant his eyes and the aura of his entire being fell into complete silence. After 10,000 years, he finally awaited this day. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. I understand. I understand. In that moment, 72 layers of heavenly realms appeared behind him, stacked together into one, the brilliance interweaving and flowing colors swirling endlessly like the most dazzling waves of light, transforming frantically. Countless treasures interwove into a curtain of light. Boom! He tore through the wilderness and stepped into chaos. The saint was just one declaration away from truly attaining his position. Thus his voice resonated throughout the entire wilderness. I am the Yunjing Yuan Shi under the Tao Ancestor, achieving sainthood today and establishing a teaching in the wilderness. Chuanjiao. Chuan means clarity, aligning with heaven and humanity and expounding the great Tao. All things in heaven and earth, all living beings with spirit, any innate creations, or those of extraordinary talent, can enter my Chuanjiao and become saints. They shall not worry about fortune, shall not be touched by calamities, nor be disturbed by inner demons. Today I become a saint, using the top innate treasure, the Panga banner, to establish the fortunes of Chuanjiao. From now on it will only increase and never decrease. All things will return to silence, and it is originally one and the same. As soon as his words fell, the heavenly Tao trembled. A wheel of light illuminated the entire wilderness, and the light of the world enveloped all living beings. Top-tier powers sensed it above the 33 heavens, deep within chaos. As Yuan Shi's footsteps ascended step by step, another new realm was opened above the wilderness. That was the Yunjing heaven. Yuan Shi's lips curled up. He exuded a power wave entirely different from a quasi-saint, one that could annihilate the whole world in a single breath. Before him, everything in the world seemed insignificant. Is this a saint? Terrifying. Too terrifying. The power of a saint lies in entrusting half of their spirit to the heavenly Tao while opening a realm of their own at the peak of the wilderness. That realm becomes their new Tao field. Yuan Shi did not wait long. His figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already in the Yunjing heaven, surrounded by hazy, chaotic mist. He smiled and gently pointed with a finger. Chaos was parted, beginning to reorganize and open according to his will. Just like that, another 10,000 years passed. Tong Tian also attained enlightenment. His great Tao was peeled away layer by layer, ultimately revealing. Since my senior brother has established the rules that only those born of heaven and earth can enter Chuanjiao, I will never take someone else's old path. I will break out of this framework. He looked up at the sky. A stream of light shot up into the heavens. Immediately his voice reverberated throughout the entire wilderness. I am the Shangqing Tong Tian under the Tao Ancestor. Today I achieved sainthood, establishing a teaching in the wilderness. Jijiao. My teaching is inclusive. Jijiao means intercepting the lifeline between heaven and earth and offering it to all living beings. Anyone who is alive can enter my Jijiao. Once they arrive, they shall receive teachings, and once they arrive, they shall receive the law. Jijiao. Intercept the heavenly secrets, enlighten all things, preserve that lifeline, and guide countless living beings. In the wilderness the laws roared. The figure in the void slowly spoke. Today I attain Tao and become a saint, using the innate supreme treasure, the Zuzhen, 4 swords, as the foundation to protect the everlasting fortunes of my Jijiao. From now on they shall not touch karma, nor be troubled by inner demons, obtaining great freedom. As soon as his words fell, the heavens trembled, 4 sword lights swept across the 8 wastelands, then instantly retracted. All beings looked up, and above their heads another realm emerged, Shangqing Heaven. In the East Sea, within the East King Palace, the East King stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the heavens, sighing. Another saint has attained Tao. It seems that the era of the demon heavens, in which Earth is coming to an end, next will be the arrangement of the 6 saints standing together. This East King was no longer the arrogant figure he once was. More and more people came to seek refuge with him, and he accepted them all. This change in attitude, ultimately, was it due to being convinced by Lu Yunjing? In just 10 yuan meetings, 2 saints had been born. All beings in the wilderness speculated. The 3rd saint should be born soon, right? After all, the 3 pure ones possess extraordinary talent, and one breakthrough after another is not something unusual. In the depths of the blood sea, the ancestor of the river of the underworld was restless, almost tearing his hair out. Strange. I have deduced countless times, and clearly calculated my path to sainthood. But why is there no way forward? He was anxious, pacing in place, the desire to attain sainthood stronger than anyone else. Lu Yunjing witnessed this scene and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what has driven you to such madness?" What else could it be? To attain sanctity. Mingi, in a state of frenzy, exclaimed, "I've gone through the derivation results countless times, yet I can't find a way. Clearly I combined your path with that of Nuwa, but it still leads to a dead end." Lu Yunjing was taken aback. "What do you mean? What kind of technique did his brother create?" Mingi simply laid it all out. "The path of slaughter I've cultivated has condensed 880 million blood droplets within me. I intend to use these blood droplets as a foundation to create an entirely new race. Once the great transformation of heaven and earth occurs, perhaps I can transcend and achieve enlightenment." Lu Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this. So it was that old method again. Of course it wouldn't work. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yunjing suddenly had a spark of inspiration. What if he helped the human race? The human race was currently in a dire state, with major factions clinging to them, like leeches sucking away their merits. If he could disrupt the conspiracy before his brother's plan, would that not also be a form of salvation? Lu Yunjing calculated in his heart, yet he feared his old fox of a brother might catch on. What if he brought in the other 2 saints to conspire against his brother? That would be endless trouble. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly boomed. "The host is hesitant. The divine choice system is online. Option 1, quietly awaken Mingi and let him engage in the path of teaching. Reward chaos, great formation, primordial time formation. Option 2, play dumb and not mention this matter. Reward 2 random innate top 10 spirit roots." At this moment, Lu Yunjing burst into laughter. There was no need to deliberate, just do it. What's there to fear? This time formation was practically a windfall for him. Without a second thought, he decisively declared, "I choose 1. Ding. Choice completed, reward delivered. Within him a small formation quietly emerged. The intricate array patterns surged with chaotic energy, as if boundless time power revolved within. Following that, information about the primordial time formation flooded into his mind. Primordial time formation, the most basic formation created by the primordial golden immortal, capable of accelerating or decelerating time within the formation, specifically designed for cultivation. A total of 81 layers of prohibitions, each layer being a lock. Currently, the first layer is unlocked by default. 1 day outside equals 2 days inside the formation. Lu Yunjing's eyes almost bulged out. This thing is incredibly valuable. With a time difference of 1 to 2, the years he spends in cultivation could be drastically reduced. In 20 yuan meetings, he could become a saint. His heart was bubbling with joy, yet he maintained a poker face. He still had to handle the matter of teaching. Lu Yunjing turned to Mingi and suddenly spoke. "Brother, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it?" "Hurry and say it." Mingi perked up. He knew his wise younger brother had something valuable to offer him. Lu Yunjing squinted leisurely, saying, "Why not take a trip to the human race? Take a good look. What's the difference between the race you want to create and the human race?" Mingi was taken aback. What's so special about the innate human race? They are being chased by those demon races like dogs. If it weren't for the protection of Saint Nuwa, they would have gone extinct long ago. Lu Yunjing shook his head, casually adding, "Perhaps your chance at sanctity lies among those humans." Mingi was stunned. Off. Lu Yunjing looked at him and slowly added, "The innate human race has a natural Tao body. It is inherently a one character with limbs and torso branching out, naturally prepared for cultivation. With such a physique, who dares say they are weak?" Mingi, after hearing this, suddenly grasped the meaning. "But they truly are fragile." "Yes, indeed fragile." Lu Yunjing chuckled. "But if someone supports them from behind, that would make all the difference. Brother, would you be willing to be that person?" Mingi was stunned, his mind exploding with thoughts. He frantically calculated, growing increasingly alarmed. In these endless years, the primal chaos had undergone several cycles. The demon race was causing chaos everywhere. The Nuwa Palace's Nuwa and Fushi siblings had even lost one of their own. Before long, a fellow named Fushi appeared in the territory of the human race. Later, the ancestor of the witch tribe personally descended to protect the human race. Everyone could see that these powerful beings had their eyes on the potential of the human Tao body, wanting to reap benefits from it. Meanwhile, the demon race was slaughtering the tribe, driving the human race into a desperate situation. At that moment, Mingi noticed something very unusual. The physical structure of the human race bore a certain resemblance to that of the Father God. The spine of the Father God ran straight from head to tail. The spine of the human race had almost the same structure. Additionally, their reproductive rate was astonishingly fast. It did not seem at all like the rumors suggested that they were on the verge of extinction. In an instant, Mingi felt out of touch with the times. He never expected that just a few yuan meetings later the human race had already spread their influence throughout the primal chaos, flourishing everywhere. Their numbers could not even be described as hundreds of millions. It was hundreds of billions. Terrifyingly absurd. Is this the frightening aspect of the human race? Mingi suddenly understood. But the question was, how could he help the human race to gain merits and achieve sanctity? This was a tough problem. Mingi suddenly recalled Lu Yunjing's earlier words. I understand now, wise brother. The human race, indeed, is no simple matter. I'll go check it out right away. Before his voice faded, Ming's figure vanished. Lu Yunjing stood there, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. This counts as helping the human race, right? He had read many novels about the primal chaos before. The books said that Laozi passed the golden core path to the human race ostensibly to teach them, but fundamentally to control them. The golden core path could indeed produce golden cores, but ultimately it couldn't break the golden core itself, nor give rise to the nascent soul. Without a nascent soul, one could never hope to shed their mortal shell and ascend to higher realms like human immortal, earth immortal, or heaven immortal. This was a trap. Today's guidance to Mingi was to prevent this trap from ensnaring the human race again. Lu Yunjing murmured to himself. After all, I was once human in my past life, but let this be a repayment of debts this time. He paused, his gaze becoming serious. My position as the Heavenly Emperor has long been predetermined. Just 50 years short. But with this primordial time formation in hand, no problem is insurmountable. I must break through quickly to avoid lingering troubles. After finishing his words, he directly summoned the primordial time formation. The formation unfolded, enveloping him perfectly. In the next moment, he directly entered a state of cultivation. This primordial time formation was essentially an entry-level formation. Its function was quite simple. Either accelerate or decelerate, directly opposing external time. Other effects? None at all. Logically speaking, such a formation was of no use to those at the primordial level. But for Lu Yunjing and other cultivators, it was a shortcut. Mingi set off. Following his brother's instructions, he headed east from Mount Buzhou straight to the territory of the human race. Upon arriving at the human territory, he concealed his aura and began to observe these beings closely. He had never seen such creatures before. To his surprise, these humans were frighteningly united. Oh, whatever their leader said, they followed with clear divisions of labor. This scene was truly astonishing. As for their cultivation levels, most were at the golden immortal level. However, there were a few who had already reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal stage, just a step away from absorbing 5 chi and proving as golden immortals. Upon reaching the golden immortal level, one would integrate 5 chi into one's nascent soul. With the unity of the nascent soul, one could attain Tai Dao, which led to the Tai realm. At that point, time could not bind you, and you could roam freely. Mingi watched the human race for several yuan meetings. He turned over every small and large tribe of the humans, repeatedly deriving and calculating. Finally, he smiled. He found the way to attain the Tao. Meanwhile, high above, Laozi suddenly opened his eyes wide. I understand. I finally understand. As the leader of the 3 pure ones, how could I be so foolish as to try to force a path out? After trying for so long, I achieved nothing. Now the human race is laid out before me. They are the favored children of the heavenly Tao. Why not seek a way to break through from them? Laozi muttered to himself, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The human race. He turned his thoughts and performed a derivation. With this, he knew how to attain the Tao. At this moment, both Mingi and Laozi understood the path to sanctity. However, somehow the two arrived at the same conclusion. In that instant, 2 proclamations almost simultaneously erupted. I am the Taiching Laozi. Today I shall attain the Tao and become a saint, passing on the golden core method, establishing the lineage of the Xianmen. I am Ancestor Mingi. Today I shall attain the Tao and become a saint, passing on the path of blood slaughter, establishing the lineage of the blood sect. The 2 parties involved, the entire human race. What is going on? Hundreds of billions of people were looking up, gazing at the two figures suspended in midair, equally bewildered. At that moment, beyond the 33 heavens in the depths of chaos, Nuwa suddenly opened her eyes. She was equally perplexed. According to the will of the heavenly Tao, there should have been one person to pass on the Tao to the human race. How did it turn into two now? Could it be these two want to compete for the merits of passing on the Tao? She scanned her divine sense, and the figures of Laozi and Mingi were reflected before her eyes. To be honest, she had no good impression of Mingi, and even less respect for his brother. It was one thing to seize her opportunity, but now they wanted to hitch a ride on her children's coattails. How could she endure that? But there was nothing she could do. This was set by the heavenly Tao. Until the day they finally cast off the shackles of sageship. Moreover, they had seen through Hongjuan's true nature. He was after all merely a sage. Yet this sage stood a tier above them, for he served as the heavenly Tao's emissary, his power therefore incomparably greater. Still, it was not impossible to catch up. Elsewhere, Laozi, what do you think you're doing, stealing what's mine? A thunderous roar erupted from Mingi as his three mortal bodies instantly manifested. Two of those bodies wielded the pair of gourds bestowed by Lu Yunjing. The third bore a low-tier primordial spiritual treasure as its artifact. Indeed, the quality of these three mortal bodies, each meticulously severed, was astonishingly high. What right did this one before him have to contend? What qualification did he possess to claim such contention? Taiching Laozi smiled faintly. Brother Taoist, that sentiment is misplaced. This opportunity was destined for me alone. You and your junior cultivators are all disciples under the Tao Ancestor. None yet know when, or even if, they shall attain sagehood. Why must you cling together so tightly? His gaze locked onto Mingi as he posed the question in return. Mingi snorted coldly. Who knows but that this too was foreordained by the heavenly Tao, the karmic threads already woven tight. I shall force humanity onto my path. If you dare oppose me, let us settle it in combat. Might makes right. Upon hearing these words, Laozi's expression darkened instantly. He exhaled a stream of pure qi, swiftly coalescing into the three pure ones who stood in unison behind him. Simultaneously, three further avatars emerged beside him, representing benevolence, malevolence, and obsession. Obsession was the most arduous to sever, but once severed, the true path to sagehood would at last awaken. TCH. Mingi spat contemptuously. Instantly, several divine artifacts flared with radiant light around him, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that shook the entire Hongwang. The aura of a sovereign immortal at peak cultivation. No one dared underestimate it. When two such sovereign immortals simultaneously unleashed their might, heaven cracked and earth shattered. Mingi, do you truly intend to sever all ties with me? Laozi's voice turned glacial. The fiercer his ambition to ascend to sagehood burned, the colder his composure grew. Two sages stand behind me. Should you strike now and fail, you shall face three sages. Mingi laughed, a laugh laced with scorn. Old man, do you think to frighten me with sages? Do you take me for some trembling novice? Countless cultivators once besieged me. I survived them all. And you, alone, dare presume to challenge me. Even as he spoke, Mingi's hand ignited with crimson flame, spreading rapidly across his entire body. Battle was imminent. Suddenly a figure flashed into view. Esteemed elders, might I offer a word? Mingi turned, eyes narrowing upon the sudden intruder. It was a human. By attire, it was Fushi, one of the three sovereigns of humanity. Mingi's expression softened slightly. What counsel do you bring? Laozi likewise eased his stern countenance, remaining silent. Fushi smiled gently. Your dispute, does it arise from humanity's fate? I suspect you quarreled over the matter of transmitting the Tao. Mingi nodded. You've grasped it well. Then, allow us to decide. Or better still, if both elders truly wish to transmit the Tao, why not first leave your respective methods behind? Humanity shall divide itself into two factions, each testing one path. Whichever Tao proves more effective shall be chosen. No sooner had the words left his lips, Mingi turned his gaze toward Laozi. Laozi in turn met Mingi's eyes. Then, simultaneously, they declared, we accept. Indeed, this was the most prudent resolution. Fushi watched them both with quiet amusement. He had feared neither would yield, but to his surprise their joint transmission of the Tao was readily agreed upon. For humanity, this was nothing short of celestial fortune raining from the heavens. Who shall begin? Scarcely had Fushi spoken, when Mingi stepped forward. I shall begin. Mingi soared directly above humanity's heartland. His voice resonated across the entire Hongwang. My blood-slaughter Tao was forged expressly for humanity. I have observed your race for hundreds of thousands of years. From birth to death, strife defines your existence, warring against heaven and earth, against beasts, against rival tribes. The Hongwang continent is precisely such a realm. where the weak are devoured and only the strong endure. My blood slaughter Tao carves humanity's path to survival through slaughter and conquest. Having spoken, Mingi glanced downward at the throng of human commoners, then continued. Your race possesses one immense advantage: rapid proliferation and innate Tao bodies. Infuse blood qi into the body, nourish flesh and spirit alike with vital essence, then integrate spiritual energy, strengthening both corporeal frame and consciousness in unison. Once spirit and flesh unite, seamlessly transcendence into immortality follows. This Tao draws upon the battlefield's killing intent, gradually refining blood qi within the mortal vessel, ascending step by step until great divine arts are attained. Mingi expounded thoroughly, not revealing every arcane detail, yet clearly outlining the major cultivation stages. Body refinement, qi cultivation, blood integration, 4 extremes, immortal platform, earth immortal. 5 distinct realms, deceptively simple in name, yet each demanding decades of relentless cultivation. Mingi believed this path truly represented the supreme way. Yet Laozi could bear no more. He scoffed sharply. That? You dare call that a cultivation method? My path surpasses yours 100-fold. The human body is born imbued with Tao. Its dantian resides naturally in the abdomen, perfectly suited to store spiritual energy. My golden core Tao transforms the dantian into a crucible, within which a golden core is nurtured. Once formed, it transcends mortality, entirely forging an immortal Zij body. Laozi elaborated at length upon the profound mysteries of the golden core Tao, far more exhaustively than Mingi had done. He delineated the stages with crystalline clarity: qi cultivation, foundation, establishment, light, opening, embryonic, breathing, grain, abstinence, golden core, nascent, soul, tribulation, transcendence, human, immortal. Thus the golden core Tao lay fully revealed before all. Below, humanity's eyes gleamed anew. How formal, how steadfast, the golden core Tao sounded. In contrast, the blood slaughter Tao suddenly seemed crude, unrefined, lacking dignity and grace. Fushi listened intently, his expression thoughtful and inscrutable. Then Fushi turned to the 2 elders, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. The Tao techniques of both venerable elders are awe-inspiring beyond measure. Yet we dare not presume to judge. Let time itself serve as arbiter. As the words settled, 2 more sovereigns materialized, Shenong and Swerin. Fushi added lightly, each of us shall lead 100 million humans to cultivate one of your esteemed methods. Shenong shall guide 100 million to master the blood slaughter Tao. Results assessed after 1 cosmic cycle. Swerin shall guide 100 million along the golden core Tao, comparing outcomes after the same duration. And I shall lead another 100 million, practicing both paths concurrently, for the same period. Venerable elders, what say you? At this, Mingi and Laozi exchanged glances, then gave curt, expressionless nods. Agreed. When the time comes, we shall see which transmitted Tao proves superior. Humph, my Tao shall endure eternally. Yours, merely a barbaric trail through untamed wilderness. Though Laozi embodied serene non-action, this contest of Tao lineages had kindled genuine fury within him. Mingi sneered, your golden core Tao, ornamental nonsense, archaic and absurd. You. Laozi seethed inwardly, yet restrained himself before the younger generation, merely flicking his sleeve before vanishing into a streak of cloud light. Mingi swept his gaze across the assembly, then tossed out a final command. Train diligently. If you achieve mastery in my golden core Tao, rewards shall be abundant. With that he dissolved into mist, vanishing toward the horizon. The moment both departed, Fushi, Shenong, and Swerin exhaled in unison. Swerin murmured softly, in truth, we never held our own fate in our hands. Though Nuwa Empress stands behind us, her kindness runs deep, giving us life, imparting the Tao, bestowing boundless grace. How could we burden her again and again? Humanity's Tao must be forged by us, not granted by others. If they treat us as pawns, then we shall treat them as tools. Mutual utility, mutual gain. Fushi clenched his fist. Shenong and Swerin nodded solemnly. Enough talk. Brothers, let us begin. No sooner had the words been spoken than the trio prepared to depart. When Mingi and Laozi reappeared, the 3 froze startled, on the verge of speaking. Mingi's face darkened, he raised a finger and pointed. Laozi's expression hardened, he extended a single finger and pressed. Instantly, 3 beams of light pierced the foreheads of the 3 sovereigns. The next moment, the 2 elders vanished once more. The 3 stood rooted in place, stunned, until comprehension dawned upon them all at once. So, they hadn't imparted the true transmission at all. Hardly had this minor incident faded, when the entire Hongwang exploded in uproar. All knew one thing, that 2 supreme elders had clashed openly, vying for the chance to ascend to sagehood. They would pit their respective transmissions to humanity against one another, to see which proved more formidable. Shinnong's contingent surged across the Honghuang lands like a tempest. Once demons hunted humans for sustenance. Now those very demons fled in terror, pursued relentlessly by human warriors. Their blood chi blazed so fiercely, it stained the very heavens crimson. Meanwhile, Sueren's faction remained unseen, secluded in hidden corners, cultivating in silence. Their cultivation method was indeed uncanny. Breakthroughs occurred at breathtaking speed. Thereafter, the myriad races of Honghuang viewed humanity with utterly transformed eyes. None had foreseen it. A mere gesture from two supreme elders had wrought such seismic change upon humanity. Even Honghuang's most ruthless cultivator felt a chill stir deep within his bones. One day, the six-eared macaque strolled leisurely across the Honghuang skies, cradling the Beichen bell in his arms. Suddenly, a gaggle of minor demon chieftains burst forth, stumbling and breathless. "We beg Lord Mingi to grant us justice." The six-eared macaque blinked blankly. "What has this to do with me? I'm not Mingi." The demon chief faltered, then hastily corrected himself. "Please, six-eared macaque, convey our plea to Lord Mingi. We beg his intervention." The six-eared macaque frowned. "What precisely is the matter?" "It concerns humanity." Not long thereafter, Mingi slowly walked out, glancing at the group of demon clan leaders, and asked expressionlessly, "What happened?" At the sight of him, the leader's eyes lit up. Finally, the leader of the bird clan spoke up. "Recently, a group of human beings has appeared at the borders of our territory. Those guys are simply outrageous. They are all bloodthirsty, filled with a murderous aura that can be sensed from 10 miles away. They attack any living thing they see, and our people have never provoked them. We have never harmed humans before. We have been unjustly subjected to disaster without reason. You must take responsibility for us." Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque's face turned red with anger. Mingi's face darkened like a pot bottom as he coughed heavily twice. "For the time being, let's deal with it. Cough, cough. This will be a reward for you all." Mingi casually threw out several pieces of high-grade spirit treasures to silence them. The few people looked down, although they were indeed tempted by the treasures. The continuous losses of their clan weighed heavily on their hearts. They had no other choice but to sigh and leave. Mingi turned his head and saw the six-eared macaque hiding nearby, stifling a laugh, and frowned. "What are you laughing at? Keep an eye on the Beichen bell for me." All right. The six-eared macaque scratched his head, looking helpless, watching Mingi walk away, then turned back to stare at the great bell. Mingi wasted no time and went directly to find the Shinnong clan, who were on their way practicing. He conveyed the whole situation. Upon hearing this, Shinnong suddenly realized and hurriedly bowed to apologize. Mingi waved his hand, his tone indifferent. "It's fine, just be more vigilant in the future. I will also inform my subordinates to directly report their names when they see you." Upon hearing this, Shinnong bowed deeply. "I will remember, senior." Mingi nodded. His figure flickered and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing into the horizon. Only after he had completely walked far away did he slowly straighten up, continuing on his path of cultivation. From then on, the name of the human race in the wilderness grew increasingly prominent. As for the Shinnong clan, who had always loved farming, why did they suddenly want to lead troops against the demon clan? The reason was quite simple. He wanted to take this opportunity to gather rare herbs and edible items from the wild land. The combat power of Shinnong was not considered outstanding among the entire human race. However, he was willing to risk his life to test the spiritual herbs and poisons, a feat not everyone could accomplish. On the journey, Shinnong nearly choked several times, yet somehow he could not die, as if something unseen was protecting him. But no matter how long the road, there would always be a day to reach the end. After collecting for an entire yuan meeting, they finally prepared to return home. For Shinnong, an entire yuan meeting felt infinitely long. In this yuan meeting, he collected a significant number of herbs and edible fruits beneficial to the human race. Some crops were even suitable for large-scale planting. Once returned to the tribe, they spread rapidly, being planted season after season. The herbs collected by Shinnong also quickly spread among the common people. From here on, a legend emerged within the human race. It was called Shinnong tasting hundreds of herbs. After a while, Ming, He, and Laozi arrived. They were here to inspect the results. After a yuan meeting, who would be superior? For the first round, choose the strongest to come up. Fushi set the rules. He was the judge for this competition. Human clan, on both sides, bring out your strongest. As soon as the words were spoken, several figures emerged from the crowd. The first to step out was Xiandu, who practiced the Golden Core technique and was known as Master Xiandu. This person had already reached the peak of the pill avoidance realm, just a step away from entering the Golden Core stage with a solid aura. On the other side, the one from the Blood Butcher technique was Zhun Xionglen. He strode with the wind, strong and powerful, gripping a steel knife in his hand. The bloodthirsty aura emanating from him made people's heads spin. His eyes occasionally flashed with red light, causing demon beasts to falter at the sight. This was a skill born from slaughter. Wherever his gaze fell, a murderous aura naturally arose. His cultivation hovered at the peak of the four-polar realm. Let the battle begin. The onlookers quickly dispersed, leaving only the two of them in the arena. Master Xian Du had a fair complexion and air of scholarly demeanor, and held a book of spells with pages inscribed with Dao seals, shimmering with light. As he moved his lips, several Dao characters flew out from the book, directly targeting Zhen Xionglin's face. Zhen Xiongling swung his knife and chopped those characters into pieces. The blood aura around him coalesced into a living blood wolf that with his knife swings bit at those Dao characters. Master Xian Du calmly turned the pages, a sacred light rising behind him. 5 streams of aura diverged from his dantian, transforming into 5 elemental forces, instantly suppressing Zhen Xiongling. Bind. Master Xian Du uttered this word, and the 5 elemental forces twisted into a cage, making it hard to discern the shadow within. Several elemental ropes emerged, tightly binding Zhen Xiongling. Tear it apart for me. Master Xian Du struck fiercely, launching a killing move. He thought to himself that being stronger than predecessors was different. These people were merely this capable. Just a brash man. He smacked his lips. The opponent's cultivation at the peak of the four-polar realm was about the same as his own, just a bit more bloodthirsty. Just as he was feeling pleased, bang. The 5-element cage exploded. Zhen Xiongling stepped out from inside, resting the knife on his shoulder, grinning. What's up? A weak scholar with a book thinks this little trick can fool me. He spat. I've killed more demons than you have eaten grains of salt. With a stomp, Zhen Xiongling shattered the ground, and in an instant the land turned to ruins. The surrounding crowd had already been cleared away in advance. However, Master Xian Du remained unperturbed as dark clouds rolled above him, and several bolts of tribulation lightning struck down at his command. In simple terms, it was just ordinary lightning. But even this ordinary stuff the person in front of him might not be able to withstand. The human race, after all, was born weak. Who didn't know that? Bang. Zhen Xiongling punched the sky, and the lightning was immediately shattered into fragments, scattering down like debris, while he himself had not a scratch on him. In the next second, Zhen Xionglin's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of him. Xian Du's pupils shrank suddenly. What? Humph, skinny monkey, lie down for me. Bang. A heavy kick slammed into his chest, and the terrifying blood aura spread through the wound, entwining around him like vines. Xian Du only felt a sweetness in his throat, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. He had already reached the pill avoidance realm, and ordinary weapons and spells could not harm him in the slightest. But this person before him, this power was simply terrifying, sending chills through his body. Was this really just an ordinary strong person? Xian Du collapsed to the ground as the overwhelming blood aura continuously eroded his body. His eyes turned blood red, and bizarre images began to appear before him, all manifestations of his deepest fears gnawing at him. At this moment, Laozi snorted coldly. That's enough, switch to the next match. A stream of pure energy floated over, wrapping around Xian Du, and the eroding force was instantly dispelled. Xian Du immediately regained his senses, and his body returned to peak condition. Looking at Zhen Xiongling, he was brimming with energy, having suffered not a single injury. This was the difference. Xian Du sighed and silently retreated. The Golden Core camp was in an uproar. Ming He's smile grew broader as he said leisurely, Indeed, my blood butcher technique is quite effective. Laozi's expression was not good. It wasn't that his approach was ineffective. But this only reached the Golden Core stage, and before encountering Ming, he had only designed this path for the human race up to the Golden Core. The subsequent path had to be forged by them. He had originally intended to use this move to deceive the human race, hoping to attain enlightenment and become a saint. Although this might offend Nuwa once he became a saint, who would care about that? Now, he could only see how things progressed from here. Next, we will compare the total number of people. Initially, both sides of the human race had 150 million. Now we will begin counting the number of survivors. Fushi scanned both sides, and with a single glance he deduced the outcome. In the Blood Butcher path, the current number of survivors is 50 million. In the Golden Core path, the current number of survivors is 70 million. As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted. The difference was just too outrageous. Ming He's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. The Blood Butcher path is inherently a gamble with lives. If one wants to grow stronger, they must be willing to take risks. Laozi curled the corner of his mouth. If there were a choice, who would be willing to gamble with their lives? Ming He scoffed. That's why in the end I crushed you to the ground. Without experiencing some storms, how could one gain true skills? Laozi won't do it, so stop messing around. Laozi's face darkened. You. Ming He smirked, twice too lazy to respond. Fushi cleared his throat. By numbers, this round is indeed more favorable for the three pure ones. Next is the final round, comparing realms which will directly determine which path to choose. As soon as the words left his mouth, both Ming, He and Laozi's expressions tightened. They had already understood the details in advance, and were aware of the situation. However, the final decision lay in the hands of the human race. Fushi glanced at the list, cleared his throat, and said, according to observations in the Golden Core path, there are 70 million people. In the light opening realm, there are 40 million all newcomers. The older generation has basically all died. In the fetal breath realm, there are 20 million, also many newcomers, while most of the old ones are too old to In the pill avoidance realm, there is 10 million, all about to enter the earth. Many are already gray-haired, and if they do not break through soon, they can only wait for death. Ming He laughed aloud upon hearing this. Laozi's eyes widened. What are you laughing at? You worthless fool, what's so funny about this? You are only barely a bit better than me. Ming He simply laughed. Fushi continued reading down the list. According to observations, in the Blood Butcher path, there are 50 million people. In the Blood Fusion realm, there is 10 million, all newcomers, most of whom have already reached the peak, and will soon break through the Four Polar realm. In the Four Extremes realm, with 40 million souls, most of them are newcomers, while only a few elders are nearing their peak, their lifespans momentarily secure. At this point, Ming He squinted, turned to Laozi, and said slowly, is this what you mean by slightly better? Haha. Laozi flicked his sleeve, his face dark as a pot bottom. Who ultimately won in the end? Fushi looked at the two of them who were in a standoff and bravely spoke up, based on the outcome. Indeed, it was Lord Ming He who triumphed. Ming He's laughter grew more triumphant. Laozi shot him a cold glance, abruptly flicked his sleeve, and said in a heavy voice, Ming He, you seized my opportunity, and I will remember this. With that, he turned to the people around and snorted, you can keep this Golden Core path. I'm not one to fuss over details. Ming He smirked. You simply want to tie me to the human race to continue earning merit for yourself? Laozi suddenly turned his head and glared, feeling his schemes exposed in public. Unable to maintain his composure, he flicked his sleeve and walked away. Ming He smiled, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone nonchalant. Very well, I shall establish a teaching. Yes. If the Lord establishes a doctrine, the entire human race will strive to join. Ming He nodded, his form suddenly rising high, shooting into the sky, his voice echoing through the wilderness. I am Ming He, and today, I wish to attain the Tao. Having once granted the path of blood slaughter to humanity, today, I shall establish a sect within the human race called the Blood Sect. Blood is the foundation of the human Bodhi circulation. Using the blood path to connect all living bodies, no race can escape blood. You shall enter this door, and I will pass on to you the methods of self-protection and the art of longevity. Blood Sect established. The moment he finished speaking, the entire wilderness trembled violently, with countless streams of blood light converging in the sky, pouring down like a torrential rain, while the underworld blood sea surged as if it had exploded. Even the depths of chaos shook 3 times, peering out from the chaos. The whole wilderness seemed to be soaked in blood, creating an uproar. However, this uproar did not last long before streams of merit golden light surged in from all corners of the wilderness, transforming into golden pathways that raced towards Ming He. The moment the golden light entered Ming He's body, he began to undergo a transformation, his aura steadily climbing, growing stronger, as if he had surpassed all worldly beings, becoming the progenitor of the blood source of heaven and earth. At that moment, everyone witnessed a terrifying sight. Ming He seemed to be seated at the end of the future, yet also at the source of the past, endless blood energy flowing around him, connecting him with all living beings. It was a sign of becoming a saint. Another rule of heaven and earth was grasped firmly in his hands. The crowd inwardly marveled, how can each great power in this world be more ruthless than the last? On Ming He's side, he anchored his divine soul upon the purple chi, using the purple chi as a guide to connect with the ethereal Tao river. In the void, various phenomena related to blood surged forth, wrapping Ming He tightly, transforming him from head to toe into an existence of supreme power. That terrifying spectacle sent chills down the spines of onlookers. No one knew how much time had passed. It could have been tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Ming He felt as if time had been stretched into a blurry line, and suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Is this the realm of a saint? The blood light around him completely dissipated, spreading throughout the wilderness, closely intertwined with the beings he had transformed into. He sat high above the clouds, gazing down upon all living things like a true saint. At this moment, all beings trembled, a sense of horror surging within them. This is the power of a saint, transcending above the mundane world. Another saint has descended. In the darkness, Laozi gritted his teeth, jealousy gnawing at his heart like a venomous snake. Damn it. That was my opportunity. That was mine. With a splutter, a mouthful of golden Tao blood erupted from his body. Rage disrupted his entire aura, throwing him into complete disarray. Laozi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and closed his eyes once more. However, before Ming he could indulge in the joy of becoming a saint for long, he sensed something amiss. His expression froze as he sat in the high heavens. Why? Why is this happening? Shouldn't one transcend all things after becoming a saint? Why do I feel an additional kind of restraint? That sense of binding was felt clearly by Ming, after stepping into the saint realm. It came from the Tao, from the entirety of the wilderness. After becoming a Tao saint, that sense of being shackled was fully revealed. It was as if in the unseen the Tao had woven a complex chain through all things, piercing through his chest. No, it shouldn't be like this. Ming, he trembled all over, stunned into silence by this revelation. The Tao Ancestor. Did the Tao Ancestor truly deceive him? Becoming a saint is not the end, but a new shackle. No. This thought struck Ming, like a thunderbolt. He suddenly recalled the various actions of his wise brother before. His wise brother had always obstructed him from listening to the Tao, even preventing him from going out each time. The more he stepped out of his cave, the heavier the karma he accumulated, making it increasingly difficult to break free from the restraints of the Tao. Ming, he sensed the fluctuations in his aura, repeatedly confirming. This is definitely not an illusion. It's real. I have truly been deceived. No. He charged into the chaos, moving at breakneck speed. He dove into the vast void, desperately searching for the Purple Heaven Palace. However, he found that the Purple Heaven Palace was right before him. The massive doors of the Purple Heaven Palace swung open with a thunderous boom, and darkness surged out like a tide. Two childlike attendants stood outside, expressionless. Ming, he stood up and took a step into the door. Deep within the Purple Heaven Palace, Hongjun sat at the innermost part, surrounded by a dense web of law patterns. Ming, he opened his mouth, wanting to ask something. But Hongjun spoke first. You wish to say this is a trap. You wish to say that I deceived you. You wish to say that saints are not transcendent, but rather bound hand and foot. A series of words struck down, leaving Ming, he speechless. Hongjun nodded. Exactly. You are the fourth to come and ask about this matter. The first three accepted their fate. Ming, he was left in shock again. Hongjun smiled slightly. Let me clarify this for you. First, I never said saints are transcendent. I only said beneath saints are mere ants. You all misheard, thinking that once you became saints you would no longer be under my and other saints' constraints. Hongjun's smile was faint. Secondly, you asked me why I deceived you. Just like the first question, I never deceived you. Every word I spoke is the truth. The realm of Hunyuan is attained through the laws, something no one has accomplished. Besides, what is wrong with living? Hongjun inquired. Ming, he remained silent. Hongjun continued. Thirdly, why are saints not transcendent? I have already told you. The purple chi is the key to becoming a saint. You place your divine soul upon the purple chi, using merit as a bridge connecting to the Tao River and sowing the purple chi as seeds. What does it mean to entrust? It means handing over your divine soul as collateral. The Tao grants you tremendous power, but simultaneously binds your every move. Hongjun spoke slowly. Ming, he remained silent. Hongjun smiled. This set of words was flawless. If Lu Yunjing were here to listen, he would have immediately exclaimed, Old man, you never said any of this before, and now you're rambling on. But Ming, he was not Lu Yunjing, and had no retort. Hongjun added, Don't be downcast. Continue to cultivate your Tao. In the future, transcending and achieving Hunyuan is not impossible. The moment those words were spoken, Ming, he shuddered violently. Is there truly a path to Hunyuan? The paths of the world have never been severed. When I previously said there was no road, it was only because I feared you would stray. Attaining the Tao through laws is incredibly difficult. Without first becoming a saint and relying on the saint's fruit position to grind through Hunyuan, it is fundamentally unattainable. This statement from Hongjun completely awakened Ming He. Though his heart felt somewhat cold, at least it pointed him in the right direction. Fate truly is ironic. Deceiving me, deceiving the whole wilderness. All of it is fake. He turned and strode out. The doors of the Purple Heaven Palace were wide open, and the two attendants had retreated, adopting a posture of sending off a guest. Outside, the chaotic mist was thin, shimmering with a ghostly light, while the terrifying storms looked frightening, as if they could tear a person to shreds at any moment. But the moment Ming He stepped into the storm, he was taken aback. Chaos storms. Not even a single hair on him would be harmed. With a wave of his hand, the entire storm scattered like smoke. The chaos was boundless. He could not explore it all alone, but strangely he no longer felt fear. Looking back, the Purple Heaven Palace had already vanished. As if it had never existed. Restraint. All is restraint. He howled to the heavens, releasing all his pent-up frustration. Then he turned and flew towards the wilderness, heading back to the North Star Palace. This world suddenly seemed devoid of meaning. He had become a saint, yet felt no joy. In the North Star Palace, Yunjing was fully immersed in creation, entirely oblivious to the outside affairs. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. "Wise brother." Yunjing paused, recognizing it was Ming He, and hurriedly put away the Hunyuan time array. He was just one step away from breaking through, and it wouldn't be long before he could become a saint, breaking free from this fake wilderness. But when he saw Ming He, clearly his heart sank. The aura on this person was so strong. Looking at Ming He's face, lost and disheartened, Yunjing immediately understood. "Brother, you have become a saint. Little brother congratulates you. This is a great fortune." Yunjing's face was full of smiles, but in Ming He's eyes that smile felt like a knife. Seeing him silent, Yunjing was taken aback. "What's wrong, brother? Aren't you happy to become a saint?" Ming He shook his head. "There's nothing to be happy about. I risked everything to become a saint, hoping to break free from this cage, but in the end, I'm still trapped here." "Wise brother, you knew all along, didn't you?" Ming He's gaze fell on Yunjing's face as if waiting for an answer. However, Yunjing merely smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Ming He shook his head and ceased to press further. "Forget it, whether you know or not makes no difference. I have already attained sainthood. Even if I were to ask something, it would be of no use to me now. What do you plan to do next?" Yunjing asked. Observing Ming's demeanor, he felt little sorrow. He had once advised him not to get too deeply involved and not to entangle himself in too much karma. His original plan was to wait until he achieved the state of Hunyuan, and then take Ming He along that path, allowing him to also become a Hunyuan de Luojixian. The two were siblings. Even if Ming's comprehension was not on par with his own, it should not be too difficult for him to attain the Tao. He just needed a little time. Do not meddle in the trivial matters of the primordial chaos. Focus on your secluded cultivation, and you will eventually attain the Tao. Alas, I wonder if I influenced him. This elder brother, once so lively, had now become so silent. Yunjing thought to himself, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Ming He suddenly stared at him, raising his voice. "Yin Di, can you achieve Hunyuan? Can you attain Hunyuan?" He seemed to be frantic, desperately needing an answer. Yunjing could only shake his head. "This matter cannot be spoken of. If it reaches Hongjuan, it would be a significant problem. I have only 10 more Yuan meetings before becoming a saint. I cannot afford any mistakes at this critical juncture." Ming He sighed upon hearing this, waved his hand, and spoke in a calm tone. "Let it be. Let it be. CND, I shall take my leave. I wish to go out for a walk." Yunjing smiled slightly. "Brother, take care. By the way, there's one more thing I want to say to you." Ming He stopped in his tracks and turned back. Yunjing smiled, his voice not loud. "All paths lead to Hunyuan. There is always a way for everything. Do not lose heart." Ming He, lost in thought, nodded slightly and ultimately turned to leave. Once he had walked far away, Yunjing closed his eyes and sank back into his cultivation. His brother's emotions must not affect him. In these last 10 Yuan meetings, he would achieve Hunyuan. At that time, perhaps he would possess the power to change everything. With this thought, Yunjing nodded and continued his closed-eye meditation. After Ming He left, he wandered through the realms for a full 3 Yuan meetings. His 3 corpse avatars, along with his main body, traversed every corner of the primordial chaos. The 3 avatars each journeyed through the world. The virtuous avatar called himself the Blood Traveler. The malevolent avatar referred to himself as the Ancestor of extreme evil, while the one driven by obsession was named the Blood Spirit King. The paths taken by these 3 avatars were different, and the sights they encountered varied greatly. They rolled in the mortal world, searched through the realms, collecting everything they could grasp. The more experiences they accumulated, the thicker their foundation became, bringing them closer to the position of a saint. For Ming He, these 3 avatars were his lifelines. Whether he could transcend the heavenly Tao in the future depended entirely on whether these 3 avatars could withstand the burden. After wandering the mortal realm for 30,000 years, his original self suddenly gained enlightenment. As if the fog before his eyes had lifted, he suddenly awoke. He sought out the human race, imparting to them a complete set of cultivation methods from Earth Immortal all the way to Golden Immortal. Yunjing's guess was not wrong. The Ming He of this era was completely different from the Bloodseed ancestor he remembered. This Ming He would lend a hand to humanity rather than treating them as mere fodder. Ming He was not foolish. He certainly understood that creating sentient beings could bring him a steady stream of merit. This merit, combined with the 3 avatars, was his capital to break through to a higher realm. 3 Yuan meetings have passed, and the world remains in this dismal state. Ming He pondered, perhaps the outcome is not so dire. I still have a chance to turn things around. With this thought, he turned back to patiently teach the human race. At this moment, deep within the chaos in the palace of Yuan suddenly sensed something amiss. The human fortune that had weighed upon her for years was gradually retracting. Calculating with her fingers, she discovered that this Saint Ming He was actually teaching the human race. What kind of scheme is this? Nuwa furrowed her brows. Could it be that this fellow is not just putting on a show, but is genuinely planning to take the human race seriously and teach them something substantial? The three ancestral figures of humanity, Youchao Zi and Jisheng, had long since retreated. Who would have thought that after several yuan meetings of not watching the movements of humanity, they could cause such a significant commotion? Now the three sovereigns were all learning under Mingi. Niwa did not find it entirely displeasing. Though I am the mother of humanity, I cannot protect them for eternity. The heavenly Tao had made it clear to her that she could no longer intervene in human affairs. Occasionally lending a hand was permissible, but she must not overstep her bounds. Now Mingi had taken on this responsibility. It seemed that the path for humanity must be led to completion by Mingi. Niwa closed her eyes and immersed herself in cultivation. Several yuan meetings passed again. Humanity continued to prosper, eventually attracting the envy of all races. The major clans of the primordial chaos were denouncing humanity. In this calamity, the rise of humanity was exceedingly glaring. With Ancestor Mingi personally teaching humanity, this dark horse soared to great heights. The atmosphere between heaven and earth became so tense, it was suffocating, with the scent of blood lingering everywhere. Those restless wild souls wandered aimlessly between heaven and earth. This surge of blood energy did not originate from any future world. It was purely because Mingi favored humanity too much. The blood doctrine he established trod upon the Tao traditions of both the primordial beginning and Tongtian. On the primordial beginning side, only those with talent were accepted, while Tongtian took in all races. Yet even so, they could not suppress the momentum of humanity. Humanity had already spread across the vast lands of the primordial chaos. Due to the transmission of the blood slaughter technique, the entire world was rolling with blood energy, a chaotic mess. Suddenly Mingi ceased to concern himself with humanity, diving into the depths of chaos, establishing a territory above the heads of all beings, naming it Ming Huangtian. From then on, he never intervened with humanity again. To be honest, humanity no longer needed him at this. Rumors spread that humanity held the means to directly reach Quasi-Saint status, planning to take action against the demon race, intending to carry out a grand cleansing. The demon race was thrown into a panic. One day, suddenly blinding golden light erupted from the west. Strings of incomprehensible poetry appeared in the sky, as if auspicious light was raining down from above. Two unfamiliar monks chanted magnificently, "If I attain supreme Bodhi and become truly enlightened, the Buddha nation I preside over will possess immeasurable merit adorned in ways beyond description. There shall be no hell-hungry ghosts, beasts, or insects. All beings, including those in the realm of Yanluo, and the three evil paths who enter my Buddha nation and accept my teachings shall achieve the fruits of practice. They will never fall into evil paths again. If this can come to pass, then I shall become a Buddha. If not, I shall not attain supreme enlightenment. When I become a Buddha, all beings in the 10 directions, as long as they wish to come to my Buddha nation, will all grow bodies of purple gold with 32 marks of a great man, upright and pure, identical. If anyone appears different with distinctions of beauty and ugliness, I shall not become a Buddha." The Western world was enveloped in Buddha light, and all living beings who heard it were stunned. It felt as if their hearts had been cleansed, becoming much lighter. The killing intent stirred up by humanity was also somewhat diluted. Reverberating endlessly, it spread across various worlds, 3,000 great thousand worlds, the mustard seed of Mount Meru, in infinite dimensions, as if it were looping through all spaces countless times. In an instant, the terrifying killing intent in the world surprisingly dissipated considerably. These words carried the power of great illumination, buzzing as they burst forth. In truth, what the two monks spoke were their grand vows. The heavenly Tao heard this voice and transmitted it across all worlds. It was that simple. When I become a Buddha, all Buddha nations in the 10 directions, those practicing Bodhisattva path, upon hearing my name, will immediately gain purity, liberation, equal enlightenment, grasp profound wisdom, and abide in meditation until they become Buddhas. In the state of meditation, they can provide offerings to countless Buddhas at any time and place without losing their focus. If this cannot be achieved, I shall not become a Buddha. When I become a Buddha, Bodhisattvas in other worlds, upon hearing my name, practicing the Bodhisattva path, will possess all the fundamental merits and immediately attain the first, second, and third forbearance. If they cannot attain non-retreat in the Buddha Dharma, I shall not become a Buddha. With the final grand vow set, all karmic causes in the world seemed to solidify. The vast karma transformed into a visible long spear resembling the sacredness celebrated in mythology. An empty sacred realm. Two withered bodies slowly appeared throughout the primordial chaos. Their wrists were tightly entwined with threads of karma. Behind them, thorns composed of the word Buddha stabbed into their backs. Beneath their feet burned a fire so intense that it made one's soul tremble. On their chests lay a colossal lava stone mountain, the scalding magma burning away their flesh, yet sacred light surged from the depths of their agonized primordial spirits, illuminating the causes of all worlds. That was the sin they bore for the entire world. This time the grand vow meant that boundless worlds in boundless worlds, as long as a Buddha nation was established, they must fulfill the obligations of the 3,000 grand vows. If they failed, they would never be able to repay this terrifying karma. This was the sign of their ascent to sainthood, and two of the strongest beings were about to emerge in the world. Wait, something seems off. They only felt a single chain of the heavenly locks falling upon themselves. At this moment a roar erupted. Heavenly Tao, why must you prevent me from becoming a saint? Why? I Zhuan-Ti cannot become a saint. The positions of saints decreed by heaven are only meant for those 6 sitting there. Zhuan-Ti shouted at heaven, unable to suppress the fury within his heart. Bearing such tremendous karma upon himself, who in the world had such terrifying willpower as he? Jane looked at Zhuan-Ti, before him, only able to sigh helplessly. Having made such a grand vow, is it truly impossible to become a saint without the Hongming purple chi? He can feel it. The power coursing through Zhuan-Ti has grown intense enough to be frightening. He only lacks a cause, or an opportunity to directly surge into the realm of saints. Yet he has not become a saint. The 3,000 great vows are not enough for him to break through without the Hongming purple chi. This is the tragedy of his own brother. Perhaps if all 3,000 great vows were borne by Zhuan-Ti alone, he could indeed become a saint. But now they made the vow together. And one of them is stuck outside the threshold of sainthood due to the lack of purple chi. In the east, countless powerful beings are laughing, and after their laughter they feel a bit sorry for Zhuan-Ti. Ming He sits atop the Ming Huang Tian, a smirk playing on his lips. The proclamation of 3,000 grand vows equates to bearing all the heavenly causes and effects upon oneself. Even if Zhuan-Ti were to repay debts from 10 calamities, he might still not be free of them. What is even more ridiculous is that, despite reaching this stage, he still hasn't touched the threshold of a saint. This is quite the spectacle. Ming He shook his head, his gaze penetrating through the void towards the vast wilderness. Speaking of which, if he had given up that position back, then Zhuan-Ti might really have become a saint. Thinking of this, Ming, he chuckled to himself. How could he ever give it up back then? Even now he would never relent. Becoming a saint surely binds one to the heavenly Tao, but that power is simply too enticing. With a mere lift of his hand, he could control the lives and deaths of all beings traversing the wilderness at will. All it takes is a thought. For Ming, the only thing left to do now is wait. Wait for his brother to take that step. No, perhaps not just a saint. His brother may not speak of it, but Ming He knows in his heart. That realm might be higher than that of a saint. Why not speak of it? Ming He understands. There are eyes in heaven and earth watching everything. Hongjuan, that old fellow, the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, cannot be deceived by any slightest disturbance. If this were to be exposed prematurely, it would be a great trouble. But then again, when the time truly comes and someone indeed tries to intervene, what should he do? Ming He remained silent for a moment before finally shaking his head. Thinking about such matters is useless now. He withdrew his gaze and focused on the human race. The heavenly Tao has assigned him to assist the human race, and he's been doing so for several epochs, letting the human race provoke calamities and tear apart this world. Ming He squinted his eyes and murmured, I truly want to see how much of a storm my nurtured human race can stir in the wilderness. The wilderness fell silent once more. The roars have ceased, and the chants have stopped. No one spoke anymore. Everyone was waiting for a result. Only the human race continues to rampage across the world. Powerful races avoid the human race. Weaker races are merely fodder for the human race. They grow stronger by the day. The beings of the wilderness suffer in silence. The demon race used to treat the human race as livestock, capturing and consuming them at will. But now, the human race sees the demon race as prey, as stepping stones for breakthroughs, as a dire calamity. An epoch has passed. About 5 million of the original innate human race still survive. Among them, some have broken through their bottlenecks and entered the Deluo level. The Deluo realm is only slightly beneath the heavenly Tao in the wilderness. Some humans have stepped into this domain. The overall power of the human race has risen yet again. After one human successfully broke through, several others followed suit into the Deluo. News of Deluo emerging from the human race has spread, causing those demon clans who have not allied with the first of the wilderness to become restless. The growth rate of the human race is truly alarming. Some clans even took the initiative to flee eastward seeking refuge. Countless smaller races followed suit. When this news broke, several saints in the east simultaneously opened their eyes. They sensed the luck flowing away. The previously fixed and unchanging luck was actually drifting towards the two saints in the west. The saints deduced and investigated, uncovering the issue. It turned out that the forces driven away by the human race had all fled to the west. The commotion created by the human race is indeed too significant. On the other side, Yunjing also noticed the decline in luck. Holding the title of the first of the wilderness, he grasped nearly half of the luck. But now the luck associated with his title has noticeably diminished. His forces have also been affected, with many being pressured by the human race's momentum to withdraw from their own clans. Yunjing felt helpless and muttered, "It's not wrong for me to help the human race, but these humans are too monstrous, aren't they? If my brother uses this bloody slaughter technique on the right targets, it would be more valuable than giving them golden cores. If this killing continues, all the beings of the wilderness will be wiped out." No. Yunjing pondered that he needed to come up with a plan. The luck is related to the speed at which he condenses the world. Now that there are over 700 million worlds, it won't be long before he condenses them all. At that time, as long as he enters the chaos and connects these countless worlds into one, he will smoothly cultivate into a primordial Deluo golden immortal. Right, I can use the demon summoning gourd and the soul dispersion gourd to accomplish this. These two treasures have nurtured countless epics in the Chaos Pearl, and now they can finally be put to use. Yunjing looked at the two treasures in the gourd. They had actually evolved. He didn't know when it started, but these two top innate spiritual treasures had actually risen to the level of innate supreme treasures. This filled Yunjing with delight. If these two items are used correctly, they might create some extraordinary results. Yunjing toyed with the items in his hands, fully aware of his own circumstances. He was indeed once human, but now that is no longer the case. Helping the human race is merely out of old sentiments. But if this group of people obstructs his path, he will show no mercy. With this thought, he firmly tossed the two gourds into the primordial time array. The time of the three epics flowed swiftly within the array. When he reached out again, he found himself holding a small tower in his palm, its body intertwining in blue and yellow with red patterns along its edges, the tip a vibrant red, a mix of murderous and spiritual energies swirling together. This tower was forged by him into 36 layers of restrictions, a true innate supreme treasure. Demon Summoning and Soul Binding Tower. Yunjing smirked slightly as he pronounced the name. In the next moment, he raised his hand, and the tower flew out. The moment it left his palm, it expanded wildly, and in the blink of an eye it reached the sky and came crashing down onto the wilderness. The entire realm trembled in response. The aura of a top innate supreme treasure surged forth like a tidal wave, sending a shock through the hearts of countless cultivators. Many ancient beings hidden in deep mountains and forests opened their eyes, suddenly thinking that someone reckless was about to destroy the earth. But soon after, their expressions changed. Many ancient beings hidden in deep mountains and forests opened their eyes, suddenly thinking that someone reckless was about to destroy. Countless demon beasts, spirits, ghosts, and even those ancient beings who had not appeared for ages felt their souls tremble, compelled to gaze towards the tower. At that moment, a voice resonated from the tower, heavily striking the ears of every being. "I am the Demon Emperor Yunjing. The heavenly slaughter calamity has begun. The human race seeks to annihilate all beings of the wilderness. Anyone who cannot resist may come to this tower. This tower shelters all races except for the human race. Human race, the cycle of causes and effects. If you do not cease, the main character of this world shall be replaced." As these words fell, the entire wilderness fell silent for a moment. Many cultivators were stunned in place, gazing blankly upwards. Demon Emperor. This name had been buried in the dust of time for who knows how long. People were almost forgetting that such a figure existed in the wilderness. The human race exchanged glances. They only knew the title of the first of the wilderness, but never thought that the strongest being in the world was actually alive. Some elders of ancient clans remembered, but what does it matter? Life in the wilderness moves too swiftly. No matter how fierce or ruthless an existence is, it will eventually be ground to dust by time. Only the saints of heaven and earth, standing at the peak from birth, are never forgotten. But to speak of living legends in the wilderness, it is Yunjing. By casting down this tower, he is clearly stating one thing. He stands with the myriad races. The Demon Emperor gazed at the scene of the human race slaughtering living beings, his brow furrowing deeper. He could no longer bear to watch this. This has turned into a good thing for the myriad races. Countless demon races knelt before the sacred tower, their heads touching the ground, murmuring prayers. "Thank you, Demon Emperor, for your intervention. Your might shakes the heavens." Those clans that feel they are doomed all rush towards the demon summoning and soul binding tower. In an instant, the luck gathered towards the Demon Emperor increased significantly. Yunjing, sitting in the primordial time array, felt his luck initially drop a bit, but then it surged back up. He smirked and continued to create worlds. With this device, the human race should tone it down a bit, right? Within the depths of chaos Ming, he suddenly froze, sitting up from the ground, letting out a sigh. These humans have become too bold. Have I given them too much confidence, allowing them to run rampant in the wilderness? Though I granted them the bloody slaughter, I never intended for them to be so arrogant. Even my brother has been stirred. It is time to teach them a lesson. Ming, he stood up, fully aware that his brother typically does not involve himself in trivial matters. Since he has acted, it surely means the human race has crossed his bottom line. Cultivating is not wrong, but do not fall into madness. The demons are merely a term for all beings, not the targets you seek to slay. You are growing stronger, yet do you wish to annihilate all races, turning the wilderness into a river of blood? Ming, he looked at them and asked. Everyone lowered their heads. Ming, he glanced around a few more times, calculated, and then said, "Did you lay hands on the first person of the wilderness?" As soon as these words were spoken, the three sovereigns fell silent. Ming, he's expression gradually turned cold. "Speak." The three sovereigns knelt down with a thud. Shinnong spoke up. "Lord Ming, it was not intentional. We truly did not mean to. But those tens of millions of demons suddenly rushed at us, slaughtering our people like madmen. They even claimed to be the first person of the wilderness. We had no choice but to act. Later I wanted to suppress this matter, but little did I know that all of humanity was aware of it, and when they cleaned up the demons they did not heed any warnings and charged in directly. As for the manpower on my side, you know very well that it cannot cover the entire wilderness. I can only manage a portion." After hearing this, Ming, he frowned slightly, calculated some internal affairs again, and nodded. Understood. They were not wrong. The real problem lay with that group of demons claiming to be the first person of the wilderness. Someone was stabbing them in the back. To be more precise, someone was manipulating them. I have a rough idea of who it might be. Deep within the demon realm, Luohu's expression was not pleasant. Only a few Yuan meetings have caused Lu Yunjing to clean up. How boring. Luohu stared at the placenta suspended in midair, twirling it with his fingers as new ideas began to form in his mind. According to that old fellow Hong Jun, before Lu Yunjing ascends to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, he must first weaken the influence of the first person of the wilderness and secretly promote humanity. Originally, the main forces arranged to face the calamity were the witches and the demons. Now, they could only be replaced by demons and humans. Luohu sneered. I didn't expect the Heavenly Tao and Hong Jun to also stumble at times. However, there is still time. Humanity has just begun to rise, and will only grow stronger from here on out. As Luohu spoke, he raised his hand and pointed, suddenly conjuring a Taoist figure before him. The person wore a blue robe with a Taoist sword slanted on his back, emanating an aura of quasi-saint level. From now on you shall be known as Qing Tian Daoren. You are the body I forged from the essence of the heavenly demon. Your task is to assist humanity in rising higher, letting the bloodshed of the wilderness run rampant. Do you understand? Qing Tian Daoren nodded and bowed. Rest assured I will ensure it is done. Good, off you go. Qing Tian Daoren turned and transformed into a streak of blue light before vanishing. As soon as he left, Ming, he arrived. This time he did not act violently, but directly stepped inside. The heavenly Tao sensed it. This was the domain of the demon Tao. Between heaven and earth, the rules of taking turns between the Taoist and the demon Tao must be upheld. Thus Ming, he boldly entered Luohu's palace. As soon as Ancestor Ming, he left, Luohu still wore a carefree smile on his face. Why was he not afraid? Simply put, he had already died once. Back then he nearly vanished completely, but now he had become an immortal heavenly demon body. What was there to fear? Luohu coldly laughed and asked, Saint Ming, your esteemed presence here, what exactly do you seek? Ming He's tone was cold. The demons under my command are controlled by you, correct? In the entire world, you are the only one with the guts to do this. As he spoke, Ming He raised his hand and lightly tapped, causing the placenta to fly back into his palm and hover in midair again. Luohu grinned. Hey, why don't you suspect anyone else? Saint Ming He, you are targeting me. Ming He's eyes turned cold. If it weren't for your immortal body, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Even if I killed you 1,000 times, you'd have turned to ashes long ago. He snapped his fingers. In an instant, a frenzied sea of blood surged in from all directions, causing the entire demon realm to collapse under the saint's pressure, only to return to normal in the blink of an eye. Luohu's figure exploded into fragments, only to coalesce back into his true heavenly demon form amidst a roar. Ming He curled the corners of his mouth into a cold smile. Killing you is that simple. In my eyes, you are even less than an ant. With those words, Ming He instantly vanished. Luohu stood there, his smile completely gone, replaced by an icy demeanor. One day Luohu would also step into that realm. When that time comes, I would like to see if you can still be this arrogant. He gritted his teeth, shaking uncontrollably, not out of fear, but out of anger. On the other side Ming, he returned to the Ming Emperor's heaven and went into closed-door meditation. Since Lu Yunjing had already obtained the demon-suppressing tower, he had also made his stance clear. Those humans should not be able to stir up much trouble. Thus Ming he was at ease in his retreat and did not inquire further about matters outside. Yet he never expected that shortly after he entered meditation a mysterious Taoist would appear on the territory of humanity in the wilderness. This Taoist appeared stealthily. He called himself Qing Tian. Who was he? He was the Qing Tian who had created one of the three heavens during the great calamity of the opening of the heavens. Among the three heavens, Qing Tian ranked first, Huang Tian second, and Song Tian third. The entire human race was in an uproar, believing every word spoken by this Taoist. The three sovereigns tried to intervene, but they could not stop it at all. The human race in the wilderness was now like they had been injected with adrenaline, eager to annihilate all races, their strength surging, while their bloodshed only increased. However, many clans had long since aligned with the demon-suppressing Soul Tower, and for the time being they dared not act. Before long, a terrifying commotion erupted between heaven and earth. A voice exploded from the heavens, reverberating in all directions. I am the Earth Ancestor Witch, Ho-Tu. The sins of the world are too heavy and humanity suffers greatly. I see the chaos in this world. The impending calamity is endless. The heavens lack something. The underworld has the yellow springs, and the heavens have the 33 heavens. I will enter the yellow springs, cleanse all karmic obstacles, sever causality, forge reincarnation, and return it to the great earth of the wilderness. With the authority of the witch clan, rise. Ho-Tu's voice spread to every corner of the wilderness, even causing those humans who were in the midst of slaughter to freeze in shock. Reincarnation. They had heard of it. It was said that at specific times someone would transform into reincarnation, completing the wilderness, providing a place for all primordial spirits, giving souls a home. The next moment, the earth split open, a great chasm tearing from the east straight to the south. Blinding rays of light rolled, and the yellow springs surged forth. The boiling sea of blood laid bare before everyone. Is this the true face of the underworld? Countless races were stunned. They had only heard of the terror of that place, but never expected to witness such a frightening sight. Wrathful spirits rampaging, karmic obstacles piling up like mountains, the pressure of karma suffocating, and the blood sea endlessly churning. Even golden immortals dared not touch it, and he had to take a detour around this deadly ground. Yet they still revered Ho-Tu. They were willing to trade their lives for reincarnation to save this world. In the ancestral land of the witch clan, 11 ancestral witches all cried. Their sister had such bravery, they truly admired her. How many years have we cultivated? How many years have we been silent? Sister Ho-Tu, in her quest for the Tao, willingly offered herself in exchange for reincarnation, walking the path of a saint. They knew this was rare. Few dared to gamble like this in this world. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. The ancestral witches knew they could not become saints. At that time, they all felt unwilling. Only Ho-Tu continued to persevere, researching daily how to attain sainthood. Now she finally understood, but they felt reluctant in their hearts. Just then, the heavens and earth shook violently. The tremors spread endlessly. Such disturbances were rare in the world. From deep within the earth came a vibration, and everyone saw a sacred shadow. It was Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu had not died. She had become a saint. The ancestral witches could not help but laugh out loud. With Ho-Tu's ascension to sainthood, the rules of heaven and earth became even more complete. Before long, a voice echoed from the depths of the earth. Reincarnation still lacks something. Now I summon all beings of the wilderness. Come to the yellow springs to build cities and open realms, partition the stars, and arrange the nether positions. Within the North Star Palace, Lu Yunjing, upon hearing this, suddenly had a thought. The merit of the heavenly Tao could indeed be useful to him, helping to unlock the restrictions on the ultimate treasure. But to have him take on the role of the Emperor of Fengdu or the 10 Halls, he had no interest at all. Lu Yunjing pondered for a moment, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. I have a plan. On the Yellow Springs land in front of the reincarnation passage, Ho-Tu stood quietly. Although she had become a saint, her range of movement was severely restricted. She could sense that within the area she could move, no saint could hope to defeat her. Unless it was someone at the level of Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, otherwise no one could suppress her. This bit of confidence she had. Just then a figure appeared before her. Ho-Tu focused and suddenly recognized Lu Yunjing. Ho-Tu glanced at him, and at that moment she was no longer afraid of him. She was already a saint. Oh, would she still fear a demon emperor? Lu Yunjing also understood the situation and did not say much, directly bowing in greeting. I have come to meet you, Lady Ho-Tu. Lady, I am here to help you resolve the troubles of reincarnation. As soon as these words were spoken, Ho-Tu was taken aback and frowned, asking, What do you mean? You should be clear in your heart. Lu Yunjing grinned. Right now the souls pouring into reincarnation are too many. They are all queuing up for rebirth, causing quite a squeeze. You are worried about the lack of manpower? I came here to help share the burden first. Ho2 listened, pressing on. How do you plan to share? Lu Yunjing flipped his hand, producing the Yin-Yang Tower, speaking in a calm tone. This is the Yin-Yang Tower of heaven and earth, capable of accommodating the life and death energies of the world. This life and death energy includes the Yang souls of the earthly realm, the Yin souls from the underworld karma, and various others. The tower contains 36 layers of restrictions and 36 small spaces. However, Lu Yunjing merely smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Mingyi shook his head and ceased to. In her heart, Ho2 was overjoyed, but her face remained stern. Oh, then what benefits do you desire? Your Majesty, to be honest, there is nothing here that I particularly covet. I only want the merit transferred from the Yin-Yang Tower of heaven and earth. Lu Yunjing stated straightforwardly, a faint smile on his face. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll be direct. Do you agree or not? Lu Yunjing tilted his head, showing a pensive expression. Ho2 nodded. Having dealt with you before seeing you again, I feel you have changed quite a bit. Lu Yunjing smiled. Before a sage, one cannot bow their head. Ho2 coldly snorted. True, the abilities of a sage are not something you can perceive. Lu Yunjing secretly muttered in his heart. I do not covet the power of a sage. Soon I will achieve Huan Yuan. At that point, who will still be polite? It remains uncertain. He looked at the person before him and directly spoke. Since you have agreed, let's pick a place to set this treasure. Where do you think is the most suitable place to put this tower? Lu Yunjing waited for Ho2 to speak. After some thought, Ho2 pointed in a direction. Lu Yunjing immediately summoned the tower, which in an instant grew tall and pierced the heavens directly at the spot Ho2 indicated. Ho2 raised her hand again, connecting it with the reincarnation pathway. In that moment, the tower seemed to resonate with heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao directly granted its approval. The original restrictions of the tower instantly shattered under the cleansing power of the heavenly Tao. Lu Yunjing was momentarily stunned and could not help but roar in his heart. I spent thousands of spirit treasures to break those restrictions, and the heavenly Tao resolved it with a single blow. The heavenly Tao truly is formidable. After completing this matter, Lu Yunjing did not waste any more words, bowed in farewell, and turned to leave. Not long after he left, a massive force quietly rose in the land of Huangquan. This force was called the underworld, which governs the life and death of all beings in the world. The lifespan of every being is determined by the underworld. After the underworld appeared, the pervasive bloody aura in the world diminished significantly. Ho2 also took this opportunity to let the fragmented primordial spirits of the ancestral witches enter reincarnation, attaching themselves to human bodies. Thus the Wu people were born. The Wu people are managed by the Wu clan. This is also a part of the heavenly Tao scheme aimed at further weakening the strength of the human race. The power of the human race is too terrifying. If not suppressed, troubles are bound to arise. Several epochs passed. A massive clan appeared before their name was Wu clan. Previously, when mentioning the Wu clan, it referred to the 12 ancestral witches. But now the Wu clan represented a vast group composed of hundreds of millions of Wu people and Wu demons. The Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit, but instead refines the physical body. Once the Wu clan perishes, the physical body does not decay, but remains waiting for a new soul to inhabit. Once a new soul merges with the physical body, it forms a spiritual imprint, awakening a power known as innate divine ability. Thus they repeatedly experience death and rebirth, endless cycles never ceasing. As the innate divine abilities accumulated by a Wu clan increase, its combat power also rises correspondingly. The reason the Wu clan is so formidable lies here. However, not every Wu clan member can be preserved. Ultimately, only a very few can maintain their bodies and continuously strengthen themselves through endless reincarnation. This small group is called the Great Witches. They are the most outstanding existences under the ancestral witches. After the consecutive births of the ancestral witches, a fifth force forcibly emerged in the chaotic pattern. The first force is that of the first person of the wilderness. Almost all living beings of myriad races are in awe of him. The second force is the myriad races of the wilderness themselves. They do not gather like the first person, most existing as loose cultivators or occupying areas around the Eastern Sea and Western Sea. The third force is the human race of the wilderness. Despite the current human race not being as prosperous as during its peak, it is still not to be underestimated, no longer the soft bones to be easily manipulated. The fourth force is the underworld. The strongest combat power in the underworld belongs to Ho2. Below Ho2 there are 10 Yama Lords stationed. Each Yama Lord is a powerful being at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Not to mention the Yama King, the head of the 10 Yama Lords, has already entered the Quasi-Saint realm. Thus the 5 major forces have formed the mainstream pattern of the wilderness. Among them slaughter has never ceased. Unknowingly, several epochs have passed. A vague shadow suddenly surged toward the chaos, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, countless beams of light shot up into the sky. These were all great beings standing at the peak of the world. For instance, Zhen Yuanzi and the Thunder God from the Thunderlands, the Eastern King from the Eastern Palace, the one from Kunlun Hall, and even some demon generals under the They all came because they were summoned by the Heavenly Tao, but no one knew why. What does the Heavenly Tao want? Everyone exchanged glances. Once they deduced and traced their way to the destination, they finally laid eyes on that person. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Lu Yunjing. No matter how they racked their brains, they could never have predicted. The purpose of the Heavenly Tao summoning them was to join forces against Lu Yunjing. And Lu Yunjing also saw this group of people, a slight smile rising at the corners of his mouth. So you finally noticed, huh? No. Rather, it should be that the Heavenly Tao discovered it. 10 Quasi-Saint auras descended from the heavens, causing the entire world to tremble. Lu Yunjing, however, merely smiled faintly, his expression calm, as if he were admiring flowers. Everyone present was stunned. Lu Ermi Ho Qiong Qi, Bai Zhe Lu Wu, and Kai Ming Beast. 5 demon gods under the first person of the wilderness, all of whom were Quasi-Saint level powerhouses, now wore puzzled expressions. Lu Ermi Ho could not hold back any longer, and could not help but ask, Master, what exactly do you intend to do? The Heavenly Tao called us here, and if we do not come, the source will be damaged. A total of 10 Quasi-Saints dared to come. Zhen Yuanzi, the Eastern King, the Western Queen Mother Changxi, and Shihe. Changxi and Shihe, these 2 unrivaled beings from the Taiyin star, have already stepped into the Quasi-Saint realm, their power frighteningly strong. They have not joined any forces, being close friends with the Western Queen Mother. At this moment, the 2 cupped their hands, their tone carrying a hint of apology. Today's matter is related to us. Fellow Taoist, please do not hold a grudge. Or perhaps you should stop now, regardless of what you plan to do. Lu Yunjing shook his head, not taking it to heart at all. 10 Quasi-Saints, all of whom are fierce characters at the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm. This situation. The Heavenly Tao is indeed giving him face. Don't be anxious, we are also here. As soon as the words fell, several figures descended. There were a total of 3 people, 2 auras coming from the west, and 1 rushing from the northern demon realm. From the northern chaos demon realm, Luo Ho personally arrived at the peak of the Quasi-Saint realm. From the western wilderness, the Buddhist kingdom, the evil corpse of Jie and the barefoot immortal came. The good corpse of Pu Ti also arrived. All of them were at the Quasi-Saint realm. The barefoot immortal was peak level, having already severed 3 corpses. Pu Ti's cultivation was slightly weaker at the late Quasi-Saint stage, having severed 2 corpses. In an instant, the 3 settled down, and Luo House hearty laughter erupted. The Heavenly Tao truly is generous, summoning half of the Quasi-Saints of the wilderness. It seems, Lu Dao friend, you are quite formidable. Lu Yunjing smiled. Dao friend Luo Ho, there is no need to elaborate on that. Pu Ti's expression was as cold as ice. Lu Yunjing, your brother seized my opportunity. If you do not stop today, I will use you to sacrifice the creation I lost. Lu Yunjing listened, and still smiled faintly. At that moment, a sudden option popped into his mind. The host is about to become a saint. The system issues a critical question. The Chaos Extermination Sword is indeed powerful. But, he silently thought in his heart, I choose to attain the Tao and become a saint. Having been bullied for so long, I have been waiting for this day. In this world, no one deserves to be my opponent. I traverse the heavens. I should be carefree and immortal for eternity. In the next moment, a pitch-black spear appeared in his hand with killing intent surging. 24 layers of heavenly realm phantoms emerged around him like a dominator of creation, shocking the surroundings. Even the chaos trembled violently. 2 formations slowly rose beneath his feet, not erupting with any power, yet everyone could feel the oppressive sensation seeping into their bones. Ding! The host's choice has impressed the system. Good luck to you. The reward has been activated. Boom! A pearl exploded above Lu Yunjing's head. The pearl was so bright it was blinding, stirring the chaos, overwhelming all realms, penetrating all dimensions. It was as if it contained an entire universe within. It seemed as though it possessed the power of creation. As the pearl spun, golden light spread across the sky, causing even those top-tier great beings to tremble. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Lu Ermi Ho could not help but ask again, what do you intend to do? He truly did not want to fight his own master. Lu Yunjing simply smiled. Are you all interested in listening? No one spoke, but their intentions were written all over their faces. Lu Yunjing smiled again. I will attain the Tao of Hunyuan. What a... Everyone's expression changed. Attain the Tao of Hunyuan. In this world, who else could attain Hunyuan? Pu Ti Laozu did not believe it at all. Even Luo Ho, such an old monster, had his pupils constrict in shock. Nonsense. Zhen Yuanzi and the others all trembled slightly. Zhen Yuanzi stared at Lu Yunjing. Tao friend, you are not joking with us, are you? Lu Yunjing shrugged. Then why do you think the heavenly Tao is trying to stop me? Is it afraid that I will dismantle the wilderness? As soon as the words fell, he made his move. The chaos pearl directly transformed into countless killing swords slashing toward everyone. Every sword is forged from chaotic essence, wielding power on par with the top innate treasures of the 36 forbidden zones. He himself sat cross-legged with vast worlds suspended in the heavens above. At this moment, everyone finally saw clearly just how terrifying Lu Yunxing truly was. In the sky above his head hid an extraordinarily massive world. Upon careful counting, there were actually 888 million laws circulating densely packed. Just a glance made one's scalp tingle. Don't let him succeed. At this moment, everyone realized that Lu Yunqing's previous words were no mere boast. Jin Yuanzi was trembling all over. He had previously thought that Lu Yunqing's refusal to listen to Hong Jun preach was sheer arrogance, holding a bit of disdain in his heart. Now he finally understood. Before Lu Yunqing, Hong Jun Daozu was utterly insignificant. Once Lu Yunqing truly became Huan Yuan, what was Hong Jun? Nothing at all. A smile curled at the corner of Zhan Yuanzi's mouth, thoroughly shaken by Lu Yunqing's spirit, his blood boiling with excitement. The earth book suddenly flipped open and thousands of earth immortal lights surged forth from the primal land, all pouring into the earth immortal book, intertwining into an unbreakable defensive law, enveloping everyone within. The earth book, this treasure, possessed defense power that could match the Bei Qin bell. Thousands of earth immortals merged into the earth book in law form. In the blink of an eye, it erected an impenetrable barrier. Puti and Luo Ho and the others went completely mad. They all understood that Lu Yunqing was about to achieve Hunyuan, the first Hunyuan to open up the heavens and the earth. What about them? They had to risk their lives to stop him. No matter what means were used, he had to be blocked. However, the top figures of the primal world were instead fighting lazily, showing no concern. That was their master who preached to them. How could they possibly attack their master? At that moment, the six-eared macaque gritted his teeth fiercely. I six-eared him, done. Boom. He violently severed the causal chains imposed on him by the heavenly Tao, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, countless fragments of laws flying out from his mouth, as wounds instantly appeared all over his cultivation and body. The remaining few demon gods exchanged glances, determination evident in their eyes. Heavenly Tao, you cannot stop my master from achieving Tao. They simultaneously severed the causal threads. Thick blood surged from their mouths, and the power of laws around their bodies scattered chaotically. Their master was about to transcend Huan Yuan, about to reach that supreme realm. How could they continue to be the dogs of the heavenly Tao? No way. Absolutely no way. They wanted to walk the same path as their master, to become powerful beings like him. They would never associate with those people. Lu Yunqing naturally heard the commotion and felt warmth in his heart, yet his resolve became even more steadfast. He would strive to achieve Hunyuan no matter what. Some were willing to sever the causal ties with the heavenly Tao for him. How could he then afford to repay this kindness with failure? The people obstructing him were the very causal ties to his achieving Tao. Not a single one could escape. Lu Yunqing frantically urged all the treasures within him, fighting them, while ensuring they did not come close to him in the slightest. The worlds within him were connecting, expanding at a terrifying speed. 1 million, 3 million, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. The momentum around him grew increasingly terrifying, and for a brief moment, it even erupted with a divine might that even saints could not suppress. In that instant, everyone was shaken by this aura. Behind Lu Yunqing, countless phantoms of worlds emerged, each one a world he was connected to. At this moment, those worlds were also undergoing earth-shattering changes. Every powerful being at the pinnacle of that world surged upward following Lu Yunqing's transformation. Originally only at the golden immortal level, they were now breaking through layer by layer. Early, mid, late, and peak stages of golden immortal. Tai golden immortal, early, mid, late, peak. These top-tier powerhouses were all growing stronger. This was what was happening synchronously in the worlds connected by Lu Yunqing. Growing stronger. Everyone was frantically climbing upward, each world desperately expanding and evolving. The small world space within him was also continuously growing larger, evolving toward a true world. Their own auras were being infinitely magnified. Until he connected to a full 100 million worlds. The ruler of those 100 million worlds, the strongest existence above heaven and earth, finally succeeded in stepping into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This was the first great Luo golden immortal within Lu Yunjing, also the ruler of 100 million worlds. Looking at the outside world, those people were all blocked outside, unable to advance a single step. Lu Yunjing's strength was rising too rapidly. He could barely reach him before, and now even getting close was a dream. He was indeed too absurd. No one could surpass him, and no one dared to resist him. His achievement of Hunyuan was already a foregone conclusion. Saints could not intervene. This was a rule set by the heavenly Tao. Saints cannot interfere with others achieving sanctity. However, beings of the primal world were all eager to cross. Everyone was qualified to act. But now, Lu Yunjing's progress had completely crushed this group of quasi-saints. Even if those demon gods personally entered the fray, now they could not touch him in the slightest. The crowd halted. The unseen causality entwined around them began to dissolve like receding tides. The heavenly Tao finally understood. Lu Yunjing could not be concealed. He was simply too terrifying. In this moment, everyone could only stand by and witness the birth of a supreme being. On Lu Yunjing's side, the connection of 100 million worlds was completed, and the speed of that connection suddenly skyrocketed a notch. 100 million, 10,000, 100 million, 40,000, 100 million, 90,000, 250 million, 300 million, 350 million, 450 million, 550 million. 630 million, 790 million. One step, another step. The momentum around Lu Yunjing grew increasingly powerful. Behind him, those terrifying worlds fully unfolded, each world harboring a great Luo golden immortal. Previously, the strongest could only be Tai golden immortal, but now, the pinnacle of each world had transformed into a great Luo golden immortal. Moreover, as the connection continued to expand, almost with each blink, a great Luo golden immortal was born. By the moment the number 888,888,000 formed, there stood a total of 888,888 great Luo golden immortals in the worlds he connected. And Lu Yunjing himself felt a tremendous surge in momentum. The 5 elements, slaughter, blood, poison. Dozens of laws transformed into colorful heavenly bridges bursting forth from the depths of that void world, behind him surging into Lu Yunjing's body. At this moment, a voice exploded in everyone's ears. That voice echoed from 888,888,000 worlds simultaneously. From timelines, spatial rifts, time-space discontinuities, endless dimensions, quantum microcosms. It erupted from countless dimensions. What were they shouting? They were shouting, "The World Master achieves Tao, all realms resonate. We welcome the Supreme Hunyuan, the creator of the universe, the heavenly emperor of the North Star." This was the domineering title they bestowed upon Lu Yunjing. In countless dimensions his figure appeared. Those figures resembled him in parallel worlds, yet also seemed to be the singular true him. They were not illusory projections, but solid entities existing simultaneously. Unlike quasi-saints and saints who created numerous parallel world avatars hiding away in various dimensions claiming to be the only one in the world, which was nothing more than being the only one on a timeline. There was no him in the dimensions, yet there was him in the dimensions. He glanced at everyone without saying a word, raising his hand to sweep all the demon gods away. There was no him in the dimensions, yet there was him in the dimensions. He glanced at everyone without saying a word, raising his hand to sweep all the demon gods away. Then he charged in a certain direction. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Laozu shook all over. In his perception, a terrifying aura suddenly surged, causing the heavenly Tao to sound alarms frantically. Before him, someone had already stepped into the Hunyuan realm. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Hongjun calculated with his fingers, but the result was chaos, unable to grasp anything. At that moment, the doors of the hall were violently thrown open. 2 attendants flew and battered and bruised, as if blasted away by some force. Hongjun looked up, and standing at the door was none other than Lu Yunjing. He stood still, unmoving, yet the power surging around him made the entire Zixiao Palace tremble. Hongjun blurted out, "It's you." "Yes, it's me," Lu Yunjing replied with a smile, his tone calm. "Didn't expect that, did you?" Hongjun took a deep breath. "Indeed did not expect. Back then I deduced your fate, but unfortunately I found no trace, and let you slip away. Looking back now, what a pity." He paused. "What brings you here today, my friend?" Lu Yunjing's lips curled into a smile, his tone leisurely, "To discuss matters of causality." Hongjun's gaze turned slightly. "What causality?" "2 matters," Lu Yunjing extended a finger. "The first matter is about you and me. The second matter is about me and the heavenly Tao. Both of these matters must be borne by you." Hongjun's expression tightened. "The first matter you mentioned refers to when I had Luo Ho weaken your power back then." "Exactly. What do you plan to do about it?" Hongjun asked. Lu Yunjing's smile remained unchanged. "The heavenly Tao plotted against me, and so did you. How about this? I'll hit you twice, and from now on our causality will be settled. Lu Yunjing smiled calmly, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond. But Hongjun looked at him, his scalp prickling, his back turning cold. What a joke. 2 hits. Or 2 hits from a Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal. After enduring those 2 hits, would his life be spared? Before Hongjun could say anything, Lu Yunjing gently raised his hand and pushed forward. A terrifying power blasted out, transforming into a long spear, directly merging into the laws, carrying the might that surpassed the saint level. Strangely, nothing was destroyed along the way. The power of the Sage Realm was already controlled effortlessly, the long spear compressed into a thread of time, weaving through the crevices of fate and causality, locking onto Hongjun alone, without leaking a trace of excess power. That long spear. Hongjun suddenly saw himself being blocked and slain by this spear across countless. The world before him reflected endless space, and the surrounding space mirrored his panic like a mirror. Hongjun stood in the chaotic space and raised his hand, and all the spaces raised their hands in unison. But when that long spear pierced through his raised arms, heading straight for his head, boom! Hongjun's entire body shattered, and both his physical form and soul trembled violently. As the agent of the heavenly Tao, he could not die, but after enduring such a heavy blow, he needed a moment to regain his composure. In front of Lu Yunjing, Hongjun had no strength to resist. One move. Hongjun stammered. Lu Yunjing smiled. I know, my friend, no need to. For the second move you shall receive it. Lu Yunjing raised his arm, withdrew the long spear, and pointed with his index finger. With this gesture, Hongjun vanished without a trace. Immediately after, Lu Yunjing also disappeared into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the two emerged from the chaotic space and entered the realm of time and space. Behind the time and space, countless figures of various spaces intertwined and overlapped. Each space seemed to harbor terrifying power. With a gentle point of his finger, Lu Yunjing shattered those spaces into countless fragments. Countless fragments condensed into sharp blades, slicing towards Hongjun, seeking to obliterate him completely. This was the most terrifying strike, and it was the strongest force Lu Yunjing could muster at that moment, using the shattered space to manipulate those broken pieces to slay the beings within. It's actually so terrifying. Hongjun was greatly alarmed and could only throw out the fragments of the creation jade butterfly to block the onslaught of those time and space attacks. The shards of the creation jade butterfly proved to be a chaotic grade artifact. The continuous bombardment of those spatial fragments only caused the shards of the creation jade butterfly to crack and shatter. Hongjun widened his eyes, suppressing his unwillingness, yet he remained silent and let it endure like this, until all the spatial fragments that were blocked were exhausted. Those fragments then flew back into the space, reassembling themselves. Hongjun gasped for breath as if all his strength had been drained. Dao, friend, should we stop now? Hongjun trembled as he asked, staring at Lu Yunjing before him. Lu Yunjing glanced at him and nodded. That's enough time to return. Lu Yunjing turned and started to leave. But after taking a few steps, he turned back and added, by the way, Hongjun, please find someone else for the position of the Heavenly Emperor. I'm done with it. Lu Yunjing turned and left. Hongjun stared at his departing figure, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes, which quickly returned to calm. Soon after, he also disappeared, returning to the Zhixiao Palace. Lu Yunjing's disruption made Hongjun realize one thing completely. The variables in this world were far more than he had imagined. The heavenly Tao cannot suppress the strong beings of the primordial chaos realm. Then he had to think of another way. Hongjun's mind raced as he began to look for suitable candidates. Dijun, Dong Huang Tai. Not suitable. These two were originally the ones who should sit on the position of the heavenly emperor. But now, they had become prisoners, regarded as a joke by the entire primordial world. So, the most suitable candidate. Hongjun quickly had an answer in his heart. Following that, he raised his hand and pointed towards the primordial world, summoning a person. After a while, that person arrived and bowed deeply to the calm and indifferent Hongjun. Dong Wang Gong, I pay my respects to the Tao Ancestor. On the other side, Lu Yunjing had already returned, allowing his 5 disciples to enter the Chaos Pearl to recuperate and cultivate. He spoke, from now on you will be the 5 chief disciples under my Yunjing sect. The Chaos Pearl can be entered and exited at any time. Additionally, the gourd vine is about to flower again. Each of you may pick a gourd from the vine to take with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the several people healing in the chaos trembled, then ecstasy surged in their hearts. Following the master, they indeed did not make the wrong choice. Lu Yunjing closed his eyes and said no more. This was already the greatest compensation he could offer. The fully opened Chaos Pearl with 48 layers of restrictions had a cultivation effect far superior to the outer chaos. The outer chaos would erode the quiescent physical body, albeit slowly, but it remained a hidden danger, and chaotic storms would occasionally arise, posing great risks. However, within Lu Yunjing's chaos pearl, none of these troubles existed. It was filled with pure and refined chaotic spiritual power, and the cultivation environment was most suitable. The son of the great Dao Pangu was born in such an environment within the chaotic green lotus and the chance of the creation jade butterfly. After his birth, 3 spiritual treasures united to give birth to the chaotic spiritual treasure, the Pangu axe. What a terrifying existence that was. Comparing himself to Pangu, he was still far off. However, for Lu Yunjing, these differences no longer mattered much. He had already attained the Tao of primordial chaos. After taking that step, everything was different. Lu Yunjing could clearly feel that the pressure from the heavenly Tao had completely dissipated, replaced by total freedom. But achieving primordial chaos was not the end. The primordial chaos realm was merely the starting point. Every breakthrough from here on would take longer than before. He pondered for a while and divided his realm into 9 levels. When he first attained the Tao, his strength had not increased at all. But now when he tried to merge with the universe, he realized that his cultivation fluctuated. So he deduced to step into the next stage. It was not something that could be achieved overnight, it had to be done step by step. He still did not know what the next level was. But as long as he cultivated slowly, he would surely figure it out. However, for Lu Yunjing, the most important thing right now was to create his own universe. His universe was completely different from those waste universes of the Sandy River worlds. According to the 800 million worlds of the Nether Law, it requires 800,888,000 worlds to form one universe. This is even harder than attaining the primordial Tao golden immortal back then. Lu Yunjing felt a bit helpless, yet he was quite excited inside. This path of his seemed to be long. Thinking of the future, his world might have 800,888,000 universes. 800,888,000 multiverses made him unable to suppress his excitement. Thus, Lu Yunjing began to build his universe, and after a short while the Nether River suddenly appeared beside him, staring at him with excitement, and asked, "Brother, have you truly attained primordial chaos?" And this power is too terrifying. The Nether River was a bit incredulous. He had never expected that Lu Yunjing could truly attain the Tao of primordial chaos. Lu Yunjing smiled lightly and casually asked, "Big brother, aren't you happy? That day you became a saint, I congratulated you. But you not even a word of congratulations for me. I'm so sad." Lu Yunjing made a pitiful expression. "The Nether River. Don't give me that look. It looks like you're trying to send me away." Lu Yunjing laughed heartily. All right, no more joking." The Nether River also laughed and casually asked, "Are you still taking the position of the Heavenly Emperor?" "Not anymore." Lu Yunjing answered decisively, exuding a relaxed vibe. This made the Nether River unable to help but feel a bit envious. Both having been born from the womb of the Father God, how could the gap in talent be so great? The Nether River stared at the person before him and couldn't help but ask, "As for the Heavenly Emperor position, someone will eventually take it, no need to worry about it. Then, should we change the title of the #1 person in the primordial world? Since you are not the Heavenly Emperor, at best you're just a demon emperor." It doesn't matter if we change it or not. But if we change the name, we'll have to wait until the Heavenly Emperor appears to discuss it. After finishing this, Lu Yunjing suddenly realized that the restraints of the Heavenly Tao on him had completely vanished. However, he did not want to provoke the Heavenly Tao actively. Provoking that thing would bring no good to himself. Moreover, after breaking through the primordial chaos realm, his understanding of this world had become much clearer. Yet in some places the primordial world still left him in the dark. It seemed the entire primordial world still held many hidden secrets. Lu Yunjing sighed, and then said, "Let's leave it at that for now. I estimate the Heavenly Emperor will assume office soon. In the next period of time." Lu Yunjing slowly stood up. "I won't be cultivating for now, but we'll go out and explore. I have not properly explored the entire primordial world. I need to take a good look around." The Nether River couldn't help but laugh heartily. "I knew it. You are also a playful one, but better at holding back than I am. Sigh. If I had known it would end up like this, it would have been much better to stick together with you." The Nether River shook his head helplessly and asked, "Do you want me to accompany you?" "Accompany me? No need at all. Brother, it would be better to find a female cultivator to keep you company." The Nether River. "So you think I'm a burden, huh?" Looking at Lu Yunjing's distant figure, the Nether River stood still for a while, before suddenly laughing out loud. The excitement surging in his heart due to Lu Yunjing's rise to primordial chaos was fully reflected on his face. Originally intending to focus on cultivation, Lu Yunjing now poured all his thoughts into exploring the primordial world. The primordial world, how vast it must be. Lu Yunjing glanced around admiring the various naturally formed magnificent landscapes. These were all left behind when Pangu transformed into all things. Lu Yunjing sighed and continued to fly forward. After flying for a while, he suddenly felt a peculiar attraction pulling him in a certain direction, much larger than the area of the North Sea in the Primordial Chaos. When it comes to strange and unusual things, one must mention the East Sea. Throughout the primordial four seas, the East Sea is the territory where loose cultivators gather. Lu Yunjing had trouble with the East King Palace before, but that was many epochs ago. Now in this era, the cultivators of the primordial world change one after another. Who remembers those old matters? Naturally, the East King Palace is thriving. Just then, a large area of celestial light suddenly erupted on the surface of the East Sea, and a wave of fluctuations was continuously surging out from the sea, capable of shaking even a great Luo golden immortal to death. Lu Yunjing's interest was piqued. He opened his divine sense to probe what was hidden beneath the sea eye. However, he discovered that unless he revealed all his cultivation, he couldn't see through it at all, only able to vaguely scan some shadows. It seemed like 5 clusters of celestial light were rolling deep within the sea, slowly taking shape. The terrifying aura. Lu Yunjing felt a familiar sensation. The source comes from the beginning of all things. It has the scent of the father god Pangu. At that moment, Lu Yunjing was completely invigorated. This is interesting. Let's feel it out first. He suppressed his cultivation, scanned with his eyes, and focused on a crowd of over 1,000 onlookers. With a swoosh, he rushed over and squeezed into the crowd. I say, fellow Taoists, what excitement are you all watching here? Lu Yunjing asked. The people around turned their heads, looking bewildered. Are you a loose cultivator from the East Sea? You don't even know what is beneath. I am Yunjing Daorin, coming from the north. Oh, the north. Are you from the Dao Master Yao Kun's side? Yao Kun Dao Master. Lu Yunjing calculated with his fingers and finally understood. He is a powerful figure from the Kun clan in the north with considerable cultivation. He nodded repeatedly at the person in front of him. That's right, I just arrived, please take care of me. Haha, easy to say. Let me tell you. The cultivator laughed heartily, opening his mouth to say the disturbances of the sea. I started 10 epochs ago. In ancient times there was a legend that beneath the East Sea's sea, there are 5 celestial mountains. Each mountain is inscribed with vermilion characters, and each mountain has its own name. They are Yuan Xiao Da Yufeng Huing Zhou and Peng Lai. Hearing this, Lu Yunjing immediately understood. It turned out to be those 5 celestial mountains. The person continued, it is said that these 5 celestial mountains were formed from the 5 ribs beside the spine of the Father God at the time of his transformation, along with flesh and skin. Thus, even if a saint comes, they cannot pry or dismantle them. When the mountains fell, they formed a formation themselves hidden deep within the sea, at the very center of the East Sea. Those celestial mountains are all incredibly tall and wide, with treasures hidden inside them that are countless. Whoever can seize a mountain would essentially pocket tens of thousands of magical treasures. After hearing this, Lu Yunjing smirked slightly. He had gathered all the information he needed and was too lazy to waste more words with this person. The person wanted to boast a bit more, but upon seeing Lu Yunjing's expression, he immediately shut up. At this moment, haha, I Dao Master Yao Kun have arrived. Whoosh. Everyone on the scene turned their heads to look. It was a guy in a blue robe holding a long sword, exuding a terrifying aura at the quasi-saint level. Yao Kun Dao Master walked a few steps over the sea. I glanced down a few times and grinned. Alright, truly impressive. The celestial mountains beneath the sea, I will emerge in less than 2 yuan meetings. I say everyone, I am good friends with the East King. Once the celestial mountains emerge, one of them is definitely mine. As soon as these words fell, everyone present was dumbfounded. No one expected the East King and this guy to be this close. Lu Yunjing glanced at him, lightly stroking his chin. He was calculating in his heart how many celestial islands would be suitable to seize. According to the original direction, Tong Tian and Yuan Shi each took 1. The remaining 3 islands ended up who knows where. Well then, he'll take 3. It's settled. Lu Yunjing made up his mind and shifted his figure. He had already vanished. When he reappeared, he was directly standing beneath the sea eye. Although the perception here was tightly blocked, and he couldn't see the surroundings clearly. But that little pressure was as if it didn't exist for him. He moved closer to take a look. The 5 celestial mountains were still in a semi-finished state, constantly condensing and taking shape. Lu Yunjing pondered for a moment, raised his hand, and pointed out. 3 strands of primordial power directly fused into the 3 celestial mountains of Yuan Xiao Daiyu and Fenghu. In a vague sense, Lu Yunjing saw the original fate of these 3 celestial mountains. When the celestial mountains were born, several saints, quasi-saints, and great Luo all rushed over. To seize the territory, the 3 celestial mountains were shattered to pieces. The East King Palace also suffered calamity. Which celestial mountain that a saint favored dared to be touched? In the end, only 2 mountains remained in the world. However, that was the original fate. Now they had a new owner. Lu Yunjing's mouth curled up as his gaze swept towards the other 2 celestial mountains. Just as he wanted to reach out and touch them, a warning message came through the void. The meaning was very clear. These 2 celestial mountains were the roots of calamity. Whoever took them would have to bear the catastrophic disaster. Lu Yunjing stroked his chin, clicked his tongue. Heavenly Tao, you truly underestimate me. With me here, where would the calamity come from? After a pause, he smiled again. However, for the safety of those little fellows behind you, I am too lazy to provoke this trouble. Turning against you and having you come back to cause trouble for me wouldn't be worth it. He remembered that in the primordial novels he had read, only 2 of the 5 celestial mountains were mentioned, Yingzhou and Penglai. Penglai was taken by Tong Tian and later became the center for establishing a sect, laying the foundation for the future. Yingzhou seemed to have fallen into the hands of Yuan Shi, and after that there was no news, probably gathering dust in a corner outside Yunjing Palace. Lu Yunjing was too lazy to delve deeper. What he was pondering was 3 celestial islands. Styx, the first one built on the continent, is too shabby. Suspended in the air now, that would be impressive. He smiled, and with a flash of his figure he directly disappeared from the spot and appeared outside. Outside, Yao Kuan Dao Master was surrounded by people boasting with a proud face. I am planning to create a demon script for the demon race between heaven and earth. Over the years I have dealt with the human race and found their characters quite interesting and flavorful. However, our demon race born between heaven and earth does not even have our own characters, which is unacceptable. Wait for me 10 yuan meetings, I will definitely create a demon script for the demon race to read. The surrounding cultivators were stunned by this grand ambition. Lu Yunjing walked by and couldn't help but be taken aback. This guy. Could it be that he really has something to do with Kuan Peng? Why is he even taking over Kuan Peng's work? His interest piqued, he stopped and looked over there. Next to Yao Kuan Dao Master, someone asked, "Excuse me, where is your Dao field?" Yao Kuan Dao Master smiled lightly. "I reside in the Yao Kuan Palace beneath the North Sea Abyss. However, that place isn't actually mine. I observed it for tens of yuan meetings before daring to enter and claim it. If the original owner returns, I will definitely return the place to him." The crowd was stunned by these words. When had these roaming cultivators ever seen someone with such grand spirit and magnanimity? No wonder he came from the East King Palace. Lu Yunjing glanced at him and casually muttered, "This guy really is following in Kuan Peng's old footsteps." Without needing to ponder, it was definitely Kuan Peng or Hongjun orchestrating behind the scenes, specially creating a substitute to fill the void left by Kuan Peng's departure. After casting a few more glances, Lu Yunjing completely lost interest. He couldn't be bothered to look at a counterfeit left by an enemy. His interest had already shifted elsewhere. What he was currently thinking about was the celestial mountain that was about to break ground. After returning, he needed to refine those 2 celestial mountains into islands, allowing the forces and tribes under the first person of the primordial world to move in. Lu Yunjing closed his eyes, remaining completely still, quiet as a stone. On the other side, time gradually moved forward. The first 10,000 years had quite a commotion. 20,000 years, 30,000 years, 40,000 years, 50,000 years. Until a full 100,000 years had passed, an entire yuan meeting before the center of the sea, I finally settled down. In its place, a series of auspicious rays of light shook the entire primordial world. This brilliance caused all beings in the primordial world to open their eyes, all convinced that great opportunities were hidden there. Lu Yunjing opened his eyes early and used a transmission technique to inform the first person of the primordial world that there was no need to send anyone over. He would personally bring the things back. The demon gods under the first person of the primordial world were all somewhat surprised. So the master has already arrived. Jimeng felt a bit regretful, originally intending to go out and join the excitement. Hurry up and cultivate, don't dawdle, get to the late quasi-saint stage as soon as possible. There are a total of 12 demon gods in this great hall of 5 have left. Which one of the remaining isn't at the late quasi-saint stage? Only the 2 of us are stuck here. As soon as this was said, Jimeng had no choice but to obediently enter seclusion. After all, cultivating this matter was indeed quite exhausting. After several yuan meetings, he still didn't have the chance to attain the Tao. Just thinking about it was a headache. On the surface of the East Sea, various powerful figures were crammed together. Zhen Yuan, Z, the 12 ancestor witches Chang Shi, and Shihi, all the top figures had arrived. As soon as Zhen Yuanzi landed, he began to look around anxiously in his heart. Not Lu Yunjing, not Lu Yunjing, not Lu Yunjing. After muttering it 3 times the next second, Lu Yunjing, who was quietly waiting for the celestial island to open with his eyes closed, was solidly spotted by Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi? Damn, He turned around and walked away, not wanting to stay for even half a second. Changxi and Shi looked at Zhen Yuanzis retreating back, their expressions somewhat subtle. Not long after, the two of them also spotted Lu Yunjing. In an instant, both of them followed suit and left. The remaining top powers present looked on as these three big shots slipped away one after another, all filled with questions. Many people present saw Lu Yunjing, but their faces showed little reaction. The few top-tier experts who had previously crossed swords with him merely glanced his way before turning away without a word. They all understood perfectly well. What was there left to fight? Standing before them was a sovereign of the primordial chaos realm. Merely a fingertip from such a being could seize any city at will. Even if he claimed all 5 celestial mountains, what could they possibly say in protest? Meanwhile, those unaware that Lu Yunjing had ascended to the sovereign of the primordial chaos realm chattered incessantly. Most of their conversation revolved around him. Many newly ascended quasi-sages, utterly ignorant of Lu Yunjing's overwhelming might, whispered among themselves. Ah, so this is Lu Yunjing, hailed as the foremost sovereign of the primordial chaos. Hush, do not speak so recklessly. He is our emperor. Huh, emperor. You truly take him for the dragon sovereign. I accept him, but you need not. The two speakers were quasi-sage-level true dragons, exceptionally prominent even among their peers. They were sons of Ao Dang, the ancient dragon king of the East Sea. A quasi-sage at the pinnacle of his cultivation, now confined with his clan within the dragon palace, taking no part in worldly affairs. Yet the dragon clan, once rulers over 10,000 races, still carried deep within their bones an unyielding pride, and they resented this so-called foremost sovereign of the primordial chaos with profound disdain. Hey, we hold the ancestral dragon pearl, an artifact of antiquity and immense power. Shall we test ourselves against him? No sooner had the words left his lips than Ao Shuang, standing nearby, shook her head. I will not go. One who attains such supremacy must possess terrifying abilities. We are no longer protagonists of the heavenly calamity epic. We are relics cast aside by time. Have you forgotten? Ao Mang. Hearing this, Ao Mang's face twisted with impatience as he roared, must that old man drone on endlessly about it? And now even you recite it like scripture. Cast aside by time. We are noble dragons. Shall a mere phrase strip us of the courage to continue? I despise you. Unfiltered and blunt, Ao Mang turned his gaze toward the sovereign of the primordial chaos, growing ever more irritated. The man remained motionless, eyes closed, utterly indifferent to the world around him, radiating serene invulnerability. Were someone to strike him sharply at this very moment, he would suffer utter humiliation. Ao Shuang sighed softly, glancing at him. You stand only at mid-tier quasi-sage cultivation. How dare you challenge him? Feel his aura carefully. Do you truly believe you could prevail against him? Umph. Ao Mang snorted coldly, drawing from his robes a shard resembling dragon scale, its surface shimmering with an eerie ancient light. This fragment of the ancestral dragon pearl, gifted by my father, surely enough to strike him down. And then what? Can you escape afterward? Ao Shuang's question choked him into silence. After a long pause, he muttered, just stay out of my way. Leave me be. Ao Shuang sighed again, unwilling to waste further words. From childhood, Ao Mang had never possessed sharp wit. She discussed this very flaw with his father long ago, and had foreseen even then that his reckless temperament would inevitably precipitate catastrophe. She retreated to a distant vantage point, awaiting the opening of the Celestial Isle, hoping perhaps to seize some rare opportunity. Meanwhile, Lu Yunjing had heard every word exchanged between the two dragons, and a faint knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips. A mount is precisely what I lack. Consider yourself chosen. When someone eagerly sought confrontation, he welcomed it wholeheartedly. A mount delivered willingly. Why refuse? Ao Mang cast a distant, dismissive glance at Lu Yunjing, sneering inwardly. He looks unremarkable. Nothing extraordinary at all. His eyes flickered toward Ao Shuang in the distance, brimming with contempt. That woman lacks courage entirely. Ao Mang had lived for countless millennia across this realm, wasting eons in idle indulgence, neglecting earnest cultivation, only now beginning his path. Yet it was not too late. Fixing his gaze upon Lu Yunjing, he crept forward silently, then struck without warning. Above his colossal 8-clawed golden dragon formed the ancestral dragon pearl fragment, erupted in blinding, searing light. All the supreme cultivators present froze in astonishment. What sudden conflict was this? Hastily they turned toward the ancestral dragon, then followed the direction of the assault to its target. Then, every soul exhaled in quiet relief. Among the 12 ancestral spirits, Di Jiang rolled his eyes. Has this dragon grown bored? Or simply courted death? Who knows? Enough. Let him be. When the celestial gate opens, remember, keep your distance from this fool. The other ancestral spirits nodded silently, uttering no further word. None among the assembled regarded Ao Mang's ambush as anything but inconsequential, as though it had never occurred. All deemed him merely a fool acting on whim. And facing Ao Mang's furious charge, Lu Yunjing merely opened his eyes slowly, crossed his arms, and did not stir a single muscle. Ao Mang surged forward brandishing the shard, yet froze midair rigid as if pinned by invisible force. What is happening? Strike? Strike now. Why does nothing happen? Desperately, Ao Mang strained to hurl the shard, desperate to land one devastating blow. Lu Yunjing stood calmly, arms folded, offering him a faint wry smile. Young one, I ask you, what exactly do you intend to do? I. Even his dullness could not obscure the truth now. Lu Yunjing himself was weaving the spell. His face paled instantly. I was only playing. Will you believe me? The crowd fell silent. Was that not clearly an assassination attempt? Without another word, Lu Yunjing reached out, seized Ao Mang, slammed him to the ground, and settled himself calmly atop his head. Roar, get off me. All traces of timidity vanished. Ao Mang exploded into fury. For dragons, no being, not even heaven itself, was permitted to stand upon their heads. This was inviolable. Lu Yunjing spoke unhurriedly. You attempted to slay me. I refrained from retaliation. Granting you the honor of serving as my mount is already extraordinary mercy. Are you still dissatisfied? Roar. Ao Mang fell instantly silent, overawed by the crushing pressure emanating from Lu Yunjing. Lu Yunjing gave him a single cool glance, then resumed pressing him down, saying nothing more. Under that pressure, Ao Mang could not move an inch. Born restless, he felt as though his lungs would burst. Lu Yunjing meanwhile settled cross-legged, eyes closed, entering serene repose. 20,000 years passed. Suddenly, 3 majestic proclamations thundered across the heavens, born before heaven's dawn, named after Li's form. Once studied Tao under Hongjun, thus grasping how one Qi manifests 3 pure ones. Among the celestial host, Yuan Shi reigns supreme. Profound mysteries dwell where speech has yet to begin. Fragrant blossoms trail his chariot. Through 10,000 eons his life endures unchanged. Hongjuan's birth heralded heaven's unfolding, earth stirred, humanity arose. Upon the sacred dais he ascended. For boundless eons he forged his golden body. Within Bo Palace he nurtured countless talents. Accompanied by celestial phenomena spanning the firmament, the 3 proclamations descended slowly. 2 sages, and 1 quasi-sage at the peak of cultivation, had arrived, the 3 pure ones, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. All knew well that among the world's sages the 3 pure ones accounted for 2. As for Laozi, it was rumored he too should have attained sagehood, but his destined opportunity had been usurped, leaving him stranded. No one could verify the truth. Yet with sages now present, the contest was effectively decided. The 5 celestial mountains held no relevance for anyone else. Instantly despair chilled every heart. At that moment Yuanshi spoke coldly. These 3 celestial mountains shall each belong to one of us. The remaining 2, you may contest between yourselves. Lu Yunjing sat motionless, his foot still resting upon the dragon, uttering not a syllable. Yet a thought suddenly stirred within him. Did the 3 pure ones truly seek only 3 mountains? Was this division prompted by his intervention, or had it always been ordained? Or perhaps, only Tongtian had examined the artifacts closely while Laozi and Yuanshi had dismissed them entirely. Wait, why did fate's omen specify the total annihilation of all 3? Perhaps in this incarnation's destiny Laozi stands as a quasi-sage at the apex, and joins the scramble. Knowing sages risk catastrophic karmic retribution, when striking mortals, they vie fiercely instead, until the entire situation collapses. Lu Yunjing calculated swiftly, and confirmed his suspicion. Left unattended, the ensuing chaos among these cultivators would indeed shatter all 3 celestial isles. Fortunately, he had arrived. These 3 isles teemed with unparalleled treasures. Cultivation here yielded results far surpassing any other realm. Entrusting them to his disciples would send them into rapturous delight. A subtle smile touched Lu Yunjing's lips as he waited patiently, while below the assembly erupted into clamorous debate. Friends, we can still claim 3 mountains. Pay no heed to what those 2 sages declared. A quasi-sage murmured low and urgent. The crowd paused, startled. He continued, all mortal beings fall beneath the sage's dominion. Once sagehood is attained, direct interference with mortals incurs immense karmic debt. Thus we retain full right to seize the celestial mountains, 3 of them. At these words, every supreme cultivator grasped the truth, and a chorus of grim, knowing laughter rose. Sages were not omnipotent. Only 2 among the 3 pure ones had attained sagehood. Then grant them 2 mountains. One remains, equal before heaven, equal before Tao. Since you have not transcended, what privilege do you hold? Why should we not seize it? Seize it now? Days bled into years. The auspicious radiance enveloping the primordial chaos realm grew ever longer. All understood its meaning. The celestial mountains were imminent. Everyone waited. Millennia passed. Then, suddenly, the luminous decree coalesced violently toward the east sea's abyssal vortex. An even more brilliant light parted the seawater, and 5 colossal golden pillars erupted skyward, each measuring hundreds of millions of zhang in length, width, and height. Their summits pierced the lower reaches of the 33rd heaven. 5 celestial mountains gradually took shape: Yuanxiao, Daiyu, Fanghu, Angzhou, and Penglai. At last, the 5 celestial mountains emerged. In that instant, the entire world surged forward like a tidal wave rushing toward the isles. Yet the 2 sages remained utterly still. Across the void they extended fingers, lightly touching 2 mountains. Instantly resonance bloomed. The mountains acknowledged them with mutual nods. Arms folded, the 2 sages waited, expectantly, for their elder brother to claim his share. Laozi observed the scene, and a faint, anticipatory smile curved his lips. He too desired a celestial mountain, and would have to compete for it. Yet precisely at this critical juncture, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft have made their move. They suddenly swung their great banners, and in the blink of an eye a vast formation was erected directly enveloping a celestial mountain. I was taken aback. Just as I set my sights on that mountain, someone cut me off. I hurriedly turned to grab another one, but the chaotic spells around me left me utterly lost. I fixed my gaze on the last mountain. This one is mine. I reached out to grab it, but before my hand could touch the mountain I was blocked. Do you really think your 2 saint brothers can protect you for a lifetime? I focused my eyes and saw that the newcomer was a top-tier powerhouse, causing my heart to skip a beat. Who do you think you are? I shouted angrily. Shangyang. Shangyang sneered, and suddenly countless swords of water laws surged from his body. Those killing swords instantly formed a killing array, trapping me inside. I had been careless. I looked around, and all I could see was chaos. No one was willing to yield the celestial mountain to me. At that moment I felt a bit dazed. Immediately after, an intense rage surged from the depths of my heart. No, my fate should not be this. I should become a being of saint level. How could I? I let out a furious roar, and waves of pure energy surged from my body. Those energies coalesced into phantoms surrounding me, myself, Tongtian, and Yuanshi. Then 3 more figures emerged behind me: Obsession, Good Corpse, and Evil Corpse. Boom! Terrifying power erupted from me. Since I can't steal it, then I'll take you all down. How do you think having more people will win against us? Someone mocked. I coldly waved my hand. A massive Taiji diagram crashed down, causing the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water to explode in unison. A surge of solar essence erupted from the Taiji diagram, scorching the surroundings and even burning through the laws. The 6 figures simultaneously launched their attacks, each confronting an enemy. In my hand the flame light banner appeared as I waved it lightly. The banner swept out trails of flame light. Wherever it passed, everything was swept clean. I was in true fire mode, unleashing all my means, clearly showing everyone what fear truly meant. The strongest presence on the field was naturally the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, and second to them was me. My move might not be unstoppable, but at least no one could withstand an unknown confrontation. At that moment someone shouted, "Don't let that old thing steal the island, form an array to trap him." A group of top-tier powerhouses surged forward, teaming up to lay a formation intended to lock me inside. I smirked coldly. Is that all? Rise. I flicked my finger and 6 figures charged straight into the crowd laying the formation. A thunderous boom echoed. The formation was repeatedly pushed back by the chaotic attacks from those 6 bodies, causing the people laying the formation to vomit blood on the spot. In an instant this area of the East Sea turned into a dead zone. Countless scattered cultivators didn't even have time to escape being obliterated into dust by the continuously erupting waves. Can't hold on. This old guy is too fierce. Someone shouted loudly, but before they could finish I tossed out an innate spiritual treasure, the Panlong flat staff, sending anyone it hit flying. Then one by one I pulled out more treasures, causing onlookers to curse at my shamelessness. Innate treasures and supreme treasures, I tossed them out as if they were nothing. In an instant no one dared to fight me anymore. I chuckled and turned towards the celestial mountain, but just as I took a step someone rushed over to ambush me. They would strike once and then flee. The others were the same. When I was tossing out treasures earlier, they had already coordinated their strategy. I glanced around, snorted coldly, and arranged a pile of spiritual treasures into a defensive array, shielding myself securely. Just as I finished, top-tier powerhouses joined forces to lay a formation attempting to block my path. I summoned a pile of treasures again and broke through the array once more. Next, several powerhouses took turns to attack with various strange techniques, successfully blocking me. Furious, I jumped up and cursed you. You bunch of bastards, is this how you fight? If you have the guts, come at me. Take this, the Panlong flat staff. I tossed the Panlong flat staff into the air, and it looked as if a real colossal dragon was descending from the sky. In an instant, everyone collectively retreated. At this moment, I suddenly widened my eyes. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed forward about to touch the Yuan Xiao. An outrageous event occurred. Just as my finger was about to make contact with Yuan Xiao, it vanished. My Yuan Xiao, my celestial mountain. Oh, who did this? Who was it? I roared in anguish, but no one paid me any mind. Because at that very moment, 2 other stolen celestial mountains also disappeared without a trace. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yuanshi and Tongtian, who were watching from the side, were momentarily dazed. Wait, where are the mountains? Where did they go? They clearly vanished right before their eyes. After regaining their composure, the 2 hurriedly calculated with their fingers and discovered that it was a being of higher power, a saint, who had taken these 3 celestial mountains. I was so furious that I felt like I was about to explode, going completely mad, throwing out countless treasures and unleashing various divine abilities. In these several cycles of the Yuan Hui, I had been tormented several times, completely pushing the path of action to the limit. Countless top-tier powerhouses were forced back by my fierce assault, and some even turned to flee. The ancestors of witchcraft looked around, scanning the area. They were searching for Lu Yunjing. But in the next moment, they realized that Lu Yunjing was nowhere to be found. The ancestors of witchcraft were all stunned. Logically speaking, Lu Yunjing should also be here competing for opportunities. He should have appeared when I was rampaging earlier. Why was there no sign of him now? Could it be that he no longer desired this celestial mountain? After speculating for a while, the ancestors of witchcraft shook their heads and walked away. Since there was no fated connection with this celestial mountain, they wouldn't force it. They would rather return to develop the witch clan properly. It seemed that a great witch was about to emerge from their clan. This opportunity must be seized. Once the great witch is born, they would spare no effort to cultivate them. On the other side, the organization of the number 1 in the wilderness. Lu Yunjing made his appearance. Everyone was initially watching the battle. Although they couldn't go to the scene, they were still enjoying the spectacle. At this moment, when they saw Lu Yunjing return, they were all taken aback. Master. Lu Yunjing nodded and said flatly, "You all go gather the strength of the number 1 in the wilderness now. I have something to announce." Upon hearing this, the numerous demon gods immediately turned and began to gather their forces. In less than 10 years, they all returned. Following behind were countless demon clans. Lu Yunjing glanced around somewhat satisfied and said blandly, "Now that everyone is here, I will speak directly. From today onwards, we will no longer reside on the great land of the wilderness. We will live on the islands." After saying this, he flipped his palm and summoned a celestial mountain directly floating in the air above the wilderness. In the sky, 3 celestial mountains hovered. Lu Yunjing raised his hand and pointed, and the 3 mountains immediately arranged themselves diagonally. The lowest was Yuan Xiao, the middle was Daiyu, and the highest was Fenghu, his own Taoist ground. The celestial mountains were surrounded by spiritual energy with treasures scattered all around. Rare spirits of the celestial mountains floated in various places, representing the core of the mountain's spiritual intelligence. Lu Yunjing pointed again, making modifications to the 3 celestial mountains, and said flatly, "From now on, these 3 celestial mountains will be known as celestial islands. In my territory, as the number 1 in the wilderness, all who belong to me will be able to reside on the islands. Here their cultivation speed will be doubled, incredibly powerful." As soon as these words fell, everyone understood, nodding their heads, nearly unable to contain their excitement. This is a celestial mountain. Looking across the entire wilderness, where could one find a place like this? No one hesitated, rushing towards the celestial islands. As soon as they stepped onto the first celestial island, countless people immediately sensed a terrifying and overwhelming celestial spiritual power, along with the celestial laws floating in the air. The spiritual herbs on the ground were all the most valuable celestial gold herbs, the best items needed by celestial beings. Various fruit trees, earthly celestial trees, star trees, and heaven-reaching woods were all present. Not to mention, on Yuan Xiao Island there were even bamboo groves, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Lu Yunjing looked around, thought for a moment, and selected the most refined purple gold bamboo from the bamboo grove to take with him, allowing it to grow freely in the already developed chaotic realm. This is absurd. The things in this place. Jiming couldn't help but exclaim, amazed by everything before him. The nearby Ing Zhao Ci Tai and other demon gods were also trembling. Is this the legendary celestial island? It truly has no shortage of treasures. For a time, everyone was filled with awe. Lu Yunjing calmly spoke. Groups that have not reached the Tai realm will stay on this celestial island. Those who reach Tai follow me to Daiyu. Everyone received their orders and followed Lu Yunjing to Daiyu. Upon entering Daiyu, everyone was taken aback. The mountains of Daiyu were so vast that it left people speechless. It was the tallest peak among the 3 celestial islands, although the top was missing a section, making it look incomplete, yet the imposing aura remained intact. Here 2 treasures were scattered everywhere, astonishing everyone. Lu Yunjing then said, "Those who have not reached the Quasi-Saint realm will live here. Those who reach the Quasi-Saint proceed to the 3rd celestial island and be titled demon gods." This time all groups stopped in their tracks. Only Lu Yunjing's disciples followed him to Fenghu. Fenghu was boundless. It truly resembled its name, square in shape but spiraling like a gourd. The words Fenghu were carved in vermilion on it, filled to the brim with all kinds of treasures. At the foot of Fenghu Mountain, a magnificent palace rose from the ground with the words Wan Yao Hall engraved on the plaque. At the mountain's peak 2 even grander halls stood facing each other, Beichen Hall and Mingyi Hall. Not bad, this arrangement is just right. Lu Yunjing nodded, slightly glancing at the demon gods beside him, and casually instructed. Go inform all clans not to waste the celestial treasures on the island. Use your brains and understand to pick them in turns, and with intervals, those treasures will eventually grow back. Set the rules and manage the entire celestial island in an orderly manner. I don't want to wake up millions of years later and find my celestial island as barren as if it had been gnawed by a dog with not a single blade of grass left. As soon as these words were spoken, the various demon gods hurriedly took notes and went to relay the orders without another word. Lu Yunjing observed for a while, said nothing more, turned around, and walked straight into the North Star Hall, preparing to rest for a while. At this moment, there shouldn't be any major issues. According to the original trajectory of the primordial age, it won't be long before the Heavenly Emperor ascends the throne. Under the grand scheme of the 6 saints collaborating to govern the era of the demons managing the heavens and the witches managing the earth is about to officially begin. And then what? Various catastrophic disasters will swarm in like bees. The current minor disturbances and brief calm are merely the eye of the storm before the calamity arrives. If plans aren't laid out in advance, one won't be able to withstand what follows. Since a primordial force has already been established, it must be managed well. Moreover, this matter isn't a loss for him. He is already a figure of the Hunyuan realm, not subject to the manipulation of the heavenly Tao, yet he can still reap merits which can be used to open treasure restrictions, making it a win-win situation. Alright, let's take a breather now. I wonder what expression my brother will have when he enters the primordial age, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at the massive dragon coiled beneath him, his voice neutral. Over 100,000 years have passed. Now are you willing to submit? Upon hearing this, Ao Mang quickly lowered his head, even further his tone urgent. I, the humble servant, Ao Mang, am willing to submit. Lu Yunjing nodded in satisfaction, considering the attitude of this 8-clawed golden dragon acceptable, and casually instructed, since you have submitted, go guard outside the hall. Ao Mang dared not say much, obediently flying out to coil around the large pillar in front of the hall, lying quietly. He was originally an 8-clawed golden dragon, the most noble of the dragon clan, once commanding myriad clans and dominating a territory. Now, however, he had been captured and was guarding the entrance, which was indeed quite humiliating. But Ao Mang was not a fool. He could see that only those who can fight are the true leaders. This new master behind him is not someone that ordinary people can compare with. In front of 2 saints, he dared to directly take action to seize his master should not be. Ao Mang thought for a moment, ultimately shaking his head, suppressing his thoughts, and steadily closed his eyes, circulating his energy to begin cultivating. Ao Mang noticed that ever since he set foot on this Fenghu immortal mountain, the surrounding spiritual energy had been actively pouring into his body. The spiritual energy here is far purer than outside, with a quality significantly higher. He narrowed his eyes, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. He has found the right person. What's wrong with being a bit wild? If not wild, how could one encounter such opportunities? In the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Shuang had returned to the main hall, recounting what had just happened in detail. Sitting on the dragon throne was the current patriarch of the East Sea Dragon clan, also his father, Ao Dang. This old dragon king listened, showing no trace of anger on his face. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. Ao Shuang frowned, unable to help, but asked, Father, how can you still laugh? My brother has been detained, why don't you go rescue him? Ao Dang laughed heartily, patting the armrest. You silly boy, you really don't realize how foolish you are. Sometimes you should learn from him and not be so rigid. When Ao Mang returns to the Dragon Palace, one day, you may not even compare to him. Ao Shuang's face stiffened, and he opened his mouth to retort. But Ao Dang did not wait for him to speak, and continued. Do you know the gap between the number 1 in the primordial age, Lu Yunjing, and your brother? I am not clear about it, child. Humph, that gap is beyond your imagination. If Lu Yunjing truly wanted to act, your brother wouldn't last even a stick of incense. As soon as these words were spoken, Ao Shuang's pupils dilated. Ao Dang, however, was calm and continued, he has been left by that person to cultivate for 2 yuan periods. In my opinion, that person likely wants to take Ao Mang as a mount. A mount? Father, we are dragons. The old Dragon King chuckled, his tone leisurely. Having lived long, one sees things clearly. What dragon clan or not? There are no eternal protagonists in this world. What was the fate of my eldest brother, the ancestor dragon, who was once invincible in the world? He ended up in a state of disintegration, nothing left. Wake up. His words struck Ao Shuang, leaving him stunned. Seeing his disheartened expression, Ao Dang added, no need to wear that defeated look. Our dragon clan still has the confidence to protect ourselves and can also send the younger generation out to train. If you still want to take a chance, go ahead. Even our sworn enemy, the Qilin clan, has already sent 2 high-grade water and fire Qilins out to move around. After hearing this, Ao Shuang fell silent for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. He said no more and turned to leave the Dragon Palace. Since taking shape and venturing south and north for so long, he understands better than anyone. This place of the Primordial Age is fraught with peril. So he continuously warned himself in his heart, never be careless. The Dragon Clan is proud at its core, but it shouldn't be excessively arrogant. However, at this moment, he truly began to doubt his life. What is truly right? The affairs of the Dragon Clan had just calmed down, yet the Primordial Age was in an uproar with all sorts of gossip flying everywhere. Breaking news. Ant Clan news. The 3 Pure Ones are not even saints. They let others steal the Fenghu Mountain they just acquired. Look quickly. Cockroach Clan news. The 3 Pure Ones are so angry that smoke is coming out of their heads because Fenghu Immortal Mountain is gone. Latest news. Spider Clan news. The 3 Pure Ones are furious now. A bunch of small clans appeared out of nowhere, shouting all over the Primordial Age about how the 3 Pure Ones suffered losses. Just as he thought to quietly enjoy some tea, he nearly crushed his teacup upon hearing this news. He hurriedly rushed over to check, only to find that it was a top powerhouse who had previously fought with him behind the scenes. This was serious. That day, he went straight to confront that powerhouse, battling until the heavens and earth turned dark, ultimately annihilating the opponent completely. But even after killing the person, he still felt a surge of anger inside. Why? Because someone stole his mountain. Not only did they steal it, but they also let the entire Primordial Age know about it. Damn thing. That thief of the mountain, I will chop you into meat paste. He gritted his teeth and shouted, his temper very explosive. However, after a message came through, he immediately fell silent. Someone announced that the one who stole the Celestial Island was the number 1 in the Primordial Age, Lu Yunjing. How could it be this guy? The shock made his face turn pale. He hurriedly ran to Lu Yunjing's territory to see the situation. Upon arrival, he saw 3 towering celestial islands standing majestically in the primordial realm, surrounded by an aura of immortality and piled high with treasures, making his mouth water. But he daren't act. Why? Because Lu Yunjing is now a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. He is the true strongest in the Primordial Age. Higher than the saints, stronger than the harmonized Tao, he could even be said to be the pinnacle of the Primordial Age they could currently see. To fight someone like him, how many lives does he have to spare? Asking a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal for things. Don't even think about it. Especially since the other party is Lu Yunjing. Thus he gritted his teeth and annihilated countless billions of miscellaneous beings from the ant, cockroach, and spider clans to vent his anger. He practically forced himself to swallow his grievances. Yet inside he was mumbling. Lu Yunjing naturally noticed the commotion outside. He could easily grasp the happenings in the Primordial Age with just a casual ear. At this moment, he was in a good mood, smiling, feeling interested, and planning to wander around the Primordial Age once more. The Primordial Age is a place where events unfold daily, and there are always fresh happenings which can yield some gains. Lu Yunjing left the Chaos Pearl on Fenghu Mountain. Using Fenghu Mountain as the center, he spread layers outward, setting up a grand formation that covered all 3 celestial islands. This celestial island was created using the power of a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. He named this grand formation the Hunyuan 48-layered Zhou Tian Great Formation. Why is it called 48 layers? Because this formation is assembled from 12 Hunyuan defensive formations, 12 Hunyuan offensive formations, 12 Hunyuan evil restraining formations, and 12 Hunyuan treasure-seizing formations, intricately designed and interlocked. This grand formation can attack and defend, slaying immortals and demons. It can do anything. In short, without 30 Quasi-Saints joining forces, don't even think about breaking it. This should be about right. It's time to go. Let's see what's outside. leaving the territory of the number one in the Primordial Age. Yunjing began to wander in the Primordial Age. Right now, he was in a genuinely invincible state. He didn't need to train endlessly. He could choose to cultivate whenever he wanted or not at all. Why? Because it is currently just the beginning of the witch and demon calamities, still in its early stages. The calamities of the Fengshen and journey to the west, along with those chaotic calamities afterward, are still far off. Moreover, even if he survives these several calamities, Hongjun still cannot harmonize the Tao, because the primordial world is always shattering, making it impossible for even the saints to descend. This world has been divided into countless parts, and the only outcome awaiting the calamities is destruction. And within that destruction, a new round of calamities will arise. This is the essence of the heavenly Tao's continuity and the impermanence of reincarnation. As he walked, he didn't know how long it had been. Suddenly a voice resonated in the heavens and earth. The time has come. Dong Wang Gong ascends to the throne of the heavenly emperor. From now on, he is the great emperor for all male immortals and all immortals in the world. He commands all realms with sacred light, illuminating all. No one can disobey his orders. Demons in the heavens, witches on the earth, stand. This was the voice of Hongjun. At this moment it poured into the primordial age like the voice of the heavenly Tao, mysteriously resonating in the ears of all living beings. At this moment all beings were stunned. What is happening? The heavenly emperor just ascended like this. What the heck is going on? In the Eastern Emperor Hall the celestial bell boomed. All the mighty beings of the primordial world were bewildered. Wasn't it agreed that Yunjing would ascend as the heavenly emperor? How did it change to Dong Wang Gong? Even the demon gods under Yunjing were dumbfounded, exchanging glances without uttering a word. What is going on with our master? Why did the Tao Ancestor change people at the last minute? The crowd was stunned. At that moment someone whispered, could it be that the master didn't want to do it himself? Just think about it, our master has already reached the realm of the primordial beings, with authority over heavens and earth. Whatever he wants to do is at his discretion. He previously found the position of heavenly emperor troublesome, and now he is finally free. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, feeling that there was some truth to it. Given the master's temperament, he most despised being burdened with trivial matters. Qi Ming, however, wore a bitter expression. So what does this mean for us? With so many of us? Tao Tai didn't care, grinning. What's the hurry? Since the master has let us in, it means this group still has to continue as before, right? The demon gods nodded in agreement. While they stabilized their side, the entire primordial world erupted. Discussions spread everywhere about why Yunjing didn't become the heavenly emperor, with various speculations flying around, growing more lively by the minute. There were indeed a group of people unconcerned about who occupied that position. The loose cultivators from the East Sea directly surged into the heavenly court. This heavenly court, suspended above the East Sea, was grander and more expansive than those celestial islands. Countless beings of the primordial world surged in. Once everyone was inside, Dong Wang Gong stood on the high platform, a satisfied expression on his face. His voice resonated throughout the primordial world. From today onward, I will no longer use the title of Dong Wang Gong. I am Haotian, the Emperor of Haotian. Greetings to the Emperor of Haotian. The heavenly court erupted in cheers, the sound overwhelming, echoing through every corner of the primordial world, majestic, as if all the immortals were standing together. Yunjing listened from below, feeling it all rather strange. Haotian Emperor. This name, how does it sound so similar to what he had heard in later times? He remembered that in a book he had read the Haotian Emperor was the first heavenly emperor between heaven and earth, renowned far and wide. Though it feels a bit odd now that Haotian has taken his position, those events should be forthcoming. Water and fire gods fighting the heavenly pillar, needing repair, heavenly marriages to be arranged, 10 suns rising together. There are still many matters. This great calamity has only just begun. Water and fire gods fighting the heavenly pillar, needing repair, heavenly marriages to be arranged, 10 suns rising together. There are still many matters. On the other side, the ancestral witches frowned, filled with confusion. What did the Tao Ancestor mean by that? Does the demon race's broken celestial court still want to control all the realms? So we ancestral witches have to listen to the commands of that young Dong Wang. Zhu Rong with the loudest voice exploded, cursing and shouting. He held the least respect for Dong Wang Gong, who had little ability but loved to pose as a big shot. In the end, he was beaten by Yunjing like a dog. He had previously found Yunjing displeasing, but at least that person was genuinely strong, unlike Dong Wang Gong, who was so lacking. At this moment Gong Gong spoke up. Zhu Rong, tone it down a bit. My elder brother is pondering how to respond, isn't he? The celestial court manages the beings of heaven and earth, but it shouldn't be able to control us, right? Zhu Rong, hearing this, became furious. Are you deaf? What did the Tao Ancestor just say? All beings must heed the orders of the celestial court. Doesn't that all beings include us? He roared, venting all his pent-up anger. Recently, he had been increasingly displeased with Gong Gong. The ancestral witches were supposed to be fearless, the direct bloodline of the Father God, much stronger than those three aloof beings. Those three fellows merely took advantage of Panga's creation of heaven and earth. If they were replaced by the ancestral witches, they could still produce 6 sages. Gong Gong sighed, unsure of what to say, and softly replied, "Let's first listen to what my elder brother has to say." Zhu Rong coldly huffed, unwilling to engage with Gong Gong further, but he also quieted down, directing his gaze toward his elder brother Di Jiang. Di Jiang, under the scrutiny of 10 pairs of eyes, remained silent for a while, before finally speaking slowly. "Let's maintain the status quo and not act." As soon as this was said, Zhu Rong exploded again. "What kind of strategy is this? We should directly deal with that Dong Wang Gong. What is Dong Wang Gong even worth? What qualification does he have to ride on our necks and give orders?" With a bang, he ignited a raging inferno all over his body. Zhu Rong was the master of controlling all fires, yet as an ancestral, which he had a flaw in temperament, making him easily agitated. At this moment his temper was like a predetermined fate, impossible to suppress. Gong Gong glanced at him. He was the master of all waters, and seeing Zhu Rong's anger rising, pointed out a stream of cool water in an attempt to calm him down. Gong Gong. Zhu Rong suddenly turned his head, flames instantly incinerating that stream of water. "Don't touch me. I'm right now. Calm enough." Di Jiang saw this scene and directly scolded, "Enough. What are you two acting like? At least you are all leaders of various tribes. At this point, why are you still causing a ruckus?" Zhu Rong was stunned, the anger in his chest surging, but Di Jiang's words blocked him from uttering a single word. He suddenly swung his sleeve and turned away. "I was born with this temper, I can't change it." As he reached the door, he paused again, not turning back. "Do you all think by learning Lu Yunjing's turtle-concealing tactics, you can walk freely in the primordial world?" Zhu Rong. Bang! Di Jiang slammed the table, glaring at Zhu Rong's back. Zhu Rong smirked, striding out, without looking back, quickly disappearing from sight. The air felt as if it had been doused with ice water, the temperature dropping sharply. Each time Zhu Rong appeared, he brought a fierce aura, and today, he was even more volatile. Di Jiang gazed at the empty doorway, heavily sighing. "My younger brother. Alas. Fourth brother, try to be more tolerant of fifth brother from now on." Gong Gong nodded, his voice deep. "Elder brother, don't worry, I will keep an eye on him." A quarrel acted like a spark thrown into a pile of dry wood. The primordial world has never lacked grudges. Many major events began from a small friction. That day, Zhu Rong returned to his own tribe. Someone spread the word, saying that they saw flames like a sea of fire rising from Zhu Rong's tribe, sweeping from the heavens to the earth, spreading countless miles towards the east sea, incinerating all living things along the way. Many people were rushing towards the heavenly court. That path had almost turned into a fiery inferno. Before long, Hao Qian sent the demon Kuan Dao master down to negotiate. In the end, it was Gong Gong who quietly extinguished the fire without Zhu Rong's knowledge. Not long after Zhu Rong learned of this matter, he stormed up to Gong Gong. Without saying a word, unleashed flames, burning Gong Gong's countless subjects to ashes. There was even a member of Gong Gong's tribe who was about to advance as a great witch. Zhu Rong laughed heartily in the flames. "Gong Gong, aren't you supposed to be calm? Come on, show me you're calm now. We ancestral witches are born to love fighting and killing. That's how it should be. Otherwise, how do we become strong? How do we become saints?" Gong Gong remained silent. Gong Gong said nothing and turned to leave. Zhu Rong looked at his retreating figure, sneered, feeling that this guy was nothing special, and returned to his own affairs. A few days later, Zhu Rong had gone out for some matters, and when he returned, he was frozen in shock at the scene before him. The entire Zhu Rong tribe had been drowned. 3,000 weak waters swept through all tribal members, turned into floating corpses, not a single survivor left. "Gong Gong, you." Zhu Rong stared at Gong Gong, his eyes nearly bloodshot. Gong Gong merely coldly curled his lips. "What? How does this feel? Not so good, right? You want to kill me, don't you? Then come and try. The one who usually shouts the loudest is you. I want to see just how capable you are to extinguish my waters." Zhu Rong was completely ignited by these words, his fury burning from his heart to his face. Seeing this, Gong Gong instead laughed, and soon the two began to clash. When the other ancestral witches heard the commotion and rushed over, they found that the two madmen had already fought to the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The battle grew fiercer, showing no signs of stopping. "Gong Gong, you treacherous and despicable thing. I openly burned your entire clan. You took advantage of my absence to drown all my people." Gong Gong's response was a cold laugh. "What's the difference between us? You took action when I least expected. I too acted when you were completely unprepared. As soon as the words fell, Gong Gong erupted in layers of waves, the water vapor instantly transforming into an overwhelming flood, directly swallowing the clouds over a vast area, sealing off the entire battlefield. Do you know? I've long found you displeasing. All you do is fight. Today I will fulfill your wish. As he spoke, his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Two towering giants stirred the entire primordial world, shaking the earth and mountains. Various forces were watching this internal conflict among the ancestral witches. Even Lu Yunjing rested his chin on his hand, watching with great interest. So that's how Gong Gong crashed into Buzhou Mountain. But in the end, how did Zhu Rong survive, while Gong Gong perished? He frowned and continued watching. On the other side, Gong Gong pounded his chest and roared frantically, urging the laws of water, even cutting off his own source of power, using the surging flood to extinguish Zhu Rong's combative spirit. Even Zhu Rong, who was usually fond of battle, was left dumbfounded. Are you crazy? Zhu Rong's eyes widened, watching the other party's reckless approach, completely stunned. Are you really going to fight me to the deaths? He looked at Gong Gong's stance, gritted his teeth, severed a strand of his source, and charged fiercely at Gong Gong. Gong Gong chuckled coldly, showing no sign of retreat. In the next moment, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong collided fiercely. Flames surged around Zhu Rong and waves of scorching heat rushed toward Gong Gong's body, which was formed from water. Get lost! Zhu Rong roared, and Gong Gong was sent flying backward. Zhu Rong looked at the opponent he had just repelled, his chest rising and falling violently as he gasped for air. Gong Gong steadied himself, staring at Zhu Rong, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Did that feel satisfying? Are you feeling comfortable, eh? Do you think you're invincible now, eh? Gong Gong's laughter echoed in the space, deafening. Zhu Rong was still panting. The cost of severing his source was too great. He glared at Gong Gong and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want to say?" Gong Gong coldly chuckled, his voice chilling. "My fifth brother, before you cause a catastrophe. This world won't give you a chance, but I will. I want you to see how much chaos a moment of impulsiveness can bring to others. We are supreme ancestral shamans." With that, Gong Gong suddenly charged toward Buzhou Mountain. All his rage exploded, directed not only at Zhu Rong, but also at the heavenly court. Heaven, what is it worth? As Zhu Rong said, the demons govern the heavens, and the shamans govern the earth. Why should the demon clan occupy the heavens while the ancestral shamans are confined to the ground? The pillar of heaven. Huh. Boom. Gong Gong exerted all his strength and crashed into the mountainside of Buzhou. The colossal pillar that supported the heavens shook violently. Zhu Rong was stunned. The words Gong Gong had just said flashed through his mind, and he stood frozen in place. Could it be? Could this old man Gong Gong be crashing the mountain for my sake? No, it's impossible. Zhu Rong watched helplessly as Buzhou Mountain began to collapse. The pillar supporting the primordial sky was shattering piece by piece. Boulders rolled down from the heights like countless meteors crashing to the ground. Fragments of the sky rained down, scattering across every corner of the primordial world. In that moment, countless beings of the primordial world looked up, only to be horrified to discover. Was there a hole in the sky? No, that's not right. Everyone saw that the colossal pillar that held the heavens and the earth, the spine of the Father God, had vanished. In its place remained only a massive black hole. Chaotic mist surged in from beyond the heavens, and the entire world began to collapse and fracture. Countless beings faced instant annihilation, their screams and wails echoing. At that moment, an imposing voice resounded throughout the heavens, and earth light flooding countless worlds, spreading across the entire primordial land. I will seal the hole in the sky. A moment earlier, Lu Yunji was still watching the show from the sidelines when he happened to see Gong Gong crash into Buzhou Mountain, instantly tearing a huge gap in the sky. Just then, the system voice, which had been silent for a long time in his mind, suddenly rang out. Host witnesses a major event triggering a divine-level choice. Option 1, stand by and wait for Nuwa to refine stones to mend the sky, earning you merit. Reward Chaos Stone. Option 2, take action personally and block the heavenly leak for the beings of the primordial world, gaining immeasurable merit. Reward top-tier innate treasure. Zhu Xian sword formation plus the 4 swords of Zhu Xian. Lu Yunji stroked his chin and chose the second option without hesitation. For no other reason. He simply loved swords, and he had never heard of the Chaos Stone. Besides, even if the Chaos Stone was powerful, it couldn't compare to the merit accumulated from mending the sky. Once he obtained the merit, he could directly use it to break through realms and dispel restrictions on spiritual treasures. No matter how he calculated, it was far more advantageous than taking a piece of stone. I choose the second option. Host has made a selection. Our rewards have been distributed. As soon as the words fell, 4 swords and a formation map appeared out of thin air within him. It was the complete 4 swords of Zhu Xian and the Zhu Xian formation map. Lu Yunji grinned widely, looking up to see that the supporting pillar of the heavens had already collapsed, crashing down onto the primordial land, shaking the entire world. Chaotic mist surged in, continuously eroding the heavens and earth, with fragments of the primordial world falling piece by piece. The entire world was wailing, inching towards destruction. In that instant, Lu Yunji spoke. "I will block the hole in the sky." This roar echoed out. All the beings on the primordial land raised their heads in unison, looking toward the direction of the hole. Those far away could not see clearly, but those nearby could see distinctly. A figure appeared there. Behind him, a massive Dharma image was constantly taking shape, entirely crimson, imposing and frightening. From his 2 arms it split into 2, then into 4, and in the blink of an eye countless arms sprouted. Each of those enormous hands held thousands of worlds, each world exuding an oppressive aura. Who was that person? It was Lu Yunji. Below, Zhu Rong was utterly dumbfounded. Not only was he shocked by the commotion caused by Gong Gong, but Lu Yunji's act of mending the sky directly left him speechless. In the Ancestral Shaman territory, 9 Ancestral Shamans stood on the altar, jointly supporting a terrifying large formation to block the falling fragments and impacts from the sky. Chaos reigned between heaven and earth, thick fog swirling everywhere, wrapping around all directions. Is this the consequence of causing trouble? Ninth brother, why didn't you tell me sooner? He turned to look at Zhu Juyin. The ranking of the 12 Ancestral Shamans placed Di Jiang at the forefront. Next were Rushou Zhu Mang Gonggong, Zhu Rong Chong Liang Xian Ming Tian Wu Zhu Juyin, Shi Zi Ho Tu, and Shi Bai Shi. According to their ranking, each had their own corresponding laws: space, gold, wood, water, fire, thunder, ice, wind, time, electricity, earth, and poison. Zhu Juyin sighed. This is a calamity we cannot escape. When Gonggong came to find me, he said he sensed a calamity approaching him again, originating from within the Ancestral Shamans. I sensed it too. He said that if we don't actively respond to the calamity, the trouble will only grow worse. His words reminded me of Zhu Rong's recent actions, killing his own kin, his mind unstable. Gonggong did this both to resolve his karmic ties with Zhu Rong and to help Zhu Rong wake up on his own. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Jiang slammed the table. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Why didn't you tell me about Zhu Rong killing his own kin? No one knew. Zhu Juyin took over. It was I who didn't inform you. If you only blame Zhu Rong and ignore the issue, calamities will emerge one after another. Fourth brother is clearly trying to avoid disaster. Now the people from the heavenly court are probably about to come knocking. Firstly, to completely sever Zhu Rong's thoughts of challenging the heavenly court, and secondly, for the sake of the shaman clan's internal matters. Di Jiang was rendered speechless by Zhu Jiyin's words. But must one take the life of an ancestral shaman to make Zhu Rong admit his mistakes? They had already lost Sister Ho Tu. Now she was no longer the original Ho Tu, but someone they would have to respectfully call Lady Ho Tu. Now they had also lost Gonggong, his fourth brother. The ancestral shamans felt a heavy weight in their heart. In the end, Di Jiang could only sigh. Forget it. Let it be, let it be. No need to ask more about what happened next. Gonggong must have known someone would come to save the day. After the pillar of heaven was broken and he perished, a sage would naturally take action. This matter was well understood by everyone. Now, just wait for this calamity to descend. He looked up at the sky where Lu Yunji had already unleashed his Dharma image and couldn't help but murmur. So he had already become a sage. Then, the incident of seizing the immortal mountain must have been his doing. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Hao Qian sat still, his expression unreadable as he stared at the hole in the sky. Below, the civil and military officials could no longer contain themselves. Your Majesty, are those ancestral shamans out of their minds? Why are they crashing the pillar of heaven? That thing is the spine of the great Pangu, the lifeline that supports the heavens and the earth. If Buzhou Mountain falls, the entire world will be doomed. A military general slammed the table and cursed, and the entire court nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it weren't for the sage intervening, the heavens and earth would have collapsed long ago. Hao Qian sat on the dragon throne, squinting at Lu Yunji. A strange sourness inexplicably surged within him. A sage. He also wanted to become one, but was it something that could be easily achieved? No, it was too difficult. Yet Lu Yunji had indeed attained the sage position. What did this imply? It indicated that this person's talent was not inferior to those sages, and might even be stronger. How did he manage to do it? Hao Qian stroked his chin, pondering the path to becoming a sage. Hongjun Daozu had promised him that if he survived the calamity of heaven and earth, he would grant him a sage position. Now this incident before him was likely his first calamity. The first calamity of the heavenly emperor. This calamity must be passed, and it had to be handled beautifully. In the depths of chaos. Nuwa's palace. Nuwa's eyes widened. She clutched the chaos stone meant for mending the sky, having prepared for this moment for a long time. And then, Then she saw Lu Yunjing directly rushing up to mend the sky. Hey, what are you doing? You have already reached the primordial unity realm and are still coming to snatch merits from us little ones. Lu Yunjing, are you not ashamed? Nuwa was so furious she wanted to throw the chaos stone away. Just as she was about to let go, the heavenly Tao conveyed a message to her. No need to throw it away, there are other ways to earn. She quickly pulled back her hand and meticulously calculated. Her eyes brightened instantly. The heavenly Tao is indeed the heavenly Tao. After going around in circles, this merit is still mine to keep. Merit. Who doesn't crave this thing now? Even those who have become sages still lack merit. On Nuwa's side, she successfully mended the heavens with the Chaos Stone and was eagerly awaiting the merit to arrive. But after waiting for a considerable time, only a batch of merit floated over, slowly pouring toward her. The problem was, this amount was pitifully small compared to that little brat Lu Yunjing's. Logically speaking, mending the heavens and saving the world should count as great merit, right? Why is there so little? Nuwa was taken aback, calculating quickly, and instantly understood the reason. These ungrateful things actually despise me for coming late. She widened her eyes, suddenly comprehending everything. If I had known, I should have acted sooner. In order not to compete with Lu Yunjing for merits, she deliberately delayed for several yuan meetings, waiting until the beings of the primordial world were on the brink of despair before taking action, thinking that this way she could gain a substantial reward. But who could have imagined? The merits she obtained were pitifully few, hardly worth mentioning compared to the vast amount Lu Yunjing had acquired. With so little, I concede. These beings of the primordial world are all greedier than the last. Nuwa clenched her teeth and cursed while also taking note of Lu Yunjing in her little book. Why pretend to be a great benefactor? She had stolen her opportunity. One day she would reclaim it. The primordial world gradually returned to tranquility, and all things began to rebuild. Many wished to align themselves with the foremost figure of the primordial world, seeking protection. But Taoya, the steward of the foremost figure, directly turned them away. There was no particular reason, it was simply that they could not recruit more people. The power of the foremost figure had grown too large, bringing in all the races could easily disrupt others' interests. Currently, the foremost figure was already the strongest organization in the entire primordial world. A being of this magnitude should quietly focus on cultivation. When the myriad races heard this attitude, they felt both sad and disheartened. They never expected that even the foremost figure would not be willing to accept them. Some had escaped from the foremost figure's organization, and now they were filled with regret. But the foremost figure gave them no chance to repent. Repent. Even if you knelt and regretted for 10,000 years, you would not step through their door again. With the foremost figure refusing to accept anyone, the myriad races found themselves at a complete loss. At this moment, a voice suddenly resonated through heaven and earth. I am Laozi, and today I wish to attain sainthood to protect the beings of the primordial world. All who wish to align with me may join my benevolent teaching, and with your power, assist me in transcending. As these words spread, the myriad races of the primordial world surged towards the place where the light ascended, as if they had grasped the lifeline, desperately seeking a place to stand. The great power of all things in the world seemed inexhaustible. He had drifted in the river of time for tens of thousands of years, and finally caught the scent of breaking through that door once more. The benevolent teaching he established was embraced and revered by the myriad races, and the boundless merits surged forth, transforming into a golden bridge directly connecting to the Tao. In that instant, he stepped over that threshold more effortlessly than any cultivator in history. With the merits of the multitude, he ignited the holy light, illuminating all heavens, shaping himself into the form of a saint. I, today, have finally become a saint. Laozi let out a long howl, his blood boiling. In the next, he completely vanished from the residence of the benevolent teaching, directly rushing into the supreme void of the 33 heavens to fill the last vacant space. Shanxing heaven, manifest for me. At the highest point of the heavens, he forcefully opened the 33rd heaven, Shanxing heaven. The structure of heaven and earth was thus completed by another third. In the vast world, another Tao lineage was established. The benevolent teaching, rooted in the kindness of all living beings, advocated for everything to follow its natural course, relying wholly on one's heart. All beings in this world could become his disciples. The Tao he preached encompassed the changes and constants of all things, like the source of everything, yet also like something that did not require deliberate action. Less than 100 years after the establishment of the benevolent teaching, Zhen Yuanzi from Wuzhuang Temple, located at the junction of the east and west, came looking for him. He was looking for Hongyun. But he searched through the benevolent teaching and did not see any trace of Hongyun, only able to let out a long sigh. Hongyun, oh Hongyun, where on earth have you gone? After the third sermon of the Tao Ancestor, you disappeared without a trace. At that time, what were you thinking? In the end, Yunzi left in disappointment. The disciples of the benevolent teaching exchanged glances, but were too lazy to say much. Coming and going are all fates. All living beings are disciples of the benevolent teaching, whether inside or outside. Once the benevolent teaching was established, the situation of the world began to shake violently. Its momentum quickly overshadowed the teachings of the expounding and intercepting schools, directly threatening the territory of the largest power in the primordial world. Why? Just based on that phrase, coming and going are all fates, the primordial world is all my disciples. This sentence struck fear into the hearts of all beings in the primordial world. But deep within the chaos, Laozi was filled with regret. No. Laozi was nearly going mad. He stared intensely at the tangled web of cause and effect surrounding him, along with the chain of the Tao firmly binding him. In that moment, he understood everything. It was all a scheme laid out by the Tao. At that time, he was solely focused on transcending to become a saint, completely disregarding what would happen behind him. But he never expected that after stepping over the threshold of sainthood, so many lines of cause and effect he had personally sown would appear on him. These terrifying lines of cause and effect were countless times larger than those entwined around Jian and Zhundi. With a thunderous crash, the heavens trembled violently, as if a great mountain had smashed into the depths of the earth. Chaotic mist surged from all directions, madly gathering at the peak of Buzhou Mountain. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the originally murky heaven and earth surprisingly became clear. The beings of the primordial world who did not kneel before Nuwa all slumped to the ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. In their hearts there was only one thought. Those who became saints finally remembered to come and save them. Nuwa offered up the chaos stone, sealing the cracks in heaven and earth. She waited in anticipation for the Tao to bestow merits. But after waiting for a long while, only a small stream of merits lazily drifted over. The quantity was pitifully small compared to what Lu Yunjing had obtained initially. Logically speaking, such a great merit for saving the world should not result in so little. Nuwa was taken aback, calculating with her fingers, her expression immediately changing. These ungrateful beings actually think I came too late. She widened her eyes, a surge of anger building within her. It was important to know that she had deliberately delayed for several yuan meetings, waiting until the beings of the primordial world were utterly hopeless before acting. She had thought that the longer she delayed, the more merits there would be. Who would have thought these little ants would complain about her slow actions in their hearts? Laozi stood deep in the chaos, looking at the tangled threads before him. His face twisted in disbelief. No, becoming a saint is not transcending. This is just the beginning. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? He roared into the void, trembling all over. He wished he could expose this to the public, letting everyone see how disgusting the Tao was. But just then, he suddenly laughed. Why should I say anything? My despair can those fools understand? Even if I told them, they wouldn't believe it. Since that's the case, why should I say more? Let those who come after me fight desperately for the Tao, and when they become saints, they can also taste this flavor of despair. Ha ha! Come on, let all despair. No one who follows behind will escape. Just as those words left, three faces suddenly flashed across Laozi's own. Tongtian, Yuanshi, and Laozi. The three faces transformed back and forth, finally settling into Laozi's own visage. Ha ha! Ha! I have been scheming since birth just to attain the Tao and transcend. In the end, I ended up in such a state, truly tragic and lamentable. Such a good scheme. Truly a good scheme. Nuwa stared at the merit pool, her face turning nearly green. She had thought to gain a substantial amount, yet the merits she had obtained were pitifully few. Compared to that guy Lu Yunjing, it was simply a drop in the bucket. Fine, let it be this little. She gritted her teeth, her voice laced with anger. These beings of the primordial world are all insatiably greedy. Nuwa scolded Lu Yunjing severely in her heart. What kind of great benefactor pretended to be a good person? He had stolen the opportunity that rightfully belonged to her. This debt she had marked down. One day she would make him pay back with interest. The world of the primordial world returned to tranquility, and all races were busy with reconstruction. Many people were eager to align themselves with the foremost figure of the primordial world, seeking stability. Yet Taoya, the helmsman of the foremost figure, directly blocked them all. There was no other reason. They could not recruit anymore. The power already under them was large enough, and if they continued to expand, they would have to snatch food from others' bowls. The foremost figure of the primordial world remained the strongest force in this realm. Its power was evident, requiring no further expansion. Quietly focusing on cultivation was the right path. When those races wishing to join heard this news, they were dumbfounded. Their hearts felt cold. Some had initially exited themselves, now regretting it deeply. But the foremost figure gave them no chance to regret. Even if you waited 10,000 years, you couldn't think of stepping through that door again. There was no hope with the foremost figure. But at this moment someone else stepped forward. I am lousy today. I will become a saint to protect the beings of the primordial world. All beings may join my benevolent teaching and lend me your power. Assist me in transcending. As these words were declared, the myriad races felt as though they had grasped a lifeline. They rushed toward the brightest light, seeking a place to settle. The power of heaven and earth seemed endlessly abundant. Lousy had been stuck in this realm for countless years, and today he finally caught the scent of sainthood. He had to succeed. Seeing the light of the world gathering towards him, the benevolent teaching being pursued by the myriad races, and the merits flowing in. These merits transformed into a golden bridge connecting directly to the Tao. At this moment he found it easier than anyone to cross that threshold. With the merits of the people, he forged the brilliance of a saint achieving sainthood on the spot. I, today have finally achieved this. Lousy roared loudly, trembling all over. In the next moment, he vanished from the benevolent teaching he had established, directly plunging into the 33 heavens to complete the final step. The 33rd heaven, Shangqing heaven manifest. He erected the 33rd layer of the heavens at the highest point beyond the clouds, naming it Shangqing. The Tao finally completed itself once again. Between heaven and earth, a new teaching emerged. The good teaching. Its doctrine is simple, based on the benevolent thoughts in the hearts of all beings. The master acts without intention, allowing entry and exit freely, depending only on the heart's will. Any living being in the world can be considered his disciple. The Tao he speaks of is merely the unchanging essence of all things, resembling the origin of everything, yet appearing as if nothing has been done. Once the good teaching was established within a century, Zhen Yuanzi, who resided at the intersection of the east and west at Wuzhuangguan, came seeking Hongyun. However, after searching through the good teaching, he found no trace of Hongyun and could only let out a long sigh. Hongyun, oh Hongyun, where have you hidden yourself? Since the end of the third sermon by the Tao Ancestor, you have completely vanished. At that time, what were you really plotting? Zhen Yuanzi eventually left in despair, while the followers of the good teaching looked bewildered, saying nothing. Whether to come or go is all a matter of fate. All beings are disciples regardless of internal or external. As soon as the good teaching manifested, the entire landscape of the primordial world was turned upside down. Its momentum quickly overshadowed both the Chan teaching and the Jia teaching, pressing towards the territory of the first person in the primordial world. There was no other reason. Just with the phrase of the good teaching, whether to come or go is all intention, the primordial world is all my disciples, the entire primordial world trembled thrice. In the depths of chaos, Lousy regretted to the core. No, no, no. He stared madly at the threads of cause and effect entangled around him, along with the leash of the Tao tied around his neck, suddenly understanding everything. All of this was a trap laid by the Tao. At that time, he was solely focused on transcending to become a saint, disregarding everything else, never considering that after transcending, he would bear the threads of cause and effect he had sown. These threads were densely packed, thicker and more numerous than those entangled around Jian and Zhuanti. They were utterly tangled, becoming more chaotic the more they were pulled. No. Becoming a saint is not the end, it is merely the true beginning of transcendence. How could this be? How could this be? Lousy shouted desperately into the chaos, his voice hoarse, feeling weak all over. He wished to expose this truth so that the entire primordial world could see the true face of the Tao. But at that moment he suddenly laughed. Why should I say anything? My despair those beasts simply do not understand. Even if I spoke, they would not believe me. So why should I say anything? Wouldn't it be more interesting to let those who come after me struggle with all their might to achieve the Tao and then fall into this despair like I did? Ha ha ha. You latercomers, just wait for despair. Lousy's face instantaneously shifted through 3 different expressions. The faces of Tongtian, Yuan Shi, and Lousy flickered back and forth, finally settling on his own visage. I have been laying plans since the moment I was born, just to walk this path of transcendence and certification. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? Truly both laughable and sorrowful. Impressive. Such a remarkable tactic. On this day, the heavenly court announced a matter to all beings of the primordial world. The heavenly emperor Hao Yin had spoken. I am Hao Yin, the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan who governs the primordial earth, come forth. The ancestral shamans all raised their heads simultaneously. Di Jiang's heart sank. He knew very well that the time for reckoning had arrived. In the Father God Palace, Zhu Rong knelt on the ground, covered in injuries. He bore the pressure from kneeling until now without moving or uttering a word of pain. He willingly accepted the punishment. At this moment, the palace door opened. Di Jiang slowly walked in, his voice calm. Come with me to the heavenly court. It is time to settle accounts. In the great hall of the heavenly court, Hao Qian glanced around at the people present, his tone indifferent. Who is willing to run an errand to deliver invitations? As he spoke, he tossed out 2 invitation cards. In this great calamity of heaven and earth, the Saint Lu Yun and the goddess Nuwa have rendered great service. When judging those sinners, both of them must be present. After hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Finally, the demon Kuan Daosher took the invitation cards. Your Majesty, leave this matter to me. All right, the sooner you go, the sooner you will return. Hao Yin smiled, watching the demon Kuan Daosher leave. Not long after, a few people arrived at the heavenly court. They were the ancestral shamans. Each ancestral shaman looked grim. Leading the way was Zhu Rong, followed by the other 9 ancestral shamans. Hao Yin looked at these 10 individuals and spoke indifferently. Come take a seat. Those guilty do not have the right to sit and kneel and receive punishment. The other 9 who have contributed can take a seat. Hao Yin was well aware. Each of the ancestral shamans was powerful and grasped 2 great killing formations, so proper respect must be given and no room for complaints should be allowed. However, there was no need to be kind to the offenders. Those who committed crimes must bear the appearance of offenders, otherwise where would he place his face as the Jade Emperor? A few ancestral shamans exchanged glances, and Di Jiang's gaze turned to Zhu Rong, signaling him to kneel. Unexpectedly, Zhu Rong knelt down without a word. At this moment, a group of minor immortals brought in chairs specially for the ancestral shamans. The 9 ancestral shamans took their seats in turn, and the atmosphere finally stabilized. Di Jiang opened his mouth, his voice very heavy. Eastern. Your Majesty Hao Yin, how do you plan to judge Zhu Rong? Hao Yin smiled, gently unhurried. The 2 saints have not yet arrived. Let them witness in person. That would be fair, wouldn't you say? After hearing this, Di Jiang said no more and nodded. He knew that at this point anything said was futile. In the depths of chaos, the figure of demon Kuan Daosher materialized, his voice echoing in the void. The heavenly emperor Hao Yin has decreed. A few yuan meetings ago, the goddess Nuwa refined stones to mend the heavens, a deed of immeasurable merit. Now we need to judge the offenders and specifically invite goddess Nuwa to grace us with her presence at the heavenly court to witness. He knelt in chaos and sincerely bowed his head. Waiting for a year, there was no response. Demon Kuan Daosher stood up, transforming into a gust of dark wind and dispersing. If the goddess Nuwa did not come, he would go find Saint Lu. In the palace of Nuwa, she opened her eyes, looking in the direction where demon Kuan Daosher had left, shaking her head. She had no interest in judging offenders and felt no affection for the entire primordial world. A group of greedy individuals. Did they expect her to sit beside Lu Yun? What a joke. That guy snatched away her opportunity. How could she calmly sit next to him? It was simply impossible. Several more years passed. Demon Kuan Daosher arrived outside the immortal island, not daring to act recklessly, and bowed to speak. I am the celestial teacher of the heavenly court, Demon Kuan Daosher. On the orders of Heavenly Emperor Hao Yin, I invite Saint Lu to visit the heavenly court. Saint Lu rendered great service in saving the world. Now that the one who has caused great trouble has been captured, please grant me the honor of accompanying me. This message reached the immortal island, and all beings on the island felt a chill run down their spines. The heavenly court personally came to invite Lord Lu. How significant must this Lord Lu be? The demon gods on Fanghu Mountain perked up their ears, listening intently. At the foot of Fanghu Mountain, a group of people looked up at the grand palace atop the mountain, all pondering the same question. Would their master actually show up? Suddenly, with a creak, the palace door swung open. Lu Yun was just standing under the dome, and the 8-clawed golden dragon above him was revealing its form. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, and a single thought popped into their minds. But who would have thought that the glutton would act even faster, opening its enormous maw and directly darting to Lu Yun's side? Lu Yun was taken aback, and before he could speak, he noticed several figures appearing beside him. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "You all have something to discuss?" Master, are you planning to go to the heavenly court? What else? Lu Yun glanced at them sideways, not needing to calculate. His mind was as clear as a mirror. Do you all want to go too? Yes. A group of demon gods had grown tired of staying at Fanghu Mountain, where every day was just training, and more training. They didn't mind the training, but who wouldn't want to go out and see the world? Lu Yun scanned the group, pondered for a few seconds, and then spoke. Fine. Glutton and Baizé, come with me. The rest can either stay at Fanghu Mountain to guard or wander around the primordial world. It's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Glutton and Baizé immediately perked up. One was a ferocious beast to the bone, and the other was a divine beast exuding auspiciousness. With one fierce and one auspicious creature flanking him alongside an 8-clawed golden dragon beneath them, the spectacle was simply magnificent. Just as Lu Yun set off, a figure emerged from the Chaos Pearl. It was the 6-eared macaque. He looked at the vast primordial world before him and smiled broadly. It's about time. I should go out for a stroll. Meanwhile, Demon Kuan Daosher waited, not having much hope, feeling that they most likely would not come. But the next second, he felt several immense auras rapidly approaching. When he saw the four figures, clearly a smile instantly spread across Demon Koen Daoshi's face. Kneeling to welcome the supreme primordial creator, the lofty North Star of the heavens, the great emperor of the sky. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun waved his hand. Just call me Saint Lu, it's too long to remember. Yes, Saint Lu. Demon Koen Daoshi respectfully bowed and stood up smiling. Then shall we go? Lu Yun nodded, and the group together flew towards the heavenly court. Before long they arrived. Lu Yun looked up and saw the heavenly court, imposing and magnificent, surrounded by celestial light, with sacred celestial ships drifting around. On these ships stood rows of elite armored celestial soldiers, each exuding a fierce aura, as if they had emerged from hell. At the deepest part of the heavenly court, the celestial palace shone blindingly, its radiance filling the entire sky with light and shadow overlapping, as if countless layers of space were stacked together. Lu Yun scanned the entire structure of the heavenly court, secretly marveling. This heavenly court was surprisingly also a top-tier treasure comparable in rank to the Four Swords of Zhejian, with an aura of fortune entwined around it not inferior to his status as the first person of the primordial world. Interesting indeed. Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. As he guessed, the fortune the heavenly court could gather was astonishing. It was essentially a rare treasure. However, when examining the interior of this treasure, it did not appear as explosive on the surface. However, the truth is that every palace and every space is permeated with an atmosphere of the utmost sanctity and the intricate patterns of the great Tao. This heavenly court has existed in this world for countless epochs. In the past, there were three powerful beings of the heavenly Tao who rampaged through the wilderness only to be ultimately vanquished by the combined forces of various factions. These three strong beings were complete nascent souls at the peak of the Quasi-Saint level. After their deaths, their nascent souls nourished this heavenly court, while their three corpses transformed into the highest three layers of the 33 heavens. Listening to the Yokuin Dao master recount these old stories, Lu Yunjing found many details he had previously been unaware of. Now hearing them, he felt quite intrigued. Before long, they arrived at the deepest palace. The Yokuin Dao master instructed a few people to stop while he went in to report. Lu Yunjing looked up at the plaque above the palace. The characters were written with a vigorous flow rich in the essence of Dao, and the four large characters stood out remarkably. Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Lu Yunjing found it quite pleasing to the eye. Deep within the hall, Heoshin's brow twitched slightly as he sensed the terrifying aura from outside the hall. Without waiting for the Yokuin Dao master to enter and report, Haoyin spoke directly. All immortals, heed my command, prepare to welcome the arrival of the saint. No matter which saint had come, they simply needed to present the highest form of respect. In an instant, even the ancestral witches stood up. Only Zhu Rong, who was kneeling on the ground, remained motionless. In this situation, he was not even qualified to offer his respects. After all, he was the mastermind who almost destroyed heaven and earth. He was the one who personally guided Gong Gong to crash into the pillar of heaven. Until several footsteps entered the hall, the sound of all the immortals bowing in unison reached his ears. We welcome Saint Lu. Lu Yunjing. It was him. Zhu Rong's lips curled slightly into a smile. Even though he had witnessed Lu Yunjing's terrifying strength back, then he never felt inferior in his heart. This was the pride engraved in his bloodline. If he lost this pride, he would no longer be worthy of being that unruly ancestral witch. Just then, a hand gently patted his shoulder. Zhu Rong's body stiffened, and he suddenly looked up. He met the narrowed eyes of Lu Yunjing. Lu Yunjing looked at him, his tone filled with a hint of nostalgia. Looking back at the past, I knew you were an unruly fellow. I never expected that you would actually cause me such a huge mess back, then what a pity. Zhu Rong fell silent, lowering his head again, honestly waiting for punishment. Seeing this, Lu Yunjing remained calm and unhurried, a faint smile on his lips as he turned to Haoyin teasingly, saying, I never expected that you would actually rise to this position. Should I congratulate you or say that this was destined to happen? The saint flatters me. I managed to secure this position thanks to your yielding. According to the principles of causality, I should properly thank you. Haoyin bowed to Lu Yunjing, who accepted it calmly, and then raised a hand to help him up. All right, enough of these formalities. Today is your stage. I am merely here as a witness. After Lu Yunjing finished speaking, he led his three attendants and sat down on the chair closest to Haoyin. In this place, the closer one sat to Haoyin, the more distinguished their status. However, Lu Yunjing did not care about this superficial fame. He was a saint. Seeing this, Haoyin turned to the Yokuin Dao master. The Yokuin Dao master helplessly shook the invitation from Nuwa in his hand and shrugged. Haoyin nodded and spoke lightly. Since Lady Nuwa has matters to attend to and cannot come, let's begin. Zhu Rong, do you know what you have done? Haoyin sat on the heavenly emperor's throne, his voice neither loud nor soft. Zhu Rong replied in a muffled voice, I know. I shouldn't have fought with that guy Gong Gong by the pillar of heaven. As a result, he broke the heavenly pillar and heaven collapsed. In the end, it forced two saints to take action to save the world. All of this is my fault. After these words, Hao Qian nodded. You are an ancestral witch. You should have some self-awareness. Then let me ask you, I've heard that there are 12 ancestral witches in total. One has already become Lady Hutu and has nothing to do with you. Why did you and Gong Gong fight? Did it escalate to the pillar of heaven? Heoshin's tone of questioning was very calm, but each word was like a knife. Zhu Rong remained silent for a moment before saying, This is all my fault. I have a terrible temper in the clan, and Gong Gong meddled too much. In a fit of rage, I killed all the members of his tribe. Later he used the same method to exterminate my tribe. Thus we were caught in an endless conflict. In the end, the heavenly pillar broke and the entire wilderness suffered as a result. After hearing this, Hao Yin turned his gaze to Di Jiang and asked, Is what he said true? It is true. Di Jiang replied honestly. After the heavenly pillar broke, I was the first to punish him, making him kneel in the clan's forbidden area for reflection. I'm not saying this to plead for him. Hao Yin, your majesty, you should punish him according to the rules. Di Jiang honestly stated his intentions, determined to give Zhu Rong a profound lesson to make him remember. Hao Yin nodded, his tone tinged with a hint of emotion. This hot-tempered ancestral, which both greedy for killing and fond of war, even lays hands on his own brothers. It would not be unjust to kill him. I originally wanted to kill you. However, considering the relationship with Lady Hutu and the fact that your 9 brothers are saving people all over the wilderness, I will spare your life. But do not think you can escape the punishment for your crimes. Come, take Zhu Rong down. Use the immortal slaying blade to strike a fundamental fire 100 times, enough to make 1,000 cuts. The fire cut down will be placed in the celestial lanterns of the heavenly court so that all tribes can see this light. Additionally, the immortal volcano in the South China Sea has been acting strangely recently, and the flames are about to become uncontrollable. Once Zhu Rong's flames have been extinguished, let him guard the volcano. He will not regain his freedom until the 15th Yuan Hui, when the sentence is complete. During this period, he is not allowed to leave half a step, nor is he permitted to act against the wilderness. All beings and cultivators wishing to approach the immortal volcano must be driven away. Heoshin's words fell, and the people present felt a sense of resignation. The ancestral witches looked grim, but there was nothing they could say. Cutting off 1,000 fundamental fires basically destroys one's foundation. However, at least he was given a way out. Guarding the immortal volcano would allow him to reflect, while also gathering the flames there to replenish his foundation, gradually recovering from his previous losses. Lu Yunjing narrowed his eyes, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. After the Dong Wang Gong gave him a good beating, Zhu Rong indeed became much more honest. Lu Yunjing was quite satisfied with this outcome. He truly excelled in dealing with people. After Hao Yin announced the punishment, no one present stood up to oppose it. Even Zhu Rong himself did not. Several celestial soldiers stepped forward and dragged Zhu Rong away. Shortly after, Hao Yin scanned the crowd, a faint smile appearing on his face. Everyone, there may be some commotion later, so be mentally prepared. The crowd was taken aback. The ancestral witches were also pondering what this commotion might refer to. Zhu Rong's screams suddenly erupted, echoing throughout the heavenly court. Hao Yin remained unfazed. The ancestral witches, however, all stared at him in unison. Hao Yin explained leisurely, Don't panic, the immortal slaying blade is just that domineering. If it weren't so domineering, how could we cut the fire from Zhu Rong? No need to worry. Hao Yin raised his hand, and a large shielding formation immediately rose around, instantly isolating all sounds. Only then did he speak. Everyone, it's a rare occasion to come here. I have long prepared a celebration banquet, so please stay and enjoy the immortal cuisine. As soon as his words fell, the ancestral witches stood up. Di Jiang replied flatly, We have no appetite. We appreciate Heoshin's good intentions, but we must decline. Hao Yin nodded, feeling that what they said was reasonable. With their own people locked up, if they could still pretend everything was fine and eat and drink, their hearts would be too big. All right, you may leave. No need to think too much, Kai, as the Heavenly Emperor will naturally handle this fairly. Understood? As long as the Lord does not hold a grudge against us, it is good. Farewell. After Di Jiang finished speaking, he turned to leave with the other ancestral witches. Hao Yin watched them depart, then turned to Lu Yunjing and clasped his hands. Saint, what are your plans? Since I'm idle, you can arrange things as you see fit. After hearing this, Hao Yin burst into laughter. That sounds good. Huh? He called out, Quickly bring out the prepared banquet, don't keep the saint waiting. At his command, the entire heavenly court immediately became lively. Before long, exquisite celestial delicacies filled the tables before the immortals. Lu Yunjing took a bite and found the taste quite good. These heavenly court dishes seemed quite tasty to him. However, as he continued eating, he suddenly froze. He had been in this world for several eons. Now he was finally tasting the first bite of food in this realm. Lu Yunjing felt a mix of emotions rise within him, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. The memories of his past life had long become vague, but upon reaching the Hunyuan realm, tracing back time was no longer difficult. Those long-buried images resurfaced in his mind. In the past, with his former body, he could never have enjoyed such fine food. Hao Tian glanced at him, and seeing the saint's pleasant expression, felt his own mood lift. If something could make the saint smile, it surely couldn't be bad. Indeed, everything from their own heavenly court was top-notch. Hao Tian was lost in his pleasant thoughts and had no idea that Lu Yunjing's smile was due to reminiscing. After the celestial banquet concluded, Lu Yunjing maintained a calm expression, but the three, Tao Tai Ao Meng and Bai Zhe, had already drunk to the point of swaying. They embraced each other, calling each other brothers, and made quite a spectacle. Lu Yunjing said nothing further, merely letting out a sigh. If they were to lose face, so be it. After all, it was their own dignity at stake. As the wine jar hit bottom, several people finally set down their cups with satisfaction. Hao Tian's muscles twitched with anger. Were these people here to drink, or to serve drinks? After painstakingly saving up tens of millions of jars of celestial brew, he had been completely drained by this bunch, leaving him with not a drop to spare. Hao Tian truly wanted to curse. He secretly vowed never to invite the group of foodies known as Tao Tai again. They devoured everything as soon as they arrived, leaving him with not even a spoonful of soup, while he had to force a smile. Who could he even complain to? While his heart bled, Hao Tian had to maintain a facade, forcing a smile, as he said, "Brothers, you certainly have impressive appetites. I admire you." This smile reeked of a sour undertone. Lu Yunjing smiled slightly, and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for your generous hospitality. We shall not impose further." He called out Tao Ye by Zhao Meng. The three who had been scavenging the leftovers immediately ceased their actions, kneeling in unison before Lu Yunjing. "Present. Let's go home." As soon as Lu Yunjing finished speaking, he had already vanished outside the hall. The three quickly followed suit. The next moment, a massive 8-clawed golden dragon appeared out of thin air outside the Lingxiao Hall. Lu Yunjing steadily mounted the dragon's back, and the golden dragon soared into the sky, flying off into the distance. Behind him trailed two divine beasts in human form, one exuding fierce energy, the other surrounded by auspiciousness, creating an awe-inspiring presence. Hao Tian watched this scene, unable to help but exclaimed, "Now this is a real spectacle. Both ferocious and auspicious beasts have to bow down, and the mount is a golden dragon. How impressive." He gazed at Lu Yunjing's departing figure, secretly resolving to acquire a golden dragon for himself later, and it must be even more ostentatious than Lu Yunjing's display. However, for now he decided to first get through the initial hurdle. Hao Tian retracted his thoughts and called on the other immortals to continue discussing serious matters. On the way, Lu Yunjing looked at his three followers and couldn't help but chuckle. "Today, you've certainly satisfied your cravings." Tao Tai laughed heartily. "The stuff from the heavenly court is indeed delicious. I couldn't resist. Yeah, I'm still not full. Those tens of millions of bottles of lousy wine didn't even fill my gaps." This remark prompted Ao Meng, who was beneath Lu Yunjing, to retort, "It's all your fault. Now the whole world knows that the number one in the primordial chaos has raised a glutton. Who would dare invite you to a feast after this?" Tao Ye, upon hearing this, became anxious. Ao Meng cut it out. "Did you eat less meat than I did? You snatched all the good dishes. I only had a few sips of wine, and yet you keep nagging me." Bai Zhe pretended to look pitiful, shouting, "You two should stop blaming each other. I'm the most unfortunate one here, not having snagged even a good dish." Upon hearing this, Tao Tai and Ao Meng immediately took issue with him, firing back together. "You still dare to claim injustice? You ate the most heartily. You cleared out all our side dishes and left no fruit, forcing me and Ao Meng to stare at each other while drinking in silence with not even a dish to nibble on." Bai Zhe was instantly enraged. "Hey, are you two trying to settle the score with me?" The three of them exchanged barbs, growing increasingly fierce, turning their dispute into a chaotic mess. Lu Yunjing shot them a glance, casually saying, "Quiet down." An invisible pressure radiated out, causing the two to immediately silence. Lu Yunjing shot them a sidelong glance and leisurely said, "If you keep making a fuss, don't expect to follow me out next time." "Huh." Everyone was left stunned. This cannot be allowed. They quickly rushed forward to plead, but Lu Yunjing completely ignored them. With no other choice, the group had to fall silent, dejectedly heading back to the territory of the number one in the primordial chaos. Lu Yunjing entered the Beichen Hall alone, while the others gathered beneath Fenghu Mountain, sharing stories of their experiences in the celestial court. For a moment, the atmosphere was lively. Inside the Beichen Hall, Lu Yunjing continued to refine the last weapon, the four swords of extermination. During the previous Yuan meetings, the Dongwang Bell and the god-slaying spear had already been fully refined. How could he refine them so quickly? He was a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal and had plenty of merit in hand, allowing him to directly pour it in. With a wave of merit, the restrictions on the god-slaying spear and Dongwang Bell fell away like paper easily undone, without pause, leading to a terrifyingly fast refinement speed. However, the 4 swords of extermination required more time than the extermination formation. Why were the 4 swords of extermination so fearsome? Because each sword bore 30 restrictions. Combining the 4 swords meant needing to unlock a total of 120 restrictions. When used together, each sword could unleash the might of a top-tier innate treasure. Moreover, with the extermination formation, which had 36 restrictions, the power of each sword would soar to the level of a top-tier innate treasure. Extermination formation, top-tier innate treasure level. 4 swords of extermination, upper grade or top-tier innate treasure level. When these 2 artifacts merged, the extermination great formation would take shape. The combined might of the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination formation was equivalent to 5 top-tier innate treasures descending at once. The 2 forces overlapping were enough to crush the primordial chaos into fragments, which was no small feat. I'm quite curious, if I were to duel Tantian with swords, who would be stronger? If the 4 swords of extermination were to face the 4 swords of extermination, would the entire primordial chaos be shattered by us? He pondered this, breaking into a grin. Perhaps it could really happen. But suddenly another thought struck him. What if the 8 billion worlds underworld array was merged with the extermination sword formation? What kind of wonders would that create? As he refined the artifacts, he mulled over this idea, planning to give it a try. In the next moment, he urged his power, increasing the refinement speed further, eager to experiment as soon as possible. While Lu Yunjing busied himself with refining chaos brewed in the primordial chaos, the disturbances caused by the Shanjiao grew increasingly loud. The human race was also stirring, with their forces beginning to expand. In this era, the human race was no longer as easy to bully as before. They had gained formidable strength, just like other races. Even without the presence of the Saint of the Underworld, they continued to grow stronger, engaging in endless battles, with the accumulation of slaughter and karma becoming more and more serious. However, for the vast primordial chaos, this was hardly a significant matter. After all, the myriad races were also growing stronger. Moreover, the sheer number of the myriad races placed the human race at a disadvantage. Several Yuan meetings passed. The myriad races had mostly recovered, but the land of the primordial chaos still appeared dilapidated, indicating that the recovery speed of the primordial chaos was far behind that of the myriad races. Everywhere in the primordial chaos were hidden paradises. Many masters had emerged from these paradises, mostly at the level of golden immortals or Tai golden immortals. They picked up the fragments of the world that had fallen onto the primordial chaos back in the day, establishing their own territories. The purpose of building these territories was to prevent outsiders from encroaching. Although the fragments of the world were perilous, if one could withstand the pressure, it would be an enormous fortune. At this juncture, while hidden paradises were sprouting up everywhere, and the myriad races were growing stronger, someone under the banner of righteousness began to sweep away these hidden paradises. Who was behind this? It was Tu Qilin. From the ancient Shikolin clan, they were the renowned masters who once governed the beasts. They were a pair of twin brothers known as the Ice and Fire Qilin, the most auspicious of the Qilin. Legend has it that when the Ice and Fire Qilin were born, true fire of the great Tao erupted from the earth, and pure holy water surged from the sky, surrounding the birthing Qilin, and using this miraculous phenomenon to protect them, successfully giving birth to 2 little Qilin. And thus the auspicious twin Qilin were born, one of ice and one of fire, each possessing their own unique abilities. The Qilin clan had dragon blood flowing through their veins, inherently auspicious. Because of this, the clan split into 2 branches, united as one, both called Qilin. One branch was known as the Killing Qilin, mostly warlike, entering the Tao through slaughter, mastering the terrifying path of killing. The other branch was known as the Auspicious Qilin, leaning more towards support, though not incapable of fighting. The Ice and Fire Qilin were an anomaly among the auspicious ones, possessing both auspicious abilities and the power of slaughter. Such an existence was naturally regarded as a prodigy. Because of this, they were sent out to participate in this calamity, honing their skills within the primordial chaos, experiencing the vicissitudes of the world. They searched throughout the world, following the intuitive guidance within their hearts, moving forward. How many monsters have we killed? Since departing from the northern underworld heading towards the Buzhou mountain, we have already eliminated over 30,000. Big brother, do you really think the opportunity we are seeking exists? The Fire Qilin asked. The Ice Qilin smiled and replied, it must exist. As long as we head east from Buzhou mountain, we are sure to find it. East. I heard that area is the territory of the Heavenly Court, and the #1 person in the Primordial Chaos. Could it be that the opportunity lies there? Upon hearing this, the Ice Chelan shook his head, saying it's hard to say. But I have a feeling that within these two places one of them must hold our opportunity. With our current cultivation as Deluo Golden Immortals, we are likely relying on that opportunity to break into Quasi-Saint status. If we truly establish ties with the #1 in the Primordial Chaos or the Heavenly Court, we will have to choose a side to align with. Hearing this, the Fire Chelan perked up. Both sides are formidable. The Heavenly Court governs all living beings in the Primordial Chaos. On the side of the #1 in the Primordial Chaos, it is managed by the Saint Lu. He is regarded as the acknowledged #1 in the Primordial Chaos. Out there, everyone says that Saint Lu is the strongest among the saints. The Fire Chelan became increasingly excited. The Ice Chelan nodded. That is what they say, but how things truly are no one knows. Regardless of who is the strongest, saints are always above all beings, stepping out of time, standing above the river of time, overlooking the top powers of all eras. Hearing this, the Fire Chelan felt a bit unconvinced and asked, are Quasi-Saints really unable to kill saints? Then let me ask you, can Earth Immortals defeat Deluo Golden Immortals? No, even with top-tier innate treasures. Wait, Earth Immortals can't even touch those things. They would be directly killed by the backlash. Oh, I get it. The Fire Chelan suddenly jolted. Are you saying that we don't even have the qualification to fight saints? Not at all. After the Ice Chelan finished speaking, he suddenly stopped, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Fire, look over there. The Fire Chelan squinted his eyes, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Another trickster up to no good. It pointed forward, and the Ice Chelan looked in that direction, indeed spotting a distant mountain peak that resembled the dwelling of a celestial being emanating a terrifying aura. In front of the mountain gate knelt a large number of people, all honest and motionless. A plaque hung on the cave's entrance inscribed with 3 large characters, Lu Air Mansion. The Ice Chelan glanced over and laughed. We've seen this trick before, disguising the lair as a celestial. Once people approach, they'll activate a great array using fragments of heaven and earth, trapping those foolish cultivators and siphoning their cultivation as nourishment. The Fire Chelan licked its lips. Brother, this filthy creature plays dirty. Shall we teach it a lesson on how to behave? Lu Air the monkey was pondering matters while holding a tea bowl in the cave. During these days, he had wandered around the primordial world, gathering a group of little brothers and finally establishing the framework of his sect. Although everyone outside said the law does not pass to Lu Air, who in the entire primordial world did not know that Lu Air was merely an accident. Among the demon gods, he could be considered a notable figure. With his master's guidance, and after refining through several Yuan meetings, his Quasi-Saint foundation was firmly established, and he had been lingering at the peak waiting for the day he could achieve sainthood. Calculating the days, the on-sin 1,000-year sermon is approaching. They should be arriving soon. He thought, what should I talk about today? Lu Air rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Not long after, 5 figures arrived outside the cave, all chosen by Lu Air from the myriad races. Leading them was a 3-headed fire lion, followed by a greeny giant python and a primal black bear. Behind them stood 2 giant elephants, 1 white and 1 red, who were brothers. Among these 5, the elephant brothers had the highest cultivation, having already reached the heavenly immortal realm. Each of them was a top figure in their respective clans, either the clan leader or the elder, and they had come seeking the path. The white elephant spoke first. Lord Lu Air has instructed us. We must kneel and wait. After saying this, it knelt down, first pressing its forehead to the ground and bowing towards Lu Air Mansion. The others exchanged glances, not wasting words, and all knelt down in unison. Although their realms were not high, they could not neglect the rules. They remained in that position for quite some time. Suddenly, footsteps echoed near their ears. A few felt a thrill, thinking that Lord Lu Air was coming out to greet them. But before they could raise their heads, 2 terrifying auras surged over. Immediately, a loud crash echoed ahead, shaking the mountain. Everyone looked up and was stunned. What was happening? How did 2 creatures appear out of nowhere to cause trouble? The group stared at the 2 fire and water Chelans, momentarily unable to comprehend. At that moment, Lu Air the monkey leaped out, gazing at the 2 differently colored Chelans, and scolded. Hey, you 2 beasts, disrupting my good fortune, what do you mean? The water and fire Chelan remained expressionless, with the fire Chelan stepping forward and coldly saying, you bully those helpless cultivators relying on your strength, and still have the nerve to claim we are disturbing you. Off. Lu Air the monkey was taken aback, and his anger surged. Dare to throw shit on my head. Looking for a fight. Bang. Lu Air conjured a long stick and struck at the fire Chelan. The fire Chelan dismissed it with a scoff, spitting out a burst of flames. Lu Air was not intimidated at all, with 5 types of auras swirling around him, each displaying profound techniques, as 5 colored light beams pierced through the incoming flames, and crashed into the fire Qilin. Kwasa St. Peak. Both of their faces changed dramatically, and the fire Qilin fell to the ground heavily wounded by the 5 auras. Lu'er also noted that these two did not have high realms, and a colder smile spread across his face. "Humph, two little beasts, you dare to come and cause me trouble." Lu'er reached out and grabbed the water Qilin, which struggled with all its might, but was still pulled over. Lu'er stared at the water Qilin in front of him, sneering, and suddenly twisted its head towards the kneeling beings. At that moment, the beings kneeling showed expressions of fear, staring intently at the water and fire Qilin. "You better open your eyes wide and see clearly. Did I bully anyone? I was merely pondering a few matters, making them wait a little longer, and you think I'm bullying others. What logic is that?" Lu'er heavily slammed the water Qilin to the ground, then divided his power into fire gold and earth, sealing the water and fire Qilin tightly. "Great Luo, golden immortal, don't act smug in front of me. What kind of figures have I not seen in my time? Two little beasts, you dare to be so arrogant." Lu'er was about to act and resolve these two Qilins. At this moment, the water Qilin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "May I ask, are you—" Lu'er was about to act and resolve these two Qilins. At this moment, the water Qilin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "May I ask, are you not the disciple of the first person of the primordial world?" "Oh, how do you know?" Lu'er's interest was piqued. The water Qilin gritted its teeth and smiled, saying, "It's been circulating in the primordial world that Lu'er, the demon god, is the chief of the Lu Sheng demon emperor. And Lu Sheng, the demon emperor, is the leader of the first person of the primordial world." The water Qilin exhaled, its expression becoming serious. "We traveled from the Zhoutian mountain to the east just to see the first person of the primordial world once, even if just from a distance." Hearing this, Lu'er's brow furrowed slightly, his tone filled with doubt. "Since you know my name, why did you attack me just now?" The water Qilin revealed a hint of awkwardness on its face, giving a dry laugh. It's indeed embarrassing. We didn't recognize you earlier. Please don't hold it against us, Lu'er, the demon god." Lu'er scrutinized them for a few moments, pondered for a while, and eventually waved his hand. "Fine, I'll trust you this once." He paused, his voice turning colder. "However, the first person of the primordial world is no longer accepting disciples. Even if a golden immortal level figure comes, we will not take them in. With enough people on hand, taking in more would only bring more trouble." Lu'er knew clearly that he did not want to waste time on pointless conflicts. The water Qilin, however, shook its head, its tone more resolute than before. "We beg you, please take us to see the first person of the primordial world. We came this time just to see that esteemed one in person, even if just from afar." After hearing this, Lu'er's brow furrowed even deeper, his voice rising a few notches. "Are you deaf? I said the first person of the primordial world is no longer accepting disciples. Hurry and leave." As soon as he spoke, Lu'er's aura erupted suddenly, and an invisible force sent the two flying away. He turned his head to glance at the figures in the distance and calmly ordered, "Follow me into the mansion." As he spoke, he lightly gestured, and the entire mansion returned to its original appearance. Though inwardly he couldn't help but mutter, "What kind of people have such thick skins?" Not far away, the water Qilin stood up from the ground. Although it was not seriously injured, the fire Qilin beside it was much more hurt. The water Qilin sighed, speaking with a hint of self-blame. "Brother, I have implicated you." But soon after, a smile reappeared on its face. "However, that encounter just now has made me increasingly certain that first person of the primordial world is our true opportunity." The fire Qilin was taken aback, its face filled with confusion as it asked, "How are you so sure?" "Just now, when I was near Lu'er, the demon god, I felt a significant causal connection between us, one of which relates to opportunity." The water Qilin paused, its eyes shining. "However, even though there is a causal connection, our opportunity does not lie with him, but rather with the first person of the primordial world." Meanwhile, on another side, Yunjing was meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, he slightly raised his brow as if sensing something and abruptly opened his eyes. He directed his gaze towards the chaos pearl deep within the 3 immortal islands, extending his hand to lightly touch it, causing the pearl to fall into his palm. Peering inside, he saw that those demon gods were still cultivating, but several treasures within the pearl were already rising and falling, being nurtured to become even rounder. One of those treasures was particularly active at this moment. The water and fire gourd hanging at Lu'er, the monkey's waist, suddenly lit up, shining with a strange glow. Yunjing calculated with his fingers and immediately understood. So the opportunity has arrived. This kid has quite the luck. He quickly sent a message to Lu'er the monkey, advising him not to miss out on this opportunity. Lu'er the monkey was planning to give a sermon, and upon hearing this, he perked up completely. He still patiently finished lecturing the crowd of monsters below. The sermon took over 1,000 years, and after it ended, the 5 disciples each gained something and returned to their own territories. Lu Air the monkey hurried back to the first person of the primordial world. He pulled out the water and fire gourd from the chaos pearl, which shimmered faintly. This glow was a signal that the opportunity was approaching. Powerful treasures possessed such abilities. They sensed opportunities themselves and would alert their master. He had yet to refine this gourd, and it seemed the time was right. Lu Air the monkey grinned. I wonder what this opportunity will look like. Thinking about the impending opportunity, he felt a bit excited. But he did not rush to act, as being anxious was of no use. He closed his eyes and began to meditate and cultivate. On the other side, the water and fire children were rushing towards the first person of the primordial world. They ignored the fierce beasts encountered along the way, but as the opportunity drew closer, their bodies trembled more violently, as if something was shaking. Suddenly they spotted something, and their steps came to an abrupt halt. What? What is that? Their pupils shrank suddenly, as if they had seen a ghost. Before them loomed a massive mountain, its imposing presence shocking, piled high with corpses. No, not just corpses. It's all bones of a mountain made of bones. The water and fire children trembled in fear. They felt a similar wave as before, but this time it was completely different. This area was 10 times more terrifying than the previous fragments of heaven and earth. The sight was truly a mountain of white bones wailing souls at midnight. The two fierce beasts were terrified. Who knew such a scene existed in the primordial world? Should we go down and take a look? The fire children asked cautiously. The water children scanned the surroundings, seeing nothing within a vast range of billions of miles. At this moment it trembled even more violently. Run! Hurry up! The water children said, dragging the fire children and sprinting away at a terrifying speed. The water children was truly frightened. It looked around, and at its center the endless expanse revealed no complete mountain peaks or intact ground. Desolate and dead still, this land seemed to have been completely drained of life by some force silent for an unknown number of years. But how could this be possible? A full billions of miles. In such a vast area, not even a single piece of relatively flat ground could be found, not even the craters left by falling fragments of heaven and earth. What does this mean? It means someone has taken all those fragments away. To survive amidst such a storm of heavenly fragments, one must at least be a great Luo golden immortal. Ordinary great Luo golden immortals would be fortunate to protect themselves. Semi-saints could shelter a few more, but to control the entire situation was simply impossible. But to control this mountain of bones, it could only be a saint. No, absolutely not. How could there be a saint unknown to the heavenly Tao? It was absolutely impossible. The terror in the water children's eyes surged like a tide, its body trembling uncontrollably. It wanted nothing more than to rush toward the direction of the first person in the wilderness, running wildly, escaping desperately. The fire children was full of doubts and wanted to ask, but seeing its condition it dared not speak. Life is more important than anything. After they left, beneath the mountain of piled bones, a hidden cave abode was concealed. Blood bones and countless other things slowly floated inside. In the cave abode sat an old man in a white robe. He was so thin that his skin clung to his bones, covered in terrifying streaks of blood. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Just this slight movement nearly caused the surrounding air to explode. Around his body, 25 fragments of heaven and earth floated, emanating an aura that made even souls tremble. Has something discovered this place? A descendant of the Chilan tribe. The old man muttered a few words to himself before closing his eyes again. If others don't provoke me, I have no intention of interfering. But in this calamity, I must involve myself. Consider it a favor to the heavenly Tao. However, this means I will have to deal with some troubles concerning the heavenly Tao. A few thousand years later, the water children and the fire children ran wildly, finally following their inner sensing to find their target. Here. The water children suddenly halted. The fire children was also stunned, staring wide-eyed at the front. What did they see? 3 towering immortal islands, stacked step by step from low to high. The 3 immortal islands stood in the void, exuding an astonishing aura. The first island, named Yunjing, was surrounded by clouds and mist with spiritual energy flowing like water. Countless tribes lived on the island with treasures scattered everywhere. The second island, named Dayu, rose steeply into the clouds, but unfortunately its peak had been flattened by someone, giving it an incomplete appearance. Nevertheless, countless people were still practicing and exploring on the island. Just these 3 islands were places where immortals would dwell. The last one, named Fenghu, bore an overwhelming oppressive force that made it hard to breathe, with palaces standing tall within the mountains, as if all living beings on the island were trembling in fear. 2 grand palaces stood out prominently. One was called Bachin Palace, suspended in time and space, surrounded by illusions of worlds being born and destroyed. Entering felt like traversing countless legendary worlds, the power sending chills down one's spine. The other was called Mingi Palace, with bloodlight soaring to the heavens. Standing before it felt as if the entire world was swallowed by a sea of blood, like the source and end of all life. Both palaces were terrifyingly ancient, leaving no trace of time upon them, yet reflecting the very essence of time itself. The profound laws contained within were so deep that even comprehending a few yuan meetings might not suffice. Both palaces were terrifyingly ancient, leaving no trace of time upon them, yet reflecting the very essence of time itself. The profound laws contained within were so deep that when they tried to approach, they realized that an enormous formation was slowly operating outside, exuding an aura so terrifying it was beyond compare. Even if they risked their lives, they couldn't break in it. Touching it was unthinkable. Just then, the water Qilin and the fire Qilin exchanged glances and nodded together, suddenly kneeling down. We, the brothers of the Qilin tribe, have heard of the great name of the Saint Beast Lu, and today, we come specifically to pay our respects. We ask the Saint Beast Lu to open the formation and let us take a look. We are willing to submit to the first person in the wilderness. Their voices rang out like thunder, piercing through the three immortal islands. On the other side, the six-eared macaque had been resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the voices of the water and fire Qilin, he suddenly opened his eyes. After waiting for thousands of years, he had encountered those two figures he had seen back then. The expression on the six-eared macaque's face immediately soured, muttering, "I told you not to come, yet you still did." He had never liked these two who acted without clarifying anything. If they were really brought into the domain of the first person in the wilderness and then released, wouldn't that bring trouble to the master? Given their hot tempers, it was hard for the six-eared macaque not to be suspicious. If he really accepted them, what would happen if he provoked some superpower of the wilderness? These two never knew restraint, and if one day they eliminated a key figure from some major force, wouldn't that be the end? Although he wasn't afraid of those major forces, he couldn't handle the trouble these two stirred up. The six-eared macaque shook his head and muttered, "Who would want to suffer this? No way, I have to drive them away." Just as he was about to act, he caught sight of the water and fire gourd out of the corner of his eye. He casually picked up the gourd and looked at it closely. The chaotic aura that had been flickering before had transformed into a blue thread pointing straight toward the water and fire Qilin. The six-eared macaque's expression changed as he calculated, with his fingers stunned. So the water Qilin was the true master of this gourd. He slapped his forehead, laughing uncontrollably. "I never expected this. Could there really be such a coincidence in the world? I was clearly so close to this gourd's opportunity, yet I actually missed it. Thankfully it's not too late." He grabbed the gourd and rushed toward the water and fire Qilin. On the other side, the formation remained silent, and the two thought they were going to run in vain this time. Just as they were feeling disheartened, a voice suddenly rang out. "Six-eared immortal." Their faces instantly filled with joy. In that moment, their bodies trembled, and their hearts suddenly understood. "Our opportunity is here." The two stared at the gourd in the six-eared macaque's hand, dumbfounded. This thing can also bring us our opportunity." They were completely bewildered. The six-eared macaque glanced at them and couldn't help but ask, "Do you also think this is an opportunity?" The two nodded vigorously. The six-eared macaque was stunned for a few seconds. He had originally thought this opportunity was only useful to him. He didn't expect that this water and fire gourd and the water and fire Qilin would actually have a mutually beneficial relationship. How could this be? No matter how skilled he was at deduction, he could only vaguely guess the general idea. "Forget it, since this is something the master entrusted to me, I should ask the master first." Six-eared stood up, waving his hand and saying, "You two follow me." After speaking, he led the two and vanished in the blink of an eye. They headed straight for Bachin Palace. The formation did not activate to attack, even as they passed through, seeming to have tacitly allowed their entry. Outside Bachin Palace, a few people stood at the entrance, looking up at this grand and ancient palace. Six-eared approached according to the rules and knocked on the door. Six-eared seeking to meet the master. Boom! The door was suddenly slammed open with a loud noise, and the figure inside slowly raised his eyes. Yunjing looked at Six-eared standing by the door, and then glanced at the two Qilins behind him, involuntarily furrowing his brow. "Why have you brought them here? What do they want?" His tone was indifferent, and his gaze swept over the two water and fire Qilins without any extra expression. They were just two small Qilins. However, the aura of mutual attraction between this object and the gourd, Yunjing's mind raced. The six-eared macaque bowed respectfully and asked, "Master, this opportunity relies on mutual achievement. How should we walk this path?" Yunjing was taken aback. After all this time, these three had come over for this matter. He ran through the routes of the past in his mind. After obtaining the water and fire Qilin, Tontian directly fused the Qilin with the water and fire gourd, creating two treasure seals. Those seals were immensely powerful, capable of withstanding an ordinary supreme innate treasure with just one hit. Now it was his turn. Yunjing pondered for a moment, wanting to try a different approach. Last time he used the water and fire gourd as the core. This time, why not change direction? His voice softened. You two, would you be willing to serve as mounts for six-eared? If you agree, I will allow you to mutually achieve with the magic treasures. As soon as these words were spoken, the two Qilins immediately nodded in unison, saying, willing. We are willing to serve as mounts for six-eared immortal. All right. Yunjing raised his hand, and with a single gesture the surrounding space was instantly sealed off. He casually woke up the dozing Aomong. Huh, what's going on? Aomong suddenly opened his eyes, looking very confused. Yunjing glanced at him with a hint of helplessness in his tone. You fool, your master rarely shows off his skills. Shouldn't you perk up and take a good look, comprehend a bit, and sharpen yourself? Aomong quickly nodded. Master, the little servant knows his mistake. I will watch closely. After saying that, he corrected his posture and stared intently. Not knowing what to expect, Aomong's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. Qilin. From that tribe, he didn't get along with. Old enemies, deadly rivals. A trace of coldness flashed in Ao Mang's eyes, but he quickly suppressed that emotion. Without saying much more, Yunjing gently pointed, summoning the water and fire gourd along with the two water-fire Qilins to his side. He then opened a path on the magical tool and the two Qilins. The spiritual light on the magical tool suddenly exploded, and the two distinct auras of water and fire surged forth, overwhelming in their might. However, Yunjing merely flicked his finger, firmly suppressing the restless power in place. He then pointed at the two Qilins, drawing forth the blood energy within them, mixing it with the spiritual light of water and fire. With their minds connected, an imminent explosion was at hand. Yunjing pointed at the water-fire gourd, and the treasure cracked open, transforming into two streams of light that directly entered the bodies of the two Qilins. The barriers that had confined them for so long collapsed dramatically at that moment. They had reached the Quasi-Saint realm. An unprecedented powers, the barriers that had confined them for so long collapsed dramatically at that moment. They had reached the Quasi-Saint realm. An unprecedented powers surged around them. But in the next moment their bodies began to turn to stone from the bottom up, inch by inch. The petrifying marks crawled up their legs. This was the price to pay for breaking through to the Quasi-Saint realm. Merging with the spiritual treasure and breaking through the shackles of the realm meant enduring the backlash of the magical tool. The two of them were in the process of becoming a magical artifact. While it was said to be mutually fulfilling, in reality, it ultimately accomplished the water-fire gourd. That gourd would completely split, transforming into two supreme, innate treasures. However, this time the outcome would not repeat itself. With a wave of his hand, Yunjing revealed a phantom behind him. The phantom had thousands of arms, each holding up a world. As the 1,000 arms moved in unison, each of the 880 million worlds surged forth with a force of law. The signs of petrification were forcefully erased. The two water-fire Qilins successfully stepped into the Quasi-Saint realm. They were excited and about to express their gratitude when Yunjing spoke. First, you two don't even think about becoming saints in the future. You won't even have the hope of severing your 3 corpses. At those words, the two Qilins widened their eyes in shock. They never dared to think about becoming saints. But why? Could they not even sever their 3 corpses? WWHYA. They were dumbfounded. Yunjing spoke in a calm tone. You are already one. A magical artifact. The two Qilins. Magical artifact. The two Qilins were completely stunned. Ao Mang and Lu Er beside them were also confused. Yunjing thought for a moment and explained, in theory you truly cannot sever yourselves. The indestructible spiritual light of the spiritual treasure is born from the fusion of the innate demon god and the world created by Pangu. When the spiritual light transforms into a magical artifact, it possesses formidable power. The indestructible spiritual light itself is a law. It is different from the indestructible spiritual light of the beings of the primordial chaos. Therefore, when the indestructible spiritual lights of the two types of beings merge, a certain situation will arise. Yunjing pointed, and the true forms of the two Qilins instantly appeared. The water-fire Qilins were completely dumbfounded. Before them 2 orbs of light slowly flowed, representing their original forms, the water-fire gourd. Their essence was directly extracted by Yunjing, suspended between the 3. Your primordial spirits have long merged with this gourd. Whatever the magical artifact is, that is what you are. If you want to sever your 3 corpses, you must first draw a clear line with the magical artifact. But once you sever this connection, you won't even be able to maintain the Great Luo realm, and you might even fall directly in realm. After Yunjing finished speaking, the 2 divine beasts felt their heads buzzing. They originally had no expectations of becoming saints. They were aware of this. But why? Why was the path to the pinnacle of Quasi-Saints and severing 3 corpses blocked? This is fate, and it is also the price to pay. If you wish to climb higher, you must pay something. The cause and effect of the universe are like a chain, each link connected to the next. They were born contrary to the norm, but with the laws incomplete, they could not break through that layer of paper. The remaining half of the law just so happened to be locked within this water-fire gourd. Now that the law was complete, the path upward was also sealed off. After hearing this, both beasts turned pale. Is there any chance for us to live? Lu Saint, please save us. They knelt down with a thud, their heads hitting the ground. Lu Yunjing merely shook his head. There is no salvation. There was never a way to have both. The fact that I can let you not become mere lifeless objects and walk the world in a living form is already a gift that defies destiny. The water-fire Qilin's mind exploded. What did you think the original outcome would be? Lu Yunjing stared at them. Originally, you should have completely merged into this gourd, becoming a magical artifact eternally held, tossed around, or used as a burial object. Now that you have the ability to compete for the world, even if you cannot sever your 3 corpses, what's the harm? Can't you walk another path, perfecting the way of water and fire to its utmost, and achieving the Tao of primordial unity? After Lu Yunjing finished speaking, the 2 beasts forced out bitter smiles. Lu Saint, please don't tease us. Where is the Tao of primordial unity in this world? Even you. Before they could finish their sentence, Lu Yunjing gave them a cold glance. Who told you I am not of the primordial unity? The pupils of the water-fire Qilins suddenly constricted. Primordial unity. Just then Lu Air behind them burst out laughing. Did you really think he was an ordinary saint? Do you know why the Heavenly Emperor was supposed to be my master, yet was replaced at the end? Because Styx Ancestor feared him. My master is a powerful being of the primordial unity realm. Without the cooperation of 2 saints, or even 3 saints, they can't even touch a hair on him. Lu Air spoke with great enthusiasm. The water-fire Qilins knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Just a moment ago, they thought they could compete with this person. Now thinking back, they felt they were courting death. This person was not just Lu Saint. He was clearly the true demon emperor. They bowed their heads repeatedly, their foreheads hitting the ground with loud thuds. We beseech the demon emperor to impart the way of primordial unity. As brothers, we simply wish to achieve primordial unity in this lifetime. Their voices were filled with a sobbing tone. Lu Yunjing stroked his chin, not rushing to agree. He was calculating. If he really taught them, wouldn't that be akin to snatching food from the hands of the heavenly Tao? Would he still want to stay in the primordial chaos to gather merits? It seemed that such good days were over. Just as he was pondering, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Detected that the host is hesitant. The divine level choice system is activated. Option 1, steady and slowly explore the path of primordial unity, teaching the method of achieving Tao to the water-fire Qilins and others. Reward top grade, innate spiritual treasure, creation 9 realms cauldron. Option 2, let it go, whatever happens is up to them. Reward top grade, innate spiritual treasure, Qianquan Tao sword. Lu Yunjing began weighing his options. If he were to find another path to primordial unity, the heavenly Tao would definitely keep a closer watch. These people below could become stronger. The problem was, how easy was it to come up with the method of primordial unity? It could easily lead to death. However, on second thought, perhaps it was indeed worth a try. After contemplating for a long while, he chose the option with more words. I choose the first one, creating a method. I have never done it before, so let's give it a try. As he said this, he recalled the various issues with the heavenly Tao, oppressing various races and scheming against billions of living beings. It had nothing to do with him. Yet deep down he had a streak of rebellion. His own disciple would have to undergo tribulations in the future. If he held the method of primordial unity in his hands, he would start off 1 step ahead. Ding host's choice completed, reward has been received. In the blink of an eye, a white cauldron appeared within him. With 9 legs, looking inside at the positions of the 9 legs, there were dark worlds. Each was 3 times larger than the Dinghai Pearl. Creation 9 realms cauldron, capable of containing objects from all realms. Its power is unfathomable. It is both offensive and defensive. Placing items inside nurtures them, and can also enhance their quality. Contains the laws of creation. Lu Yunjing smiled. He immediately connected the 24 heavens and the 800 worlds. Boom! The entire world shook. Countless tiny light points surged into the worlds. He glanced at them briefly and lost interest. Turning his gaze to the group kneeling on the ground, he said, Lu Air and the others, you can leave first. Give me a long period of time to seclude myself. During this time you can go wherever you want, but do not disturb me. You can venture into the primordial chaos one last time. I need to deduce a new path. By the time I emerge from seclusion, you will have refined yourselves enough, and you will understand my Tao better. Upon hearing this, Luaire immediately asked, Master, what path are you going to deduce? I will deduce the path to primordial unity prepared for you. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned. The water-fire Cheelants trembled all over. Could it be true? The path to primordial unity, that was not something to be said lightly. At this moment, Lu Yunjing turned to Ao Mang. You two get out. That's right, go lead all the demon gods venture outside to train. As for the others, inform them. Whether they go or not is up to them, and any conflicts they can resolve themselves. I will open the immortal mountain for 1,000 years, after 1,000 years I will seal it for 10 epochs. These 10 epochs will be your opportunity for training. Do you dare to accept? Lu Yunjing was determined to drive everyone out of the mountain to train, letting all the top forces under the greatest person of the primordial chaos stir things up in the current primordial chaos. In the current primordial chaos, strong beings were everywhere. He wanted them to try their luck. Upon hearing this, Luaire jumped up, his face filled with excitement. Master is going to deduce a new Tao, and let us go out to train. Oh, of course I accept. Staying in these 3 mountains every day is driving me crazy. Since Master has spoken, I will go gather the team. Lu Yunjing nodded. The water-fire Cheelants and Ao Mang exchanged glances, then transformed into 2 streams of light and rushed out. To deduce a new Tao, Moreover, the Tao of primordial unity. Tao Tai exclaimed in shock. The 6-eared macaque smiled and said, Master is originally a primordial level powerhouse. The outside world calls him a sage. Master is simply too lazy to refute. Revealing all our trump cards will only make more people focus on us. In this wilderness, Master is the only primordial, and we are also primordial. Considering this identity, who would dare to act recklessly? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The 6-eared macaque continued, since that's the case, brother, I'll go fetch those brothers from the Chaos Pearl, lest they forget. With a flash, the 6-eared macaque dove into the Chaos Pearl. Shortly after, 4 demon gods descended from the sky. The group exchanged nods with one another. Finally, Baize stepped forward, cleared his throat, and his voice echoed across the entire Sancian Island. All beings on Sancian Island, listen up. Starting today, Sancian Island will be open to the outside world for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, Sancian Island will seal its mountains completely and will not reopen until 10 Yuan meetings have passed. For those wishing to venture into the wilderness for opportunities and personal training, make your departure soon. This announcement spread throughout Sancian Island. Everyone looked up, their faces filled with confusion. Why such a sudden announcement? No one could understand. Some young people from various clans had their eyes light up, clamoring to go out and see the wilderness. But the elders in the clans swiftly slapped them down. Go to the wilderness. Do you have enough lives to spare? In this world, golden immortals are as numerous as dogs, and Tai are everywhere. Do you think this is a joke? As soon as these words fell, the young man immediately wilted. This kind of scene played out in every clan on Sancian Island. Most people were filled with curiosity about the outside world, wanting to experience it. However, the older generation of powerhouses hoped they would stay inside. After all, the current situation in the wilderness. Daily minor skirmishes were constant, and major conflicts were not rare. The blood and spiritual energy in the world were mingling together, as if brewing something significant. Moreover, there were forbidden zones everywhere, with countless experts hiding within, waiting to ambush. Within 1,000 miles, there were 10 forbidden zones, each harvesting lives. In this wilderness, would you dare to run around recklessly? Even 9 lives would not be enough. However, although most people were dissuaded, some still harbored restless spirits. For no other reason than the desire to venture boldly into the wilderness. The elders at home could not stop them, only allowing them to leave with the hope they would return alive. The strong from various clans gathered at the boundary of the great formation, waiting for it to open. Before long, just as the demon gods had said, the formation opened. Countless figures rushed out, flying towards the wilderness to carve their own paths. Several hundred years later, those clan members who had ventured out returned one by one, looking disheveled. Their faces were filled with expressions of lingering fear, muttering, the wilderness is too terrifying, and they dare not venture out again. The elders in the clan let out cold laughs. Now you realize the danger of the wilderness. Still going out to seek death, do you really think you can survive? Their faces were filled with disdain. This was ironclad proof. What the older generation said was never wrong. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed, and most of those who had left returned one after another. Some faces never appeared again, and the clan members speculated privately, estimating they would never return. Once the full 1,000 years were up, the massive formation completely shut down. Most of the people from the clans had basically returned. After all, they were merely golden immortals, and Xian immortals unable to venture far. Among those who did not return, the genius of the Fire Dragon clan, Hualong Yushuan, had vanished without a trace. The dark blood of the Sea Serpent clan, who possessed the soul-eating gaze, also disappeared without a sound. Additionally, many clans had their strongest members barely reaching Tai Golden Immortal. Most of them had never even touched the peak of Golden Immortal, while some had not even crossed into the Golden Immortal realm. But this could not be blamed on Lu Yunjing. They could only blame themselves for coming to join the ruckus. Perhaps some could survive, but as for the others, no one could say for sure. Once the true closure began, news quickly spread through the wilderness that the top figure of the wilderness had sealed himself away. After the formation closed, many still wished to become his disciple. The guards of the formation relayed the message that the teachings would remain closed for a long time and would no longer accept new students. In fact, from the very beginning, they had not seriously accepted anyone. Once the top figure of the wilderness completely sealed the door, the elite forces beneath him thrived in the six-eared macaque went to the location of the ancestral vein in the unyielding mountain, where he busied himself with training. Xiongqi roamed the vast wilderness, daring to explore anywhere with his peak quasi-saint strength. As for Tao Tai, once he set foot on the land of the wilderness, slaughter followed. He devoured anything in sight, frantically consuming the lives of countless beings in the wilderness. Even the human race remembered his name, never daring to provoke him unless absolutely necessary. It could be said that the entire wilderness was thrown into chaos by the top figure of the wilderness. Before long, the beings of the wilderness began ranking the various demon gods under the top figure. Among them, the three most fearsome made all the races of the wilderness feel their scalp tingle. They were Xiongqi, a late quasi-saint, Tao Ye, a peak quasi-saint, and Qin Yuan, a late quasi-saint. These three were completely insane. First, there was Tao Ye, who would eat anything he encountered, swallowing entire clans, filling his belly with the slaughter of heaven and earth, using endless killing intent as his strength, brutally ruthless. Then there was Xiongqi, the most dreaded demon god to the human race. Whenever he encountered humans, he would undoubtedly start feasting from their heads, gnawing until nothing remained. Lastly, there was Qin Yuan, who was truly terrifying. Wherever he walked, nothing would grow, and everyone he touched would turn to withered bones and rotten flesh. The beings of the wilderness trembled at the mere mention of his name. Thus, the ranking of the major demon gods in the wilderness was established. Cai Tai specialized in consuming all sorts of ironware. Many beings in the wilderness used his excrement to forge weapons. It's frightening to say, but that excrement could actually refine supreme treasures and spiritual treasures of exceedingly high quality. Baize goes without saying. He is known as the master of 10,000 beasts, having educated countless beings and being able to predict the future, garnering considerable popularity in the wilderness. The remaining demon gods, some were ruthless enough to make one's legs weaken, while others were as gentle as the neighborly old man. But the most absurd thing was, this group of demon gods had bonds as strong as brothers. Someone witnessed Xiongqi visiting Baize's territory, where Baize was teaching a group of human cultivators. Under normal circumstances, Xiongqi would have devoured them all, but that time he not only did not harm those humans, but also helped Baize teach. His attitude was so amiable that he repeatedly taught the lesson without tiring. The other demon gods were the same, each one seemingly kind-hearted. The beings of the wilderness looked on in astonishment. This world is too absurd. But no matter how kindly they pretended to be, no one dared to forget these guys' true nature. 2 yuan meetings later. In a certain cave heaven, the demon gods gathered together, reminiscing about past amusing stories. The six-eared macaque approached Xiongqi with a smile, asking, "Big brother Xiongqi, how many humans have you eaten?" "I remember Master was quite protective of the human race. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten?" Xiongqi laughed heartily, patting his chest. "What's there to be afraid of? In the past, the human race harmed the world. I only ate a few tens of thousands, nothing to worry about." After saying this, he turned to Tao Tai. "If anyone deserves to be beaten, it's this guy Tao Tai. He stuffs everything he sees into his mouth. If Master knew about his behavior, he'd scold him far more severely than me. By the way, there's also that brat Qin Yuan." Xiongqi pointed at Qin Yuan, completely shifting the blame. Qin Yuan immediately slammed the table and stood up, looking defiant. "Old ghost Xiongqi, don't get too smug. You can't even defeat the human race's Qing Tian Daoren, and you still have the audacity to talk about others." Upon hearing this, Xiongqi immediately retorted, "I can't defeat him. You should consider how strong Qing Tian Daoren is. I sensed an aura from him that doesn't belong to the human race at all. That guy very likely isn't even human." Xiongqi said, ready to present a pile of evidence to prove his point. Time flew by, and 2 yuan meetings passed just like that. During this time, he had crossed paths with Qing Tian Daoren several times. Each time they clashed, he could sense a wickedness from the other party, a presence completely different from what his mentor, the master of the underworld river, had provided. What this kid practiced was much more bizarre than what the master of the underworld river taught. But just at this moment, a loud voice suddenly erupted from the heavenly court. It was the celestial official who brought the edict Deng Yunxian, by the decree of the celestial emperor, to investigate the lives of the people. Today a decree is issued to capture Qiongxi Taoye Qin Yuan and other calamities plaguing the myriad races of the wilderness. This decree will be led by the Grand Ancestor Witch with the rest to assist in the extermination. For others, if you can slay these demon beasts, you will be able to receive a piece of innate supreme treasure from the heavenly court and be granted a title by the celestial emperor overseeing all immortals and ranking as generals. Everyone, the safety of the beings in the wilderness depends on this action, so please do your part. As soon as these words fell, many demon gods present were left dumbfounded. Why do they turn a blind eye to the chaos beasts of the West Sea? And what about the Taowu wreaking havoc in the South Sea? That's another glaring example. Why single us out for persecution? And Tao Tai sneered coldly. I suspect he's using us as scapegoats to defy the first sovereign of the primordial chaos. The words had barely faded when a voice slipped in quiet and unassuming in, might it be possible that you three simply stir up far too much trouble? 3 pairs of eyes snapped toward Chongming Bird in unison. In, Old Chong, do you truly believe I won't pluck every feather from your body? Chongming Bird flinched violently, hastily offering an apologetic smile and waving his wings frantically. No, no, no. I'm merely a mid-tier quasi-sage divine beast. I can't withstand such treatment. I simply can't. Humph. And the 3 ferocious beasts chorused their disdain. At that very moment, Luer burst into booming laughter. Nanju Huang Shangdi's figure materialized abruptly above the void. He held aloft a divine fan radiating pure yang qi, its aura surging skyward like celestial light. Without uttering a word, he flicked the fan gently, and a torrential wave of searing yang energy erupted across the void. Qiongqi hadn't even finished laughing before his expression twisted in shock. The storm crashed into him. His colossal form recoiled 300,000 li through the void scales, shrieking in protest. What is this thing? In Qiongqi roared, bracing himself. But the arrogance had all but vanished from his face. Moments earlier he had mocked the celestial court as insignificant. Now struck down in a single blow, his pride crumbled, and dread surged deep within his heart. And the other 2 beasts suffered collateral devastation. Chaos's immense frame was hurled backward by the yang force. Taowu writhed wildly at the vortex's center, claws tearing jagged rifts across the fabric of space. Yu Huang stood motionless, robes billowing, voice calm, yet resonant enough to drown the gale, and echo across the entire primordial chaos. And those who defy the celestial court shall be eradicated. Upon the ruins of the celestial court, surviving celestial soldiers and generals watched in awe, tears welling in their eyes. For centuries they had endured brutal subjugation by these beasts. Today, at last, their sovereign had returned. His Majesty's might is peerless, and slay them. Avenge our fallen brothers. And shouts rose like thunder, one after another. After regaining his footing, Qiongqi's murderous aura swelled violently. His eyes turned blood red as he locked onto Yu Huang. And you, a mere occupant of the celestial throne, dare engage me in earnest? You rely solely on that fan. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than his form swelled to 10,000 zhang, his true monstrous body erupting forth, jaws agape, hurtling toward Yu Huang. Yu Huang did not retreat. And he raised his hand. The pure yang fan, now folded, rested calmly in his grip like an ordinary folding fan. With a casual sweep it unfurled once more, blinding yang radiance detonating outward like the dawn of a new sun. Boom! And struck full force. Qiongqi's flesh exploded. Half his body was reduced to ash, and he screamed as he hurtled backward. The other 2 beasts staggered under the aftershock, limbs buckling. In that instant the entire primordial chaos seemed drowned in pure yang light. And fear at last seized the beasts. And chaos rose slowly, growling low, retreat. That madman means business. And Taowu glanced back reluctantly, but seeing Qiongqi's ruin he gritted his teeth and fled. The 3 beasts dissolved into streaks of crimson light, fleeing the celestial court's domain in panic. Yu Huang made no pursuit, and he remained standing atop the scorched ruins of the earth, gaze serene and distant, twirling the pure yang fan idly in his palm. A celestial official approached cautiously behind him. Your Majesty, shall we not pursue? And not yet, Yu Huang replied softly. And let them run further, draw out the rest. The official paused, then bowed deeply and withdrew. And meanwhile, deep within another corner of the primordial chaos, ancient cultivators who had secluded themselves in mountain caverns for centuries finally stirred. One opened his eyes sharply. Was that the pure yang Dao? And has Yu Huang truly unleashed his full power? Ni's companion sighed with mixed emotions. Indeed, the storm has begun. In another cavern a cultivator rose abruptly, face shifting subtly. Beasts dared assault the celestial court. And Qiongqi called someone master. Are there hidden hands behind them? That single sentence silenced the room instantly. and they had been sealed away so long. They'd assumed this was merely another minor upheaval. Now they realized the crisis ran far deeper than imagined. Impure yang light bathed the land, summoning auspicious clouds and sacred vapors wherever it swept. Yet those three beasts could not endure even 3 strikes from Yu Huangshangdi. And you are fit only to dredge up my past, and submit quietly to your end. As he unfurled the pure yang fan, the entire dim expanse of the primordial chaos blazed with light. And for the first time witnesses beheld Yu Huangshangdi unleashing his full terrifying might. The three beasts collapsed without landing a single blow, driven back relentlessly. And the sheer power emanating from his fan magnified the heavenly sovereign's divine presence beyond all measure. Damn it! En Xiongqi snarled, stamping his foot. The killing intent coalesced into swordlight piercing skyward in a desperate bid to tear open the Yang Tempest. But pure Yang was the ultimate bane of all malevolence. No matter how abominable the dark art or vile the path, it withered utterly upon contact with that light. I am the supreme sovereign of heaven, the highest authority beneath heaven. Even should I perish, my title shall endure, passed down to the next heavenly sovereign. I am Taishang Kai Tianji Fu Yu Li Hanjin Ti Dao Jin Ke Yun Gong, Jiuqiong Yu Li Wan Dao Wu Wei De Dao Ming Dian Hao Tian Jin Ke, Ji Zun Yu Huang, Shizui De Tian Zun Lu Qiong Gao Shang Di. The moment the proclamation ended, the sovereign's heavenly sovereign halo spun violently, distorting heaven and earth itself. Space fractured piece by piece, and countless pure yang warships surged forth from the rifts. I govern heaven and earth. I am the heavenly sovereign, and no matter how vast the world's sins, I shall scour them clean. With 10,000 weapons, in boom. At Yu Huang's command, thousands of pure yang warships, each forged by his own hand, charged forward. And empowered by the halo's radiance, each vessel pulsed with the terrifying aura of a quasi-sage. This battle cemented the newly enthroned heavenly sovereign's authority, not only across the primordial chaos but among the highest tier cultivators. Enshi Wang Mu's perception of Yu Huang shifted. He was no longer the arrogant Dong Wanggong of old. On the moon of Taiyin Changxi and Shi he exchanged stunned glances, no longer viewing him as that same Dong Wanggong they once knew. Thousands of warships swiftly encircled the three beasts. And terrified by Yu Huang's overwhelming strength, they fled desperately, even as profound unease settled deep within their hearts. Yu Huang's personal intervention revealed true divine majesty. In the beast's former status, once so terrifying it paralyzed the entire primordial chaos, plummeted irreversibly. They were no longer the invincible terrors of legend. Though still feared, they were now demonstrably defeatable, no longer untouchable. Each beast scattered to distant realms, continuing their ravages across the primordial chaos. And this was the Tao they cultivated, and to abandon it would shatter their Tao hearts and stall their cultivation. Just then, NAS mortals suffered unbearable torment. The ancestral warriors stepped forth to intercept them. Innate ancestral warriors pursued the three beasts, relentlessly cutting a bloody path across the land. At last the world tasted fleeting peace. And the chaos wrought by rampaging beasts was no longer a burden borne solely by mortal tribes. It had become the ancestral warriors' sacred duty. 2 great eons passed, bringing fresh tremors to heaven and earth. And among humankind a goddess suddenly emerged, Yi Huang, renowned for her breathtaking beauty and graceful poise. Yi Huang, revered by humanity as the divine maiden, had already reached the threshold of quasi-sage cultivation, and most significantly, she was the founding disciple of Qing Tian Daoren. Who then was Qing Tian Daoren? Ni's name had only recently spread across the primordial chaos. Na mysterious outsider said to have drifted in from the enigmatic West Sea, he had safeguarded humanity for nearly 10 eons. It was Qing Tian Daoren who championed the path of slaughter pioneered by Ming He, slaughtering sentient beings across all races without mercy. Naviri clan loathed him with visceral hatred. Some hot-headed cultivators launched direct assaults, only to vanish the moment he flicked his sleeve. And from that day onward no one dared underestimate Qing Tian Daoren. Yet this was not the most astonishing news. And after reigning over the primordial chaos for 1 eon, Yu Huangshangdi hosted a banquet whose name sent ripples through every elite circle. The banquet of 10,000 clans. In the banquet of 10,000 clans, Enju Jiuyin, seated deep within the Wu clan's ancestral lair, broke into a broad, satisfied grin, laughing especially hard at the sight of the imprisoned Dong Huang Tai Yi and Dijun. Long ago those two had hosted the same banquet. And now, they were reduced to objects of ridicule. Let's go observe them. We've grown weary of endless cultivation anyway. With no clear path to sainthood, why not visit an old acquaintance? And, after all, It's been far too long since we last saw him. Deep within a treacherous forbidden zone, Zhu Jiuyin strolled leisurely inside, where Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun remained frozen exactly as they'd been imprisoned dozens of eons prior. Zhu Jiuyin curled his lips upward. Did you hear the commotion just now? And the two petrified figures trembled violently, then slowly lifted dull, lifeless eyes. It was Dong Huang Tai Yi who strained to lift his head, fixing Zhu Jiuyin with a rare, strained smile. And what do you want to say? Speaking cost him agonizing effort. And Zhu Jiuyin chuckled softly. Nothing much, just nostalgic upon hearing the banquet of 10,000 clans. Thought I'd drop by to see you both. Your Hichu Luoshu, truly peerless treasures. And when our nine heavens god-killing formation merges with your stellar array formation, the synergy is unmatched. Would you like to hear the new name my elder brother gave this formation, and the 12-fold stellar god-killing star array? And Zhu Jiuyin flipped his hand and summoned the time-stellar god-killing banner. The moment the banner unfurled, the entire space vibrated audibly, the oppressive aura of a primordial supreme artifact flooding the realm, threatening to crush it entirely. Di Jun slowly raised his head. He stared at the flag for a long while, a hint of familiarity flashing in his eyes. Then, without saying a word, he lowered his head again. Dong Huang Tai Yi was the same. The two clearly did not wish to acknowledge him. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled, his tone tinged with both nostalgia and mockery. It seems that not only has the heavenly Tao abandoned you, but you have also accepted your fate. Fine, I can't be bothered to show off in front of you. Old friends, you may continue to languish here until your divine sense is completely extinguished. He waved his hand and turned to leave. Once he had walked far away, the two originally listless individuals suddenly brightened with a spark of energy. Di Jun's pupils regained their light as the two quickly communicated via divine sense. Brother, how much mana have you gathered on your side? About enough. I've already returned to my peak state. This broken ceiling formation can no longer contain me. Di Jun's voice was calm and firm. Dong Huang Tai Yi nodded, his tone unable to hide his excitement. The conditions given by the demon ancestor are indeed quite generous. A sage's status is worth this deal. Brother, we need to find an opportunity to slip into the demon realm. No problem. Di Jun agreed readily. His face no longer bore the previous arrogance of being above all. It wasn't that he had lost his pride, but rather that he had buried it deep within. The fire in his heart burned brightly. A long period of time can indeed smooth out a person's sharp edges. This holds true for Hao Tian, Di Jun, and Dong Huang Tai Yi. However, if Lu Yunjing were to evaluate, he would only say a good beating would make him obedient. The more arrogant a person is, the more they need to be disciplined. The grand banquet of the myriad races was set outside the Lingxiao Palace. Hao Tian waved his hand, and a gigantic heavenly bridge descended from the sky, extending straight to the various regions of the primordial world. The beings of the myriad races arrived one after another. Jin Yuanzi was there. The West Queen Mother arrived. Changxi and Shihi walked side by side. Even the earthly goddess Yi Huang followed behind the Qing Tian Dao Rin into the palace. This banquet of the myriad races was impressively grand. Deep within the Lingxiao Palace, Hao Tian sat in the main seat, scanning the crowd before quietly asking Yao Kuan Dao Shi, "How many from the sage's sect have arrived?" Yao Kuan Dao Shi quickly swept his gaze over the guests, shaking his head. None from the Jie Jiao and Chan Jiao have shown up. Even as the three fierce beasts caused a ruckus, many from the good teach had indeed arrived. Hao Tian smiled slightly, casually asking, "What about the number one in the primordial world?" The people below were momentarily stunned, bursting into laughter. The number one in the primordial world. Apart from those three troublemakers, almost everyone has come. Hao Tian paused for a moment after hearing this, nodding. "I understand you can leave now." "Yes." As soon as Yao Kuan Dao Shi left, the heavenly court began to get busy. With the myriad races gathering at the heavenly court, the scale could not be small. All the fine wines and treasured fruits from the storeroom were brought out, with each race receiving a share, ensuring that none were left out. An old man who had lived since ancient times held up a wine cup, reminiscing, "Back in the day, when I was still a youngling, I had tasted a table full of celestial delicacies. I wonder what kind of master is hosting this feast today." The old man smiled, raised his cup, and took another sip. Such good things should not be wasted. Before long, all the myriad races had arrived one after another. Most of the top powers were also present. It seemed that Hao Tian's battle had made a name for himself in the primordial world. Many who had previously looked down on him now regarded him with new eyes. At that moment, Hao Tian suddenly stood up, his imperial demeanor radiating as he spoke with a slight tremor. "Ladies and gentlemen, could you please pause for a moment and let me say a few words?" As soon as his voice fell, everyone ceased their movements, all looking up at the heavenly emperor suspended high in the air. Hao Tian stepped out from the Lingxiao Palace, bathed in sacred light, his brilliance dazzling and his aura imposing. As everyone recalled the might of the three fierce beasts from before, a wave of admiration surged within their hearts. Hao Tian spoke, "Thank you all for giving me face. The myriad races on the ground are here at the heavenly court, are recognizing me as the heavenly emperor and willing to partake in this banquet of the myriad races. The great powers of the primordial world are willing to grace us with their presence, which is an acknowledgement of my position as heavenly emperor." In the past, someone also held a banquet for the myriad races. That person was Di Jun, who contended for the title of Heavenly Emperor against the renowned Lu Saint. Later his power grew, becoming arrogant and reckless, ultimately falling to Lu Saint. That was his own doing. During that time I too was just as reckless. Until Lu Saint woke me up with strength, I realized having a strong fist is the true path. Those who are arrogant do not live long. So from that day on I changed. Today I sit upon the throne of Hao Tian looked down at the beings recounting these past events one by one. He knew that many old fellows from that era still sat below. In their memories, the image of the former self still lingered. That arrogant, conceited young Master Hao. At that time, he was not much different from this appearance. But now everything has changed. The voice of Emperor Hao resonated throughout heaven and earth. "I will not tread the old path, why command all living beings. From now on all matters are determined by me, and all malevolent entities shall be cleansed." As these words fell, he turned and walked back into the Lingxiao Palace. The people of the myriad races watched with trembling bodies. Could this really be the former Dong Wanggong? No, he was no longer the same. He was now Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor. At this moment, everyone's hearts thumped wildly, completely convinced. Even the top powers sitting nearby nodded in agreement. All right, they recognized this Hao Tian. The previous Dong Wanggong could be left behind. The true banquet of the myriad races had only just begun. This time the scale was greater than ever. The myriad races were treated to an unprecedented feast. Those lower-tier races saw their strength soar just from the exquisite food and fine wine at the banquet. The top powers also rarely relaxed, chatting about various matters in small groups. This banquet of the myriad races lasted for a full 100 years. Over that century, many races came and went. Throughout the 100 years, fine wines and delicacies were never in short supply. After 100 years, the crowd dispersed. Hao Tian sat alone deep within the Lingxiao Palace, feeling an indescribable sensation. He could clearly sense that the fortune on him had increased significantly. This fortune swirled within his body, slowly transforming into the unique aura of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Daos bestowed authority was becoming increasingly easy for him to wield. The position of Heavenly Emperor. I never expected that there would come a day when I could fully grasp it. He raised his hand, golden light, gathering rapidly, finally forming a staff nearly as tall as a person. The staff shone with golden brilliance, both extravagant and imposing, with a pulsing aura that embodied the power to control heaven and earth. Now this power was firmly in his grasp. Even the entire heavenly court was firmly under his control. All the oaths he had taken before now surged back into his mind. He spoke to himself. Since I have become the heavenly emperor, I must always act with dignity. This was a promise he made to himself as well as to all living beings. 1,000 years passed. I don't know if it's true that good fortune comes in pairs. Recently, the heavenly court often saw the two goddesses Changxi and Shi conversing with heavenly emperor Hao in the Lingxiao Palace. Sometimes they would also chat over in the Peach Garden. This news spread and various deities began to ponder. Could the heavenly emperor have a romantic interest in the two sisters Changxi and Shi? As expected, it was not what everyone anticipated. One day, thousands of years later, Hao Tian summoned Yao Kuan Dao Shi. "Your Majesty, what is your command?" Hao Tian looked at Yao Kuan Dao Shi before him and directly laid out his thoughts. "I feel that the heavenly Tao is lacking something. Although there are rules and etiquette governing the world, it still feels inadequate. I want to supplement the concept of emotion and establish a rule of marriage in the name of heavenly marriage and set up a god position of Yu Lao to oversee these matters." Yao Kuan Dao Shi was completely puzzled. "Wait. Hold on. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? I didn't understand a word you said." Seeing his expression, Hao Tian decided to be more straightforward. To put it simply, if we establish a marriage pathway, then all couples in the world would have to abide by it. Without a marriage ceremony, they would not be considered legitimate partners. This rule is beneficial for sincere lovers, but for those who are unfaithful, it becomes a sword hanging over their heads. From now on, all vows exchanged will only count in the presence of the marriage pathway. If anyone dares to turn their back on their promises, the heavenly Tao will deliver punishment. What do you think of this method? Upon hearing this, Yao Kuan Dao Shi finally grasped the concept. "So your meaning is?" Hao Tian smiled faintly. "Since we want to establish a heavenly marriage, someone must take the lead. So help me go." Hao Tian looked at Yao Ku and Dao Shi, his eyes carrying a hint of implication. Yao Ku and Dao Shi instantly understood. Proposal. May I boldly ask, is it the two goddesses from the Tying Star? Hao Tian nodded. After spending these years with them, I feel it's time. Yao Ku and Dao Shi laughed. Great. Your Majesty, just wait for good news here. I shall take the betrothal gifts and make a trip. Hao Tian watched Yao Ku and Dao Shi leave, a smile rising in his heart. This was the moment that truly opened the curtain on the calamity of the ages. 100 years flashed by. On this day, a majestic voice echoed through heaven and earth. I am Yao Ku and Dao Shi, and all beings of the primordial world listen clearly. The Heavenly Emperor believes that there are gaps in the heavenly Tao and has specifically added emotion to it. From now on, any couple formed in heaven and earth must establish their names through marriage. Once the marriage path is established, both parties must perform the three bows ceremony to be considered married. This is an indispensable rule in the wedding ceremony. All beings were stunned upon hearing this. The marriage path. Heavenly marriage. What on earth is this? They couldn't comprehend it at all. Just then another voice echoed across the primordial wilderness. What does three bows to marry mean? It means the couple getting married must bow to heaven and earth, their parents, and each other as a testament to their union. The first bow is to heaven and earth. Marriage is established by the heavenly way, and this bow cannot be omitted. The second bow is to the parents. Life is given by the elders, and this bow cannot be spared. The third bow is to each other. Since they are to become partners in the Tao, they must support each other and treat each other with respect until eternity. After 3 bows, the marriage was thus settled. From this day forth, anyone who dares to betray their partner will face the wrath of heaven, which will strike them down with thunder and shatter their primordial spirit. Today, the Heavenly Emperor Haoyan set a precedent by establishing a heavenly marriage contract with his own union. He simultaneously wed the goddesses Changxi and Shiha, vowing never to betray them in this lifetime. As this news spread, the entire primordial wilderness erupted in chaos. The top experts were left dumbfounded. In Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzai stroked his chin, his face full of envy. Goodness, marrying 2 at once. With this turn of events, Dong Wanggong not only ascended to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, but also captured the hearts of 2 goddesses. He chuckled and closed his eyes to continue his meditation, understanding that constantly coveting the good fortune of others would only slow his own cultivation. On the other side, Lu Yunjing was absorbed in his own creation of a technique. The previous remarks had also drifted into his ears. He pondered, now that the heavenly marriage is established, the tribulations must begin soon, right? Sigh, blood will flow like rivers again. In truth, Lu Yunjing was already aware of the major and minor events in the primordial wilderness. He was also fully aware of the reckless deeds of his 3 disciples outside. However, he didn't take it to heart. Those 3 were fierce beasts. It would be strange if they didn't cause a ruckus in the primordial wilderness. Let them be. This could also be a form of training. As long as they don't provoke me, it's fine. Sigh. This technique is too difficult. As the voice of the Yao Koan Tao Master faded, the beings of the primordial wilderness saw 3 ethereal figures emerging on the horizon, standing between heaven and earth. Everyone could see it clearly. It was obvious they were doing this for everyone to see. The Heavenly Emperor Haoyan took the lead in establishing the heavenly marriage, thereby creating rules for marital rights in the future. Haoyan wore a large red embroidered ball on his chest, and the keen-eyed experts recognized it immediately. It was the red embroidered ball of the goddess Nuwa. Haoyan had specifically borrowed it. Red represents festivity, and the embroidered ball is a token of marriage. The 3 began their bows to heaven and earth. With a thunderous sound, 3 golden merits descended from the heavens. The first bow was to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were generous, directly bestowing merits as a congratulatory gift. After completing the bow, they bowed again. After all, they were all born from heaven and earth, so this bow was obligatory. After the second bow, another merit fell down, landing on each of their heads. Finally, in the third bow, they bowed to each other. At the moment they lowered their heads, auspicious energy suddenly surged from beneath the earth, spreading throughout the entire realm. The previous dense killing intent and karmic energy dissipated entirely. The realm was filled with auspicious light, and even the heavenly way celebrated this heavenly marriage. The entire primordial wilderness basked in this great fortune. All beings of various tribes desperately absorbed this auspicious energy, each one fervently cultivating, unwilling to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. From then on, the primordial wilderness became lively. Couples who had long been fond of each other seized the opportunity to wed. However, there were also scenes of heartbreaking separation too grim to behold. In short, some laughed while others cried. This auspicious energy lingered for an entire yuan meeting after the heavenly marriage before gradually dissipating. The primordial wilderness returned to its former state with battles and conflicts occurring daily, countless beings caught in the cycle of life and death. Although the ancestral witches were still pursuing the fierce beasts, they clearly weren't as intense as before. Usually only 2 were chasing outside. The rest stayed within their tribe, dealing with various miscellaneous matters. Days passed. On the second Yuan meeting after the heavenly marriage, 2 beams of light suddenly shot into the sky. "Ha ha, I've finally come out." This voice echoed throughout the primordial wilderness. Many people felt it was unfamiliar, but the top experts immediately recognized who it was. This isn't that the Emperor Jun who was imprisoned back then. They looked towards the source of the voice and saw Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai suspended high in the sky. The 2 looked extremely disheveled, covered in blood, staining a large area below with a glaring red. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, these 2 fellows have escaped. Now that they've emerged, what kind of trouble can they cause? Lu Yunjing became interested. He wanted to see what kind of commotion these 2 would create upon their escape. Their treasures, a clock and a book, had all fallen into other people's hands, weren't they basically waiting to be beaten up? Unlikely there should be someone willing to help them. Otherwise they wouldn't dare to be so ostentatious. This primordial wilderness is becoming more and more interesting. Lu Yunjing, like a spectator, was particularly addicted to the struggle in the primordial wilderness. Just then he raised his gaze, crossing countless miles. Finally, he saw it and smiled, gently calculating with his fingers, revealing a mysterious smile. So that's how it is. Is he also coming out to stir the pot? Meanwhile, not long after Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai had emerged, several beams of light closely pursued Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, rushing upwards. "You 2 dare to show your faces? Our ancestral witches have said they will capture you, and they will do so." Before the words were finished, a sharp energy erupted from Emperor Jiang's grasp, and the other ancestral witches waved their banners, surrounding Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai to attack. Heaven and earth suddenly changed color, and the power of the laws surged like a tide, forming a dense barrage of attacks to completely trap the 2. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai turned and fled towards the sky. But the forces of the laws behind them came too quickly. They wanted to dodge, but simply couldn't escape. In the blink of an eye, 12 figures in black robes appeared out of thin air. They held black flames in their palms, pushing forward and shattering the oncoming attacks. The ancestral witches were momentarily stunned. Emperor Jiang, holding the banner, questioned in a deep voice, "Who are you?" He stared at the 12 beings, exuding the aura of peak quintessence, his eyes filled with vigilance. The 12 slowly removed their black robes. With this unveiling, everyone gasped in shock. Beneath the black robes, there were no facial features, no expressions. Each person's face was identical, yet their auras were completely different. This sight sent shivers down people's spines. At that moment, the 12 spoke in unison. "We serve the command of the demon ancestor. We have descended from the outer demon domain, manifested from the desires of heaven and earth. We are known as the 12 demon envoys. The 13th demon god restrains the ancestral witches. The heavenly demon disturbs the primordial wilderness." 13th demon god. The ancestral witches' expressions changed. Just hearing the name indicated something was amiss. Who is this demon ancestor? Is he in existence opposing the Tao ancestor? At the boundary between the eastern and western realms, Wuzhuang Temple, Zenyuanzai. He was also paying attention to the movements here, and upon hearing the words demon ancestor, his gaze slightly tightened. Speaking of the demon ancestor Luo Hua, he was no stranger to it. That fellow destroyed the western spiritual veins back in the day, and Zenyuanzai was significantly affected. He had originally hoped to connect the western earth veins using the abilities of the ginseng fruit tree to absorb the earth's power inside for his transformation. But what happened? It was all messed up. Wait, wasn't Luo Hua supposed to be dead already? Could he still be alive? He stared at the 13 figures, his brows furrowing tighter, even goosebumps rising on his back. This aura was terrifying. Each one was a quasi-saint level expert. "We are the manifestations of the desires of heaven and earth." The desires of heaven and earth, referring to joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. The 13th demon god represented the 7 emotions and 6 desires in the spiritual world: life, death, ears, eyes, mouth, nose. These 6 desires also manifested into 6 powerful existences. Now these 13 powers were each more terrifying and ferocious than the last. The reason was simple. The desires of beings in the primordial wilderness were simply too intense. If this intensity continues, these beings might truly break through their bottleneck and touch the threshold. At this moment, the joy demon god grinned and cheerfully spoke. "Oh dear ancestral witches, why must you be so tense? You've blocked those 2 golden crows for so long, it's time to let them go." Indeed, indeed. The sorrow demon god wore a look of distress as if tears could fall at any moment. In the past, these two were formidable figures competing with the Sage Lu. Now who in this world can match the Sage Lu? Except for the Heavenly Emperor, it's just them. You all are being a bit unreasonable, aren't you? The sorrow demon god's sadness seemed genuine rather than feigned. The faces of several ancestral witches changed repeatedly. Emperor Zhang finally couldn't hold back and interrupted directly. I don't care if you are the demon ancestors people or have some other background. You cannot take these two. Brothers set up the formation. With a furious shout from Emperor Jiang, the other ancestral witches immediately sprang into action. A massive formation instantly took shape, enveloping the beings of the primordial wilderness. In the hazy distance, the ethereal figure of Pangu was slowly coalescing. That ethereal figure swayed unsteadily, as if it would fall apart at any moment, appearing very unstable. The 13th demon gods grinned ominously. How long can your Pangu ethereal figure hold out? Killing you will be enough. Emperor Jiang shouted coldly, and all the ancestral witches exerted their strength at once. The Pangu ethereal figure solidified for the duration of 2 breaths. In the first breath, it steadied it. With the second breath, he lifted the giant axe, wielding the power to devastate the land, and swung it down fiercely. This strike seemed capable of severing countless space-time threads and crushing the myriad realms. Even the past and future of these 13 demon gods were completely determined under this axe. An endless surge of power erupted, and the majestic silhouette of the Pangu father god flashed through space-time only to vanish moments later. In just a fleeting moment, the axe light swept across. Desire magic formation arise. Boom. The 13 demon gods hurriedly formed their array. But as soon as the formation was established, it was shattered by the axe light. Although the axe light was slightly weakened by the formation, it still struck them fiercely. All 13 demon gods were shaken and injured. Kik. Indeed powerful. The demon god chuckled coldly, conjuring a long spear of malevolent spirits in his hand. The spear seemed to condense all the power in the world. He hurled it with great force. The other demon gods followed suit, unleashing storms of various colors to try to intercept the ancestral witches. Stop right there. With this little power of desire, do you think you can block us? Di Jiang smiled coldly, swinging the great banner in his hand, shattering the void instantly. With a single command, all the ancestral witches leaped forward in unison. As the banner rolled, the formation roared into motion, and the laws of starlight cascaded like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, crashing down heavily towards the crowd. Caught off guard, everyone was swept by this force, suffering significant injuries. The demon god of desire slowly retreated, a wicked smile curling at the corner of their mouth. Indeed, the ancestral witches are formidable. Us little demon gods are no match. We were pushed back step by step by just one treasure. Her gaze flickered as she glanced at the demon god of evil, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. Since we want to protect Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, let's not hold back any longer. Shall we make a move? The demon god of evil grinned widely, nodded, and roared, begin. In an instant, cracks erupted across the primordial land. Countless twisted and bizarre demons surged wildly from the fissures, rushing in all directions. Everyone was taken aback, quickly trying to summon their powers to resist. But each of those monsters possessed the cultivation level of the Shinxian. In a flash, they swept across the entire primordial realm like a tide spreading wildly. These creatures were all manifestations of desire turned into heavenly demons. They were the embodiment of all the filthy thoughts in the world. Across the heavens and earth, blood spread, nearly covering the entire sky. At that moment, the powers of the demon gods of fear, evil, and desire surged, their expressions becoming increasingly strange. The ancestral witches immediately sensed something was amiss. As masters of the earth, they had a natural affinity with all races, and it was clear that this scene was suspicious. The 13 demon gods all sneered in unison. The demon god of fear explained, if you have the time to ask questions here, you might as well look around the primordial world. This is our carefully crafted masterpiece. The ancestral witches were taken aback, quickly scanning their surroundings, and upon seeing, their eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be so many monsters emerging from the heavens and earth? They had never seen such things. They were not like any of the myriad races in the primordial realm. With their twisted forms and brutal instincts, they killed upon sight, rampaging wildly. Di Jiang shouted angrily, what have you done? The demon god of joy cheerfully replied, you kept blocking us from leaving, so we can only These are all the heavenly demons we have raised. Now there are only 2 paths before you. Either continue to waste time with us, or go back to save those ants and fulfill your responsibilities as the witch race. After the demon god of joy finished speaking, the other demon gods joined in with sharp, eerie laughter. The choice was entirely in their hands. Who they wanted to save was up to their whim, and no one could interfere. Dijong roared suddenly, retreat. Immediately fall back. Our witch race must flatten the entire primordial realm and rescue all beings. As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 ancestral witches flickered and vanished. The wild laughter of the 13 demon gods echoed through the heavens and earth. Just when they were feeling pleased and about to turn to leave, suddenly a blinding white light erupted in the void. Instantly, countless golden bridges extended from the light, connecting to every corner of the primordial realm. Everyone followed the light and looked. In a vast wilderness, a towering giant tower stood, reaching into the clouds. That tower was tens of thousands of zhang high and wide, its imposing presence causing one to feel a shiver down their spine. On the tower's body were inscribed a few large characters: Demon Summoning Soul Suppressing Tower. The faces of the 13 demon gods darkened. Whose tower is this? Are they deliberately trying to ruin their plans? Let's go and tear down that tower. Before the words fell, the 13 demon gods transformed into 13 thick clouds of black mist, sweeping towards the tower like a storm. Inside the demon summoning soul suppressing tower, countless beings from the primordial realm were being swiftly ushered inside. This tower was a top-tier innate treasure capable of gathering the fortunes of heaven and earth, as well as protecting all living beings. One tower protects myriad races. This is a myth of the primordial realm in existence that shocked all beings. At this moment, countless beings from the primordial races were crowded within the tower. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, someone shouted, "Look outside. What is that mist? They're rushing this way." No sooner had the words left their lips than everyone saw the black mist slam into the demon summoning soul suppressing tower. Boom! The entire tower shook violently, emitting a thunderous sound. Buzz! The demon summoning soul suppressing tower actually swayed slightly. The beings inside the tower turned pale with fear. No way! This is the tower personally established by the demon emperor. Could it really break? Everyone felt anxious, praying desperately that the tower would not collapse. But it was in vain. The speed at which the black mist collided with the tower's body grew faster and more ferocious. Fear spread like a tide, enveloping every being from the primordial realm within the 36-layer tower. Who will come to save them? Demon Emperor. Where is the Demon Emperor? Please save us. Demon Emperor. Demon Emperor. Please come and save us. Countless voices cried out in prayer, hoping that those powerful beings standing at the pinnacle of the primordial realm would intervene to save their lives. A beam of light suddenly erupted at the horizon, tearing through the vast black mist. In the next moment, a long spear burst forth from the mist. At that instant, all beings on the primordial earth were left dumbfounded. Is this the Demon Emperor taking action? It is said that the Demon Emperor possesses a peerless weapon known as the God-slaying spear, capable of piercing through the heavenly river and specializing in slaying evil beings. It's the foremost weapon of the primordial realm. As the spear descended, the entire land trembled, and the shockwave radiated out for countless miles. The 13 demon gods were directly pierced by this spear, their souls obliterated. Later, someone recorded this scene. They said that in that year, a demon emperor saw the heavens and earth shrouded in evil energy and simply tossed down a spear, sweeping away all disasters in the world. This spear carried an unstoppable momentum, shooting from the distant Fang Hu mountain, causing even the heavenly Tao to tremble. The 13 demon gods were instantaneously reduced to ashes. When the spear's shadow dissipated, everyone realized this was not the real god-slaying spear. It was merely an attack casually conjured by the demon emperor. With this one blow, everyone was utterly convinced. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yunjing was pondering how to break through the mixed yuan realm when he suddenly felt his merits surging upward. Can showing off actually increase merits? He chuckled. This was simply killing two birds with one stone. Having shown off, he also reaped the merits. When it comes to showing off, who can compare to him? When all beings call, he takes action, directly crushing everything with thunderous might. This is the true demeanor of a sage. It requires everyone to plead before he acts. However, those two should have taken the opportunity to escape, right? He glanced around and indeed found that Di Jun and Dong Huangtai had already vanished without a trace. Yunjing couldn't help but grin. Once a dominating figure, now they could only flee. Who would believe it if he told them? But this was their fate. Yunjing shook his head, pondering what benefits Luo Ho had offered that would compel those two to risk their lives to escape. The Tao and demon both stand. Could it be that the demon Tao is about to give birth to a sage? He muttered, giving it little thought, and continued to focus on studying his mixed yuan methods. He had already sensed that the power of the mixed yuan was within reach, just one more step forward, and he could touch that legendary road of mixed yuan. In the depths of the demon domain, Di Jun and Dong Huangtai entered this forbidden zone with sincerity in their hearts. The 13 demon gods reborn stood before them, receiving their astonished gazes. The demon god of joy had a smile at the corner of his mouth. We are the embodiment of desire in the world. Even if we are extinguished, we will eventually return. Please come in. The demon ancestor has been waiting for a long time. Dijun and Donghuang Tai nodded and followed the demon gods inside. Once they entered, they found Luo Ho standing at the entrance, his gaze fixed upon them, as if he had anticipated their arrival. At this moment, Dijun and Donghuang Tai had no airs about them. Dijun bowed. Greetings, demon ancestor. Greetings, demon ancestor. Donghuang Tai. Luo Ho smiled. You have come. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You two former protagonists, just because you did something quite ordinary, were directly cast into the abyss by Lu Yunjing, and to this day you still can't get back up. Such a pity. If you were still vying for the position of Heavenly Emperor, how could Dong Wang Gong possibly seize it? Luo Ho said leisurely. Dijun gave a wry smile. Demon ancestor, please don't mention the past. No matter how glorious it was in the past, it is so miserable now. Oh, what use is there in talking about it? Luo Ho smiled again. A great power must have great aspirations. I called you here to see some fighting spirit, but instead you both are filled with despair. This won't do. The demon domain is a place of freedom. The Taoists emphasize rules forcing people to suppress their desires deep within. Suppressing, they birth the 13 demon gods. Now, do you still want to continue suppressing your desires, or do you wish to join the demon domain and walk the path of demons? Luohu casually asked, his carefree demeanor earning the respect of both Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. A twisted expression finally appeared on Emperor Jun's face. I want to take revenge on the ancestor witches. I want to take revenge on Lu Yunqing. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth, his voice filled with long-suppressed, ugly desires. Upon hearing this, Luohu spread his hands and burst into laughter, his laughter echoing throughout the hall for quite a while before he suddenly sobered up. Yes, that's it, Luohu exclaimed. It seems you've already grasped the essence of it. He did not directly answer Emperor Jun's question, but turned to look at Dong Huangtai. What about you? Dong Huangtai, upon being questioned, snapped back to reality and glanced at the demon ancestor. He bent slightly, lowering his voice. Brother, wherever you go, I will follow. If you head east, I will go east. If you head west, I will go west. You are my only family in this world. No matter what you do, my only thought is to help you seize what you desire. In short, that's how I feel. Brother, I have always been the knife in your hand. Dong Huangtai said this without a hint of emotion on his face. He and Emperor Jun were completely cut from different cloths. Emperor Jun was filled with grand ambitions, but had the narrow-mindedness of a needlepoint, making it impossible for him to achieve great things. Dong Huangtai had no grand aspirations, but his heart was wide enough. He too could not achieve great things. He was well aware of his own capabilities, so over the past 40,000 years, he had continuously set his own position. In the end, he had shaped himself into a blade. Upon hearing this, Luohu laughed out loud. Good, good. A blade that only cuts for others and fights for others. Then, Luohu fixed his gaze on Dong Huangtai. You just asked if I could help you both attain sanctity. Indeed, I truly have the ability to make you both saints. To put it more precisely, both of you can become saints. As soon as the statement landed, both of them stared wide-eyed. Was it true or not? Both of them could become saints. Luohu raised the corner of his mouth. I never speak nonsense. From now on, you two will be my two demon lords. Emperor Jun, you will oversee the position of the spiritual demon lord controlling the 7 great demon gods. Dong Huangtai, you will oversee the position of the demon lord controlling the 6 great demon gods. Luohu extended a finger and pointed towards the void. His words seemed to carry the weight of judgment. In an instant, Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai were tightly bound to the 13 demon gods, their powers surging upward as if they had consumed the sum of their strengths. Once they steadied themselves against the wild surge of power, they truly felt the explosive increase in their cultivation. From now on, as desires in the world grow, we shall have saints emerging. I once vowed that as the Tao diminishes, demons will thrive, and as demons diminish, the Tao will flourish. Now, the world is filled with the traps I've laid. When the Tao is extinguished, that will be the day we become saints. After Luohu finished speaking, he suddenly stood up, his demonic aura rolling and filling the entire grand hall. The beings in the demon realm are indestructible. Emperor Jun, Dong Huangtai, you will not perish. As long as the heavenly Tao exists, I shall not perish. If the heavenly Tao perishes, we shall surely perish along with it. Luohu's tone was firm and resolute. In the heavenly court, 2 figures suddenly shook. Following that, a cold and fierce smile appeared at the corners of both Emperor Jun's and Dong Huangtai's mouths. In this primordial wilderness, they had finally returned to slaughter once again. Lu Yunqing shattered the 13 demon gods with a single finger. However, the vast land of the primordial wilderness did not find peace even for a moment after that finger fell. The heavenly demons grew like wild grass, sweeping across all directions. The ancestor witches traversed mountains and rivers rushing to save people. The heavenly court also dispatched a large number of immortals to various locations. For an entire Yuan, everyone was engaged in a bitter struggle against the heavenly demons. The primordial wilderness suffered heavy casualties, rivers running red with blood. Fortunately, although the heavenly demons were numerous, their strength was weak. Most of them were merely at the level of Xianxian. A true immortal of Tai could kill them with a mere finger. When a Deluo Jinxian encountered them, they could easily crush them. Days passed. By the time not a single heavenly demon could be found in the realm, or rather those heavenly demons had finally been completely wiped out. The immortals of the heavenly court only withdrew back to the heavenly palace, resuming their own affairs. The ancestor witches also returned to their own territories. Not long after, a voice emerged from the heavenly court. In gratitude for the saint's methods, thank the saint for his grace. Years ago, a single spear determined the demon god. Today, the heavenly emperor sets up statues across the primordial wilderness to repay the grace of Saint Lu. As soon as the words fell, countless statues descended from the heavens, landing in various corners of the primordial wilderness for all beings to worship. At this moment, many top experts looked at Hao Yin with new eyes. They did not expect him to take the initiative to place the statue of Saint Lu in various places. Wasn't this handing out merit for free? These merits were originally meant to belong to the heavenly court. Now they had forcibly allocated a portion to Lu Yunjing. Within the heavenly court, the Yao Kuan Dao master was puzzled. Why are you doing this? You are a saint while you are merely a quasi-saint. You need merit more than he does. Hao Yin shook his head, his voice steady. Saint Lu has saved the world more than once in the past. We didn't gain any merit, but at least we need to show our attitude. The heavenly court must act generously for others to be willing to ally with us. Right now, the heavenly court's influence is too weak compared to the already established human race, in which race we have no trump cards. How is the gathering of the various Yao gods going? The Yao Kuan Dao master fell silent for a moment before responding. The great god of Luais has agreed to join the heavenly court. The Queen Mother of the West in Kunlun is also preparing to come. And the Yao Kuan Dao master listed one by one. Hao Yin nodded. With so many people coming over, the heavenly court will surely grow stronger. By the way, what about the old three ancestors of the opening of heaven? The Yao Kuan Dao master's expression turned somewhat grim. The Feng clan is nowhere to be found. The Qilin clan is too arrogant. In the heavenly court's main hall, the atmosphere had just eased up. The Dragon clan has said they are willing to deal with us, but do not want to be treated as a subordinate force. They only talk about cooperation. As soon as these words were spoken, Hao Yin raised an eyebrow slightly, and then waved his hand. It's fine, it was expected. If they are unwilling to come, they must have their reasons. That's all within reason. However, Hao Yin paused. What exactly do they mean by cooperation? The Yao Kuan Dao master leaned forward half a step. What they mean is that periodically a few of the younger generation from the Dragon clan will come to the heavenly court for training. After spending some time there, if both sides find it acceptable, they will continue to cooperate and assist the heavenly court. Hao Yin nodded. All right, that works. Then I will go and discuss this with them, now trying to secure more benefits for you. Good, thank you for your trouble. As soon as Hao Yin finished speaking, the Yao Kuan Dao master took 2 steps back, a smile on his face. Your Majesty, when you say thank you, you almost scared me into thinking I would lose my head. Such words are too heavy. As long as I am in office, I rely on the merits of the heavenly court. I will take my leave now. Meanwhile, Lu Yunjing was sitting cross-legged, suddenly sensing an increase in merit, as if it was rushing toward him from all directions. He frowned, wondering why his merit had surged again. Who did this? After calculating with his fingers, he immediately realized Haoshin's actions, unable to help but grin. That guy unexpectedly setting up a statue for him, was he not afraid of him seizing merits? This Eastern King. No, Haoshin's transformation was too outrageous. Indeed, people can change. Since that's the case, consider it a personal favor owed to him. Once the method of Hunyuan is created, I will repay him slowly. Lu Yunjing smiled as he closed his eyes, continuing his deductions. He was just one step away from the completion of the method of Hunyuan, needing to test repeatedly to connect all the elements. My method of severance compared to Hongjun's method of severing 3 corpses. Still, my path to proving the Tao of Hunyuan is more exquisite. However, it was also found by stepping on others' shoulders. It still needs more polishing. Even a Deluo Jinxian would need to clarify here. But these things were mostly hidden in places that couldn't see the light. They revealed no trace of energy, suppressing their fluctuations, as if waiting for someone to come knocking. After a long time with no chaotic matters from the outside to disrupt the heavenly court, suddenly send a message for Di Jiang to make a trip. In the Lingxiao Palace, Di Jiang stood still, remaining expressionless. Hao Qian frowned. You should understand why I called you here. I understand. Di Jiang answered succinctly. Hao Qian sighed. It's not that I want to make trouble for you. The matter with Zhu Rong has only passed less than 10 yuanweis. Then Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai ran off, and the heavenly demons have once again stirred the primordial wilderness into chaos. Every single incident is connected to you. Which time wasn't a huge mess? How did you manage that piece of which land? Di Jiang remained silent, listening to Haoshan's reprimands. Haoshan's face did not show much anger, but each word was like a knife. He sighed again. I won't say much, we are all heads of our families. I just want to tell you, keep a good eye on this realm. If there is a real issue, I can lend a hand as well. After hearing this, Di Jiang nodded. He cupped his hands and said, I will keep a close watch over the entire primordial wilderness. Rest assured, Your Majesty, there will be no more mistakes. Once Di Jiang left, Hao Yin let out a heavy sigh. An immortal next to him couldn't help but ask, why not directly revoke their positions? With things turning out this way, 2 major incidents have happened in the primordial wilderness, all caused by them. Hao Yin waved his hand, his voice sinking. No. The Ancestor witches are all tough characters. If we really revoke them, they will feel a thorn in their hearts, and if they cause trouble, wouldn't that create unnecessary enemies? Upon hearing this, the other immortals were stunned, regretting having spoken out. It was still the Heavenly Emperor who thought things through. Then why let them continue managing like this? This territory will eventually have problems. Hao Qian waved his hand. No need to rush, I trust them. After the heavenly demons caused chaos in the primordial wilderness for the 3rd Yuan Hui, the first person in the primordial wilderness sealed the immortal gate for a full 10 yuanweis. On that day, a voice exploded, resonating throughout the entire primordial wilderness. All forces under the first sovereign of the primordial chaos, return at once. I shall impart a new Tao. Come too late, and you shall have no share. This was Lu Yunjing's voice. The moment his words faded, all divine beasts, great demons, and demon kings scattered across the 4 directions, engaged in cultivation and wandering, rushed back with urgent haste. Within less than a millennium, every faction sworn to the first sovereign of the primordial chaos converged, as if drawn by an invisible net, reassembling fully beneath his banner. Among them were several minor factions once deemed insignificant, yet each had nurtured extraordinary. No one anticipated that one among them would shatter through successive realms in a single surge, reaching the exalted rank of De Luo Golden Immortal, then uproot his entire clan and ascend to Mount Dayu Immortal, all thereby ascending into an entirely new echelon of power. Once all members of the first sovereign's domain had gathered, a vast throng of unfamiliar guests pressed tightly around the outer perimeter, crowding near, straining to glimpse the profound method passed down by the demon sovereign himself. Outside the Beichen Hall, Mingyi had rarely returned, yet he appeared this time. Upon seeing his elder brother, Lu Yunjing broke into a broad grin. Brother, it's been ages since we last met. What have you been occupied with lately? Before him, he carried not a trace of pretense or formality. Mingyi was much the same, waving a hand dismissively. What else could I possibly do? I'm just following your example, hiding away quietly, biding my time. Truth be told, it is rather embarrassing. Before attaining sainthood, I strode across the entire primordial chaos unchallenged, convinced I was invincible. Yet upon ascending to sainthood, I found myself emulating your strategy of withdrawal, and embraced it with unsettling zeal. Is this not fate's most ironic jest? Lu Yunjing chuckled softly, then added, Brother, why not stay and listen to what I'll expound shortly? It may yet prove beneficial to you. Oh. At those words, Mingyi's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. What Tao is it? Tell me now. If brother wishes to hear the Tao, simply take a seat over there. A mischievous glint flickered across Lu Yunjing's face as he raised a hand, pointing forward, where 6 seats stood arranged. Mingyi followed his gesture, and the instant he turned back, his face darkened. He whirled about and snapped, So this is how you treat your own elder brother, Lu Yunjing? Mocking even me? Brother, don't be angry. It's no jest at all. Lu Yunjing feigned wide-eyed innocence, continuing, Originally only 5 seats were reserved for my 5 foremost disciples. These 5, the Taoye, the 6-eared macaque, Baizhe Lu Wu, and the Kai Ming beast, were his earliest disciples. Though their current strength fell short of the absolute apex, they had once sacrificed everything without hesitation to aid his Tao realization. Such audacity alone warranted their place at the very front. No other reason needed. Hearing this, Mingyi laughed aloud. Very well. If you say so, then I, your elder brother, shall make an exception, and for once sit before you as a disciple. Oh, you truly agree? That's splendid. Hey, you brat. You are teasing me after all, aren't you? What splendid sunlight today across the primordial chaos. You wretched scoundrel. After this bout of playful banter, Lu Yunjing finally settled into solemnity. Reuniting with his elder brother was indeed rare, though he couldn't quite fathom why it felt so uncommon. Yet the Tao must still be proclaimed. He surveyed the sparsely seated assembly below, while behind him stretched countless thrones. Each occupant leaning forward, ears pricked, awaiting his transmission of the Tao. The spectacle was unprecedented, unrivaled in past or future, a grandeur bordering on the surreal. Those outside saw only the scale of the gathering, yet not a whisper of its inner discourse reached their ears. A supreme formation sealed all sound and sensation within. Earlier, one reckless soul had attempted to breach it, only to be instantly reduced to dust by the array's might. That image remained seared into every witness's memory. None dared move. Deep within the chaotic expanse, Hongjun observed this scene intently. He had taken particular interest in Lu Yunjing's promise of a new path, and naturally wished to eavesdrop. The formation posed no barrier to him. He pierced through effortlessly, hearing every word with crystalline clarity. And the more he listened, the deeper his curiosity grew. What Tao could stir such fervor? Its resonance eclipsed even his own sermons. Even Mingi had come to this Tao must conceal a secret of cosmic magnitude. Inside the formation, Lu Yunjing gazed upon the fully occupied lecture hall and nodded satisfied. The restless six-eared macaque could contain himself no longer. Master, have you completed your Tao? Yes. Is it difficult? It depends on the cultivator. Lu Yunjing smiled faintly, offering no further elaboration. Slowly he lifted his gaze toward the heavens, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. That single subtle narrowing caused the Tao sword to materialize mid-chaos, slashing straight toward Zhixiao Palace. Hongjun recoiled in alarm, instantly channeling immense power to shield the palace gates. That single strike left him trembling, not from fear, but from awe. Fortunately, Lu Yunjing held back, delivering only a warning. Now Hongjun burned with even greater intrigue. Lu Yunjing, you dare strike me solely to conceal this Tao? Then tell me, what Tao are you transmitting? As the Beichen bell tolled, silence descended instantly, every being holding breath rapt and reverent. In that instant, celestial laws misted into the air, golden lotuses bloomed from the earth, arcane light rained from the heavens, and ethereal hymns of primordial harmony resonated unseen throughout the realm. The Beichen bell, activated at its full 36-layer seal, plunged all listeners into profound, spontaneous enlightenment. Facing this spectacle, Lu Yunjing spoke calmly. The Tao I transmit is not for all ears. Only those of indomitable will may tread this path. To cultivate this Tao is harder than a mortal scaling heaven itself, more perilous than climbing Mount Buzhou barehanded. This Tao is named severing the Tao to illuminate the self, eternal solitude, unbroken unity. Severing the Tao to illuminate the self. At that very phrase, every listener trembled violently. Even Mingi leaned forward, certain his brother's newly forged Tao was no ordinary path. Lu Yunjing merely smiled and said, this Tao has two branches, both leading to the rank of primordial sovereign. Yet both are arduous beyond measure. You must comprehend their severity. Countless trials may await you. He warned them repeatedly, but not a single soul faltered. Then the six-eared macaque leapt up, urgently demanding, Master, what is this Tao truly? Speak plainly. Indeed, all assembled burned with the same question. What Tao could possibly lead one to such transcendence? Lu Yunjing heard them, and smiled, nodding gently. Since you ask, I shall elucidate this path. Severing the Tao to illuminate the self resembles the ancient path of severing the three corpse spirits, but splits into two methods. The first is called Tao severance. Tao severance requires three severances. The first cuts the Tao of the past. Your past body remains, bound by endless karmic entanglements, burdened with ceaseless vexations. Trace backward through infinite space-time, and cleave it decisively. With that single stroke, all past karma dissolves, and no entity may ever trace your origin again. The second severs the Tao of the future. Your future body persists, subject to fate's capricious, unfixed course. Why cling to what cannot be foreseen? Trace forward through infinite space-time, and sever it utterly. That stroke dismantles heaven's deterministic machinery, reclaiming your Tao from the boundless river of time. The third severs the Tao of the self. Having severed past and future, nothing remains. If neither past nor future endures, what meaning does the present hold? Strike fiercely, so that this very life ceases to dwell within this very life. When all three Taos are severed, one transcends every law across infinite time, standing atop the boundless firmament, illuminating the Tao, while severing the self, then merging the three bodies into one, past, future, and present unified within the supreme Tao. The three blossoms, past, future, and present, bloomed simultaneously, illuminating the river of time, granting eternal existence. Primordial, limitless, unending. At these words, all fell speechless, stunned into immobility. What terrifying Tao was this? Merely hearing its outline sent chills racing down their spines. Who dared sever such Taos? Even demon kings who had sworn oaths moments earlier now instinctively recoiled. Some great demons trembled uncontrollably, hearts quaking with dread. Only the 12 divine beasts, those sovereigns of bestial divinity, glowed with fierce, exhilarated light in their eyes. Mingi too felt the same surge. This was true Tao severance. Sages endure across time. Yet what use is that? True eternity lies in severing all Taos. When the three bodies unite, and the three blossoms blaze gloriously upon the river of time, your singular essence ascends, towering above cosmos and chronology alike, eternal and unchanging. Mingi trembled uncontrollably, every pore screaming with ecstatic terror. This terrifying Tao, he longed more than anything to hear it unfold. Just then Xiongqi, unable to contain himself, shouted, "Master, what is the second method?" Lu Yunjing's expression tightened instantly. The second method is somewhat less demanding than the first. He paused, his tone deepening. Yet still it is as difficult as ascending heaven itself. I name it illuminating the self. All living things, beings of heaven, earth, or myriad realms, harbor inner demons, attachments, and desires. Entwined they obscure even the self's true nature. Illuminating the self means piercing through these three veils. The first trial, confronting the inner demon. Stand before your own inner demon as in a mirror, neither flinching nor averting your gaze. Meet it with your unadorned, authentic face. Endure, and you attain your first body, the inner demon body. The second trial, discerning attachment. Extract your attachment and examine it closely. Understand its essence and thus discover your deepest yearning. Pass this trial, and you gain the attachment body. The third trial, mastering desire. Face every craving hidden, neither suppressing nor indulging it. Forge another self, crossing the torrent of desire. This trial yields the desire body. When the three bodies reunite, each severance births an additional thought. With 3 bodies and 4 thoughts swirling chaotically, merge them all into a single incandescent instant. At that moment you become empty. Seek your true face within the heart. Seek your authentic self within the body. Seek stillness within the ocean of desire. When the 3 thoughts fuse, when they clarify, when they vanish entirely, the 3 bodies collapse into one. Only then do you truly illuminate the self. Primordial illumination of the self equals ultimate transcendence. His final words hung in silence. No one stirred. No one breathed. All were immersed, utterly irrevocably absorbed. This Tao sounded more terrifying, and far more esoteric, than even the 3-corpse severance. When Hongjun had taught that path, none had felt such bone-deep dread. Mingi could not restrain himself. Fellow Taoist, may I ask respectfully, does cultivating this Tao require anchoring one's spirit within a sacred artifact? Lu Yunjing smiled gently. You sever your own consciousness within time and space, slashing away 3 selves. What do you need a spiritual treasure for? You carve out 3 thoughts within yourself, letting them support a single vessel, and then break through to realize me. What do you need a spiritual treasure for? At that moment Ming he understood. The method he spoke of relied on nothing but oneself. At this time someone stood up and cupped their hands, asking, I dare to ask a question. Does your way of severing attachments collide with the path of Daozu that severed me? No collision. Lu Yunjing's tone was very calm. Hongjun severed the 3 corpses, good, evil, and self. What he severed transformed into a single body. The remaining one is like an empty shell devoid of good,